Breaking news. Breaking news. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Fire Fist, Ace, has been captured by the Navy. He will be publicly executed in Marineford in 1 week. The Navy is clearly provoking Whitebeard. That man Whitebeard is known for his loyalty and bonds. How could he possibly watch his brother die? A storm is coming. The news-carrying seagull flies across the world carrying the latest headlines. Everywhere people erupt into chaos. On the Sabaody Archipelago in the bar called Shaki's ripoff, Lora was sitting with his legs crossed flipping through a newspaper. Next to him was a glass of local. What must come will come. He had been transported to this world of pirates nearly 10 years ago. No system had activated, and naturally, he hadn't started on an overpowered path. Fortunately, he knew more than others. This information gap was his only advantage. Relying on this foresight, Lora sought out Shaki and partnered with her in the intelligence trade. To put it bluntly, he was seeking a powerful backer. By connecting with Shaki, he effectively tied the legendary Rayleigh to his own ship. Lora, your news really travels faster than the Navy's newspapers. Here your share. Shaki emerged from behind the bar with a wine glass, placing a stack of bills on the table in front of Lora. The news that Ace was captured and the Whitebeard Pirates would clash with the Navy had been leaked by Shaki to the underworld dealers half a month ago. Not only did they provide the news, but they also prepared related clues and evidence, making the credibility extremely high. Once the war broke out, both the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates would desperately buy intelligence. Those who didn't stock up in advance can only stare helplessly now. Those who got the information early will make a fortune this time. Thanks, Sister Shaki. Lora opened the box, glanced inside, roughly estimated the amount, then closed the lid. Shaki was old enough to be a grandmother, but if anyone dared call her that, they wouldn't see the next sunrise. Ding. Divine editing system activated. Edit videos, evoke resonance and shock, and receive rewards. Do you want to start editing? Huh. This. Lora froze on the spot. Then a surge of joy erupted like a spring inside him. It's here. I've waited 10 whole years. Finally. Suppressing his heartbeat, Lora looked up at Shaki. Sister Shaki, I just thought of a training insight. He'll go practice armament hockey now. After saying that, he picked up the box and walked out. That kid is really hardworking. Shaki curled her lips in appreciation and took a sip of red wine. The bar named Shaki's Ripoff had long changed its business model. Since Lora moved in, the main source of income was no longer watered-down drinks, but the sale of confidential intelligence. The bar's main income came from selling various confidential intelligence, not watered-down drinks. Shaki was grateful to the kid. She had not only protected him well, but also invited Rayleigh to teach him hockey personally. Shaki was relieved that Lora had talent and training. Even more satisfying, he was diligent. 10 years passed in a flash. The once thin and weak boy had trained himself into a formidable figure. Though he still couldn't match the top-tier monsters with his mastery of armament and observation hockey, he could at least tie with a Navy vice admiral. Leaving Shaki's bar, Lora turned into his own residence. As soon as the door closed, he eagerly summoned the mysterious system. After browsing for a while, he finally understood the gist. It boiled down to one thing: editing videos. If his videos caused widespread sensation or received massive praise, the system would rain down generous rewards. Editing videos. Lora couldn't help but grin. This job is too easy. After all, he was from Earth. His mind was full of material easily. What should I edit? He tilted his head, thinking. How about digging up that old incident with red hair? A Yonko getting hit on the head with a wine bottle by a mountain bandit? Or simply reveal Ace's lineage? The bloodline of the Pirate King still alive in the world, that's explosive enough, right? Lora rubbed his chin, thinking that just a single clip would be boring. Since I want to blow the whole place up, I need to do something fierce. Got it. The Paramount War is about to start. The timing is perfect. A flash of inspiration, and he immediately began working through the system. A few hours passed in a flash. Video completed. Do you want to broadcast it to the whole world? Confirm broadcast. As soon as Lora finished speaking, the sky outside the window suddenly changed color. At the same time, east blue, west blue, south blue, north blue, the Grand Line, even the calm belt, where sea kings rarely go. Every island, every sea, every inhabited place had its sky covered by a huge screen. On the screen, a line of shining big characters illuminated the entire world. Top War imminent, full review of the 12 admirals and emperors. The entire sky became the stage for the giant screen. The pirate world instantly erupted. GOLD. Roger, what is this thing? I've been dead for over 20 years, first time seeing something like this. Sengoku, Roger. Stop playing tricks. Who's behind this prank? Or is some devil fruit user going crazy? GOLD. Roger, Sengoku. When did you die? Why are you here too? Sengoku, bullshit. I'm alive and well. You're the one who's dead. A series of messages suddenly popped up in the chat box, drawing everyone's attention. GOLD. Roger, Sengoku, are you senile? I've been dead for over 20 years, you know that. How come you have the right to speak in this broken place? GOLD. Roger Sengoku, are you senile? I've been dead for over 20 years, you know that. How come you have the right to speak in this broken place? Shiki, seems like this place connects the dead and the living. Not bad being able to chat with the living after death. Jaha. GOLD. Roger Shiki, you died too. Shiki Roger, long time no see. I died last month. I thought death was the end, but there's a world for the dead. Interesting. Edward Newgate, Gurura Roger Shiki, it's definitely you too from the sound of it. GOLD. Roger Whitebeard, a guy like Shiki must have died at your hands, right? Edward Newgate, you guessed wrong. After you were beheaded by the Navy not long after Shiki single-handedly stormed Marine headquarters, then was locked up and impelled down. How he died I really don't know. Edward Newgate, as for how he died, I really don't know. Borsellino, all famous great pirates, how scary Sakazuki, just a bunch of dead ghosts not even dead yet, and they're still not quiet. A prompt sound suddenly rang. Attention. The number of posts in the Divine video space is limited and the number depends on peak strength. If you become the video's protagonist, the number of posts is unlimited. The upcoming video will feature the current top 12 admirals and emperors. If you become the video's protagonist, the number of posts is unlimited. The upcoming video will feature the current top 12 admirals and emperors. GOLD. Roger, 12 admirals and emperors. What's the situation? Has the world of pirates evolved to this point? Sure, G, where did the 12 generals come from? The Navy only has 3 admirals, and the pirates only have 4 emperors. Of course it's because I didn't compete. If I wanted to, it should be 5 pirate emperors. Dear D. Luigi, that makes sense. With your ability, you are more than qualified to be a sea emperor. Luoki CD. Jai bike enough. You two kids stop blowing smoke at each other here. Dear D. Luigi rocks, you've shown up too. Sure, G, Captain rocks. Luoki CD. Jai bike, don't call me Captain, you traitor. Sure, G. Luoki CD. Jai bike, no wonder you were the biggest slacker back then. It turns out your true love was Roger. You even charged the Navy headquarters alone after he died and got thrown into impelled down. Dear D. Luigi, sure, G, Captain, you can't blame me. Before we went to God Valley, no one knew you were going to kill the celestial dragons. That's too crazy. Luoki CD. Jai bike, bullshit. Sure, G. And Whitebeard, were you also scared shitless by the celestial dragons title back then? Marine headquarters mailing fan duo. The meeting hall was full of people. Zhangguo's gaze swept over every officer present. Tell me your thoughts. Yellow Monkey leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, looking lazy. Hard to tell. From the tone of those people, it doesn't seem like they're acting. Blue Pheasant frowned, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. That's true, but devil fruit abilities are so varied, maybe some ability user could create such a thing. Zhangguo turned to look at the other side. Sakashiji, what about you? Red Dog's face was dark, his voice very low. Find out who's behind this, and he'll personally destroy him. At that moment, a new voice came from the video. The protagonists of this review are the 6 Marine generals and the 6 pirate emperors. During the viewing, there will be random questions. The first person to answer correctly gets 1 point. The person with the most points at the end will receive a grand prize. The rewards include Devil Fruit Hockey Training Experience Pack, Swordsmanship Experience Pack, Physical Technique Experience Pack, Otherworldly Abilities, Magical Tools, Resurrection Crystal. Huh. Everyone in the meeting room sat up straight. Devil Fruit. Hockey Enhancement. If this is real, their strength would absolutely skyrocket. In the underworld, the dead were also stirred. Especially the last one, Resurrection Crystal. Luoki CD. Jai bike, Resurrection Crystal. Can it bring people back to life? Sure, G, does that mean we have a chance to live again? Wang Ji, it's called Resurrection Crystal, so it must work. Dear D. Luoji, if that's true, then this miracle video space is too powerful. Luoki CD. Jai bike, whoever gets the Resurrection Crystal, remember to bring me back. I Luokisi, keep my word. When the time comes, it'll take you to rule this world together. Letting me resurrect is the most reliable choice, dear D. Luoji proposed. I can take you to Laugh-Tale, and I'll share the One Piece with you. The living might still be struggling with the authenticity of this space, but the dead all believed it completely. Who else but a god could make them who should be buried speak to the living world again? This review video is in random order, no ranking. The first featured protagonist, one of the 6 Marine generals, Sakashiji, code name Red Dog. He never questions orders from superiors, clinging to an absolute justice that ignores right and wrong. He is not a good person, but a thorough soldier. The screen jumped to an image. A tattered street, pirates burning and looting wildly. A child in ragged clothes holding a broken knife was fighting desperately against a pirate. On his head, the word justice on his ragged hat was particularly eye-catching. This guy is the young Red Dog. Bolusolinuo laughed loudly. Tisk tisk, he's got some guts. Shut up, Yellow Monkey. Sakashiji's voice was cold as a knife. Who getting angry? Bolusolinuo grinned cheekily. Even if I don't say it, the whole world has seen your cute childhood look, haven't they? Sakashiji was silent. Scene changed. The teenage Sakaseiji stood over several pirate bodies wiping blood from his blade with an expressionless face. That year pirates were especially rampant. Sakaseiji's hometown was so unlucky that it was looted by pirates several times. People died one after another, and Sakaseiji's parents did not escape. In a rage, the young Sakaseiji roared at the sea, "I'll kill all pirates in this life. Give me 30 years, and I'll leave not a single pirate on this sea." So this is the childhood of Admiral Red Dog, Huashish inside. No wonder he hates pirates so much. Everything has two sides, he said. If he hadn't experienced this, our Navy wouldn't have raised such a justice-upholding admiral. Bullshit. Shurji cursed. You Navy scum talk about justice all day, but in the end you're no good. The golden-haired boy is right, Lo KCD. Jaibike chimed in. What justice? You are just dogs raised by those celestial dragon beasts. Oh, Bulisalinuo said sarcastically. Dead people sure talk tough. Don't mind them, Zhangwa said coldly. These two corpses can only be here to show off. But Sakaseiji, Bulisalinuo changed the topic. From the footage, it's been over 30 years, right? Where's that clean sea? Can't you die without speaking? Sakaseiji's voice was fiery. The scene switched again. After becoming an adult, Sakaseiji entered the Navy and began his training under ZFA. In countless subsequent tests and missions, his results were terrifyingly brilliant. However, he wasn't the only tough guy in that. Among the Marines of his same year, a new star emerged. That person had semi-long hair, wore a round hat, and was dressed in yellow clothes. One glance told he was an extremely flamboyant guy. And in the footage of Sakaseiji's assessments and missions, this yellow-clad person always appeared. It was the young yellow monkey. Bulisalinuo, oh dear. Even I was filmed. That outfit back then was really embarrassing. Sakaseiji, do you know your Tangji he deduo fu lang ming gu he? No wonder he could climb to the position of admiral. He was strong as a monster even when young. Yuguang Emoliya, it seems I made the right choice to be a warlord. At least I don't have to face these monster admirals directly. Scene changed. Sakaseiji was 33 years old. He held the rank of vice admiral, becoming a pillar of the marine headquarters. Standing on the deck of a warship, he stared at the island ahead being bombarded, his face full of coldness and murderous intent. Yuguang Emoliya, hey, this place looks familiar. Tangji he deduo fu lang ming gu he. Curly head, you'd better swallow that name back. Dear D. Luaji, that very tall tree on the island. If I'm not mistaken, that's the tree of knowledge. Is this O'Hara in the West Blue? The Navy is attacking this island. Sure, G, just attacking. The Navy launched a buster call there to cover up something. Hey Luaji, this happened 3 years after your death. Shells rained down upon O'Hara like they were worth nothing. Flames everywhere. Blood everywhere. The bodies of O'Hara's civilians shattered under the bombardment flashed across the screen from time to time. Damnation. Sengoku slammed his fist on the table in the Marine headquarters conference room. The buster call incident 2 decades ago had already tarnished the reputation of both the Marines and the world government, but it had faded from memory. O'Hara had vanished from the map completely, and few spoke of it anymore. Yet today that bizarre screen in the sky had dredged it up, thrusting the Marines back into the storm of public outrage. What infuriated Sengoku even more was that the footage gave close-up shots of many dead O'Hara citizens. Wasn't this blatantly designed to make the world's common folk hate the Marines? Edward Newgate firing on unarmed civilians. Is that the Marines' justice? GOLD. Roger was the first to speak. Whitebeard, you've dealt with the Marines long enough. I saw their true nature 30 years ago. Zephyr shot back. No matter how you spin it, firing on civilians is wrong. Sengoku immediately jumped in to explain. Zephyr, don't believe what this video shows. Those people weren't ordinary civilians. They were madmen trying to destroy world peace. Monkey D. Dragon sneered. Kill them first, then smear the dead. Sengoku, you've lost all shame. Sengoku roared. Garp. Garp spoke up. Brat, this has nothing to do with you. Shut your mouth. Luffy was bewildered. Grandpa, that man is my father. Garp shouted even louder. No, I never had that son. Monkey D. Dragon. Sabo suddenly interjected. Chief, I never expected the hottest supernova right now to be your son. Only a bloodline like yours could produce a son bold enough to punch a celestial dragon. Sabo continued. Monkey D. Luffy, I'm the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army serving under your father. I'd really like to meet you, the man of the hour. Luffy was stunned. Sabo. Ace was also stunned. Sabo. On Amazon Lily, Luffy's eyes went wide. In the depths of Impelled Down, Ace's eyes went wide too. The moment they both saw that name, it hit them like a hammer blow. The names spoken in that mysterious space were all real. So this man called Sabo was the real Sabo. Though it wasn't unusual for names to coincide, the appearance of the two characters Sabo at this very moment made Luffy and Ace's hearts race uncontrollably. Especially Luffy. He had not only seen Sabo, but also Ace. As for Ace, he had seen Luffy speak earlier and held back from responding. He didn't want his foolish little brother to know what situation he was in. But the moment he saw Sabo, he couldn't hold back anymore. Luffy immediately shouted, Hey, Ace, you're here too. Great, so we can contact each other through this weird space. Wait for me. I'm definitely coming to save you. Ace quickly stopped him. Luffy, don't be stupid. I chose my own path. You just walk yours. Luffy grew frantic. What are you saying, Ace? I said I'll save you and I will. Ace's tone hardened. Drop that idea now. You don't even know where I am and I won't tell you. Sabo frowned, a note of confusion in his voice. Wait, I don't recall having any grudge with you two, do I? Why did you both come at me just now? Luffy exploded. Sabo, what's wrong with you? I'm Luffy, your little brother. Doflamingo laughed sarcastically. Foo. Now that's a juicy scoop. Crocodile leaned back in his chair, a smirk on his lips. Brothers with the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander and also the Revolutionary Army's chief of staff. Losing to someone like that doesn't seem so shameful after all. Sengoku slammed the table, glaring at Garp. Didn't you swear to me that your grandson would at most be a pirate, never getting involved with the Revolutionary Army? Garp broke out in a cold sweat. Misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Luffy's only been at sea for a short while. How could he have connected with the revolution? Sabo quickly waved his hands. Stop joking. I do have a good impression of Luffy, but I really didn't know him before. Luffy's voice rose in desperation. Are you as messed up in the head as Ace? I'm your little brother. Ace took a deep breath, placing a hand on Luffy's shoulder. Calm down, Luffy. Our brother Sabo was killed by a celestial dragon's cannon fire 10 years ago. He just shares the same name. Luffy heard this and froze as if doused with, that's right. Sabo had died long ago. He would never come back. Sabo's voice dropped a few notes. Sorry, I don't want to disappoint you, but I'm truly not the person you're— Suddenly Luo La interjected. No, you are. The whole room fell silent for a moment. Sabo frowned at him. Don't joke around. Didn't you hear, Ace? Their brother died 10 years ago, blown up by a celestial dragon's cannon. Luo La's tone was flat, tinged with amusement. I say you are, and you are. Sabo couldn't help but laugh, his voice turning impatient. You're quite something. Do you know me better than I know myself? Doflamingo let out a strange cackle. Foo. Chief of the Revolutionary Army, if anyone else said that you could ignore them. But since it came from Luo La's mouth, I suggest you take it seriously. Doflamingo spread his hands. Foo. Let me introduce you. This Luo La may not be famous on the— Doflamingo spread his hands. Foo. Let me introduce you. This Luo La may not be famous on the surface, but in our underground intelligence circles, when he says second, no one dares claim first. Mariah snorted nearby. Doflamingo, even you admit defeat in the intelligence business. On the big screen, the scene of the three Luffy brothers excitedly recognizing each other flickered, then a line of text appeared. Random question generated. Question 1. When the O'Hara Buster call was executed, which Marine gave the order to shell the civilians? Shiki spoke first. Starting the quiz. As I said before, the one with the most points after the video gets the grand prize. Roger chimed in. This happened after I died. How would I know which Marine Vice Admirals participated in the Buster call? It's unfair to those of us who died early. Shiki chuckled. No problem, I can tell you that. Rox perked up. Come on, which Vice Admirals went? Roger quickly stopped him. Wait, Shiki. Send me a private message. I think I can send one a day, and you should be able to too. Deep and impelled down tears streamed down Ace's face. Sabo was alive. As the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander, Ace naturally knew who Luo La was. That low-key intelligence broker was faster than anyone at running, and his backing was the Dark King Rayleigh. Any information from Luo La's mouth was never— On the Revolutionary Army side, Dragon spoke. I rescued Sabo from the sea near the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue 10 years ago. That matches the time and— Ace immediately responded. 10 years. The waters near the Goa Kingdom. That's exactly when and where Sabo set sail. Luffy burst out. Sabo, you're alive. You really are alive. Sabo looked utterly bewildered. Huh. You two are my brothers. Long added Sabo, you suffered a head injury and lost your memory. So it's normal that you don't remember them. Ace was extremely excited, so that's how it is. Sabo, you, me, and Luffy. We three are sworn brothers who drank the oath of brotherhood. Luffy chimed in, yes. We are blood brothers. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He glared at Garp, who was picking his nose beside him. Is this the misunderstanding you were talking about? Garp ran his hand through his hair, forcing a bitter smile. What if? I try to explain. Shiki sent a private message over, then added, here, I sent it to you privately. Take a look yourself. Roxy. Jibek exploded on the spot. What do you two mean? Shiki, you brat, send me one individually too. Shiki shrugged. Old Captain, I'm really sorry. Only one private message per day, and I've already used it. Then just say it on the— No. That Roger guy just reminded me. If I say it here, a bunch of people will immediately analyze the answers, and the competition will double directly. This deal is not worthwhile. Rox slammed the table in anger. You little rascal. Then he shouted another question. Does anyone know which Vice Admirals were deployed in this Buster call? Sengoku immediately responded. All Marines, listen up. Any content related to the question, without my permission, not a single word is allowed to leak out. Rox cursed loudly. Sengoku is nothing but a— After cursing, he added the Marines are all trash. If any pirate knows, speak up quickly. Whitebeard, lean Kaido, what are you playing dead for? Rox was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He desperately wanted to be resurrected, but now he didn't even know what the question options looked like, and he was about to go crazy with frustration. But anyone qualified to answer the question was not stupid. One less competitor meant one more chance to win the grand prize. Who would be foolish enough to throw information into the public eye? Charlotte Brule yawned and casually replied, Mama just finished eating cake and is sleeping. X. Drake also spoke lazily. Governor Kaido is drunk and unconscious, no time to bother with you. Rox gritted his teeth in anger. Two idiots. Edward Newgate suddenly laughed. Gururara, are you guys going off track? Take a closer look at this question. Don't you find it interesting? Marco snorted coldly. Which Marine gave the order to fire on civilians back then? How they keep talking about justice, yet they bomb civilians directly. Vista added, justice. It's just a trick to fool children. On the surface they act all proper, but behind the scenes what dirty deeds haven't they done? Sengoku was anxious. Shut up. This so-called divine relic video space. Who knows if it's an illusion created by some devil fruit user? Monkey D. Dragon retorted coldly. How shameless are you to say that? The video just showed clearly the civilians of O'Hara being blown to pieces. How could— Sengoku gritted his teeth and defended. I've said it before, those people violated the world government's orders and deserve to die. If they were innocent civilians, the Marines would never open fire. Suddenly a countdown sounded. Question 1, answer. Countdown, 10 seconds left. Please hurry and answer. Sengoku's answer box had turned gray. The answerer had chosen to make it visible only to himself. The moment the countdown reached 0, a new scene appeared. O'Hara was thrown into utter chaos. Gunfire erupted everywhere. The entire island was— The CP9 agents shouted at the crowd, urging everyone to run to the evacuation ship on the west coast. There's still a little girl who hasn't come up. Don't let her on. She's one of those history researchers. If she gets on, we're all doomed. Forget her, set sail quickly. Any more delay, and the shells will hit us. The deck of the evacuation ship was packed with O'Hara's residents. They were stomping frantically, shouting at the world government agents, each one wishing they could jump into the sea and paddle away themselves. Rox watched the scene on the screen, his face ashen. The next second he exploded. You bunch of— Shiki grinned, his laughter harsh like a broken gong. Old Captain, do you know who the 5 vice admirals were on the day of the O'Hara buster call? Rox was stunned. Shiki continued, Chichuan, Qingji, Sichuabili Wushu, and Huashishin. Rox's expression froze instantly. Wang Ji cursed, damn. We've been tricked. Bon Valdez also realized and angrily slammed the table. These Marine bastards, so sneaky. The scene continued playing. The sound of gunfire grew more intense. On the sea, several warships had already formed a formation. A tall figure stood at the bow, the word justice on his shoulder, insignia fluttering in the sea breeze. He raised his arm. Magma churned around his fist, emitting a sizzling sound. Chiquan spoke. His voice was not loud, but it overpowered the clamor of the entire sea. Better to kill 100,000 innocents than to let a single one escape. As his words fell, that fist shot out. The magma turned into a meteor, plummeting straight toward the ground of O'Hara. An 80-year-old girl stood by the humble dock, thin as a bamboo pole, her eyes red from crying. Let me on board, please, I beg you. She screamed desperately, tears streaming down. A few people on the ship felt compassion and wanted to pull her up, but most shook their heads and the matter was dropped. At that moment, a cannonball suddenly crashed down from the sky. Boom. It struck the deck directly, flames erupted, and the entire ship was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire with severed limbs flying everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Then cannonballs rained down, plowing the area of the evacuation ship. Soon after, the ship was completely burned to nothing, not even a single intact piece of wood could be found. As soon as the scene was shown, the whole world exploded. Emporio Ivankov first tricked the civilians onto the ship, then wiped them all out with a round of artillery. How dirty the Marines are. GOLD. Roger, those people who refused to let the little girl on board were indeed scum, but to kill everyone like that is too much. Marco, this is outright. Sengoku, what do you pirates and criminals think you are to dare criticize the righteous Marines? Edward Newgate, that's right, when it comes to doing such despicable things, we pirates indeed cannot compare to you Marines. Charlotte Katakuri, it's already shameful to attack the weak, but using such a dirty trick to gather them together and finish them off. Marines, you're really something. Shiki, I've always fought openly. You Marines use schemes against ordinary civilians. What a joke. Roxd. Jibek Ha, as long as it pleases their masters, these Marine dogs would do anything. Nefertari Cobra, Marines, truly disappointing. Now I understand more and more why the ancestors of Arabasta didn't go to the Red Line. It's shameful to be with you. After the image of the O'Hara evacuation ship being bombed was broadcast, the faces of ordinary people all over the world changed. The Marines could bomb the people of O'Hara, and someday they could bomb them too. They haven't acted yet only because they haven't crossed the line of the Marines, and the world government. But what if one day they accidentally step over that line? How much better would their fate be than those in O'Hara? They wanted to question the Marines and the world government, but they had no right to speak in the Divine Relic video, so they could only stare helplessly in their own territories. Marine Headquarters Malinfanguo. The square was filled with Marines, all looking up at the huge screen in the sky. Who created this thing? It even has footage of the O'Hara Buster call. Sengoku clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger, and his beard nearly bristling. After the O'Hara Buster call, the world government specially dispatched people to clean up the loose ends, completely erasing the island of O'Hara from the map. Some things could be done, but they must never be known to the outside world. But now not only have they been exposed, but the entire world has seen them. If not handled properly, the Navy's reputation would be completely ruined. Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned deeply, staring at the scene in the sky, her tone heavy. This probably isn't something that a devil fruit's power could achieve. Akiji also spoke up. During the O'Hara Buster call, it was impossible for anyone to have recorded such complete footage. The thing that created this miraculous video space may truly be beyond human capability. Fleet Admiral, the most urgent matter now is to free the Navy from the reputation of slaughtering innocents. Vice Admiral Tsuru reminded him. Sengoku's face was as dark as if it could drip water, his mind rapidly organizing his words. However, another Marine jumped out before him. Zephyr bombarding civilians is a disgrace to the Navy. This must be investigated and an explanation given to the world. Sengoku, Zephyr, don't talk. Those were not ordinary civilians at all. They were all archaeologists from O'Hara studying things forbidden by the world government devils, trying to revive the ancient. If they actually managed to bring out the ancient weapons, who knows how many innocent people would die. He didn't want to bring up the ancient weapons in the first place. But since the video footage had been shown, Sengoku had no choice but to play that card. As expected, his words immediately calmed much of the anger among the civilians, as if they could understand the Navy's actions. The Navy's intelligence agents around the world were rapidly relaying the reactions of civilians back to headquarters. Receiving these reports, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru simultaneously revealed a calm smile of those in power. Sengoku continued. Sengoku, people of the world don't believe the pirates' words. They just want to smear the Navy and the world government. Sengoku, use your brains a little and you'll understand. The Navy has always protected you, but what about the pirates? These brutal creatures have caused countless families. Sengoku, the O'Hara Buster call is indeed real, but as the Fleet Admiral, I must say it again. Those people in O'Hara were researching the ancient weapons, attempting to disrupt world peace. We were also pained when we gave that order. Sengoku, but for the sake of world peace, so that everyone won't die at the hands of the ancient weapons, we had no choice. But it wasn't the Navy's shells that killed them, it was their own ambitions that led them to their doom. Wainea Kelasi, I am the Prince of the Wainea Kingdom, representing my father, and we are willing to believe in the Navy and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The public screen of the miraculous video was eerily quiet. Just before that footage appeared, Sengoku had been passionately boasting about how righteous and reliable the Navy was. The public screen of the miraculous video was eerily quiet. Just before that footage appeared, Sengoku had been passionately boasting about how righteous and reliable. Wasn't this blatantly lying? The representatives of the kingdoms who had jumped out to support the Navy and Sengoku were now completely dumbfounded. Each one stood frozen, their minds buzzing. You bunch of useless allies, no one can help even if they wanna. In the Navy headquarters hall. Sengoku's face was uglier than moldy pork liver left overnight. The segment shown in the video was like a fierce slap to his old face. Crisp and loud. The footage continued. The scene shifted. Sakazuki stood on the deck of a warship. He spoke to his adjutant without hesitation. Aim all cannons at the O'Hara evacuation ship. The adjutant's eyes widened like bells, his face pale with fear. Vice Admiral. That's an evacuation ship. It's filled with ordinary civilians who have nothing to do with the archaeologists. Sakazuki didn't even blink. Better to kill 10,000 by mistake than let one escape. If a single scholar has slipped onto this ship, this operation will never end cleanly. The adjutant tried to say more. Sakazuki cut him off. To deal with such pests, you must uproot them completely. Fire. The order was given. All cannons on the warship simultaneously belched flames. The next second, the evacuation ship was blown to pieces. The public screen went completely empty. For several seconds, no one typed a word. Nobody was stupid. Everyone heard clearly that the ship was full of innocent civilians with no connection to the archaeology. At that moment, only Sakazuki's words echoed in everyone's mind. Better to kill 10,000 by mistake than let one escape. That crisp sound clearly reached the ears of everyone on the globe. GOLD. Roger, huh? Sengoku, cat got your tongue. Weren't you just bragging? Shiki, his face is swollen from being slapped. How can he still open his mouth? Edward Newgate, that speech was truly spectacular. If not for this video revealing the truth, the whole world would have been fooled by that old fox. Sir Crocodile, how embarrassing. Is this the caliber of the Fleet Admiral? GOLD. Roger, kid, are you talking about Sengoku? The fleet admiral. Sir Crocodile, who else? Shiki, jahaha. Roger, you died too early, you're out of the loop, aren't you? Let me fill you in. The current head of the Navy is Sengoku with 3 admirals under him, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. GOLD. Roger, well, I didn't expect that. But thinking about it, it's not surprising. That old man Sengoku has plenty of tricks with him around anyone else wanting to snatch the fleet admiral position. No way. Zephyr sigh. Former Admiral Zephyr had never killed anyone in his life. When pirates fell into his hands, he would at most throw them into impel down, not letting them harm others, never taking their lives. He couldn't even bear to kill pirates, so how could he tolerate such treatment of civilians? Zephyr Sakazuki, I don't recognize you as my student. You have disappointed me greatly. Sakazuki, I don't care. You dislike my methods, and I likewise despise your ways. You show mercy to pirates, but when pirates kill, do they show mercy to anyone? Zephyr Sakazuki, you beast. Borsellino, arguing about this now is pointless. Teacher Zephyr, don't stoop to Sakazuki's level. And you, Sakazuki Zephyr, is after all our respected teacher. Even if our views differ, there's no need to tear each other apart in front of so many people. Sengoku, enough. Don't let those pirates laugh at the Navy. GOLD. Roger, aren't you Navy guys the biggest joke right now? Shiki, aren't you Navy guys the biggest joke right now? Edward Newgate, the way you say that wasn't the Navy, always a joke. Shiki, jahaha. GOLD. Roger, haha, Whitebeard, that was well said, say more, haha. Roxd. Zebek, watching the Navy get slapped in public is more entertaining than a real sword fight. If this damn place had been created earlier, I wouldn't have been so bored in the afterlife. Dolly sure, this is exactly why our Hercules Kingdom refused to join the world government at all costs. A Navy that only listens to the world government and doesn't distinguish right from wrong. How can we expect them to protect us? In the divine video space, representatives from various nations voiced their opinions. Felix, that's right, we've long seen through the Navy's true nature and never joined the world government. Romeo, our kingdom is now filled with regret. We should never have believed the Navy's lies. Watching the cascading messages on the screen, Sengoku's face darkened to the color of a pot's bottom. These nations were all jumping out to accuse the Navy, and the situation had completely spiraled out of control. But what troubled him wasn't just the external pressure. The mess right in front of him was even more troublesome. On the Marine Headquarters Plaza, thousands of soldiers looked up at the video, buzzing with heated discussion. Some said Sakazuki did a fine job. Pirates should be eradicated root and branch. But many more were horrified by that order. Just because of a guess, he had directly ordered the ship to be blown up, and there were thousands of civilians on board. What kind of justice was that? Vice Admiral Tsuru leaned close to Sengoku and whispered, Fleet Admiral, if you don't speak up soon morale will crumble. Sengoku was silent for a few seconds, his expression shifting repeatedly. Sengoku, every Marine soldier carries the mission of justice on their shoulders. If someone tries to smear us, we must stand even taller. Sengoku, those nations that were fooled should think carefully. Why are the pirates so desperately urging you to leave the world government? Without your protection, who profits the most? Sengoku, as for the O'Hara refugee ship incident, I will establish an investigation team. If Sakazuki is truly at fault, the Navy will certainly provide an explanation. If we find that someone has deliberately slandered us, we will show no mercy. The old fox was indeed cunning. With these few words, Sengoku managed to steady the wavering Marine soldiers once more. More importantly, he redirected the nation's attention toward the pirates, and the impact of the O'Hara incident faded considerably. Finally, he laid down harsh words warning against some non-existent shadowy forces, making the Navy seem like the victim. Many people began to ponder Sengoku's words, and the more they thought, the more sense it made. At that moment, another message appeared on the public screen of the divine video. When everyone saw it, they were stunned. Another big shot had entered the fray. Charlotte Lean, what's going on? I just got here, and I see Sengoku talking nonsense. On Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Lin had just opened her eyes and felt something was wrong. Bruley quickly explained the situation, and she immediately rushed out of the castle looking up at the sky. Staring at the miraculous live stream, the Big Mom was stunned for a long time. Then she opened the chat history and immediately saw the names of Roger, Rox, John. She was completely dumbfounded. From the tone and habits in those words, she recognized them at a glance. All damn old acquaintances. Bruley explained beside her for a long while, and finally the Big Mom understood the situation. She scrolled down through the chat history and happened to catch Sengoku bragging. Without a second thought, she started attacking. Charlotte Lean, what's going on? I just got here, and I see Sengoku putting on airs. As soon as she said this, everyone was stunned. Then came a burst of laughter. GOLD. Roger Pta. Shiki, hee. Roxd. Zebek head, isn't that my ship's beauty, Lin? Charlotte Lean rocks. It really is you. Bruley just told me there's some weird place where you can chat with the whole world, even the dead. I thought she was dreaming, but it's true. So eerie. Charlotte Lean rocks. It really is you. Bruley just told me there's some weird place where you can chat with the whole world, even the dead. I thought she was dreaming. Charlotte Lean Whitebeard, if you can't talk, shut up. Edward Newgate Gururara. Fine, I want to expose how you look now in front of everyone. Just then the live stream image changed again. On the wide sea stood the immense Gate of Justice. The Marine headquarters was solemn and majestic. Outside the crescent-shaped bay, dozens of the most advanced warships formed a defensive circle. Dense coastal artillery was pushed out from the fortress, all aimed at the sea. Looking further into the bay, it was packed with people. The camera gave a close-up of Sakazuki. He sat on a high platform flanked by Kizaru and Akiji. Behind the three stood a tall wooden tower. As for what was on top of the tower, the camera didn't show it. Sakazuki, when did this happen? I have no memory of it. Borsellino isn't the key point that both of us ended up as your background. Kazan. The atmosphere at Marine headquarters was clearly off. Doflamingo stared at the screen, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This setup looks a bit familiar. A few days ago, Sengoku had notified them, the warlords, to gather at Marineford to prepare for a tough battle. The scene before him was clearly the rehearsal for that great war. Doflamingo knew well that this was the Navy's most tightly guarded secret. Even if he recognized it, he didn't dare to leak it casually. But there were always those who feared nothing. Dracul Mihawk lazily spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, the shadows in the picture are me and the other warlords. If my guess is correct, this place is Marine headquarters a week from now. Doflamingo laughed. Fufufu, you really do say anything, don't you? Sengoku was anxious. Mihawk. Vice Admiral Tsuru was calm. Fleet Admiral, don't get angry first. It seems this video space can even see the future, so our plan is probably exposed. Roger was intrigued. That kid named Mihawk, you say this is a week from now? Mihawk nodded. That should be correct. Rock snorted, showing the future as well. Interesting, very interesting. Shiki squinted. This old man is interested in something like this for the first time. Charlotte Linland's voice was loud. Can see the future. Then is Whitebeard really going to clash Hedon with Marine headquarters to rescue his adopted son? Whitebeard burst into laughter. Gurara, it's not a secret anyway. Sengoku, I accept the challenge you've laid out. Wait for me at Marine headquarters. On the day of the execution, that's when your Marine headquarters will be destroyed. Roger gave a thumbs up. Edward, you've got guts. Going to war with the Navy for a son. He must be your own flesh and blood. Rolla laughed beside him. Huh? Roger turned. You the information brat, what are you laughing at? Rolla covered her mouth. That last thing you said. It's just too funny. Ha ha. Roger was puzzled. What's wrong with what I said? It's perfectly normal. Rolla waved her hand. Taken alone, there's nothing wrong. But combined with the intelligence I have, it's very interesting. If your wife heard that, I'm afraid you'd get a beating. Whitebeard. Sengoku. Garp. Divine video dialogue replay. Joel D. Roger pressed. What news? Tell me. And you guys, Whitebeard. Sengoku. Garp. Why are you suddenly acting all coy? Rolla shrugged. I'm just an information broker. Some intel really can't be casually disclosed. But from this video, even if I don't tell you, you'll see it yourself later. Just wait. GOLD. Roger. Sabaody Archipelago. In the bar, Shaki was wiping glasses. Rayleigh sat at the counter looking up at the huge light screen in the sky. From the screen, the voice of his old Captain Roger. Rayleigh's eyes were a bit teary. At that moment, Rolla pushed open the door and came in. Rayleigh immediately turned his head. In the video just now, what was the intelligence that Roger mentioned? Luola took out a palm leaf fan from his pocket, ambled over to the rocking chair, and flopped down. After fanning himself a couple of times, he grinned at Lei and said, Old man, you know my rules. Isn't that because I studied diligently? Besides, your words aren't quite honest. I haven't mastered Conqueror's Haki. Luola raised an eyebrow, teasing his Isn't that because I studied diligently? Besides, your words aren't quite honest. I haven't mastered Conqueror's Haki. Luola raised an eyebrow, teasing his master with his eyes. Lei rolled his eyes. That kind of thing is innate. I don't care about that. Who knows if you're deliberately holding back? Luola deliberately teased him. Stop talking nonsense. You know my relationship with Roger. Spit it out. What's the real story with that intelligence? Lei could pretend to be deaf and dumb about other matters, but this one was different. Just now in the video, the reactions of Jean Guacapu and Whitebeard were clearly, as the Pirate King's right hand, how could he be kept in the dark? Who could tolerate that? Luola covered his face with the palm leaf fan, too lazy to look at Lei. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. Anyone who had dealt with Luola knew this gesture meant, time to pay up. What are you thinking? Even if I privately ask around for information, I have to pay. You old geezer trying to freeload. Xiaoqi walked out from the inner room, holding 2 small dishes of appetizers. As soon as the dishes were set on the table, Lei snatched the chopsticks, grabbed 2 pieces of roast chicken, and stuffed them into his mouth. Lei feared nothing in heaven or earth, but before Xiaoqi, he was as docile as a cat. He sighed. All right, you little. He reluctantly pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. Speaking of which, thanks to Luola's transmigration, Rayleigh's wallet was much fatter than before. This kid was in the intelligence business, often dealing with tough customers, so he needed a tough guy to keep the scene under control. Naturally, that role fell on Rayleigh's shoulder. Rayleigh took a gulp of wine, looked up at Luola, and said, "Speak." "Ace is Roger's son." Rayleigh sprayed out the wine in his mouth, his eyes nearly popping out. "You mean Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? He's actually Roger's offspring." "Yes, biological 100%. Rayleigh was stunned for a long time. Beside him, Xiachi looked up at the big screen in the sky, just catching the sentence Roger had written, and laughed so hard, she doubled over. "Huh." Roger said Ace looks like Whitebeard's biological son. "Doesn't that mean he's cuckolding himself?" "Sweat my poor big brother." Rayleigh's expression was as colorful as it could be. None of them doubted Luola's intelligence. The information this kid brought had never gone wrong. Rayleigh thought for a moment. "No, I originally planned to wait until I was done to contact Brother Roger, but now I need to message him privately. I can send one message a day anyway." "Don't rush." Luola stopped him. "Look at what's playing on the screen. Since the battle is in a week at Marine headquarters, when they're about to execute Ace, they'll definitely reveal his identity." "That's right." Rayleigh slapped his forehead. "I was wondering why Zhangguo made such a big show. It's not just aimed at Whitebeard, he's going to publicly execute Roger's bloodline as a sacrifice." As they were talking, the big screen displayed new words. Random question. Question 2. Which son of Whitebeard did Sakazuki turn? Zhangguo's face turned pale green, his fists clenched so tight they cracked. "Bastard. This damn divine video space, our secret plans are going to be exposed one after another." He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do about this space. Even this can be found out. It seems this thing is truly not man-made. Sakazuki's face was dark, staring at the big screen in the sky. As the person involved, he naturally knew the answer to this question. To be honest, at present, only he and Zhangguo knew about this matter in the whole world. As for the target he intended to recruit, Sakazuki hadn't approached him yet. He had originally planned to act tomorrow, but who would have thought the divine video space would just throw this out directly? If the answer revealed later happened to be the person he was trying to turn, Sakazuki was 100% sure that this thing was absolutely a genuine divine miracle. If this continues, the Marines will suffer a great loss. Zhangguo clenched his fist. "Vice Admiral," he pondered for a moment, then offered a different opinion. "Marshal, don't worry too quickly. This space is reviewing the 12 emperors. Since it's going to expose the dark secrets of the pirate emperors, their scandals will also be revealed. It's a double." Zhangguo's brows knitted into a knot. He admitted that he had a point, but he still felt the Marines were at a greater disadvantage. "Marco, Dad, from the sound of it, one of our brothers has been recruited by Red Dog. Edward Newgate Gururara. Any foolish son can make a mistake, no big deal." "Shiki, you call that no big deal? I think you should stop calling yourself Whitebeard and change your name to Magnanimous Hero." "Edward Newgate Gururara, you old character who got killed off long ago, stop stirring the pot here." "Charlotte Lean, you keep being stubborn. If your ship could produce a Blackbeard, teach it can produce a second Whitebeard. If you keep letting it slide without us lifting a finger, your Whitebeard pirates will fall apart on their own." "Edward Newgate, that's not your concern." Question 2. Answering countdown has 10 seconds left. Please hurry to answer. In the sky, the countdown numbers appeared on the big screen. "Marco, Dad, let's answer the question first. Maybe we'll really get a reward." "Edward Newgate, good. All you boys listen up, those with answering permission, all fill in your own names." "Iso, Dad, that's not appropriate. According to this pattern, the person who was turned would instead have a chance to get the final reward. I suggest that brothers pair up in twos and fill in each other's names. That way, if someone really is turned, the reward won't fall into his hands." "Edward Newgate, well said. However, your old man never blames a child who has made a mistake. Follow my orders, all answer with your own names." "Dad." Marco spoke first. "Listen to Dad, brothers, hurry up and answer, there's not much time." With that, he pressed the answer button first. Jozu followed suit. Vista also completed his answer. One by one, the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates submitted their answers. Sakuyada also chose to answer. On Zhangguo's side, the answers were displayed as visible only to himself. The admirals Sakazuki, Kuzan, and others all had the same setting. The countdown on the screen blinked. 2, 1, 0. The second round of questioning is over. The answers will be revealed in video form. As soon as the words fell, the scene showed Sakazuki's figure. Marine headquarters was now unrecognizable. Walls were shattered everywhere, flames burning in all directions. The crescent-shaped bay had frozen into thick ice. Sakazuki was hiding in a corner using a den mushi to talk to someone. "Sakuyada, you saw what just happened. You know what to do, don't you?" Sakuyada on the other end replied, "Understood." Immediately, an uproar broke out on the Whitebeard pirates' ship. They were discussing the plan to attack Marine headquarters. Sakuyada stood on the deck staring at the image on the screen, completely stunned. I would betray Dad." The Dika Airband brothers simultaneously looked at him. "Sakuyada, I never thought it would be you." Why did you do it? What possible benefit could you gain from betraying Pops? Squad leader Rakuyo rushed forward, grabbing Squad by the shoulders, his voice trembled. Squad, what the hell is going on? Why would you betray Pops? Everyone crowded around. Squad's face was etched with bewilderment. I don't know. His former pirate crew had been annihilated by the Roger pirates. It was Whitebeard who took him in. From that day onward, he regarded the Whitebeard pirates as his family. He viewed Whitebeard as his own father. Betray Pops? How could such a thing be possible? He turned to look at Whitebeard. Pops, you know better than anyone. I would never betray you. Squad pushed past the few men blocking his path, strode up to Whitebeard, his voice tinged with urgency, as he sought to prove his loyalty. But with all this evidence right before us, how can you explain it? Vista the Flower Swordsman furrowed his brow, demanding in a low, stern voice. Marco reached out and patted Vista's shoulder, signaling him to calm down first. Don't be too quick to blame him. None of those things in the video have happened yet. Now that we know, we won't let it come to pass. He turned to the others and continued, the great battle is about to begin, and we can't afford internal strife. Pops has a handle on this. Squad lifted his head, his eyes rimmed with red, gazing at the towering figure before him. A silhouette as massive as a mountain. This man had sheltered him for so many years. Racking his brain, Squad could find no reason he would ever betray him. Pops, Whitebeard said nothing more, spreading his broad arms and pulling Squad tightly into an embrace. My foolish son, Pops believes you. Pops. Squad's tears streamed down his face as he wrapped his arms around Whitebeard's waist. Whitebeard had already understood in his heart. He remembered the origins and pasts of each of his sons. All of Squad's original comrades had been wiped out by the Roger pirates. How could he not harbor hate? In the video just now, he saw Akainu manipulating Squad. Whitebeard knew in his gut that the Marine must have used Ace's identity as bait. He sighed inwardly. As a father, he loved each child equally. But this family of sons was forged from disparate backgrounds, inevitably leading to inherent conflicts like the one between Squad and Ace. Whitebeard pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided not to reveal Ace's lineage. He was also curious to see what would happen next. Marco walked over to Squad and spoke with sincerity. Squad, Pops believes in you, and so do we. Fortunately, none of this has come to pass, yet everything can still be turned around. Do you understand? I could never betray Pops. Squad gritted his teeth, his tone resolute. The images in the sky began to change once more. This time the scene of Squad raising his sword did not reappear, because the focus of this recap had shifted to Akainu. All the images revolved around him. Meteor volcano. Countless streams of molten magma erupted from Sakazuki's body, arcing across the sky and crashing down into the crescent-shaped bay as massive fists of lava. The ice surface instantly collapsed and melted. Several of those enormous fists slammed into the Moby Dick, the terrifying force shattering the great ship into fragments. Izo, this battle isn't really going to end in defeat, is it? Strawberry, that's a rather pointless thing to say. Marine Vice Admiral, don't get too cocky. The Whitebeard pirates, even fighting to the last man, can drag your entire headquarters down with us. Stop spouting nonsense. A pirate's strength is nothing. Don't be too sure of yourself. You'll have your hands full soon enough. The Whitebeard crew and the Marines exchanged verbal jabs as they fought. The scene shifted to Sakazuki and Whitebeard locked in a fierce battle. Izo clenched his teeth. That Akainu dares to fight Pops. Just wait and see. We'll beat him into a dead dog soon enough. Rakuyo sneered. The louder he barks now, the worse his end will be. Borsellino drawled lazily. Oh my Sakazuki, you've done it this time. Going toe-a-toe with the world's strongest. Sakazuki snapped. Shut up. You should be asking yourself why there's no footage of you on the battlefield. Borsellino shrugged. Well, I must have been fighting hard elsewhere. In an instant the scene changed again. Whitebeard had vanished to somewhere unknown, but before Akainu suddenly stood two young men. One was collapsed on the ground, too weak to even crawl. The other abruptly halted his forward charge, shielding the one in front behind him. The moment their faces appeared on the screen, Sengoku Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru's expressions shifted instantly. Then Garp erupted in fury. Luffy, what are you doing in this war? Luffy was still on Amazon Lily, having just received the newspaper announcing Ace's execution. He had been frantic, desperate to break into impelled down to rescue Ace. But now seeing both himself and Ace on the battlefield at Marine headquarters, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had made it in time, and Ace appeared to have been saved. Yet the next moment the smile that had just begun to form on his lips. No. Luffy's pupils shrank as if someone had dealt him a brutal blow. He was stunned. His expression was identical to the one on the screen, frozen in sheer terror. Ever since leaving Fusha village, no matter what happened, Luffy always had a smile on his face. But now for the first time he wore that look. It was the fear of losing his brother. The image froze at that moment. Akainu's right arm had transformed into molten lava, his fist carrying a devastating force toward the defenseless Luffy. Without a second thought, Ace threw himself forward, using his own body to shield his brother. The punch pierced straight through his back, the magma arm protruding from his chest, his blood evaporating into white steam from the intense heat. The chat erupted. Garp roared, "Akainu, you're asking for death." Sengoku immediately restrained him. "Garp, remember your position." Akainu sneered, "Humph, don't talk to me about this being a future that hasn't happened. Even if it happened again, I'd still strike without hesitation. You, Garp, can't even control your own grandsons, and you have the nerve to be angry." Garp bellowed, "Sengoku, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him today." Sakazuki shot back, "Come on then. They'll be doing the Marines a favor by eliminating a wavering waste like you." Sengoku slammed the table. "Enough. Both of you stop right now." Whitebeard spoke coldly, "Akainu, you're tired of living." "Whitebeard, don't be so arrogant." Akainu remained unflinching. "We just fought a round, and now you're not even here anymore. Don't you know your own fate? Already dealt with, and you still dare to shout." "Whitebeard, don't be so arrogant." Akainu remained unflinching. "We just fought a round, and now you're not even here anymore. Don't you know your own fate? Already dealt with, and you still dare. Even if it happens 10,000 times, they'll still kill him." Sakazuki said each word deliberately. "I'm not targeting just Ace. I'm targeting all pirates. Remember this, as long as I, Sakazuki, live, all you pirates will die." Strawberry shouted, "The Admiral Akainu is mighty." Enigmo followed, "The Admiral Akainu is mighty." Doberman also joined in, "The Admiral Akainu is mighty." Whitebeard gritted his teeth. "Magma, brat, I will split you in two." Charlotte Linland spoke in a sinister tone. "You reckless fool, don't let me run into you, or it'll drain your life." Roxdy. Zebek clicked his tongue in amazement. "Back when I was alive, which Marine dared to be so arrogant? Looks like this generation of pirates is too soft." GOLD. Roger chimed in, "Indeed. Back when I was alive, Sengoku and Garp were constantly chasing me, never letting me get a decent night's sleep. Unlike this brat who dares to be so arrogant." Sakazuki cast a cold glance across the screen. "You two should be grateful you died early, or else I would have killed you both eventually." Rox erupted in fury. "This is utterly intolerable. What's your name, you mongrel? I've got you in my sights. Once I find the resurrection crystal, the first thing he'll do is make you kneel and cower." Roger was not that agitated. "I'm in no rush. If I can be resurrected, fine. Oh, if not, no matter. After all, it's not my son who's dying, but Whitebeard's family. That's none of my concern." Whitebeard. Sengoku. Garp just typed 3 dots. Roger grew anxious. "What the hell is going on with you three? Can't you just spit it out?" Rayleigh sent a message. "Bro, check the private message I sent you first." "You're here too. Fantastic. We'll catch up later. Go read what I sent you first." "Alright, I'll take a look." After a moment. "Rayleigh, are you sure about this? Don't say it if you're not absolutely certain." "Relax, I got this info from Lora. Everyone in the circle knows his intel never fails." "Wait, I need to ask someone first." Roger immediately opened Garp's chat. "Is Ace my kid? Are you going to execute him?" Garp's reply came quickly. "Alas, Roger. I wanted him to wear the Marine's uniform, but the boy insisted on diving into the pirate den. He's been captured now. Yes, he is indeed your son." Roger was dumbfounded. Huh. It was only then that he realized. In the divine video space, Ace's full name was Portgasti. Ace. Surname Porgas, given name Ace. That surname was common everywhere, so he hadn't thought much of it at first. Now with both Rayleigh and Garp confirming it, the boy took his mother's surname. Resurrection Crystal. I have to come back. Rayleigh, help me. I must be resurrected. Roger had always been carefree, never troubled by life or death. But this was different. His son was about to have his chest pierced by Akainu in a week. How could he stay calm? Only one thought filled his mind: resurrection. The moment he said that, the onlookers exploded. "What's going on? Roger, why are you so desperate to come back? Who are you going to kill?" asked Shiki. "Don't ask. Shiki, if you have a resurrection crystal, give it to me. I, Roger, will owe you a huge favor." Rox laughed heartily. "Haha, Roger, have you lost your mind? We're all dead men in coffins. Who would be foolish enough to give away a chance at resurrection? I want to help, but if that thing fell into my hands, I'd use it on myself first." Shiki shook his head. Sengoku immediately issued a public notice. "As Fleet Admiral, I declare anyone who helps the former Pirate King Roger resurrect will be declaring war on the entire world. The Marines will show no mercy and will annihilate you with all our might." GOLD. Roger cursed in the message. "Sengoku, you bastard. You'd better pray I never come back. When I do the battlefield in a week, we'll have more than just Whitebeard after your head." Akainu immediately shot back. "Stop talking shit. Even if Whitebeard and you join forces, he'll still take you all down." Doflamingo chuckled as he interrupted. "What news could make the Pirate King so frantic?" "Mr. Luola, care to spill it? They'll have the intelligence fee sent over." Luola replied. "You know the rules, cash on delivery, no credit." Doflamingo laughed even louder. "Fufufu. Now I'm really curious. Meanwhile, Luo sent a private message to Roger. GOLD. Roger, this message was relayed by Rayleigh. He said he'll risk everything to get you a resurrection crystal, but he didn't dare say it on the public channel for fear of the Marines' surveillance. Of course, in my opinion, he's not afraid of dying himself. He's worried about implicating Shaki. That last part is my guess. Luo. At Shaki's rip-off bar, Rayleigh reluctantly pulled out a stack of berries from his secret savings and slapped them into Luo's hand. You little rascal, charging me this much for a single private message. Rayleigh gritted his teeth. Come on, I can only send one per day, so the price is totally fair. Luo, holding a toothpick, counted the cash and winked at Rayleigh. Of course, he wouldn't tell Rayleigh that his private message privilege had no limit. But old man, Luo said, from the questions in that miraculous video space, your chances of winning the reward aren't great. By the way, did you get the first 2 questions right? Rayleigh sighed. Not a single one. Both times I used Akainu as a condition. He definitely knew the answers. Then you're probably going to break your promise to Roger. Luo used his toothpick to spear a French fry and chewed it thoughtfully. Stop with the sarcasm. Roger's son is about to be executed, and I'm frantic. Even if I can't get the resurrection crystal, I'll go to Marine headquarters myself to save his son for brother Roger. Rayleigh snapped back. Luo glanced at him. Old man, have you thought it through? If you die, what happens to Shaki? Don't talk nonsense, eat your fries. Shaki grabbed a handful of fries and stuffed them into Luo's mouth. Hearing that, Rayleigh's old face flushed. He turned to look at Shaki, a pang of guilt rising in his heart. What are you looking at, you old fool? If you want to die, go ahead. I couldn't care less. Shaki turned her head away, her eyes slightly red. The image in the sky flickered, and then the scene of Whitebeard confronting Sakazuki directly was shown. Whitebeard roared, his fist smashing down, sending Sakazuki crashing into the ground. The magma admiral lay sprawled on the ground, his face contorted. Whitebeard roared, his fist smashing down, sending Sakazuki crashing into the ground. The magma, Jozu, look at you now, you bastard Akainu. One punch from the old man and you're down. Your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Cheeky Whitebeard, you haven't lost your edge. Charlotte lean covered in wounds, yet he still beat Akainu with one punch. The title of world's strongest man. But at that moment, Sakazuki, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up. A magma shockwave slammed into the side of Whitebeard's face, exploding with sparks. Rayleigh was still panicking, torn between a life-saving debt and brotherly loyalty. He was caught in the middle, agonizing. Oh, that's enough. Stop worrying, you two. How about this? I'll provide you with intelligence analysis for the upcoming questions to help you win the reward. Deal. Analysis. These are all scenes from the future. What can you analyze from them? Want to give it a try? What, you don't? I do. Friendship price, 1 million berries per answer analysis. What? That's robbery. Oh, forget it then. No. I've saved up a bit of pocket money from my years as your bodyguard. I can afford these analysis fees. Rayleigh gritted his teeth and bet his entire that money was originally meant to be saved for a wedding in case he ever got the chance to marry Shaki. Then it's settled, 1 million per question. You're getting a steal. Lola swirled her wine glass, took a sip, and tilted her head back. Rayleigh's heart ached as if bleeding. Yet he knew deep down that if the answers were indeed correct, 1 million was not a loss. As for Lola, was he really after the money? Of course not. He had just had a sudden thought: Roger wanted to be revived. If Roger stood up during the Summit War a week later, wouldn't that make for a fascinating spectacle? Anyone familiar with the original plot knew that during the Summit War the pirate side was utterly suppressed. Though the scene seemed barely sustainable, the only Marine who went all out was Akainu. The other 2 admirals were essentially slacking off, drifting so far they might as well have reached the calm belt. Sengoku and Garp also didn't exert much effort. Even so, the Whitebeard pirates suffered a crushing defeat. If Roger were to appear, the power gap between the 2 sides would narrow considerably. By then the battle would be a sight to behold. Whitebeard was covered in wounds, barely able to stand. Just as the tension peaked, Sakazuki struck without mercy, a magma fist aimed straight at his face. Whitebeard's observation hockey caught the trajectory, but his body could not react in time. PFF. Half his head was instantly burned away by the magma. Marco father. Port Gasti. Ace father. Scored father. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates and the captains of the Allied fleet erupted in chaos, messages flooding the screen one after another. Borsellino, well done, Sakazuki. No sooner had Kizaru posted that than Whitebeard swung a punch back. Boom. The power of the tremor fruit exploded, shattering the magma on Sakazuki's body into fragments. His face contorted more grotesquely than a sow giving birth. Then the earth split apart, and Marine headquarters collapsed with a roar. Sakazuki fell straight into the chasm. Borsellino, huh? Looks like I jinxed it. Sakazuki, you're quite pathetic. Sakazuki, cut the crap. You're not even in the frame. You probably got killed off long ago. The video then cut to a different scene. Vista, what's going on? Charlotte, lean, I was just getting into it. Roxy. Zebek, the fight just got good, and now it's gone. Shiki, isn't this video about Sakazuki? Did he die? Is that why the video ended? Roxd. Zebek, the fight just got good, and now it's gone. Shiki, isn't this video about Sakazuki? Random question. Question 3. Which Marine colleague's leg did Sakazuki break? The moment the question appeared, everyone was stunned. Even the Marines were dumbfounded. Breaking a fellow officer's leg. Damn. Shiki, this guy secretly stirs up father-son conflicts and breaks his own ally's leg. Is that something a normal person would do? Roxd. Zebek, damn. With that personality, it's a waste that he's a Marine. GOLD. Roger, I don't care whose leg he broke. I'm going to break his. Edward Newgate, you've got some nerve, you magma brat. Borsellino. Could it be me he's talking about? Sakazuki, I only said a couple of things. You wouldn't go that far, would you? You're scaring me. Sakazuki, humph. If I really did break a Marine's leg, then he must have deserved it. Edward Newgate, you've got some nerve, you magma brat. Borsellino. Could it be me he's talking about? Sakazuki, I only said a couple of things. You wouldn't go that far, would you? Sengoku frowned, his face full of confusion. Sakazuki, whose leg did you break? Akainu himself was even more baffled, spreading his hands and shaking his head. I have no idea. There's no clue at all. Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected. Who do you usually want to punch the most? Especially someone you'd love to break their leg. Akainu scratched his head in frustration. There's no way to guess this. I have nothing to go on. Akiji spoke slowly from the side. The scene we just saw is from the future. There's more to come. Maybe the conflict happened after the war. Right now no one knows whose leg he broke. Sengoku pondered for a few seconds. Time was tight, he couldn't dwell on it. No time to think. Since it's Akainu who broke the leg, the victim is probably one of his. We have to gamble now. List all the subordinates he regularly interacts with and fill in the answers one by one. Hurry up and answer. Sengoku quickly devised a seemingly plausible approach. The other Marine officers also felt the direction was correct. Akainu's adjutant immediately began shouting out the names of the subordinates he often dealt with, and the officers each picked a name to answer. Sabaody Archipelago. Rayleigh stared at the question on the screen and slumped. This is impossible to analyze. Shaki glanced at it and shook her head. Indeed, no clue at all. But Lola spoke calmly. Who says there's no clue? From the battle footage, the Whitebeard pirates are likely to lose. But the Marines haven't won either. Sengoku was already at retirement age. After this great war, hell probably stepped down. So guess what the biggest event for the Marines will be after the war? Shaki's eyes lit up, choosing a new fleet admiral. Lola snapped his fingers. Bingo. There are only 3 candidates, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru. They're roughly equal in strength. If at least 2 of them want the position, don't you think they'll fight? TCH. Makes sense. Rayleigh sat up straight. So the one whose leg he broke is either Akiji or Kizu. Shaki looked up at the countdown in the sky. Only 3 seconds left. Kizura doesn't seem like the type to covet the fleet admiral's seat. I'm betting on Akiji. She urged. Lola, what do you think? Rayleigh also looked over, his gaze eager. I'm betting on Akiji too, Lola said calmly. Rayleigh quickly tapped a few times in front of him, setting the answer to private mode. Countdown 1. Countdown 0. The island was completely transformed. Half was a frozen wasteland with howling winds and cracked ground. The other half was a volcanic eruption lava. The island was completely transformed. Half was a frozen wasteland with howling winds and cracked ground. The other half was a volcanic eruption lava churning, and the air thick with the smell of burning. Ice Age. Hound Blaze. Akiji and Akainu were locked in an earth-shattering battle. The climate on the entire island was thrown into chaos by the two. Borsellino, what's going on? Are they really fighting? Did Sakazuki really break Kazan's leg? Charlotte, lean, a civil war among Marine admirals. In all my years I've never seen this before. Edward Newgate, indeed. Just think if Sengoku and Garp had fought in our time. Gura ra. The mere thought is hilarious. GOLD. Roger, looks like this generation of Marines isn't that reliable either. Sengoku, you two, why are you fighting? And to the death. Sakazuki, how should I know? Kazan, I can't understand why I have to fight Sakazuki either. Though our ideologies clash, it shouldn't have come to this. In the divine video space, representatives from various nations voiced their opinion. One side of ice, the other of flame. As they passed each other, Akiji knelt on one knee, while Akainu barely managed to stand. Did you see that? Admiral Akiji's leg was broken. Good heavens, why did they fight to such an extent? Look, Admiral Akainu is also badly injured. Half his face seems frozen and mangled. Has anyone noticed? This island is near the entrance to the New World. I recall its climate used to be quite mild, but now it has become a land of ice and fire. TSK. Is this the consequence of an admiral battle? At this level of combat, anyone lacking strength wouldn't even qualify to spectate from the sideline. Marine headquarters erupted in chaos. Soldiers stared at the screen, their faces growing grim. Sengoku slammed his fists heavily onto the desk, causing the documents to bounce and settle once more. You two, mark my words. No matter the reason, do not end up like that video. If you both suffer devastating losses, how can the Marines endure? His eyes wide, he bellowed at Sakazuki and Kazan. Sakazuki remained silent. Kazan remained silent as well. Both were filled with confusion. What was the point of this fight? Marshal D. Teach Ziahaha burp. It's rare to see Marine admirals tearing each other apart. Edward Newgate Teach, you've finally shown your face. Port Gas D. Ace Teach, I will capture you no matter what. Marshal D. Teach Sabaody Ace. If I hadn't held back, you wouldn't even have the chance to be on the execution ground now. GOLD. Roger, who was this brat? So arrogant. Silver's Rayleigh, he used to be on Whitebeard's ship. For the Yami Yami no Mi, he killed the 4th Division commander. Later Ace chased him, but instead Teach captured Ace and handed him over to the Marines. Roger's fingers tightened until they turned white. So this was the one who delivered his son to the Marines. Damn it. In his heart, Roger added another name to the list of those who must die. GOLD. Roger Whitebeard are your division commanders, that useless. And nobody on your ship can kill and capture it well. What are your men even doing? The thought that Ace's capture was entirely due to that traitor Teach ignited Roger's fury, all directed at Whitebeard. Cheeky indeed. Who had ever heard of this Teach before? He wasn't even a division commander, at best a small fry. Charlotte Lean, I've always said Whitebeard's way doesn't work. A mere crew member ambushed and killed the 4th Division commander, snatched the Yami Yami no Mi, and then took down the 2nd Division commander. Whitebeard, you've lost face completely. Rox, wait. Someone who left a scar on Shanks' face, and you call him a small fry. Charlotte Lean, who are you talking about? Which Shanks? Rox, how many Shanks are there? Charlotte Lean, no way. A mere crew member could injure Shanks. Don Quixote da Flamingo, whoa. Another big news. Borsellino, is this Blackbeard Teach so formidable? Then why did he bother becoming a warlord? Sengoku, that guy, has been hiding his true strength. Blackbeard, did you really leave that scar on me? Dracula Mihawk directly called out to Red Hair, his tone carrying an interrogation. Shanks did not hesitate and answered bluntly, that's right. Charlotte Linlin frowned, her voice deepening. Red Hair, did someone stab you in the back? No, Shanks shook his head. It was from a direct fight. Don Quixote da Flamingo grinned, a hint of surprise in his tone. A tough guy like you actually got the worst of a direct confrontation. So that Teach fellow is on the level of an emperor. Borsellino sighed lightly, his tone airy. Ah, another powerful pirate emerges. How troublesome. At least he's joined the 7 warlords, or I'd never get a good night's sleep. On the screen, Blackbeard Teach let out a drunken belch and laughed slyly. Ah, this guy knows my background so well. He's quite something. Hearing this, everyone present drew a sharp breath. Leaving a scar on Shanks' face, whether by trick or not, proved that Blackbeard Teach's strength was far from. Just then Roger's voice cut in. Wait, Shanks, are you that red-haired brat from my ship? Shanks replied with a hint of a smile. Captain Roger, it's good to hear your voice again. It's me. Roger laughed heartily. I knew it. But I don't get it. He cut a gash on your face. Why are you all so shocked? Getting hurt in a pirate fight is normal, isn't it? Whitebeard, Edward Newgate interjected. Roger, you've been gone too long. Shanks is no longer the cabin boy on your ship. He is now one of the 4 emperors, the youngest emperor on this sea, with strength no less than mine. Roger's voice carried surprise. What? That red-haired brat has reached that level. Shanks smiled modestly. Captain Roger flatters me. It's just the goodwill of others. Roger laughed even louder. Haha, you're still so smooth with words. By the way, what about that red-nosed brat who was a cabin boy with you? Did he become an emperor? Shanks paused. You mean Buggy? Roger pressed yes. Him. Where is he? I remember you two were as close as brothers. You even gave up the chance to go to Laughtail with me to take care of him when he was sick. He paused, then raised his voice. Red-nosed brat. Can you hear me? Where are you? Buggy's voice sounded a bit shaky. Captain. I'm here. Roger laughed cheerfully. After all these years, it's wonderful to still talk to you too. Shanks has become an emperor, so you must be doing well too, right? Buggy coughed dryly. Not bad. Not bad. Captain, I have some things to attend to, so I'll be going now. Deep within, impelled down on the 1st level. The prisoners here were all low-bounty pirates. Buggy happened to be locked in one of the cells. Above the corridor, a luminous screen hung in midair. That was the divine video space. Even at the bottom of the sea, the divine video could reach here. When the scene of Pirate King Roger talking with Shanks appeared, the inmates, sharing the cell with Buggy, all stared at him wide-eyed. You were once on Roger's ship. Good heavens. That current Emperor Shanks was your childhood friend. He gave up going to Laughtail just to save your life. That bond is deep. Oh my God. Your background is terrifying. Previously, these prisoners hadn't paid Buggy any attention, but now that they knew his origins, their legs trembled with fear. Buggy felt quite bitter inside. Watching Roger and Shanks' conversation, his nose tingled. Shanks was the most prominent emperor, reaching the top at a young age. And he, locked here as a prisoner by the Marines. He couldn't bear to let his old captain know how low he had fallen. No, I must escape. I have to make something of myself. At least not fall too far behind Shanks. Buggy resolved inwardly. He pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his head, a fierce glint in his eyes. Glancing at the people around him, Buggy lowered his voice and said, I plan to pretend to be an ordinary person and stay with you, but this damn video exposed me. Logically, as a devil fruit user, he shouldn't have been locked up on the first floor. After saying this, Buggy directly activated his devil fruit ability and slipped through the iron bars of the cell. Logically, as a devil fruit user, he shouldn't have been locked up on the first floor. But when Buggy was captured, he deliberately concealed his devil fruit ability, so he was mistakenly placed here. Now a thought occurred to him. Since he suddenly had this reputation, why not lead a group of prisoners and break out of this underwater prison together? Since we're locked up together, it's fate. They'll take you all with me when I escape. Hee, when running away you always need some scapegoats. SSS. True. You can take us all. Awesome. Big bro Buggy. From now on you're my real brother. You are my father. Captain. Take us as your underlings, even if we're cannon fodder. Buggy. Buggy. The entire first-level Crimson Hell was filled with cheers of worship. Charlotte Linlin laughed uncontrollably. Pata. What a brilliant question. Rox also laughed this question. Tisk interesting. Edward Newgate chimed in, Gurara magma brat, see that? Your face isn't worth a fart. Shiki slapped his thigh. I really want to know which genius said such a brilliant line. Ja. Roger joined in the fun. Think about it, there's nothing wrong with that question. What is his face worth anyway? As soon as he said this, everyone in the Miracle video space was laughing so hard they couldn't stand straight. Marine Headquarters. Sakazuki's face was as black as a pot bottom. According to previous experience, the questions randomly selected by the Miracle video space were all events that had already happened or would inevitably happen in the future. That is to say, someone really dared to say such a thing to his face. Kizaru laughed sarcastically. Who's so bold? Not even giving Sakazuki face. Aren't you afraid he'll break your legs? You're asking for death. Sakazuki and Kazan glared at Kizaru at the same time. No, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Seeing that both Akainu and Akiji were about to explode, Kizaru quickly raised his hands in surrender. Sengoku roared, Borsellino, shut your mouth. As you wish, Fleet Admiral. Kizaru agreed readily, but his face still wore a smug grin that begged for a pun. It really made people want to slap him. Sakazuki fumed in the channel. A bunch of you, what's there to gloat about? Even if someone really dares to say that the next second, it'll make him see his own brains. Rox retorted, Oho, starting to talk tough now. Don't forget the answer will come out soon, and then the slap to your face will hurt even more. Your face will be even more worthless. Sakazuki gritted his teeth. You worthless piece of trash, come talk to me after you revive. Question 4, 10 seconds remaining to answer. Please hurry to answer. A countdown appeared on the giant screen in the sky. Roger said, 10 seconds, and we'll see the answer. Haha, I can't wait. Shiki analyzed. This question is too broad, no clues at all. Basically impossible to guess. Wangji also nodded. Yeah, not even multiple choices, it's like a joke. Rox urged, hurry up with the countdown. I want to see if that kid named Sakazuki can actually make the other party see his own brains. Edward Newgate shouted in the channel, Sengoku, answer the question. He added, Magma brat, don't disappoint me. Make Sengoku see his own brains. Sengoku snapped back. Whitebeard, you are so childish. The scene shifted and a castle hall appeared in the video. Akainu bit a cigar in his mouth, his face full of fury. If this situation keeps happening, what's the point of my position as Fleet Admiral? He demanded loudly. Sengoku's voice rang out, Fleet Admiral. Kizaru drawled. Oh, so he actually became the Fleet Admiral. So that previous fight with Akiji was for this seat. Akiji said nothing, leaving only a string of ellipses. In the rip-off bar, Rayleigh's brows were furrowed tightly as he thought hard. This question is too ridiculous, not a single clue. The Yonko and Marines have many people they can just guess randomly. But him alone, it's hard to even get it right. He pondered Sengoku's reasoning and felt it wasn't, but the problem was, even if it made sense, the answer was still like finding a needle in a haystack for him. Shaki turned to look at Lola. Kid, do you have any ideas? Give this old man some direction. Lola laughed. Since we guessed earlier that Akainu and Akiji were fighting for the Fleet Admiral position, according to this trend, the future Fleet Admiral is likely to be Akainu. Then think about it, who would dare to say that Akainu's face is worthless to his face? Does it have to be a reckless pirate? As soon as these words were spoken, Shaki and Rayleigh's expressions changed simultaneously. Shaki raised her hand and pointed toward Mary Geos. You mean the 5 up there? Just a guess. Even if it really is those 5, we can't tell which one exactly. But this old man can try his luck, maybe he'll get it right. Lola said slowly. Countdown starts too. Rayleigh gritted his teeth. Forget it, I'll just guess one. A string of information popped up on the screen. Silver's Rayleigh Answerer has chosen to make answer visible only to self. GOLD. Roger Answerer has chosen to make answer visible only to self. Shiki Answerer has chosen to make answer visible only to self. Countdown 1. Countdown 0. Question 4 answer time is over. The answer will be revealed in the upcoming video. The question interface disappeared, and in the castle hall, the cigar by Akainu's mouth was smoking, his face flushed red. If this kind of thing happens again, where will I put my face as Fleet Admiral? He shouted until his voice cracked. Sengoku interrupted off-screen, Fleet Admiral. Kizaru drawled, oh, he really became the Fleet Admiral. So that fight with Akiji was for this. Akiji's dialogue box was silent. The video barrage exploded again. GOLD. Roger, has the Fleet Admiral changed? Is Sengoku dead? Charlotte Lean, don't talk nonsense. I've never seen this place before. The camera switched, focusing on the opposite side of Sakazuki. Marco, the 5 elders. Shikio, it's these 5 old dogs. Tsuru, dead people sure talk with confidence. Roxy. Jibek, everyone shut up, the show is about to begin. In the picture, the bald 5 elder stars, he glanced sidelong at Sakazuki, the corner of his mouth curling downward. Watch your tone, Sakazuki. What is your little bit of face worth? The video stopped. GOLD. Roger, shouldn't we give a round of applause? Edward Newgate Gururara. Monkey D. Long see that. The Marine Fleet Admiral is just a dog. Charlotte Lingling, that's right. Luoki CD. Jaibike, who was it earlier that said they wanted someone to introduce their own brain matter? You go ahead and do it. Shurji, right, do it. Wangji, do it. Then a long line of the same followed. 5 old bastards. Sakasiji's face was as black as a pot bottom, his fists cracking loudly. Sakasiji, mind your tongue. Zhangwa scolded him with a cold face. Sakasiji said, unconvinced, did I say something wrong? Those 5 old bastards made the Marines lose all face. Remember, even if you become the Fleet Admiral, you have to think about who gave you the position. Zhangwo's words were like a bucket of cold water. Sakasiji gritted his teeth, forcing down his anger. The sky screen began to light up again. In this issue's protagonist, Sakasiji, codename Red Dog. Absolute execution of orders, implementing absolute justice regardless of right or wrong. Conclusions, selling your life to the world only to end up with the words, you're nothing. Pitiful. Lamentable. Answer result tallying. Looking at those words, Sakasiji's face was uglier than overnight liver. He wanted to pretend he hadn't seen it, but those lines seemed written specifically for him. He could do nothing but curse under his breath. Shurji, damn it, I didn't even guess one right. Resurrect my ass. Roger, how about you? The chat channel exploded. Roger typed a line, damn it buddy, I'm in the same boat. Luo Kisi cursed angrily. You two useless waste, the first question was 5 choices, and not one of you guessed it right. If I were there, I would definitely have guessed it. Shurji sent a smug expression. I won't tell you. Luo Kisi replied with a string of curses. Merrick interjected. I actually guessed the first one right, wonder if there's a reward. Duofu Langming laughed. Fufu, I got one right too. But the first 2 questions weren't about future events, that Red Dog guy should at least answer 2 correctly right. Sakasiji snorted, humph. That's right, I answered 2 correctly. But that should be enough. The characters on the screen began to flicker. Answer result tally complete. Cumulative score of 4 points none. Zhangwa breathed a sigh of relief. Good. He also said, there must be no one who got all 3 questions right. Cumulative score of 3 points none. His tone relaxed, it's safe. Sakasiji said in a low voice. I want to see if there really is any reward. Jozu ground his teeth. Damn it, the reward is going to the Marines. Cumulative score of 2 points Sakasiji. Zhangwa grinned, good. My answers are exactly the same as Sakasiji's. It seems the reward is in the bag for the Marines. The list continued to scroll. Sakasiji, Zeerbot. Everyone was stunned. Among the 2 people listed on the screen, indeed 2 had accumulated 2 points. But the problem was, the other one wasn't Zhangwa. It was Rayleigh. Rayleigh laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Zhangwa jumped and cursed, damn, how is it you? Rayleigh retorted, idiot, why can't it be me? Zhangwa panicked, this is absolutely impossible. My answers are exactly the same as Sakasiji's. Even if you also guessed 2 correctly, I should still be on the list. Beekman spoke slowly. If you had carefully read the rules at the beginning, you would know that the scoring algorithm is, whoever answers first gets 1 point. He realized, so that means for each question, only the first person to give the correct answer gets the point. Even if someone else answers correctly later, it doesn't count. Zhangwa slapped his head in frustration, damn. I didn't notice that rule earlier, now that I look back I see that's really the case. He paused, then felt something amiss. Wait, that's not right. How did Rayleigh get 2 points? If Sakasiji answered first, even if Rayleigh answered correctly, Whitebeard interjected slowly. Zhangwa, are you getting senile? Since the rules are correct, it's obvious that Rayleigh answered the other 2 questions correctly. Rayleigh laughed and added insult to injury. See, Whitebeard is much smarter than you. With such level you still dare to call yourself a strategist. I think Whitebeard is the real strategist. The last line of text scrolled across the screen. Cumulative score of 1.9. The artifact video space listed the people who answered correctly. Anyone could see that if you weren't the first to answer correctly, it was useless. 4 questions, a total of 4 points. At most 4 correct answers, at least 1. Dear D. Lawaja Laylee, you actually got 2 points. Zierbatsi Laylee, haha. Roger, you just saw it now? Dear D. Lawaja, I just want to take a dump, and when I came back I found you got 2 points. Zierbatsi Laylee, what? Dead people need to go to the bathroom too. Dear D. Lawaja, what are you talking about? Can't dead people take a dump? Kryla. Shurji, you're easily surprised, huh? We have 3 meals a day here, not a single one missing, just a bit different from the living world. Charlotte Lingling, that's possible. Edward Newgate, ridiculous. Borsalino, what exactly is the king's world like? Does it also have countries and factions like here? Luoki CD. Jaibike, you're all guessing blindly. Just die once and you'll know. Shurji, exactly. Take a knife to your own head, and I guarantee you'll love it here. Just then the miracle video space started something new. Draw. Answerer Sakasiji and answerer Zierbatsi Laylee have the same score, both 2 points tied for first. Each will receive a gold reward once. Now the prize pool is open. The entire scene suddenly changed. A huge azure prize pool emerged with blinding blue light, and inside floated a bunch of random treasures. The prize pool began to spin faster and faster. He really drawing. Can we get the items? Zhangguo, what's the rush? We'll see the results soon. Shurji, don't doubt it. We dead people can talk to the living. This is definitely the work of a god. Borsalino, whoa, something's coming out. In the prize pool, a red energy pack floated up. Observation Hockey Experience Pack Extra Large. After use, the user's observation hockey ability value will directly increase by 800 points from the original base. As the first prize appeared, the description also flashed on the screen. Charlotte Katakuri, this thing can directly increase observation hockey. Katakuri's obsession with observation hockey was almost fanatical. He had already trained this ability to the peak level, but if there was still a chance to break through further, he would never hesitate no matter the cost. Kayakir Lami Huaka, for us, swordsmen, the deeper the observation hockey, the more terrifying the combat boost. Borsalino Sakasiji, if there's nothing better later, don't hesitate, strike first. Edward Newgate, if the first one is this strong, the next ones must be off the charts. A group of people were still marveling at how awesome the first prize was, but the wheel didn't idle, it kept spinning. The second prize surfaced. A katana condensed from energy. Zanpakuto Hyarimura modified version. By using Haki, you can unleash the true power of this sword and manipulate the power of ice. Note this blade originates from another world, the Bleach universe. As the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, it has adapted to the rules of this world by converting its energy source to Haki. Note this blade originates from another world, the Bleach universe. As the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, it has adapted to. If this blade can truly control ice as described, it's at least on par with the ice fruit. And using only Haki puts it 100 leagues ahead of the fruit. Ben Beckman, don't forget devil fruits come with a curse, but this blade won't turn you into a landlubber, nor will it fear sea stone. GOLD. Roger Rayleigh, if the prize pool doesn't have a resurrection crystal, take this blade. Silver's Rayleigh, don't talk about ill omens. There must be a resurrection crystal. GOLD. Roger, I'm saying, what if there isn't? Silver's Rayleigh, there absolutely is. GOLD. Roger. Just these 2 treasures already made everyone clear. Every item pulled from this divine miracle video space is no ordinary junk. GOLD. Roger. Just these 2 treasures already made everyone clear. Every item pulled from this divine miracle video space is no ordinary junk. In cubic meters. Anything non-living can be stored or retrieved instantly. 4th item. S-rank Ninjutsu Raikiri modified version. When activated, gather Haki in the palm, while simultaneously altering its form and nature, transforming it into lightning Haki. The entire hand becomes a blade of lightning, delivering a fatal strike. Note this ninjutsu originates from another world, the Naruto universe, so its energy source has been converted to Haki. The moment the resurrection crystal appeared, the entire space erupted. According to the video space's introduction, this item could bring the dead back directly. More crucially, after resurrection, all injuries and diseases are completely cleared. This was terrifying. For instance, if Roger came back to life still burdened by his fatal illness, that wouldn't be much to fear. But if the resurrection crystal could erase even the pain, that would be a peak state, Roger. Just imagining that scene sent chills through the entire Marine High Command. Sengoku, we absolutely cannot let Roger return. Sakazuki, you must secure that crystal. Securing the resurrection crystal would both prevent Roger's revival and allow the Marines to use it themselves, for instance, to resurrect fallen admirals. Even Sengoku's mind worked its calculations. This thing was essentially a life-saving talisman. If some important Marine figure died, it could bring them back. For example, himself. Puff, puff, puff. Hey, Sengoku picked up the dedicated din mushy, his tone uncharacteristically respectful. Only the 5 big shots and Mary Geos could call on this line. At all costs, have Sakazuki obtain the resurrection crystal and deliver it directly to Mary Geos. The voice of the leading elder came through the receiver cold as a blade. Sengoku hung up, his face dark enough to wring water. He knew that wherever there was profit, flies would buzz around. Why don't those old geezers tell Sakazuki themselves? Why make you the messenger? Garp sat right next to Sengoku, having heard every word from the Den Mushi. Sengoku sneered. Think about the scene shown in the video just now and you'll understand why they didn't dare speak directly. Garp was stunned, then suddenly enlightened. Give Sakazuki orders face. That would humiliate him. The video had already shown clearly. The 5 elders didn't take Sakazuki seriously, he was just an obedient dog. After seeing that scene, turning around to ask him for a favor, where would their faces go? Just then the prize pool stopped spinning. 8 prizes floated in midair, radiant with light. Winners Sakazuki, winners Silvers Rayleigh. You have 5 minutes to each select one desired reward. Exceeding the time limit will be considered forfeiting. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. The comments exploded. Sengoku, Sakazuki, don't mess this up. You must secure it. GOLD. Roger Rayleigh, it's up to you. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Fufufu, both sides going for the resurrection crystal. This is quite a scene. Gecko Moria, only a fool wouldn't pick the resurrection crystal, right? Even if you don't use it, keep it as a life-saving card. Edward Newgate, not only can it revive, but it also cures all injuries. It's truly a good thing. Borsellino, if something like that falls into your hands, if you don't use it quickly, you'll be targeted. Kazan, it's starting. 0. The countdown ended. Silver's Rayleigh resurrection crystal selected. Sakazuki devil fruit curse removal crystal selected. Both messages appeared almost simultaneously. Everyone was stunned. Sakazuki didn't choose the resurrection crystal. He chose the curse removal crystal, and he didn't hesitate. As soon as the countdown ended, his finger directly tapped it. He feared Rayleigh was bluffing, claiming he wanted the resurrection crystal, while actually aiming for the devil fruit curse removal crystal. So he struck first. GOLD. Roger, excellent. Sengoku, Sakazuki. Borsellino, ooh, truly Sakazuki doing whatever he pleases. Sengoku, Sakazuki, who gave you permission to act on your own? Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku's Den Mushi rang again. Hello. Sengoku, did you give Sakazuki the order or not? Well, you'd better talk to Sakazuki directly. Sengoku handed the Den Mushi directly to Sakazuki. I will absolutely obey military, but when it comes to my personal interest, you elders don't need to meddle. With that, Sakazuki hung up the phone. Sakazuki, you were too reckless. Even if you thought that, you shouldn't have said it to their faces. Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned and scolded. Yes, Admiral. What if they hold a grudge? You'll be in big trouble. Vice Admiral Momonga chimed in. But Kizaru laughed. What are you worrying about? With Sakazuki's strength, the 5 elders aren't eager to turn against him. Besides, he now has the devil fruit curse removal crystal. What can threaten him? Exactly. Admiral Akainu still has his reward to claim. Is that curse removal crystal real? Can it really make a devil fruit user immune to seawater and sea stone? If it works, Admiral Akainu's combat power will be far more terrifying than it is now. The surrounding officers were all excited. Removing the devil fruit curse. This was an iron law that overturned everyone's understanding. Don't use it yet. Hand it over to Vegapunk for research. Maybe we can mass produce it. What if it's fake or harmful to the human body? That way we can avoid risk, Sengoku suggested. I've already used it. Sakazuki's tone was flat. When he extracted the reward from the Divine Miracle video space, the system asked if he wanted to use it immediately. He considered for 2 seconds, then chose to use it directly. As for what Sengoku just said, Sakazuki didn't believe it was entirely for his own good. Something that could drive all devil fruit users crazy. Once it left his hands, would he ever get it back? Humph. Sakazuki frowned, finding it unlikely. But then he reconsidered, what if that devil fruit curse removal crystal was a fake? He trusted his own judgment of people. This miraculous video space before his eyes could clearly broadcast his past and future without a single error. How could it possibly give him a fake to deceive him? You? Sengoku's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. Vice Admiral Tsuru quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, since Sakazuki has already used it, let's see the effect and verify whether the curse has been lifted. In her heart, she leaned toward Sengoku's proposal, but since the item was already used, there was no point in arguing further. The most important thing now was to prevent the conflict from escalating. Sakazuki cared to make an appearance. Borsellino asked with a sardonic tone. Akiji remained silent. The future scenes shown in the miraculous video earlier had made the relationship between him and Sakazuki somewhat awkward. At this moment, it was best to say little. Admiral, give us a show. Yeah, if it's real, that would be incredible. We're so excited. The surrounding Marines clamored noisily. Sakazuki was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. Let's test it then, whether this miraculous video space is real or fake. With that, he walked to a shallow shoal and stepped into the seawater step by step. The water quickly rose above his legs. For a devil fruit user, when submerged up to the waist, a certain weakness would usually set in. But now Sakazuki felt no anomaly at all. He continued walking forward. Still no sense of weakness. A surge of ecstasy flooded Sakazuki's heart. Admiral, if you can't take it, shout out. Don't rush, walk slowly. Maybe that crystal didn't work. Have two people stay close, don't let the Admiral drown. After all, it was an iron law known throughout the world, and most people still harbored doubts. Just then the seawater had reached Sakazuki's chest. Under the tense and expectant gazes of all the Marines, Sakazuki suddenly lunged forward, plunging entirely into the deeper waters. Admiral, no, rescue him. A Marine shouted at the top of his lungs. Wait, that's... Vice Admiral Momosaji suddenly squinted, pointing toward the distant sea surface. All eyes turned, and they saw a fiery pillar of magma erupt from the sea surface. The magma burst through the water, shooting straight into the sky. The next second, Sakazuki was propelled into the air along with the surging magma column. Hiss! He succeeded. The Admiral burst out from the sea. Admiral Akainu is no longer afraid of seawater. The reward from this video space is real. The curse of the devil fruit has been lifted. For Admiral Akainu, it's like having a cheat code. Not just the Admiral. Don't forget the video showed that he's going to be the Fleet Admiral of the Marines in the future. Excellent. The only devil fruit user who isn't afraid of seawater, and with the most ferocious Magu no Mi. With a person like that, as our Fleet Admiral, how could the Marines not rise to greatness? Should keep it down. The murmurs of the surrounding Marines grew louder, while Sengoku's expression was worse than if he had eaten shit. Don Quixote da Flamingo, what's the progress now? Why aren't the people who got the reward saying anything? Are the rewards real or fake? Edward Newgate Magma, brat, did you jump into the sea? Or did you just sink straight to the bottom? Charlotte Lean, if anyone has news, tell me immediately. Sengoku, anyway, this won't stay hidden for long, so I'll tell you. The reward is indeed real. Sakazuki, trash pirates, you'd better hope I never run into you on the sea, because the day I do will be your death. Shiki, the devil fruit curse can really be removed. Then that means the resurrection crystal Rayleigh got is also real. Shiki, Rayleigh, don't use that resurrection crystal in a hurry. If it has side effects, Roger will be doomed. I'm willing to test it for you to see if there's anything wrong with it. Roxdy, Zebek, damn. Shiki, you bastard, can't you be less roundabout? If you want to be resurrected, just say it. Your words are sweeter than your singing. Silvers, Rayleigh, you two should just go to sleep. GOLD. Roger, you two should just go to sleep. 1. Edward Newgate, you two should just go to sleep. 1. On the Sabaody Archipelago. In Shaki's notorious overpriced bar, Lora was about to have Meili take out the resurrection crystal for a closer look when a sudden electronic voice exploded in his mind. Ding. Video 1 review complete. Host receives rewards. Replication reward X1. Selection reward X1. Replication reward. It meant directly copying one of the prizes that had already been taken by others. As for the selection reward, it meant picking any one from the prizes that had not yet been claimed. Oh. Luo La's eyes lit up and a grin spread across his face. This was the real treatment for a host. Not only could he pick a satisfying one from the remaining prizes, but he could also get a copy of what others had snatched away. He no longer had to worry about someone else snatching what he wanted before he could get it. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. He scanned the remaining items in the prize. Observation Hockey Experience Pack Large Zanpakuto Hyarimura Modified Space Capsule Strength Ninjutsu Raikiri Modified Taijutsu Experience Pack Large Weapon Enhancement Scroll. Pick one from the 6. To be honest, the Observation Hockey Experience Pack Large and the Zanpakuto Hyarimura Modified were hands down the most cost-effective. Luo La pondered for a moment, then made a snap decision. I choose the Zanpakuto Hyarimura Modified. Ding. Host has received the reward Zanpakuto Hyarimura Modified. Extract now. Not yet. Next, he used the replication reward privilege. Speaking of which, the prizes that Rayleigh and Akainu had picked were not really top tier among these 8. Rayleigh's choice was understandable though. After all, it was an item that could bring the dead back from their graves. Its value in some aspects truly outshone everything else. But as for the one Akainu took, the Devil Fruit Curse Removal Crystal. How to put it? It was good, but if Akainu knew about the Zanpakuto Hyarimura, he'd probably regret it so much his intestines would turn green. Also, the Observation Hockey Experience Pack Large was definitely not inferior to that Curse Removal Crystal. But then again, everyone has different tastes, so you can't. Luo La thought it over. The Resurrection Crystal seemed useless to him at the moment. But the Devil Fruit Curse Removal Crystal was even more useless. Alright, I'll just go with the Resurrection Crystal. It might come in handy someday. Replicate the Resurrection Crystal. Ding. System notification, host has received the Resurrection Crystal. Extract immediately. Not yet. Luo La was well aware that until he had built up enough strength, he absolutely could not let a single hint of such a treasure leak out. Beside him, Rayleigh had already taken out the Resurrection Crystal. GOLD. Roger, born December 31st of 1445 of the Sea Circle. As soon as the crystal was in hand, Rayleigh eagerly entered Roger's full name and birth date. He held the crystal in both hands, took 2 steps forward, and his hands trembled violently. His heart was in turmoil, without a shred of certainty. Taking a deep breath, Rayleigh shouted at the crystal at the top of his lungs. "Gold. Roger, come back to life. Dear Logia, come back to life." The moment he spoke, the resurrection crystal in his hand burst into a blinding glare. The crystal, clear and translucent, slipped from Rayleigh's grasp and hovered in midair. Then the light scattered like smoke, coalescing into a human form in the air. Slowly, the outline of a person began to emerge within. First limbs, then the face. Yes. That's it. It's Luigi's face. As the features grew distinct, Rayleigh's legs gave way from sheer excitement. Luckily, there was a chair nearby, or he would have collapsed onto the floor. A low hum. The blinding glare swallowed the entire. Seconds later, the light dispersed. A figure crashed heavily to the ground. Am I alive? Logia absorbed the impact with bent knees, then looked up to see Rayleigh slumped in the chair. Though he knew Rayleigh had obtained a resurrection crystal, he had still harbored doubts until truly revived. Now seeing Rayleigh before him, and turning to spot Shakuyaku nearby, his long-dead heart leaped back to life. Logia, my old comrade. You're really alive. Rayleigh rushed forward and wrapped his arms around Logia. Good brother, you didn't let me waste my efforts. I owe you this life. Logia raised a hand and patted Rayleigh's back firmly. Captain Logia, congratulations on your return. Shakuyaku offered her greetings beside them. Logia grinned. Haha, Shakuyaku, this kid Rayleigh actually managed to win you over. Rayleigh shot him a warning glance. Ahem, not yet, don't talk nonsense. Oh, after all these years you two still haven't broken through that barrier. Logia looked astonished. Enough, you just come back to life and start being cheeky. Should have. Shakuyaku rolled her eyes at Logia. You two are a generation apart in age, yet you call each other big brother and little brother. Lora couldn't help teasing. A silver-haired old man calling a middle-aged man with jet-black hair big brother. Who could take that seriously? After all, Logia, who had just been pulled back from death, was only 53. Logia and Rayleigh both froze, staring at each other. Their expressions collapsed in bewilderment. Come to think of it, dying early wasn't such a bad thing. The two brothers burst into laughter. By the way, who is this? Luigi's gaze shifted to Lora as he asked. He couldn't recognize Lora's face, but from the atmosphere, he could instantly tell that this young man had an unusual connection with Rayleigh and Shakuyaku. I was so caught up in the excitement. Logia, let me introduce you. This is my personal disciple Lora. He also deals in intelligence on the side. Rayleigh grabbed Logia and pulled him over to sit at Lora's table. Cut it out, you old fool, still trying to take credit. You did teach Lora, but he paid you per lesson. Personal disciple. What a thick face. Shakuyaku immediately called Rayleigh out. You? Well, never mind. Rayleigh's face reddened, but he dared not talk back to Shakuyaku. Shakuyaku, you're going too far. The old man did slack off when teaching me, but I still acknowledge him as my master. Lora quickly mediated. Logia laughed heartily after hearing this. So you're Rayleigh's apprentice. That makes you family. If you have any questions about cultivation, just ask me. Oh, that's not bad. Lola's interest was piqued by this offer. For it was at 52 that Logia set foot on the Footaloo and claimed the throne of the Logia before him was exactly 53. That meant he was standing face to face with Logia at his peak. If he could pick up a few tricks from him, the benefits would be, Logia, you must repay Lora properly. Rayleigh suddenly remembered something. I managed to answer 2 questions correctly this time, thanks to Lora's help in analyzing the intelligence. Without him, I wouldn't have gotten a single question right, let alone obtained the resurrection crystal. Is that so? Hearing this, shock flashed in Luigi's eyes. I was wondering how you could have guessed the 3rd and 4th questions. Turns out a mastermind was behind it. Logia stood up, his expression solemn as he looked at Lora. Logia. Seeing Luigi's demeanor, Shakuyaku guessed what he was about to do. Rayleigh also realized, but he did not stop. He fully supported Luigi's decision. Logia crossed his fists into a right angle, tapped them together, then thumped his own chest. Then he brought his left fist around to his waist and bowed deeply to Lora. This was a custom understood by all who sailed the seas, and an extremely rare. It represented the highest honor among pirates. After performing this salute, if the other party made a request, even if it meant risking one's life, one had to see it. Pirate King, this is too great an honor. Lora stood unabashed, not evading Luigi's bow. Logia grinned. Not at all, not at all. You have no idea how important being revived is to me. Is it to save your son? Lora raised an eyebrow. Logia paused, then laughed. I just came back to life, my mind hasn't caught up yet. You're so close with Rayleigh, he must have shared all the intelligence with you. Hearing this, Rayleigh felt a bit awkward. He quickly explained, Logia, you've got it wrong. It was Lora who told me that AIC is your son. Logia was completely stunned. Well, it turned out that even the identity of his own son had been provided by this young man. Another debt of gratitude. Seeing the world-famous pirate king so flustered for the first time, Luo La couldn't help teasing him. How about, you give me another pirate oath of gratitude? Huh? Luogia Luo La, we must have a good drink today. They'll whip up some snacks to go with the drinks. Xiachi headed to the kitchen while Luo La and the two others sat around the table. Yet Luogia seemed distracted, his mind not on the drinks. Worried about AIC. Rayleigh could see right through his old friend. Oh, indeed. He's my only son. Worried about AIC. Rayleigh could see right through his old friend. Oh, indeed. He's my only son. Consumed with self, Luogia sighed. At the mention of that name, Rayleigh's expression shifted. He gently patted Luogia's hand. In a low voice he said, Luogia, you don't know yet. Back then, to avoid the Navy's pursuit of her unborn child, Lu Jiao endured a full 20 months of pregnancy before giving birth to AIC. Though she successfully evaded the Navy's search, she couldn't hold on after delivering AIC and passed away. What? It struck like a thunderbolt. Luogia stood frozen in place. Luogia, it's my fault. Rayleigh was filled with guilt. But after a few seconds, Luogia slowly shook his head. You don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. I protected Lu Jiao by settling her somewhere without telling anyone where she was. I never imagined she would still be gone. Don't be too hard on yourself, Luogia. Rayleigh patted his shoulder. With luck we might get another resurrection crystal. Those words were like a beam of light, instantly igniting Luogia's eyes. Luo La stood nearby, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. These two old fellows, their appetite was truly insatiable. With a heaven-defying item like the resurrection crystal, one would be extremely lucky to obtain even one, yet he still desires a second. To be honest, Luo La does have another resurrection crystal, and she has no use for it now. But he is no philanthropist. Besides, in the upcoming quiz session, Luo La has no intention of giving Rayleigh any more hints. What he wants is fairness, not cheating. Revealing information to Rayleigh just now was purely a whim. He just wanted to see how spectacular it would be when Luo Jia appears in the Summit War. Now that Luo Jia has come back to life, Luo La has no reason to continue helping. Whether or not I can bring Lu Jiao back to life, I must save AIC. Luo Jia clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. In the Divine Vision video space, the number of speaking opportunities is calculated based on a person's peak strength. Lu Jiao is an ordinary person, so her speaking count is 0. Luo Jia knew in his heart that although Lu Jiao could not speak in the space, when she saw the image of Red Dog's fist piercing through AIC's chest, she must have been tormented with heart-wrenching pain. Of course we must save AIC, but we cannot act recklessly. Rayleigh lowered his voice. Rushing in blindly will only lead to unnecessary death. The Whitebeard pirates are going to clash with the Navy in a week. We'll sneak in at that time and find a chance to snatch him out. Luo Jia remained silent for a long time, then nodded heavily. The screen lit up again. A resonant voice came from the air. The second video protagonist, one of the 6 admirals of the Navy. Kazan, codenamed, he appeared lazy on the surface, but deep down, he had his own sense of justice. He is just who he is. The most unique presence in the Navy. AI Dahuan Yo Gate, is it the second one now? Xiao Luo Collegiao, why is it the Navy again? What about the promised 6 admirals and 6? When will the pirates video be shown? We need to let Mama get some rewards too. Xiao Luo Ling Ling, am not in a hurry. The 6 emperors definitely have my place. But there are only 4 emperors on the sea now, how could there be 6? Sure, gee, that's right. Looking at it this way, perhaps there are former pirate emperors. Then perhaps me. Go Air D. Luo Jia, it's hard to say. If we are really included, then we would be at a disadvantage. The video definitely does not contain future events, so others will find it easier to guess the questions. Shurji grinned with particular smugness. That's you. I've disappeared for 20 whole years, few people know my secrets. If they really feature me, the rewards will be a piece of cake. At the Navy headquarters, Yellow Monkey tilted his head with an indescribably strange expression. Sakasi Ji Kuzan by this calculation. The next one should be me, right? Blue Pheasant's mouth twitched. His mind raced. The review video of Sakasi Ji just now not only revealed future events, but also dug up all his past dirty secrets. If it's his turn, and the Ao Hala incident is dug up, then the scene of him letting Luo Bin go at that time would be completely exposed. Thinking of this, Blue Pheasant's temples throbbed. Zhangguo spoke with a grim face. We suffered a loss in the rules just now. We must find a way to turn it around. Not a single reward can be missed. They all must be stuffed into the Navy's pockets. That's right. According to the quiz rules, scoring 2 points guarantees 1 reward. The ideal method is to have 2 people each score 2 points. That way we can get 2 rewards. Vice Admiral, he analyzed with her arms crossed, making perfect sense. Ji Yuan suddenly interjected. What if we have 4 people each score 1 point? Wouldn't that earn us 4 rewards? Everyone was stunned by this remark. Vice Admiral, he frowned and thought, what you said is not unreasonable. But this review quiz may not only have 4 questions. Indeed, The specifics will depend on how the questions are set. Zhangguo nodded, his face darkening again. The most annoying thing is this. Why start with our name? If they had reviewed the pirates' dirty secrets first, we would have been able to figure out the tricks of the quiz in advance. Stop muttering, the video has started. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. The scene jumped. Young Kuzan appeared on the screen. His family was well off, living in a house with a courtyard. The little kid was swinging on a swing, holding a chicken leg in his hand, gnawing it with his mouth full of grease. Bo Lu Sali Nuayo. Kuzan. Ha ha ha. Meng Chi Di. Kapu, so this is what that kid Blue Pheasant looked like when he was little. Xia Luo Ling Ling, such a handsome little face, it makes me itch to pinch it. Ai Dawan Yo Gate Blue Pheasant had a pretty comfortable childhood. This old man is envious. Shurji compared to that kid Red Dog, just now it's like heaven and earth. Jiahaha. Luo La, a person's childhood experiences determine what they grow up to be. Everyone's personality is different because of the different things they encountered in childhood. Zhangguo watched the comparison between Red Dog's and Blue Pheasant's childhoods, his heart tightening. This move was too vicious, clearly intended to stir trouble. Especially for someone with a hot temper like Saka CG, this comparison was like adding fuel to the fire. Shurji Luo Jia, where the hell have you been? Did Lei manage to bring you back? Goerdi Luo Jia, I haven't seen Lei for many years. We're drinking right now. I have no interest in the Navy's dirty affairs. Shurji, damn. You're already drinking. Golden Lion's heart was terribly sour. If only he had made a few sincere brothers back then. Now Luo Jia has someone risking their life to resurrect him, while Golden Lion can't even find a living person to lend a hand. Of course, he wasn't the only one feeling unbalanced. Luo Kusidi. Jibei Kaluo, Jia, congratulations on coming back to life. How about we make a deal? Goerdi. Luo Jia, not interested. Luo Kusidi. Jibei Ku, let me finish first. Goerdi. Luo Jia, no. Luo Kusidi. Jibei Ku, Luo Jia. Listen to me first. Goerdi. Luo Jia, Luo Kusi, even if I could get another resurrection crystal, I would never use it for you. Don't you realize? Neither pirates nor the Navy in this world would want you to come back. Shurji, I couldn't agree more. Xia Luo Ling Ling, Captain, that's true. Ai Dahuan Yo Gate Gura La La La, I'm also on Luo Jia's side. Zhangguo, the Navy certainly wouldn't hope for your resurrection. Tang Ji He De Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu Fu Fu Fu, the pirates and Navy are so united in opinion, what a rare sight. Luo La, in that case Comrade Luo Kusi, has made no small contribution to promoting unity between pirates and the Navy. Masia Air, D Cheesy ha 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 hick. Information boy, are you trying to make us laugh to death? Bo Lu Sali Nua, should we give Luo Kusi a peep? Shier Bazi Lei Li ha 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 Luo Kusi di. Jibei could, damn it. If I come back to life, I'll kill you all. At that moment the scene shifted. The screen showed Ao Hala engulfed in gunfire. Yuguang Mo Lia Ao Hala again. Sa Wu Luo's lower half was already frozen, and he stared intently at the man in front of him. Kuzan, don't you understand yet? They want to silence everyone. They don't intend to spare a single person on this island. Blue Pheasant's brows knitted together. You're mistaken. The world only wants to capture those criminals who seek to revive the ancient weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. The evacuation ship exploded. Flames soared into the sky, debris scattering. Sawu Luo's eyes instantly turned red. How dare you say that? He threw a punch. Akiji sidestepped to dodge, his face darkening. Shut up. I'm not like those madmen. He thrust his palm forward. Frozen time capsule. Creak creak. Saul's massive body was frozen again, more than half. The scene shifted to the beach of O'Hara. Akiji looked at the person before him, his voice low. Extreme justice only drives people insane. They'll let you go today. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of flower that seed Saul risked his life to protect will bloom into. Hating whom is your own business. But remember, being able to leave alive is already a stroke of sheer luck. From now on, keep your head down and behave. Having said that, he clapped his hands against the sea surface. Ice lines spread from the shore, stretching straight into the distance. These two ice paths lead to another island. Follow them, and you'll reach the shore. One more thing. He paused, his gaze turning cold. I am not your ally. If you commit a crime, I'll be the first to arrest you. The small boat drifted slowly away along the ice path. Lonely. Helpless. That figure so desolate that one could not bear to look anymore. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku stared at the screen, his expression grave. Now it seems since the crystal that lifts the devil fruit curse is real, then Roger's resurrection must be true as well. Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned. This is a bad sign. The original plan had been flawlessly arranged, waiting for the Whitebeard pirates to fall into the trap. Sengoku never expected that less than a week before the battle, such a damned miraculous video space would appear, completely overturning their plans. Now that Roger knows Ace's identity, he won't stand idly by. Sengoku rubbed his chin, his face clouded with dark thoughts. I'm afraid if Roger and Whitebeard join forces and Rayleigh gets involved, it'll be really troublesome. If Roger comes, all the better. We'll finish off that Pirate King's bastard along with him. Sakazuki sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. He had long ignored the curse of the sea and grew increasingly confident in his own strength. Simply put, the guy was getting cocky. Just then several people fell silent at once, their gazes turning in unison to the giant screen in the sky. They saw Akiji carve 2 ice lines on the sea, leaving a path of escape for Nico Robin. Kazan. Sengoku roared like an enraged lion. He stared at Akiji intently. 20 years. The world government had searched for 20 years, never finding that fish that slipped through the net at O'Hara. No one had ever suspected the 5 vice admirals who carried out the buster call back then. The world government and the Navy had poured so much manpower and resources into hunting Nico Robin. If not for that fish that got away, the O'Hara incident would have been completely cleaned up. But now what Sengoku never expected was, the one who created this mess was actually his most favored candidate for future Fleet Admiral. Although in the future shown in the recap video Sakazuki became Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had always regarded Akiji as his first choice. This scene felt like a harsh slap in the face. Kazan, how could you do such a foolish thing? Sakazuki also roared. He felt as if someone had stabbed him in the back. Kizaru grinned. That guy really does whatever he wants. Kazan, why did you do that? Vice Admiral Tsuru stared at him, her voice low. Akiji rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This damned miraculous video space was annoying. Didn't you all see the reason? That little girl Saul risked his life to protect. What's wrong with me honoring his dying wish? Besides, all these years I've been watching her. If she truly posed a threat to world peace, I'd kill her myself without you having to say a word. Although Akiji had a headache, there was not a trace of regret on his face. He didn't think he had done anything wrong at all. The miraculous video space erupted, and as soon as Akiji submitted his answer, the others snapped back to reality. Question 1. On which island did Kazan first intend to kill Nico Robin? Edward Newgate, what's going on? I just praised your kindness and now you want to kill. Monkey D. Dragon Sigh. It's come to this after all. GOLD. Roger let her go and then wants to kill. What's this kid really after? Shiki, maybe the ice block has some special hobby. Wangzhio. This topic intrigues me. I'm suddenly wide awake. Kazan. The answerer has set their response to private only while others were still madly ranting at the screen. Akiji had already finished answering. Shiki, damn. Instant answer. That score is definitely in the bag. Roxd. Zebek, unfair. The ones being reviewed already have an advantage. They know more than anyone else. How can others compete? Ben Beckman, not exactly. They're exposed to the whole world, their info is leaked. Getting a little advantage in answering is a kind of compensation. Marco, that's right, makes sense. Charlotte Cracker, does this system only review Navy admirals? And Yonko. Can it give people like us a chance to show up? Charlotte Paraspero, my foolish little brother, don't make a fool of yourself. Lick lick. Sengoku. Akiji, is this answer solid? Kazan, solid. Sengoku, alright, then no one else needs to answer this question. Luffy was beaten black and blue in the scene, and the audience burst into laughter. Shiki, haha. This rubber kid is too weak. And he still dares to be a pirate. Crocodile, indeed, if even such trash can be the protagonist, the level of this recap video is just this low. Doflamingo Fufufu, that's right, someone of this level I can crush with one finger. Garp, what did you say? Garp stood up from his seat, glaring at the screen. Garp, my grandson is still young. How strong can he be when he just set sail? How good were you old farts when you first— Shiki, tch, if your grandson is no good, don't brag. I destroyed an entire warship as soon as I set sail. Crocodile, ha, it's already a miracle that such a guy has survived this long. Just luck. Luffy, what did you say? Luffy jumped up, pointing at the screen and shouting. Luffy, am not relying on luck. In the man who will become the Pirate King. Shiki, Pirate King. With your strength that gets beaten to a pulp by small fry. Dream on. Sand Crocodile, you can't even touch the shadow of a sand crocodile, and you want to be the Pirate King. That's hilarious. Crocodile. Who are you calling a sand crocodile? The sand crocodile on the screen looked gloomy, watching his real-life self confront Luffy. Sand Crocodile, and called Crocodile. Not Sand Crocodile. Shiki, what do I care what you call yourself? You're not going to beat this rubber kid anyway. Sand Crocodile, bullshit. With his level, I can beat 100 of him. Garp, ha, don't be too sure. My grandson will grow up quickly. Sengoku, Garp, can you stop showing off your grandson here? This is a global broadcast. Garp, what's wrong with showing off? My grandson is going to become the Pirate King. He's stronger than all of you. Sengoku, you'll be the death of me one day. Countdown 2. Countdown 1. Countdown 0. The answering time for the first question is up. The answer will be revealed in the upcoming scenes. In the scene, Akiji appeared at Long Ring Long Land. I've changed my mind. He'll just solve the problem once and for all. Shinji finished speaking and strode forward. The camera shifted, revealing before him the Straw Hat Pirates' 3 main forces. Monkey D. Garp. You damn brat, how did you get out again? Monkey D. Luffy, Grandpa, I didn't want to either. Monkey D. Garp, you little rascal, you sure know how to cause me trouble. Garp felt his head buzzing, overwhelmed by two problems at once. He was clearly reviewing someone else's video, yet every time it inevitably circled back to his own grandson. Last time Luffy appeared at the Summit War nearly being turned to ash by Akaino's fist. This time he had somehow ended up in Kingsley's review. Garp figured that Shinji, out of respect for him, hadn't gone for the kill. Otherwise, with Luffy's meager abilities, he would have been instantly defeated. But the very next second, Garp was thoroughly proven wrong by the video. The Straw Hat crew made the first move, charging at Shinji. Without even raising a fist, Kingsley's mere aura froze all three of their arms solid. Then Shinji grabbed Robin, and in an instant froze her entirely into ice. Later, the rest of the Straw Hat crew managed to retrieve Robin. Only Luffy remained standing opposite Shinji. "He'll fight you, Unknown, we must settle this." Luffy squared up, his tone cool. "Oh, as you wish. But I have no room for prisoners on my ship, so I'll have to take you all down." Shinji said it lightly. Then Luffy lunged at Shinji. "Roxy, Jibek, that young monkey kid sure has guts just like Garp. But his strength is far too lacking, he's just throwing his life away. Don Quixote Doflamingo, with that level of combat power, he dares to face a Marine Admiral in single combat. But his strength is far too lacking, he's just throwing his life away. Don Quixote Doflamingo, with that level of combat power, he dares to face a Marine Admiral in single combat." Crocodile was still rotting in the big prison, and it was Luffy who had put him there. Of course the Marines needed to save face. They absolutely could not let it be known that a Shichibukai had ravaged a member nation and was subdued by a pirate. So except for a few involved parties, everyone believed Crocodile had been captured by the Marines and sent to impel down. Crocodile himself couldn't swallow his pride. As long as no one brought it up, he certainly wouldn't volunteer that Luffy had defeated him. Crocodile's face darkened instantly upon hearing Doflamingo's words. "Luffy weak. Then what was I, the Sand Crocodile? Less than even a speck of Don Quixote Doflamingo, Croc, are you out of your mind? With that kind of strength, anyone could crush him. And facing a Marine Admiral at that. Sir Crocodile Ha Doflamingo, that's quite a foolish thing to say. Don Quixote Doflamingo, why are you so worked up? I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you even more agitated than that old man Garp? Shiki Tch Doflamingo, you really think you're right? Looking down on the monkey family's brat. You're the real fool. Don Quixote Doflamingo, what's wrong with you two? I was just making a casual remark, and you're already resorting to personal attacks. Fine, I'll shut up, alright. Doflamingo was utterly bewildered. He had no idea what was going on in their heads. I just made a snide comment mocking Luffy for a bit. The person involved didn't even react, but you two jumped out to, are you sick? GOLD. Roger Shiki, what's your game? I don't recall you having any bond with Garp. Why are you speaking up for his grandson? Shiki, nothing, I just can't stand someone spouting nonsense. Shiki was cursing in his heart. If he let Luffy be trampled into worthlessness, then what did that make me, Golden Lion? A waste. In the footage, Shinji had already frozen Luffy into an ice sculpture. Don Quixote Doflamingo, see. What did I just say? Isn't he just a weakling? He can only bully those insignificant nobodies. Sir Crocodile. Shiki. Monkey D. Garp, Shinji, you didn't do anything to my grandson, did you? Kazan, old man, rest easy, I let him off. Monkey D. Garp, that's more like it. In the scene, Shinji muttered a few words and rode off on his bicycle. GOLD. Roger, wait, that straw hat on the kid's head. Doesn't it look a bit odd? Roger stared at the straw hat on Luffy's head. The more he looked, the more familiar. Monkey D. Luffy the Pirate King thinks this hat is cool too, right? Shanks gave it to me. I promised him that once I become the greatest pirate, I'll return it to him. Monkey D. Luffy the Pirate King thinks this hat is cool too, right? Shanks gave it to me. I promised him that once I become the greatest pirate, I'll return it to him. The scene shifted back to the time of the Summit War. This time the camera focused on Shinji. A question box appeared at the top. During the Summit War, which commander under Whitebeard had his arm broken by Shinji? The comments exploded. Jozu was the first to jump in. What the hell? One of our guys had his arm broken. Vista cursed angrily. That guy had his own leg broken by Akainu, but instead of going after Akainu, he takes it out on our people. How great. Namor joined in. If he's got the guts, go after Akainu. Taking it out on our division commander. What kind of petty move is that? Sengoku burst out with profanity. You bunch of... That's something that hasn't happened yet. Stop talking nonsense. Shiki was laughing hysterically below. Ha ha ha, the old man Sengoku actually lost his temper. Back in the day his face was thick as leather. Marco quickly called for order. Enough with the nonsense. Sengoku is probably trying to distract us. This question gives us Whitebeard pirates an advantage. Quick, everyone fill in your own names. Sengoku was the first to act. Marco followed, immediately Marco. Jozu also wrote his name, Jozu. Saru the staff officer calmly answered. Kizaru lazily typed Vista. On the screen the answer column scrolled rapidly. Marco was right. Sengoku immediately realized something was off with it. The old man didn't even finish his sentence. He directly signaled Vice Admiral Tsuru. How many years had they been partners? If Sengoku so much as belched, Tsuru knew what he had for lunch. So the moment Sengoku's eyes moved, Tsuru immediately ordered, "Don't just stand there. Quickly pick a name of a Whitebeard Pirates Division commander." Marco was always a calm one. Seeing Sengoku's unusual behavior, his heart skipped a beat. After a moment of thought, he realized the trick and shouted answer quickly. The other spectators also snapped out of it. In an instant, the screen of the divine video was flooded with hundreds of names appearing in a flurry. The number was still skyrocketing. Vista was furious. "Damn. Kizaru stole my name." Marco gritted his teeth. "I was also a step behind Sengoku." Joseph scratched his head. "I think I was the first to answer my own name. But I don't think I'm the answer." Jack was more direct. "I grabbed Namor's name." "Namor, you'd better live up to it. And let Shinji break your arm." Namor's face turned green. "Are you out of your mind?" Countdown 2. Countdown 1. Countdown 0. Question 2 answer period is over. The answer will be revealed in the following video. With the words, the image showed Josu's figure. Aizo whispered, "It's Josu." Vista was excited. "Great." Josu was the first to answer his own name. Marco gestured to calm down. "Wait, let's see more." Namor clenched his fists. "It has to be Josu." Dracul Mihawk typed, "It's hard to say. Once the weapon's strength and power surged the techniques of sword." Lackey was amused. "This point is ours, Whitebeard Pirates." Josu. Hearing his brothers one by one hoping he would win, Josu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "These guys. Brother, I'm about to lose an arm. Can't you at least show some sympathy?" But honestly, Xiaozi himself was also hoping the answer would be him. The reason was simple. Just look at the reward Sakazuki got earlier. If he could really gain something, losing an arm would be worth it. After all, this was just a future scene, not really happening now. In the scene, Xiaozi was engaged in a heated battle with Akiji. Suddenly, he turned his head and shouted to the side, "Pops. Hey, losing focus during a fight can lead to big trouble." As Akiji's words fell, an icy aura instantly spread, and Xiaozi was frozen into an ice sculpture. Then Akiji lifted his leg and swept it horizontally, intending to shatter the ice sculpture directly. In that split second, two commanders suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked the kick. However, Xiaozi's arm could not be saved. His entire arm was frozen and shattered, falling to the ground. "Commander Blenheim, take Commander Josu away quickly." A group of elite pirates swarmed forward, blocking in front of Josu. Without a word, Blenheim picked up Josu and ran back. Marco, nice. This point goes to Josu. Vista, haha, snatching a point from the Navy's review feels great. Aizo, thanks Akiji for giving us a point. Flamenco, congratulations, brother Josu. Josu, I say. Brothers, I've lost an arm here. Can you at least pretend to feel sorry? Vista, that's not happening now. We already know it. Can it break again? Namor, if you really lose an arm fighting Akiji, then it's not unjust. Blenheim, don't worry. Even if you lose it again, it'll still carry you. Marco, ha. On the deck of the Moby Dick, the atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates was as lively as a festival. 1 point meant they could touch the edge of rewards. Who wouldn't be envious of those good things? Josu kept complaining, "I hope we can get some medicine to cure Pop's old injuries." But his face was already grinning from ear to ear. Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Vurara, silly son, this is a rare opportunity, of course. Choose the resurrection crystal to bring that brat Thatch back." Vista nodded. "Bringing back Thatch is great, but we also need to take care of Pop's body." Marco stopped them. "Don't think too much yet. The rewards after each review are different. Who knows if the resurrection crystal will appear again? Let's decide after the rewards come out." Aizo raised his voice. "Indeed, everyone stay calm and strive to get another point." On the Whitebeard side, joy and excitement. On the Navy side, a belly full of fire. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku stomped his foot in frustration. Who the hell is this damn quiz system helping? It's clearly a Navy review video, yet the pirates snatched a point. Is there anything more infuriating? Vice Admiral Tsuru patted his back. "Don't be angry. After all, whoever is reviewed has an advantage. But the future no one can predict." Momosaji added, "That's right. The Whitebeards were just lucky to grab this point. Next time it won't be so easy." Sengoku frowned, turned, and scanned the people around him. "Listen up, next time we encounter such a question, don't hesitate, just answer." Just now Tsuru was a beat too slow, otherwise that point would have been ours. "Understood." Everyone responded in unison. At this moment the video in the air switched, starting to play the great battle between Akiji and Akainu for the position of Fleet Admiral. It was similar to the previous footage of Akainu, the only difference being that this time the camera followed Akiji entirely. After the segment of the Fleet Admiral dispute ended, another question popped up on the big screen. Random question generated. Question 3. Before whose tombstone does Akiji drink farewell wine? Jack answering, "Queen, what trick are you pulling, kid?" Jack grabbing the answer, "Fast hand wins, slow hand loses." What if the answer happens to be me and someone else grabs it? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Queen, are you brainwashed? A Navy admiral would come to your shabby grave to cry. Are you worthy? Jack, I can't be bothered to read the questions. From now on, whenever a question comes, just fill in my own name. I refuse to believe I can't. Don Quixote da Flamingo fufufu, not bad. Jack's move is quite interesting. Roxy. Zebek, this kid makes sense. Since guessing blindly isn't guaranteed to be right, better to stick with one answer, maybe one day, ITLL hit. Rocks D. Zebek Sengoku Rocks was not from this era, and after death, he was completely in the dark. Since this review didn't feature him as the protagonist in the video, he basically had no chance of answering correctly. So he might as well follow Jack's example and stubbornly stick to one name. Sengoku Rocks. What the hell are you? I haven't lived enough yet. Rocks D. Zebek, whether you live or not is none of my business. I'll just use your name as my answer. Bet what if I get one right? Sengoku, what an idiot. Yamakaji Fleet Admiral, how should we answer this question? Seeing the pirates playing the strategy of sticking to one answer, Navy Vice Admiral Yamakaji's mind started to stir. Sengoku, don't shout in the public chat. Let's discuss privately. Edward Newgate, this question is troublesome. The answer could be Kazan's comrade, relative, friend, or even enemy. No one can say. Edward Newgate, the clues are hard to figure out. Just guess randomly. The key is speed. As long as you shout out the answer first, even if others know the correct answer later, it's you. Edward Newgate Jaguar D. Sorrow answering now that everyone understands the rules. Whoever answers first gets it. There's no need to hide. After all, even if you guess the correct answer, you don't have to worry about someone else peeking. Marco Sakazuki answering on the hillside. There was a low grave with a tombstone standing alone. Akiji sat before the tombstone holding a bottle of wine in his hand, slowly pouring it into his mouth. The view expanded with distant mountains and rivers reflecting each other, a picturesque scenery. Buried here, it's a peaceful place. Zephyr, that kid Kazan, has he also taken a liking to sherry? He recognized the bottle in Akiji's hand, somewhat surprised. Borsellino, this brand. Seems to be the one Zephyr Sensei often drinks. Mamanga drinking Zephyr Sensei's favorite wine before the grave, could it be? Zephyr, hahaha, seeing me off. Don't guess wildly. If I died, I'd definitely be buried in the Navy cemetery, or at least in my hometown. Sengoku, that's right, that grave can't be Zephyr's. Mamanga, that's true, I was overthinking. Saru, the camera is zooming in, well, soon see the words on the tombstone. Kazan, I really can't think of who I would be guarding a grave. The camera zoomed in on the tombstone. On the stone were engraved two lines: peaches and plums fill the world, spring sunshine spreads across the four seas. Signed, grave of beloved teacher Zephyr. Sengoku, what the hell? Garp, Zephyr. Zephyr me. That's me lying there. Saru, Zephyr. Impossible. Garp, look at Kazan's state, his left leg is missing. It should be after the fight with Sakazuki. Sengoku, but judging by the environment, it's not too long, at most a year or two. The light curtain in the sky slowly dimmed. Twilight enveloped the lonely tombstone, and the distant figure walked farther and farther away. The conclusion of this video left an indescribable aftertaste. End of recap. This episode's protagonist, Kazan, codename Akiji. On the surface, it's a lazy justice, but deep down, he holds his own bottom line. He is simply himself, a unique existence within the Marines. Final summary: the coldest devil fruit ability wrapped in the most blazing heart of justice. Scoring in progress. Kazan stared at the evaluations on the screen, his lips twitching. The feeling of being seen through stirred something rare within him. Quite a high appraisal, Guillaume remarked. No kidding, it's clearly a string of praise, Mamanga added. From this evaluation, Zephyr could never have been killed by Akiji, Saru analyzed. You never know until you compare. The gap becomes clear, Borsellino interjected. Look at Kazan's evaluation, then think about Sakazuki's just now. Ha ha ha, no, the moment I think of your face means nothing, I can't help but laugh. Zephyr's voice rang out first. According to you, I've got at most a year or two left. Borsellino quickly replied. That can't be right, given Zephyr Sensei's current health. He could easily last another 10 or 20 years. Saru added, exactly. The Marines conduct annual physical exams. Zephyr's results are perfectly normal. If something happens within a year or two, it can only be foul play. Borsellino shifted his tone. Kazan, this graveyard is in the middle of nowhere. You are the only one here to see off Zephyr Sensei. I say, did you off your old master? The way you handled this. Kazan retorted irritably. Can't you say something human? Don't be hasty, Borsellino drawled. I'm just making a reasonable guess based on the video footage. What Yellow Monkey said does sound plausible. Edward Newgate. Roxdy. Jaibeck chuckled. This generation of Marines is really something. First two admirals fight each other to the death, now a teacher killer emerges. Ha ha ha, I say you Marines have the makings of pirates. Sengoku snorted coldly. Spare us your cheap tricks of sowing discord. Oh. Shiki spoke up. When Sakazuki used the same divide and conquer tactic on Whitebeard's sons, you didn't say a word. Classic double standard. Oomph. Sengoku retorted. Against pirates, any means are justified. I'm done. Yuck, Shiki feigned a gag. Same yuck, Wang Ji followed. Count me and yuck together, Joel D. Roger joined. Gurura. Edward Newgate laughed. Sengoku, you really make people yuck. The second round of the lottery officially began. Sakazuki exploded on the screen. What are you so arrogant about? Believe me, you'll break your legs too. Borsellino immediately backed down. All right, I surrender. How terrifying, Charlotte Linlin frowned. Is this over? Only 3 questions, and not a single point for my people. Parasparrow licked his lollipop. This recap was indeed quite short-lived, Edward Newgate said gravely. It seems the number of questions varies each time. That's rather interesting. Marco analyzed. Now 3 points are held by 3 people. According to the previous rules, all 3 might get the chance to choose rewards. Queen grew anxious, looks like it. Damn, Kaido is still drunk and has missed 2 rounds of rewards. I need to find that idiot king and wake Kaido up, or when his turn comes the rewards will be freebies. Albert immediately shot back. What nonsense are you spouting? Going to wake the governor at a time like this? Are you out of your mind? Queen fumed. Who the hell is that? Daring to talk to me like that? Whoever this guy is, bring him to me immediately. I'm just short of an experiment subject, and hell be my— Albert sneered. Did you suddenly lose your mind? Huh. The speaker was none other than the strongest of the beast's pirates, 3 calamities, King the Wildfire. But in the divine video space, names are automatically displayed as real names. The name, King, that he usually used was just a pseudonym to hide his Lunarian identity. If not for seeing his real name suddenly appear on the screen, King would have almost forgotten what his original name was. Damn, I accidentally exposed my real name. King quickly shut his mouth. But then he thought, no one knows who I am anyway, so it shouldn't cause trouble. The divine video space only showed real names, not avatars, which gave King some relief knowing the Marines and the world government wouldn't trace him. Queen was still shouting. You still dare to call me stupid? You idiot, who are you? Where are you? You're dead. Albert sneered. Hey, I'm your father. Marco burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Katakuri mocked. That idiot Queen being publicly humiliated by an unknown nobody must be furious. Yasop chimed in. Not necessarily. He's gained a father for free. How blessed. Shanks laughed too. Huh. Edward Newgate roared. Lora. Queen completely lost it. Damn it. Investigate. I'm going to kill that bastard. The moment the prize pool activated, the blue light once again illuminated the entire space. 3 people were tied for first place, Kazan, Jozu, and Garp. Their names appeared simultaneously on the golden screen. Golden reward 1 for each. The system notification had barely faded when the deep blue prize pool began to spin wildly. Ripples spread out like boulders thrown into the sea. The first reward surfaced from the pool's depths. Golden Bell Shield modified, driven by Haki. It constructs an absolute defense. Below was a line of small text. This technique originates from the Dragon Tiger Gate of another world. Originally powered by internal energy, it has been adapted by the laws of this world to be driven by Haki. It cultivates both internal and external, granting unmatched defense. Jozu couldn't sit still, strongest defense. Compared to my glint fruit, which is harder. Garp shrugged. No matter how good the defense, if there were a strength-type reward ID, take it to beat up my grandson. Luffy quickly shouted, Grandpa, can you stop obsessing over me? Sakazuki snorted coldly. Offense is the best defense. What's the use of just being able to take hits? Before the words faded, the second reward emerged. Armament Haki Experience Pack Mega. Upon use, directly increases Armament Haki stat by 800 points. Garp's eyes lit up. This is good. If there's nothing better later, I'll take it. Whitebeard directly undercut. You just want your fists to be harder so you can beat your grandson, right? Garp didn't deny it at all. Isn't that obvious? Roger joined in. That kid really has it rough. Luffy was left with a string of ellipses. Then the third reward appeared. Weapon Enhancement Scroll. Greatly enhances a weapon's power and durability with a chance to awaken a special attribute. Yellow Monkey drawled. This again. Feels like the most useless one. Dracul Mihawk type. It's hard to say. Once the weapon's strength and power surge, the techniques of swordsmanship can delve deeper. Moreover, the annotation clearly stated that there is a probability of activating a special ability. If it triggers, the effect would be absolutely terrifying. He added another line. Anyway, if I ever encountered such an opportunity, I'd likely go for the Weapon Enhancement Scroll. Don Quixote Doflamingo chimed in. Truly a man with maxed out swordsmanship talent. Your thinking is indeed different. The fourth item was revealed. Animal Zoanfrog Fruit Toad model. Swallow it to gain the power of a toad. Special note, this item is a reward from the Divine Miracle video space, so the curse has been removed. Eating it will not only make you immune to seawater, but also allow it to coexist with the original devil fruits of this world. In other words, even if you have already eaten a devil fruit, you can still consume this one. Shiki laughed wildly. Shah. Who would be so foolish as to choose such a lousy fruit? GOLD. Roger laughed along. Ha, only a madman would do that. Ben Beckman, however, seized the key point. Are you all overlooking the fact that this thing is from the Divine Miracle video space, not affected by seawater, and can be eaten as a second fruit? Edward Newgate said in a deep voice, if this were a fruit with decent abilities, many would be willing to take a second one. Borsellino drawled lazily. If a person eats 2 fruits whose abilities complement each other, that would be quite a spectacle. The fifth item, Romantic Cannon Pumpkin, a gun-type imperial arm that converts spiritual power into shockwaves to fire. The more dangerous the user's situation, the more powerful this weapon becomes. Source Akainu GA Kill. World. Borsellino pouted, this prize's quality has dropped quite a bit. It's not even as good as my own laser beams, Gaji responded. With so many prizes there are bound to be good ones and bad ones. The sixth item, Observation Hockey Experience Pack Large. After use, the user's observation hockey stat directly increases by 400 points from the seventh item, Missing Name. Equip it, and when you want to use it just call out in your mind. It allows the user to instantly vanish and reappear anywhere within a 100-meter radius. After use you must wait 30 seconds before the next use. Source, General Mobile World. Shiki's eyes lit up. This thing is quite interesting. If it fell into my hands, wouldn't I be able to make anyone float it well? Ben Beckman analyzed, equipment that grants teleportation combined with specific devil fruit abilities would have immeasurable power. Don Quixote da Flamingo immediately called out this. 3 great masters, I truly want to acquire it as a life-saving trump card. If anyone is willing to trade with me, name your conditions. The 8th reward appeared on the light screen. Lingbo Weibo modified an exquisite and unparalleled footwork technique, a top-tier movement-type light skill made. Explanation originating from the demigods and semi-devils system of another world. After adjustment by the world's laws, it originally required inner energy, but now operates on hockey. Monkey D. Garpo. This one looks exciting too. Tsuru Garp, this suits you well. Monkey D. Garp, that's right, though it can't teleport like that sword. It has no cooldown limit. When I go to discipline my grandson, next time, he won't be able to escape. Tsuru. The prize pool came to a complete stop with 8 items suspended in midair. Winners Kazan, Jozu, Monkey D. Garp. You 3 have 3 minutes to pick 1 item each. If you exceed the time limit, it will be automatically forfeited. Countdown begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Monkey D. Garp. Reward selected. Kazan. Reward selected. Almost simultaneously, Garp and Akiji sent their messages. However, Garp was just a fraction faster. Monkey D. Garp. Hey. You're eyeing this one too. Kazan. That sword has a 30-second cooldown, but for a true master, 1 instant teleportation without cost is enough. Victory or defeat often hinges on that single moment. Tsuru. Well said. No matter how fast you are, it cannot compare to instant teleportation. Though I prefer Lingbo Weibo in terms of practical combat value, that sword has greater deterrence. Especially when the opponent knows you possess such an item and the cooldown hasn't ended, they will be thrown off their entire combat rhythm, unable to attack with full Monkey D. Garp. Haha. Kazan. This one is mine. Kazan. I'm relieved it's in your hands. Monkey D. Garp. Hee. Next time I see Luffy, I'll beat him into a pulp. GOLD. Roger. Haha. Garp. You old man are really fixated on your grandson, huh? GOLD. Roger. By the way, that kid from Whitebeard's crew, why hasn't he chosen yet? Jozu. Sigh. It's a shame nothing can help. Jozu. Don't let it slip. Just as Jozu was about to speak in the divine miracle space, Marco covered his mouth. Jozu suddenly realized he had almost revealed the old man's secret. Gurura. Jozu, don't worry about me. Pick something you can use. Whitebeard patted Jozu's shoulder, pleased with his son's filial devotion. Jozu was still hesitating, and Marco urged again. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Look, Akiji has already chosen. If the item you want gets snatched, you'll regret. Several nearby division commanders chimed in. Yeah, grab the reward first, then talk about other things. Just then the system prompt lit up. Kazan. Lingbo Weibo. Reward selected. Damn, he beat us to it. Someone slapped their thigh? This thing looks terrifying from the description alone. If combined with observation hockey, the effect would be insane. No kidding, it's definitely way better than body techniques like Soro. What a pity. While we were distracted for a moment, Akiji snatched it away. The commanders exchanged words, their tones filled with regret. Jozu, however, remained calm and said with a smile, It's fine, I wasn't planning to pick that anyway. He directly confirmed. Jozu. Iron Shirt. Reward selected. As soon as Jozu made his choice, Lola received a system notification. As the host, he had gained another chance to pick a reward, plus 1 chance to replicate a reward. Hell, I always get 2 each time. At this rate, with 12 people in the review, I can snag at least 24 rewards. Lola felt immensely pleased. He glanced at the 5 remaining reward options: Armament Hockey Experience Pack, Giant Weapon Enhancement Scroll, Animal Zoan Frog Fruit, Toad Model Romantic Cannon Pumpkin Observation Hockey Experience Pack Large. First, eliminate the most absurd one, the Toad Fruit. Among the remaining 4, there was really no need to hesitate. Clearly the best choice was obvious. Select Armament Hockey Experience Pack Giant. Ding. Host has obtained the Armament Hockey Experience Pack Giant. Extract now. Extract. The moment the words fell, a torrent of hockey surged into Lola's body like a bursting mountain flood, rushing through his limbs and bones. Over the past few years, he had been diligently training both colors of hockey, and his armament hockey had already reached the level of a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Now this direct addition of 8,000 hockey points shot him even higher. Techniques like Ryuo and internal destruction, which he had never been able to grasp before, suddenly became crystal clear. When the system began selecting rewards, Lola had excused himself to go to the restroom. Now alone, he didn't have to worry about being seen. He raised his right hand, and his physical strength began to drain. Inky black medium immediately oozed out from the surface of his skin. Just minutes ago, the armament haki he wielded was still a thick, gaseous form. But now those black substances tumbled across his hand, like liquid molten iron. It had directly skipped the liquid form of armament haki. Just how much had Luo La's armament haki skyrocketed? The thought alone was terrifying. Luo La grabbed the stone and growled under his breath, "Shatter." A dull thud echoed. The rock's surface appeared intact, but when he gently scraped it with his finger, the inner stone had completely turned to powder. Only when armament haki is refined to a high level can it produce such internal shattering. Luo La smiled. This move was indeed formidable. He knew very well that if his haki wasn't tempered to this degree, facing monsters like Kai Duo and Ama would be like scratching an itch. No matter how hard he struck, he couldn't break through their tough hides. "Host, would you like to claim the reward now?" The system's prompt suddenly rang out. "All right." Luo La nodded. The 3 items the system had selected earlier were already the most valuable among all the rewards. Luo La pondered for a moment and finally decided to rep. After all, this thing could both catch the opponent off guard and serve as a lifesaver in critical moments. As for abilities, he wasn't worried at all. There were still 20 lottery draws waiting for him to flip. Just then the divine video interface popped up a message. "Today's review ends here. Both rounds are finished. Tomorrow we'll continue and show you 2 more video protagonists. Wait for it." As the subtitles faded, the giant screen in the sky went dark. On the deck of the Whitebeard pirate's ship, the Moby Dick. "That's it. I was hoping to snag another reward while my luck was hot," Jaws complained, but his tone sounded more like boasting. Vista punched Jaws in the chest. "You've had enough. Getting one by sheer luck is already a miracle, and you want 2 in a row. Why don't you just fly to the sky? I'm so mad I need to beat this kid up to vent." "Exactly. He got lucky, and now he's playing pitiful. No way, we have to beat him up to calm down." "Haha. Line up one by one, let's all have some fun." The division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates all rolled up their sleeves, their eyes gleaming with menace. "Hee brothers, I'm not bragging, but you might not even be able to hurt me now. Don't line up, just come at me all at once. If Jaws so much as frowns, he'll be your grandson." With the newly acquired Golden Bell shield technique, Jaws was walking on air. The system's goodies were fused directly into his bones upon receipt. No need to train from scratch. "What? This kid is asking for trouble." Rakuyo ran his fingers through his hair, staring at Jaws in disbelief. "Is this kid crazy? He wants to take on all of us." Jaws' skin is itching. "If we don't satisfy him, that would be too unfriendly." "Exactly," he said all at once. "Brothers, grab your weapons." Hey, no need for weapons. Let's just each give him a good beating. That'll be enough." "Then what are we waiting for? Charge." Several commanders yelled about ganging up on Jaws, but only the playful ones actually joined in. Vista led the charge, not even drawing his sword, just rolling up his sleeves and rushing in. Shining armor. Jaws activated his devil fruit ability, instantly coating himself in diamond. Thud, 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 thud. The commander's fists and feet slammed into Jaws, producing dull thuds, but he stood unmoving. Meanwhile, their own hands ached as they winced in pain. "Damn, using devil fruit. That's cheating." "Brothers, use armament haki." "Got it." Already jealous of Jaws, and now he was this arrogant. It was like he had a sign on his face saying, "I love watching you fail to hurt me," maxing out the aggro. In an instant, black fists coated in armament haki rained down on Jaws like cannonballs. Though the commanders held back, with several attacking at once, even Jaws started to feel it. Look, Jaws' expression changed. "Something's happening. Looks like it hurts, huh? Harder. Let this show-off learn a lesson." "Hey, my mood is finally a bit better." The commanders were getting into it, but just as they were about to stop, Jaws suddenly pressed his armament haki surged madly within him, like a breached river flowing rapidly through his meridians, replacing the original chi. In that instant, Jaws fully experienced the wonder of this technique. Every cell, every blood vessel felt wrapped in a special energy. This energy came from armament haki, yet it was utterly different. When Jaws' entire body was flooded with this haki-like chi, the power became part of him, completely under his will. Golden Bell shield. Jaws formed a hand seal and roared. The haki burst forth, but unlike the previous black haki, now it glowed with a faint gold hum. These golden rays instantly coalesced around Jaws into a massive golden bell. As soon as the bell took shape, it expanded like inflated. The commanders who had been beating Jaws were suddenly sent flying by the Golden Bell shield. "What the hell? What is this?" Vista, who had been at the front, slammed into the He got up, staring at the golden bell around Jaws in bewilderment. "What move is that?" Rakuyo rubbed his head and stood up. Blumenheim and Kingdu also straightened up, looking dumbfounded. This is the reward I just got. The Golden Bell shield." Jaws grinned, scanning the crowd. "So, isn't it something?" Marco's eyes widened. "This is the Golden Bell shield." He approached Jaws and touched the golden bell. Amazing. It looks like energy, but it's rock hard to the touch. If the commanders didn't go all out, they probably couldn't crack this thing. Marco concluded seriously. That's strong. The commanders were stunned. They'd have to go all out just to break through. How insane was that defense? But Marco had barely finished when Jaws looked displeased. Hey, are you underestimating me or the rewards from the divine video space? You think you can break the golden bell shield with that? Jaws sneered, his expression insufferable. Too naive. The golden bell shield was too much. The commanders began to doubt themselves. What? He says we're naive? Vista laughed sarcastically. Not only does he call us naive, but he also looks down on our strength. He thinks we have to fight for our lives just to scratch his defense. Flamenco stroked the pocket on his chin and pulled out a large hammer. Clearly ready to fight. He'll give you a chance to back down now. Rakuyo twirled his flail, grinning wickedly. Come on, hit me all you want. If I even frown, I lose. Not only did Jaws not back down, he extended his middle finger and beckoned them. Come at me. Damn, I can't take it anymore. They'll deal with him first. Flamenco leaped up, raising his wooden hammer high. In midair, the armament hockey had already coated the hammer gleaming black. Brother Jozu, be careful. It's still not too late to beg for mercy. Flamenco shouted. Jozu sneered, bring it on. Then don't blame me. Boom. The huge black wooden hammer crashed down from above. Such power. Terrifying. Flamenco is really serious this time. Jozu might be in. Yeah, he's definitely going to suffer. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the landing point. Flamenco's heavy hammer struck solidly on the top of the golden bell shield. Dong. The sound was like a bell or a thunderclap, making people's ears ring. A deafening buzz exploded. The crew members' eardrums felt like needles piercing, causing them to grimace in pain, their faces contorted. The expected scene of the golden bell shield shattering did not appear. Flamenco's heavy hammer seemed locked in midair by an invisible force hanging motionless at the top of the shield. Then, SSS. Flamenco released the hammer handle, shaking his hand vigorously, his face twisted in pain. The recoil made his tiger's mouth numb and his bones ache. Damn, is this thing this hard? My hand is numb and I can't feel it. Numb is nothing. Jozu chuckled. If I hadn't held back the rebound force, your hammer would have been knocked out of your hand, and you'd have been sent flying. After testing the power of the golden bell shield, Jozu felt confident. Flamenco's reaction now helped him verify its quality. No problem. The golden bell shield was indeed tough enough. But, just how tough could it be? Jozu himself wasn't sure. Motionless. Marco's smile faded, his eyes darkening. It seems we all underestimated the shield's capability. Vista nodded. Jozu is right. At least Flamenco's attack couldn't even scratch it. Hey. Flamenco's face flushed. Don't underestimate me. Who says I can't break this lousy shield? I wasn't even going all out just now. He grabbed his hammer, stomped hard on the ground, and twisted his waist violently. His whole body spun with the hammer. Here it comes. This is Flamenco's special move. He's really serious this time. This attack is no joke. Don't accidentally hurt Jozu. I was worried earlier, but after seeing the hardness of the golden bell shield, I think Flamenco's move is still useless. Before the words finished, Flamenco had already turned into a rapidly spinning top. The rolling airwaves cut like blades around, blowing the hair of several nearby commanders. So fierce. The commanders instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. The underlings on the deck clung tightly to cables and masts, afraid of being thrown overboard. Break! A roar came from the center of the spinning storm. Then the violent force blasted toward Jozu. The commanders could only barely make out Flamenco's movements with their powerful observation hockey. They saw Flamenco with a terrifyingly immense spinning storm crash down onto the center of the golden bell shield. Whoosh! This time the deep, low rumble almost shook the soul out of one's body. But in front of the golden bell shield, Flamenco was completely stunned. How is this possible? He looked at the hammer that had flown out of his hand, then at Jozu's smug smile, unable to believe it. He had used all his strength, yet the shield hadn't even trembled. Even yesterday's Jozu couldn't have withstood such a blow. This golden bell shield is too bizarre. Let me try. Vista drew his twin swords, and the pitch-black armament hockey instantly coated the blades. Since smashing didn't work, let's see if slashing can break it. The commanders wisely stepped back a few paces. Dual sword style falling leaves 17 form. Vista struck, and his whole body became like an afterimage, spinning madly around Jozu. Clang, 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 clang. A dense, hair-raising sound of metal clashing exploded in everyone's ears. In the blink of an eye, Vista had slashed the golden bell shield an unknown number of times. He came fast and stopped fast. As soon as he stopped, he gasped heavily. His expression was even worse than Flamenco's just now. How is it possible? The same words came out of Vista's mouth. Even if the reward from the miracle video space was amazing, but To not even be able to break the defense, that's just too ridiculous. If you could at least scratch a mark on the golden bell shield with one slash, even if you couldn't shatter it, everyone would save face. At the very least, this darn shield should at least shake a little. At least let us know it took a hit. You're not moving at all, making us doubt ourselves. Gururara. Interesting. Let me give it a try. At that moment, Whitebeard became interested. Old man. Hearing that Whitebeard was going to act, Joseph's mouth twitched. No matter how strong the commanders were, they were nothing compared to Whitebeard. Although he was confident in his newly acquired skill, the man before him was the world's strongest. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Gururara, I thought this golden bell shield was just like armament hockey, but it's unexpectedly surprising. Whitebeard laughed, his face full of wrinkles. Jozu had grown stronger, and as his father he was naturally happy. Get ready, I'm going to make my move. Whitebeard warned in a low voice, his right fist already raised high, the power of the tremor fruit gathering into a white halo on his knuckles. Understood, old man. I'm ready. Jozu clenched his fists, his muscles taut, standing like an anvil nailed to the ground. Facing the world's strongest man, he didn't dare to be the least bit arrogant. Sky-shattering punch. When this punch was thrown, if you ignored the energy flow of the tremor fruit, it looked quite ordinary. But the problem was the power of this punch was anything but ordinary. Where the fist wind passed, the air shattered like glass with a crackling sound. Boom. The moment the fist struck the surface of the golden bell shield, a terrifying shockwave instantly exploded. The shockwave swept out in all directions like a hurricane, directly knocking over the surrounding pirates. Ouch! Damn! The pirates below commander level were sent flying into the air by the blast, falling into the sea like dumplings, splashing everywhere. Vista raised his hand to shield his eyes and squinted. Old man's punch is terrifying. Look, there's a reaction. Rakuyo brushed aside his messy hair, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he shouted. Everyone instinctively turned to look at the golden bell shield. Where Whitebeard's fist had landed, the golden shield rippled like a calm surface when a stone is thrown into it, creating circles of ripples. Old man is incredible. As expected of the world's strongest man. The commanders were all excited. But Whitebeard himself frowned. My. He stared at the ripples from his punch. The layered ripples had not even spread to a tenth of the entire golden bell shield when they disappeared completely, like a stone sinking into the deep sea. That's it. No way. Old man's punch only caused such a small effect. Even the barrier fruit would be at this level. My god, Jozu has essentially picked up a barrier fruit for free. And it's fully developed right from the start. The captains finally realized just how terrifying the defensive power of the Jinzhongzhou truly was. No. Whitebeard shook his head and said in a deep voice, the barrier fruit has too many limitations, but Jozu's Jinzhongzhou has no weaknesses. If I had to say, this Jinzhongzhou is absolutely the world's greatest shield. Even the old man says, so then isn't Jozu getting a huge bargain? With this thing, does Akiji still think he can cut off Jozu's arm? Dream on, right? When the time comes, Jozu will just stand there and let him attack. Akiji will probably be left staring helplessly. The Navy guys are probably still laughing at Jozu for choosing a useless ability. Absolutely. Not to mention the Navy, even our own people thought the Jinzhongzhou was no different from armament hockey a moment ago, right? I can't wait to see the showdown a week later. When Jozu makes his move, the expressions on those Navy guys' faces will be hilarious. Laughter burst out one after another. Marine Headquarters Marineford. Sengoku spoke in a low tone. That kid under Whitebeard is really not too bright. If not for that ugly toad fruit, what he chose would probably be the most useless. Tsuru added, this works to our advantage. To be honest, I actually think that Armament Hockey Experience Pack Super Large Reward is quite tempting. But the 8-0 ability increase, it's hard to say how much of a boost it actually is. Garp and Akiji's approach is steady and reliable. After finishing, Sengoku's gaze fell on Garp and Akiji. Since you've made your choices, don't hide them. Show them to us so we can have a look. That miraculous video space is indeed eerie. As soon as I received the reward, this Lingbo Weibu technique became ingrained in my bones. According to my original understanding, this thing should be like swordsmanship or fist techniques, requiring years of hard practice to get the hang of it. But unexpectedly, I just extracted the ability, and my whole being felt as if I had trained for decades, perfectly clear. As Akiji spoke, he could clearly sense a strange internal energy imprint within his body. That imprint was a step formation I composed of the 84 hexagrams. You can get it directly without even training. Is it really that miraculous? Vice Admiral Tsuru's cloudy old eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. They'll give you a demonstration. Akiji didn't bother with unnecessary words. He waved to a squad of marine soldiers. All of you open fire on me. After saying that, Akiji walked to an open space and created some distance. About 20 marine soldiers lined up and pulled the triggers simultaneously. Akiji suddenly moved his feet and took a step. At first, those steps didn't seem anything special. But after a few consecutive steps his figure seemed to hit some strange rhythm, dazzling the onlookers. Those bullets to his eyes were like slowly drifting objects, and he effortlessly dodged them all. No, this kind of play can't reveal the essence of Lingbo Wei. Akiji frowned and shook his head, looking dissatisfied. Kizaru heard this and immediately became interested. Oh, not enough. Then how about switching to my laser to play with you? Akiji nodded in agreement. Alright, but don't fire one at a time or just hit me with Yasukani no Magatama directly. What? Yasukani no Magatama? Kizaru's forehead wrinkled deeply as he stared at Akiji in surprise. Are you sure? Everyone knew that Yasukani no Magatama was Kizaru's ultimate move. Not only was it powerful, but its coverage area was also terrifyingly vast. Dense laser beams rained down from the sky, like a torrential downpour. The ground was instantly riddled with countless holes, debris flying everywhere, and dust clouds billowing. Within seconds Akiji's figure was completely engulfed by the rubble and dust. But the expressions of the Marine admirals and vice admirals all changed, because they sensed with observation haki that Akiji was completely unharmed. Gion narrowed her eyes and said softly, "This movement technique is too fast, like a rabbit." Tokikake glanced at her secretly and added sourly, "It's just so-so." Vice Admiral Tru said slowly, "Even with Admiral-level strength relying solely on observation haki, it's impossible to come out unscathed from Borsellino's Yasukani no Magatama." Sengoku nodded. "Kazan, this kid really hit the jackpot this time." The laser light suddenly ceased. A beam of light descended from the sky, and Kizuru reformed into human shape. He looked incredulous. "This is too ridiculous. Is my Yasukani no Magatama fake?" Akiji walked out of the dust, his expression calm. This footwork itself has shortcomings, but when paired with observation haki the effect is completely different. He paused and corrected himself. "No, to be precise, the observation haki that this footwork coordinates with is a tier above ordinary observation haki." "I believe that." Kizaru pouted. "This is troublesome. If my Yasukani no Magatama is useless against you, then in actual combat wouldn't I be unable to defeat you either?" "Barring any accidents, that's indeed the case," Akiji directly admitted. "But the one who should be most worried isn't me, it's that guy Sakazuki." Kizuru, who had been looking gloomy, suddenly grinned slyly, looked at Sakazuki with a mischievous expression, and said in a sarcastic tone, "This matter of the two of you vying for the fleet admiral position, now there's something to watch." Sengoku's face immediately darkened. "Borsellino, I'm not dead yet. I'm still sitting here, and you're already discussing who will succeed me in front of me. What? Hoping you'll kick the bucket soon." Kizaru quickly shrunk his neck, covering his mouth, as if to say he would never speak out of turn again. "Oomph." Sengoku snorted heavily and turned to look at Garp. "How about your grandson showing off his skills too?" "What's there to show? It's just teleportation." Garp cheerfully pulled out a pack of senbei, tore it open, and started eating. Sengoku frowned. "I know it's teleportation, but you should at least let us see what it's like. At least give us a rough idea." Garp leisurely chewed the senbei in his mouth, then patted the crumbs off his hands before saying slowly, "For example, if anyone dares to lay a hand on my grandson, I can appear behind him in the blink of an eye and directly pluck his head off to kick around like a ball." "Paha." Kizaru laughed heartlessly. Sakazuki heard this, his face instantly flushed bright red, and he roared, "Don't be so arrogant here. If any pirate dares to appear on the battlefield a week later, they'll kill them without a second thought. Then go ahead and try it." Garp was usually cheerful, but now his face darkened, and the air itself seemed to drop a few degrees. The people at Marine headquarters were used to seeing Garp smiling, and had no idea how terrifying he could be when angry. But if you went to Impel Down and asked the pirates who were personally captured by Garp, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Try it then. Sakazuki simply didn't know what it meant to back down. If he thought something was right, he would never yield. He'll say this in advance. On the battlefield, if you dare to help pirates, they'll consider you an accomplice of pirates. They'll kill you too. Sakazuki was very confident. After all, he was now the only person in the world who had eaten a devil fruit without being cursed, so his backbone was stiffer than anyone's. But before his words even landed, a terrifyingly immense force suddenly grabbed the back of his head and slammed it viciously onto the ground. It was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react at all. Even elementalization was useless, because that enormous hand was wrapped in thick armament haki. Boom. A loud crash shook the entire building, and Sakazuki's face was smashed directly into the floor. "Listen up, kid. As a hero of the Navy, I've never gone easy on pirates." But Garp's smile vanished instantly, his eyes fixed on the back of Sakazuki's head, his tone even colder than before. "Family doesn't count in that." The Marine officers were stunned, mouths wide enough to fit a fist. It was too fast. Just moments ago, Garp had been over 10 meters away, but the moment he spoke, his hand had already pinned Sakazuki's head to the ground. The next second, the people present reacted. Wasn't that just teleportation? Hiss. The next morning. "Damn. I missed such a huge spectacle yesterday." Missed out on several rewards. Kaido roared in the miraculous video space. After sobering up, King recounted everything that had happened the day before. Hearing that there were indeed rewards, Kaido was filled with regret. Not to mention anything else, that curse removal crystal obtained by Akainu made him envious. He had been soaking in sea stone for training in Wano, and though his resistance was considerable, he was still far from being completely immune to it. If he could ignore the sea's curse like Sakazuki, his strength would definitely leap to another level. Kaido, you're finally awake. Rox had watched Roger's resurrection with burning envy yesterday, his eyes nearly blazing. But in this world, no one had the same devotion to him as Rayleigh had to Roger. Getting someone to risk their life for a resurrection crystal. Not a chance. However, seeing Kaido appear, a glimmer of hope reignited in his heart. Captain Rox, long time no see. I hear you're now one of the 4 emperors on this sea. Hell, I knew from the first time I saw you that you'd do great things. Oh, how did you see that back then? Huh. A little praise, and he's already floating. Still the same hothead. Rox chuckled inwardly. Just a feeling. When you came to me asking to join the crew, I agreed without a second thought. I could tell at a glance that you were born to be the pirate king. Is that so? You think so highly of me. What's there to say? Think about how well I treated you back on the ship. It's a pity that at God Valley, before I could hand over the treasure ID saved for you, I met my end there. So you mean? You still want to give me the treasure now, eh? The chat channel exploded. Rox D. Zebek typed a line. Kaido. Among the rewards handed out by this miraculous video space, there might be a resurrection crystal. When it's your turn to battle, you'll definitely get a chance to choose a reward. If that thing appears, revive me, and it'll take you to dig up my Kaido responded quickly. Sounds not bad. Then it's settled. You agreed. Rox pressed. Kaido sent a grinning emoji. Captain Rox, I was just messing with you. What do you mean? Rox's words trembled. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Treasure. Esteem. How dare you spout such lies? Kaido, every word I said is true. Enough, old captain. Take a rest. Shiki laughed heartily. Jaha. I told you Kaido would never fall for such nonsense. Charlotte Linlin interjected. I didn't even say a word, but I knew Kaido was toying with our old captain. Edward Newgate rumbled with laughter. Captain Rox is so desperate to revive that he's lost his mind. There's no saving him now, Joel D. Roger only typed 3 words, ha ha ha. While the Rox Pirates crew was bantering, the massive screen in the sky flickered. Today's recap video is officially starting. The third video, protagonist, one of the Navy's 6 admirals. Borsalino code, named Kizaru. Justice. Just be slick. This guy is a lazy fish. A greasy old lazy fish. The voice of the miraculous video space descended from the sky, crashing into everyone's ears. Borsalino, what the hell? GOLD. Roger ha. Edward Newgate, Guru. Charlotte Lean. First thing in the morning, are you trying to make me die laughing? Kazan, this evaluation style is way too off the rails. Sakazuki, ha. I won't comment on how the miraculous video space rates others, but calling Borsalino an old smooth operator, that's spot on. Borsalino, are you kidding me? Is this miraculous video space looking down on me? Shanks, well, it didn't spare your feelings. But what can you do about it? Ben Beckman, this is hilarious. Kizaru, you're such a character. Yasop, how about? Our Admiral Kizaru goes to have a word with the miraculous video space. Ha ha ha. The entire pirate world was in stitches. The scene cuts in. Against a blue background with a white seagull flag, a young Kizaru wore a particularly distinctive little round hat. He looked just like a punk. This shot had appeared before during the recap of Sakazuki. Borsalino and Sakazuki had already been called monsters back in that era. Without much effort, in just a few short years, they ended up serving under Admiral Sengoku. Shiki, look, this guy was clinging to Sengoku's side not long after just sheer strength. I think he knows how to play the game. Edward Newgate, how did the miraculous video space describe him at the start? Slick Justice, didn't you hear? Charlotte Lean, that thing really has a knack for reading people. Borsalino, you pirates sure know how to spin a story. I rely on real skill. The camera cuts to Sengoku. What? A celestial dragon got hit. Which reckless bastard did that? Sengoku grabbed the den mushy, his face instantly changing, and he shot up from behind the desk. A celestial dragon injured. This is a big deal. Kizaru sat on the sofa, raising an eyebrow, without much reaction. He stroked his chin for a moment, then spoke slowly. We'll go take a look. Sengoku put down the phone, his face as sour as if had eaten a fly. In the God Valley incident over 30 years ago, not a single celestial dragon was scratched. Now on Sabaody Archipelago, right under the nose of Marine headquarters, a celestial dragon has drawn blood. This is a disgrace. Sengoku clenched his fists, his arms trembling. He turned to stare at Kizaru. You're leaving now. Crush every last one of those pirates. Otherwise I won't be able to answer to Mary Gios. Alright, got it. Kizaru said and walked out. GOLD. Roger, see that? Among the 3 admirals, he's the one stepping forward. What does that mean? Shiki had need to ask. Backing the celestial dragons. Sucking up to his masters. Rox D. Zebek, these Navy guys. They've got the strength, but they love being dogs, backing the celestial dragons, sucking up to his masters. Roxd. Zebek, these Navy guys. GOLD. Roger saw it in yesterday's video. How did that loyal dog Akainu end up? Your face means nothing. Could anyone else come out well? Aituan Yogai, no choice. When you've knelt for so long your legs go numb, you can't stand straight. Zhangwa, you bunch of civilian pirates have the nerve to smear our navy. Who doesn't know that the celestial dragons are the masters of the world? They deserve supreme authority. Dear D. Luaji Ha. I admire Sengoku's thick skin, thicker than the walls of Marine headquarters. Shurji, don't say that he's just showing loyalty to his master trying to make a good impression. He, in short, you're deliberately smearing our navy. No matter what, the navy is the symbol of justice. Kaiwaha justice. I want to puke just hearing that. Xiaoyuo Lingling am sickened too. Aituan Yogai, let's all puke together. Suddenly a message popped up on the screen. Random quiz begins. First question: when Admiral Yellow Monkey landed on Sabaody Archipelago, what means of transportation did he use? Luokisi D. Jaibike warship, Zhangwa warship, Sakasiji warship, Wangji warship, Dear D. Luaji warship, Xiaoyuo Lingling warship. The answer area was instantly flooded with the word warship. Luo La saw this scene and almost thought she had traveled back to her previous live stream room. If at this moment Yellow Monkey blurted out, "Thanks to all the old buddies for sending the warships," it would have been even more fitting. Zhangwa, damn. Luokisi beat me to it. He, don't worry. That resurrection crystal isn't something that appears every time. As long as that thing doesn't show up, Luokisi won't cause any trouble, even if he gets points. Zhangwa, but to let a dead man snatch that free point, it's utterly disgusting. Zhangwa's answer came second, just a few milliseconds slower than Luokisi. He was the most frustrated of all. Luokisi D. Jaibike, haha. All of you don't want me to come back, but I earned this point fair and square. This proves that the heavens want me to be resurrected. There must be a resurrection crystal in this reward. Shurji, damn, everyone answering like they're snatching women ridiculously fast. He didn't get a point either. As someone also hoping for resurrection, Shurji was now so frustrated he wanted to die. What made it worse was that the point fell into Lakisa's hand. Sakasiji Bolasalina, this is your review video, and you didn't even get a point. What are you playing at? Zhangwa Bolasalina, are you asleep? Get your ass in the game. Luokisi D. Jaibike. This guy's probably scared stiff by the hundreds of correct answers. Dear D. Loaji, indeed, anyone would be stunned seeing so many correct answers. Aituan Yogai Gururara, to snatch a point from the Navy's mouth. That's Luokisi. The answer time for the first question has 10 seconds left. Please answer as soon as possible. A countdown appeared on the big screen. 10. 9. The huge light curtain above Sabaody Archipelago was still flickering. Countdown 5. Countdown 4. Countdown 1. Bolasalina cannonball answer. Countdown 0. Zhangwa. Luokisi D. Jaibike. Shurji. He. Luokisi D. Jaibike, what the hell? Can a cannonball be a means of transportation? Are you kidding me? Jekka, a cannonball? How can someone stand on that? Impossible. Ben Beekman, others can't, but that Yellow Monkey. It's hard to say. Zhangwa, wait. So Lakisa's answer was wrong. You really landed on Sabaody by stepping on a cannonball. Zhangwa had already resigned himself, but now his eyes lit up again. Bolasalina, if I remember correctly, I did land by stepping on a cannonball. Zhangwa, then why didn't you answer earlier? Why did you have to wait until the last second to post? Bolasalina, I had to give everyone a chance to shine, didn't I? Zhangwa, what? Kazan. Sakasiji, damn. Bolasalina, who knew you'd failed to seize the opportunity, even when given it, this remark from Yellow Monkey instantly ignited. Dear D. Luaji, this answer is too absurd. Shurji Jahaha. So Luokisi didn't get this point. Xiaoyuo Lingling, who the hell could guess that kind of answer? Everyone exploded. Is this us not seizing the opportunity? It would be a miracle if anyone guessed that. Luokisi D. Jaibike, bullshit. Landing on a cannonball. What sane person would do such a stupid thing? Damn it, you're pissed that I snatched a point from you, so you deliberately disgusted me before the answer was revealed. Luokisi D. Jaibike, I don't believe it. Tangjihei Duo Fumingle Fufufa, stop arguing, the answer is about to come out. The first question is over. The answer will be revealed in the video. After this line appeared on the light curtain, the scene began to shift. Sabaody Archipelago, port of Peninsula 27. A warship appeared on the sea. The Navy Admiral is coming. Run. If we don't escape now, we'll die. They're going to fire. Opening fire right away. Are they crazy? On the port square, pirates were shouting in panic everywhere. Moshi Moshi, the other end of the line, was silent. Yellow Monkey frowned and muttered to himself. The cannonball beneath his feet was still flying through the air, carrying him like a meteor across the sky of Sabaody. The pirates on the beach all craned their necks, watching helplessly as that figure approached on the cannonball. 3 cannonballs in a triangular formation hurtled toward the port. On top of the middle cannonball stood a man standing straight, as if he had hitched a ride. Aituan Yogai landing on a cannonball, that's an interesting entrance. Sakuyaku this lit. The moment the cannonball was about to land, Yellow Monkey's figure flickered, and he had already landed steadily on the port. Adhuan Yogai landing on a cannonball, that's an interesting entrance. Sakuyaku this lit. The moment the cannonball was about to land, Yellow Monkey's figure flickered, and he had already landed steadily on the port ground. He spread his legs unhurriedly, his right hand in his pocket, and his left hand pulled out a den mushi. Hello, I am Yellow Monkey. As soon as he finished speaking, the cannonball he had been stepping on exploded in midair. Boom! The burst of flames rolled behind him, fire blazing into the sky, raising a sea of fire. The firelight illuminated Yellow Monkey's back. With one hand in his pocket, not a single strand of his hair was out of place. The sounds of cannon fire and battle cries around him seemed to be sealed off. The live stream room erupted into another uproar. Carl Wendick said, "Damn, that pose my head is dizzy from his coolness. He stole all my thunder. Shurji, can this guy survive without showing off?" Yasubu, when it comes to showing off, Yellow Monkey is definitely the ceiling. Mojinsi, the Admiral's entrance, the appearance, and convinced, really damn cool. Everyone who watched this video had the same thought. He can really show off. They really wanted to go up and slap him twice. Luo Kisi D Jaibike, damn. That guy named Bo something, are you insane? Couldn't you just walk down from the warship like a normal person? Stepping on a cannonball. As soon as the correct answer was announced, Luo Kisi instantly broke down. He had just thought his luck had finally turned, that he would soon dominate all the way, successfully obtain the resurrection crystal, and return to the world as a king. The fantasy didn't even last half a minute before being shattered by a slap of reality. Luo Kisi D Jaibike, oh. Luo Kisi D Jaibike, damn. You bastard. Shurji is the old Captain Crazy. Wanji looks like it. Kaidwa Crazy is good, crazy saves worry. Adhuan Nugoite, carry him away. Next one. The scene shifts. Yellow Monkey was still holding that black, den mushy, frowning. Strange, why isn't anyone answering? That kid Zantawan isn't answering the phone again. He's probably slacking off. Yellow Monkey muttered, shaking his head with a helpless look. Bolus strange, Zantawan is always punctual. Why isn't he answering the phone this time? Even Yellow Monkey himself, watching the screen, felt puzzled. Usually that guy was quite reliable. Zantawan, old man Yellow Monkey, are you sure I didn't answer? Open your eyes and look at the screen. You're holding a black, den mushy. Wrongfully blamed, Zantawan couldn't sit still. He a black, den mushy. That thing is used for. Bolus Wrong one. Zirbatsi Lele pft. Dear D Luajia, haha. I just crawled out of my coffin, and this Yellow Monkey kid wants to laugh me back to death. His intentions are punishable, truly punishable. Ben Beekman, this is too. That momentum was so intimidating, and it collapsed instantly. Carl Wendixu, indeed, others' coolness is only temporary, only my coolness is eternal. Xiaoyuo, Katakali, and Admiral can make such a stupid mistake. Sakuyaku, justice. In the scene. Yellow Monkey, seeing the den mushy, didn't connect, casually put it away. A few nearby pirates, scared out of their wits, panicked and fired at him. The bullets passed through his body without even scratching his skin. Yellow Monkey's figure flickered, and he was already in front of those men. The pirates' faces instantly turned pale, their eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Yellow Monkey asked with a smile, I'm asking about something. There's a man named Zantawan, my subordinate. Have you seen him? Oh. Those pirates were so terrified their souls almost flew away, they couldn't be bothered to answer and turned to run. Yellow Monkey lightly lifted his leg. Whoosh. A laser shaped like a soul shot out. Boom. A 7 to 8 meter high flame erupted violently, blowing up those fleeing pirates along with a dozen nearby small fry. Rumble. The main trunk of the mangrove on Sabaody Archipelago No. 27 was blown off and collapsed with a crash. Really, I was just asking for direct. Having wiped out so many pirates and destroyed a mangrove trunk in one go, Yellow Monkey acted as if it were a trivial matter, not even a breath out of place. Tangibo Duo fuming, good heavens, the pirates who saw him land on Sabaody by stepping on cannonballs are all dead. No wonder no one could answer that. Kaidwa, no wonder he was dawdling. The answer was only known to himself. Xiaoyuo Lingling, what a sly old fox. The live stream's bullet comments exploded. Luo Kisi D Jaibike frantically spammed Beast. I will definitely kill you. Shurji replied, the old captain's madness is getting worse. Zhangwa noticed the problem, so that's how the mangrove trunk on Sabaody No. 27 was. You wrote in your report that it was done by pirates. Bolus chuckled at him, maybe I remembered wrong. The scene switches to Yellow Monkey and Hojinsi face. Speed is power. Hojinsi tastes the flavor of a lightspeed kick. Before the words faded, Yellow Monkey's heel had already smashed into Hojinsi's fort. Boom. Hojinsi flew like a cannonball, crashing into a distant building. Flames soared, rubble flew everywhere. Shurji poked fun, is this kid part of a demolition crew? Luajia chimed in, indeed. First time he broke the trunk of No. 27, second time he blew up a bunch of houses. Amazing. In the video, Yellow Monkey appeared again in front of the supernova Wurji. Werji tried to run, but Yellow Monkey was already standing behind him without anyone. I told you as long as I'm here, you don't need to run. Whoosh. Yellow Monkey's heel directly slammed into Werji's waist. Boom. The camera pulls back to show a panoramic view. Werji's tall body crashed into the next building, penetrating straight through. Boom, 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 boom. Building after building was smashed through by Werji, collapsing one after another. Merrick was speechless. Is this a fight or a building demolition? Vestada added, he even tore down the mangrove trunk on the island. In short, he's demolished. Lake US stamped confirmed demolition crew. Even the fleet admiral couldn't stand it anymore. Zhangwa sat in his office, his brows knitted into a knot. Bolus, what a mess you've done. He was so angry he ground his teeth. If Yellow Monkey were standing in front of him now, he would have scolded him to death on. The video continues playing. Just as Yellow Monkey kicked Werji away, Huojinsi behind him suddenly transformed. Demon subduing form. A huge scarecrow appeared in the spot. Its appearance was hideous and terrifying, holding oddly shaped long nails. Xiaoluo Lingling wondered, wasn't this guy just kicked to death by Yellow Monkey? How is he alive again? The battle had just ended, and the Straw Hat crew hadn't caught their breath yet. I say that scarecrow fruit user. His voice came from the Den Mushy with a hint of gravity. He can make others bear the damage for him. That kick from Yellow Monkey just now cost him at least several lives. Ben Beekman exhaled a puff of smoke. Devil fruits are truly bizarre. In the video, Yellow Monkey was looking up at the giant scarecrow above his head. He wore his signature lecherous smile, his tone lazy. These rookies with bounties over 100 million each one of them is like a monster. Really scary. He gestured with 2 fingers, aiming at the scarecrow's eyes. A beam flashed, and the scarecrow was blinded on the spot. He casually swung his arm down, and 2 laser beams pierced straight through the scarecrow's chest. Shurji cursed outright, this bastard. His tone is so damn pretentious. See roar scrape. Suddenly a sonic wave struck. Apu attacked. Yellow Monkey's body was blasted into 2 pieces on the spot. Now's the chance, run. Apu knew very well that this move couldn't kill Yellow Monkey at all. He turned and jumped into the air. Yellow Monkey's body reconstituted. Aya really scared me. He put on a scared to death expression and clasped his hands together. 8-foot mirror. The beam bounced between buildings, instantly laying out a path of light. In front of Apu, the light had already arrived. And so had he. What the hell, so blinding? Apu squinted, raising his hand to shield. The camera zooms in. Yellow Monkey hangs upside down in midair, kicking Apu fiercely. Boom. The building below exploded directly. The ground was shattered into pieces. Abier murmured, a single person destroyed an entire island. Kuain slammed the table in anger. Damn it, it's you again. They'll dig you out sooner or later. Maxir D. Dickey belched and grinned slyly. Yaha. This fighting style, I like it. The scene shifts. Another close-up shot. This time the one getting beaten is Dalik. He was running desperately when a huge foot suddenly blocked his path. The sole was less than a centimeter from the tip of his nose. Boom. Another building collapsed. Goerdi Luo Jie found it amusing. This time, he didn't say, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Bad review. Sure, G interjected. That supernova even tasted the flavor of Huang Yuan's leather shoes, and you still want to hear him show off. Isn't that too much? Luo Jie laughed. This battle indeed has no suspense. But for some reason I always feel that Huang Yuan is really asking for a beating. Luo La hit the nail on the head. One so scary from his mouth, one supernova down with a single kick. Luo Jie slapped his thigh. Exactly. That's the flavor. So pretentious, damn it. The scene shifted directly to the Marine headquarters. Hikamu stared at the screen and murmured, this is the Summit War. Both previous recaps featured this great battle. Now it's Huang Yuan's turn, it's bound to appear again. Shi Quan folded his arms and snorted coldly. That guy didn't show his face even once in yesterday's video. Today I want to see if he ever fought seriously. Huang Yuan drawled. Oh my, how can you say that? I definitely gave it my all. A burst of golden light exploded on the screen, dazzling the entire frame. Yasukani no Magatama. Huang Yuan transformed into light, his arms spread wide, and countless golden orbs shot forward like rain. The camera raced alongside the light orbs, then the angle shifted, and everyone saw clearly. Those light bullets were aimed at Bai Huzi standing on the bow of the... Huang Yuan's voice suddenly rose. See that, Sakazuki? Right from the start, I went straight for the enemy leader. Can you still say I was slacking off? As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of blue flames suddenly appeared in the shot, blocking the space between Huang Yuan and Bai Huzi. That blue flame looked like a bottomless abyss, swallowing all the light bullets fired by the Yasukani no Magatama. How could I let you take down our captain right from the start? As the blue flames dissipated, the figure of Ma Erika, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, emerged. The two clashed in the blink of an eye. Ma Erika somersaulted, bringing his foot down heavily from above, aiming straight for Huang Yuan's head. Huang Yuan raised his hand to block, muttering, "That hurts." The next moment, he vanished from Ma Erika's sight, like a laser beam, a whoosh sound trailing behind. Boom. He was even faster than the light bullets he had fired moments ago, smashing directly into the ground. The earth ruptured, sending up a massive mushroom cloud. Chi Quan frowned. Huh? Is that your achievement? Qingji added, looks a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Huang Yuan shot back. What do you mean by that? Are you doubting my fighting attitude? We're looking down on my heir-coup. He's a rare mythical Zoan after all. The scene shifted. Huang Yuan was already standing on the combat platform directly in front of the execution platform. Before him, a boy wearing a straw hat was charging forward with all his might, heading straight for the gallows. Straw Hat Boy, Huang Yuan said, slowly lifting one leg. Golden light began to gather on his shin, as if something was surging from within the glow, growing increasingly dazzling. Borsellino, isn't your laser kicks charging time a bit too long? Chi Quan raised an eyebrow, frowning scornfully. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Yuan's leg swung forward. A golden beam exploded from the sole of his foot, instantly slicing across the entire battlefield and slamming into the ground just before the Straw Hat Boy. Boom. The ground shattered, sending rubble and dust flying everywhere. The Straw Hat Boy was thrown back by the shockwave, tumbling several times before barely regaining his footing. Close call, close call. He brushed the dust off his clothes, looked up at Huang Yuan on the platform, his eyes filled with vigilance. Huang Yuan simply lowered his leg, tilted his head, and curled a playful smirk. Young man, don't be so impulsive. His tone was light, as if chatting with a friend, without any of the pressure befitting an admiral, but the Marines below were all stunned. That kick just now could have easily turned the boy into dust, yet it only hit the ground. Chi Quan's face darkened as he stared at Huang Yuan's back, his voice low and strained. Borsellino, you'd better explain yourself. Huang Yuan turned around with an innocent look. Explain what? I'm fighting hard, aren't I? Hard? Chi Quan gritted his teeth, practically spitting out. On the live broadcast screens, countless comments were flooding in. Jingu Duo Captain my heir-coup is absolutely stunning. Atamoc, too bad it wasn't my kick. If it were, Huang Yuan would have taken physical damage and also had to smell the poison gas from my old pickled cabbage foot. By Sita, ridiculously strong. I always thought my heir-coup was just durable and good at prolonged fights, but he actually one-shotted Huang Yuan. My heir-coup, stop hyping me up. I feel something's off. Was my kick really that powerful? In the scene after being kicked to the ground, Huang Yuan didn't even pause to recover. He stood up straight and immediately began directing the surrounding Marines. Admiral Huang Yuan. The Marines watched him strolling across the battlefield as if on a leisurely walk, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What was going on? Wasn't he just kicked down from the sky? The impact was so huge that the crater could bury a person, yet he didn't even fall to the ground. He landed on his feet perfectly. Giant squad, keep an eye on the air. Huang Yuan lazily pointed upward. My heir-coup was still hovering in midair, his wings burning with blue flames, his gaze fixed intently below. Sakasi G. Borsellino, are you doing this on purpose? Anyone can see that someone of your caliber wouldn't be taken down by a character like my heir-coup. Si tua luo bei li, indeed. We all know Borsellino's strength. This isn't normal. Shurji jiahahaha. This kid definitely looks like he's slacking off, doesn't he? Look at how easily he landed. Does that seem like someone who was just kicked down? Wang Ji, the key point is, he disengaged from the fight, landed smoothly, and immediately commanded the giant squad to deal with his opponent. That's a seamless sequence. Would a normal person behave like this after being knocked down? Bo Lu Sali Nua, hey, what are you guys talking about? I'm a Marine Admiral. Would I go easy on a pirate? Don't be ridiculous. Zhangguo, don't underestimate my heir-coup. Mythical Zoans are rarer than Logia. Bo Lu Sali Nua, the fleet admiral has good taste. Go air di luo, Jia, have you forgotten? How did the opening of this recap describe this kid? Xia luo te ling ling, a slacker fish. Kaiduo, to be precise, a slippery slacker fish. Ai de Huan Yogai te, this kid is definitely a master of slacking off. Bo Lu Sali Nua. So many people ganging up on me, it's really infuriating. Kapu, the old man, nearly crushed his phone. He glared at the silly Straw Hat Boy on the screen, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Lu Fei, you little brat. Are you looking for death? Although Ace was protected in yesterday's video, whether the boy survived or not was uncertain. Now in Huang Yuan's recap video, he appeared again. Ka Pu's beard quivered with rage. That grandson, I should have beaten him to death back in Windmill Village. I'm about to have a heart attack from anger. Lu Fei, however, replied carelessly, Grandpa, are you stupid? I'm going to save Ace. Huang Yuan also chimed in, Old man Kapu, sorry, but Lu Fei is probably going to be captured by me. In the video, Huang Yuan acted exactly as the comments described. I won't be able to rest until I catch you, Straw Hat Lu Fei. As he spoke, he raised his leg. The scene shifted to the Marine headquarters. Hikamu looked at the screen and murmured softly, this is the Summit War. Both previous recaps featured this battle. Now it's Huang Yuan's turn, so it's bound to appear. Chi Quan folded his arms and snorted coldly. That guy didn't show his face even once in yesterday's video. Today I want to see if he ever fought seriously. Huang Yuan drawled. Oh my, how can you say that? I definitely gave it my all. A burst of golden light exploded on the screen, dazzling the entire frame. Yasukani no Magatama. Huang Yuan transformed into light, his arms spread wide, and countless golden orbs shot forward like rain. A blinding light exploded on his legs so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. It's Admiral Yellow Monkey. Oh no, Straw Hat Boy is finished. A group of prisoners in prison uniforms shouted anxiously. So noisy. Yellow Monkey raised his leg, still finding time to glance at those prisoners. Then he kicked towards Luffy. Death Ray. At that moment, a terrifying energy storm suddenly blasted from the side. The huge wave it raised pushed Luffy away. Boom. Yellow Monkey's kick landed a laser beam as thick as a soul, smashing into the spot where Luffy had just. A scorching flame exploded into a massive ball like Doomsday. Yet the fireball just happened not to burn Luffy. Huh. He actually dodged. Yellow Monkey frowned, a playful smile on his face. Red Dog directly exploded. Bayo Salinuo, did your laser kick really need such a long charge? Straw Hat Luffy was right in front of you with your strength. How could you let him escape? Yellow Monkey quickly explained. Why do you always question my fighting attitude? I have principles, okay? I fight for the Navy, absolutely zero tolerance for pirates. Ben Beekman interjected. That kick just now seemed a bit slow. Logically, it shouldn't have missed. Could it be that out of respect for Kapu, Yellow Monkey deliberately went easy? Shurji chimed in. You're right on the mark, kid. Yellow Monkey is slick. That's probably what he's thinking. Yellow Monkey got anxious. Hey, you're just slandering me. The scene continued. Suddenly a warlord of the sea appeared beside Yellow Monkey, Basiluo Mixiong. He attacked Mbuli Ao Iwan Kufu. Suddenly Lu Fei lost the protection of a strong ally. Another warlord of the sea jumped out. Yuguang Imolia. Come out, zombie soldiers. When enemies meet, eyes red with bloodlust. The grudge between Imolia and Lu Fei was a warlord of the sea and a Navy admiral, joining forces to take down a rookie supernova Straw Hat Lu Fei. It was obvious. Zero chance of winning, a guaranteed beatdown. Imolia gave an order, and a large group of zombie soldiers swarmed toward Lu Fei. Go ahead. Yellow Monkey drawled, leaving all the work to those zombies. He himself turned around and left, heading to another battlefield. Zhangguo. Sakasi-ji. Kuzan. Ben Beekman this. Shurji, Jia, haha, isn't this going easy on him? Such a good opportunity. Even if Imolia can't capture Lu Fei, you could easily lend a hand and catch him for sure. Merc that turn. Really slick. By see to Merc, don't talk nonsense. Yellow Monkey showed mercy to AI sis brother, that's good for us. We should thank Yellow Monkey. Baluo Salinuo, it's just a supernova, the warlord has already gone to deal with him. As a Navy admiral, shouldn't I immediately go to support where I'm needed more? That does make some sense. The scene shifts. Straw Hat Lu Fei rushed toward the execution platform again. Yellow Monkey appeared again. With a whoosh, he directly blocked Lu Fei's path, cutting him off. Baluo Salinuo, see. You who doubt blindly, take a good look. Every time Straw Hat Boy tries to rush the execution platform, I'm the first to notice and the first to stop him. Before Yellow Monkey's words even landed in the video, he kicked Lu Fei. Where you came from, go back there. With a swoosh, Lu Fei flew backward and slammed into the arms of Shin Ping behind him. He was caught by Shin Ping. Baluo Salinuo, huh? Sakasi-ji, what are you showing us? How you kicked Straw Hat Lu Fei back to the safe zone. At this moment, several division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates rushed forward all at once. So many people coming after me, what a headache. Yellow Monkey muttered. He simply ignored Lu Fei, turned around, and engaged in battle with those commanders. Baluo Salinuo this. Zhangguo, Baluo Salinuo, you're obviously going easy. Even Zhangguo couldn't ignore it. But Kapu suddenly blurted out. Kapu, Baluo Salinuo, you're really reliable. Whenever Lu Fei is in danger, you Yellow Monkey always show up. Below the execution platform, the scene shifted. All three Navy admirals were present, none missing, directly appearing in the shot. Kuzan, so all the admiral-level combat power on the battlefield has been withdrawn. Baluo Salinuo, this time none of US-3 did anything, so you can't call me lazy, right? AI de Huan Yo Gai Te, what are those? New equipment made by the Navy. Whitebeard's brows instantly furrowed at the sight of the encirclement walls. Zhangguo's forehead veins throbbed, furious and grinding his teeth. This damn video space even exposed the secret weapon he had prepared in secret. The Navy would probably suffer many more casualties. Zhangguo, the Navy has never built such a thing. It looks more like the work of some devil fruit user. Merc, those walls look like iron, very sturdy. He who did it. AI de Huan Yo Gai Te Humph, after all these years of fighting, you two can stop pretending. Merc, it's harmless to watch more of this video. It helps us learn more about the battlefield secrets. Such an arrangement can't be done in a few months. The Navy can't change it now. Zhangguo had a joke. In the scene, the three admirals stood right in front of the execution platform, the camera zooming in. Suddenly, a small figure leaped down from the top of the iron wall and landed directly in front of the three. Mengchidi Kapu, what the hell? This is a battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. What are you meddling for, you brat? No need to guess, it was Ka Pu's grandson again stepping onto the Navy's combat platform. Yo, finally here. This place is too early for you, Qing Ji said lazily. Sakasi Ji looked fierce, truly lawless. The son of Long. Yellow Monkey pouted, so scary. Go air de luo, yeah, that's so scary again, I really want to slap him. Sure Ji, honestly this guy does deserve a beating. Give AIC back to me. Lu Fei grabbed a thick mast and swung it in a wide arc at the three admiral. But the three acted as if they hadn't seen his attack, not moving an inch. Only Qing Ji happened to stand in the path of the swing, casually raising his hand and freezing the mast solid. That move was like stopping a mischievous child. The gap in combat power, astronomically large. Second gear. Lu Fei threw away the shattered mast legs, suddenly straining blood, instantly surging. He shot into the air, aiming a fierce kick at the middle one. Red Dog. The son of Long, this is where you end. Red Dog's right arm erupted with scorching magma, instantly forming a giant fist of lava. That kick. Slow enough. Yellow Monkey muttered sarcastically, then raised his leg for a lightspeed kick. Whoosh. Before Lu Fei could even meet Red Dog's fist, he was sent flying by Yellow Monkey's kick. His whole body shot backward like a cannonball. Red Dog, he's like a bodyguard hired by Lu Fei. Yellow Monkey, what did I do wrong again? Am I not fighting? Qing Ji. Kuli Jia, if it hadn't been for Huang Yuan's kick, Admiral Red Dog's magma fist would have already sent Straw Hat Boy to meet his maker. Pei Luo, why not just pierce him through with a laser? Instead, he had to use his foot. Lick Huang Yuan, come on, my kick technique is lethal. Have you not seen the miserable state of those supernovas after I kicked them on the Sabaody Archipelago? The scene shifts. The slaughter had already turned into a river of blood with broken bricks and rubble everywhere. The ground itself turned over. Right in front of Huang Yuan's lens, Lu Fei was locked in combat with Navy Vice Admiral Dalmatian. Finger gun. Dalmatian suddenly struck his finger, piercing straight through Lu Fei's chest. Kuli Jia, so that's how it is. Dalmatian Vice Admiral Kapu, I'm sorry. I am a Marine, so I have no choice. Will Lu Fei really die by my hand? Kapu sighed. On the screen, after being hit by the finger gun, Lu Fei froze in place, almost becoming a sitting duck. Just then Huang Yuan popped up again, and everyone thought he was up to some new trick. Swoosh! A dazzling golden laser shot from Huang Yuan's fingertip, piercing straight through the immobilized Lu Fei's chest. Lu Fei, already barely holding on, completely lost his strength and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Blackbeard Zia, now this is getting serious. Golden Lino. He actually used a laser to finish him off. The tone has suddenly changed. Kuli Jiao, a penetrating wound. This time, he didn't hold back at all. Hua Xiaoshan, it seems our doubts about Admiral Huang Yuan were all misunderstandings. The barrage in the divine video space was flying furiously, and Huang Yuan almost applauded on the spot. Finally, I've been vindicated. Huang Yuan, you all saw that, right? I'm speaking with facts. The video footage has cleared. Before Huang Yuan's words had even landed, the version of him in the video had already walked up to Lu Fei. Having guts alone isn't enough, Straw Hat Boy. If your strength doesn't match, no matter how hard you try, you still can't save those who are doomed to die. As the words fell, Huang Yuan raised his leg and kicked out directly. Whoosh. Lu Fei was sent flying from the Marine camp, rolling like a ball into the safe zone. Everyone present was stunned. Every time Lu Fei falls into danger, Huang Yuan is sure to step in. The scene shifts and the camera follows Lu Fei's trajectory. Bang! He finally collided heavily with Whitebeard and came to a stop. Whitebeard reached out and caught Lu Fei steadily. The barrage erupted. Big Mom, if you say this wasn't intentional, I won't believe it. GOLD. Roger, did you hear what he said before the kick? He was actually teaching Lu Fei. Teaching him. Edward Newgate Gururara, what a sly old fox. Isn't it just because Lu Fei is Ka Pu's grandson? If he really killed him, how would he face Kapu later? Borsellino, you underestimate the sense of responsibility of a Navy admiral too much. I have never been lenient with pirates. That wasn't teaching the kid, it was. Shiki, you call this? Hard work, instructor Huang Wang. Ji, this time, it's even more outrageous. Not only did he send the kid away, but he also gave a lesson. What thoughtful intentions. Sakazuki, this is absolutely disgusting. While the barrage was flying, the video scene changed again. Huang Yuan began to go on a rampage, laser beams one after another reaping the lives of pirates. Even Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, fell into Huang Yuan's hands after being restrained with seastone cuffs. Kuli Jia, so that's how it is. Huang Yuan began to go on a rampage, laser beams one after another reaping the lives of pirates. Even Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, fell into Huang Yuan's hands after being restrained with seastone. In the scene, Lu Fei had somehow already rushed onto the execution platform. AIC'll open them for you right now. Lu Fei clutched a key in his hand. The next second, a laser beam shot over and snapped the key in two. Lu Fei was completely stunned. Random question generation. Question 2 in this battle, who pointed a gun at Huang Yuan, forcing him to raise his hands obediently. As soon as the second question appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Kuli Jia, so that's how it is. Huang Yuan, someone has a gun pointed at me. Beckman Kiriel. Big Mom Kiriel. Sengoku Kiriel. Marco Izo. Roger Izo. Sengoku Whitebeard. Red Dog Marco. Rox Marco. Advisor, Saru no more. Huang Yuan was still dazed when the answers on the screen started flying. Who would dare to be slow now? Everyone had learned rushing to answer was the key. The clue was obvious. Someone who could hold a gun to Huang Yuan's head must be a pirate. Among the Whitebeard pirates, there were only a few who could trade blows with Huang Yuan. Those who used guns as their primary weapon could be counted on one hand. The most likely candidate was certainly a division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Going through them one by one, the most reliable was the 10th Division commander. That's why a bunch of people typed out that name at the same time. There were also guesses about other gun-wielding commanders, but this divine video space only recognized the first correct answer. Those who missed the best answer due to hesitation could only guess, blindly filling in the names of other commanders. For example, Sengoku, seeing his answer had been snatched, immediately changed it to Whitebeard. Anyway, it was all guesswork, a blind cat catching a dead mouse, as they say. What if the correct answer wasn't what everyone thought? In just a few seconds, the names of all the Whitebeard pirates' commanders were filled in. After another 10 seconds, the names of the captains of the subordinate fleets were also gradually scooped up. Roxd. Zebek, you bastards. I've tried several times, and someone always snatches it. Damn it. Shiki, oh, so your madness is cured, old captain. Kaido, he only just recovered, and he's already making a racket. Roxd. Zebek, you two bastards, once I come back to life, I'll kill you both. Shiki, give it a rest. I'm still lying flat myself. Even if we queue up for resurrection, it's not your turn. Shanks, I can't stand this anymore. I just took a sip of water, and when I came back, all the options were taken. Shanks, alright, I can't leave it blank. They'll pick Sengoku, just a blind guess. Sengoku, answer. Roxd. Zebek, this approach of yours. It's not without merit. What if the Marines fight among themselves? Roxd. Zebek, Sakazuki, answer. I think this guy might actually shoot Huang Yuan. Kapu, Kazan, answer. Kazan. Zephyr, Tsuru, answer. Blamank, Strawberry, answer. In the blink of an eye, the names of all the Marine vice admirals and above were also swept clean. Charlotte Cracker, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, answer. Shaki Boa Hancock, answer. Once this floodgate of ideas opened, it couldn't be stopped. In a flash, the names of the 7 warlords were also turned into answers. Anyone who hadn't answered yet began to randomly fill in names with their eyes closed. As long as they were from the Marines, the Whitebeard crew, or the 7 warlords, no one could escape. Countdown 6. Countdown 5. Time was running out. Sengoku, Kizaru, why are you silent again? Are you going to snatch the correct answer? Don't be foolish. Privately send the answer you know to Gion. She hasn't figured it out yet. The recap video started broadcasting early in the morning. Since Sengoku wasn't alongside Kizaru, he used the space of this miraculous video as a Kizaru had already claimed 1 point. If he snatched this one too, it would be a loss. But if this point fell to another Marine, then the Navy would have 2 people who could receive the reward. No matter how he calculated it, it was remarkably advantageous. Kizaru, I really don't know the answer to this question. This is about the future. Kizaru, I'll just vote for myself. Kizaru, answering the question. Sengoku. Kizaru stood on the high platform, his finger pointing downward, light dazzling a laser beam already poised to fire. Kizaru, don't move. A low voice suddenly came from beside Kizaru. Kizaru turned his head, immediately put on a lecherous grin, and slowly raised his hands above his head. Oh my. Ben Beckman. Sengoku, what the hell? Ben Beckman. Charlotte Lean, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates. What's going on? Edward Newgate, what nonsense is this? How can you be there? Yasop, hey Beckman. Why did you go there? Lucky Roo, did you sneak off to help Whitebeard without the captain? Kaido, this answer is too ridiculous. As soon as this result came out, everyone was stunned. The Summit War was clearly a clash between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates, with at most the warlords of the sea. When everyone guessed the answer, they naturally focused on these 3 factions. Everyone believed the correct answer couldn't escape this range. But then out of nowhere, Ben Beckman appeared. New World Red Hair Pirates Red Force. The answer is me. Ben Beckman stared wide-eyed at the big screen in the sky, his mouth agape for a long time. He was the first to answer, Curiel. In everyone's eyes, this answer was already the closest. But he never expected to hold the correct answer, yet report someone else's name. Yasop walked over, utterly puzzled. Beckman, what's going on? How did you end up there? Deck laughed loudly. This is too absurd. Did you go to the summit alone, or did our whole Red Hair crew go? Snake lowered his head, his fingers continuously fiddling with the tuft of messy hair on his chin, muttering, I'm telling you, the scene shown by the miracle in the video might be exaggerated. Shanks grinned, scratching the back of his head, and chimed in, aha, stop guessing. That thing is real. His gaze swept across the surrounding officers as he continued, I got news yesterday. The beast pirates plan to stab us in the back, while the Marines fight white. I've been thinking since last night whether I should go intercept them and figure out how to end this war. Since the video shows that Ben Beckman appeared at Marine headquarters, it's clear that I ultimately decided to go there. Shanks laid out all the thoughts swirling in his mind. Ben Beckman nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, "If that's the case, it makes sense. I support you. By then the Marines and Whitebeard will both be exhausted. We just need to stand there, show a little strength, and both sides will have to back down. Yeah. After this battle, the situation on the sea is likely to change completely. It's not a good sign." Shanks sighed softly. At that moment, Sengoku spoke in the comment section of the miraculous video. Sengoku: Shanks, are you and your red hair pirates going to interfere in the Summit War? Are you planning to ally with Whitebeard and directly oppose the world? Seeing the content popping up on the screen, Sengoku's heart pounded. He knew very well that Shanks was no pushover. If the red hair pirates really got involved in the Summit War, no one could predict the outcome. If Red Hair and Whitebeard did team up against the Marines, the Navy's chances of winning would shrink drastically. It might even end in disaster. Shanks: Sengoku, what are you thinking? Since when do pirates form alliances? Don't say such foolish things in the future. Sengoku, then explain why Ben Beckman appeared in the video. Shanks: you're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? You should go ask your Admiral Kizaru about this mess. Kizaru, these are all scenes from the future. Of course you should ask the person involved. Don't you have any idea? Roxy, Zebek, can you all stop spouting useless nonsense? This Kizaru kid is such a bizarre freak. Look at his answers, each one more ridiculous than the last. Shiki Jahaha. Old Captain, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. It's really true. This guy really takes an unconventional path. Not only is his way of showing off different, but even the questions related to him all have bizarre answers. Sakazuki, having such a fool is a damn disgrace. Linlin's interest was piqued. Should I get involved in this too? As a group was still annoyed by Kizaru's weirdness, several officers of the Red Hair Pirates appeared on the screen. Sengoku was the first to explode, just as I thought. You Red Hair Pirates are also sticking your noses in. Saru picked up her teacup and chimed in. It seems we need to revise the Navy's contingency plans. Kaido grinned. Red Hair and Whitebeard are both heading to headquarters. Then he'll join in too. He'll either take down both of them or wipe out the Marines along with them. Linlin's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Among the four of us, you Whitebeard and Red Hair are all moving. Should I come and have some fun too? Rox popped up. Well said, Linlin. With you Kaido and Whitebeard all present, if you could revive me too, the Rox pirates would reunite and Marine headquarters would be— Linlin rolled her eyes. Old Captain Rox, I'm discussing serious business with the current four emperors. You're an outdated relic. Go cool off somewhere else. Rox quickly changed his tone. Linlin, don't say that. You're different from those brainless fools. You value bonds and have a sense of responsibility. If you Linlin interrupted him. This miracle space has a blocking function too. Rox, if you keep nagging, I'll lock you in the darkroom. Rox backed down instantly. No. He immediately shut up. If he got blocked, he'd lose the chance to even speak, let alone use Linlin. As long as he could stay, he could always find an opportunity to discuss with her, coax her, and maybe one day she'd remember old ties and give her old captain a hand. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku watched the conversation of the 4 sea emperors in the miracle space, sweat covering his forehead. Damn, these pirates act on a whim. If this really turns into an all-out war between the Marines and the 4 emperors, it's over. Saru walked over with her teacup and said calmly, calm down, Fleet Admiral. Pirates remember grudges, not favors. They're all shrewd. The intelligence is clear. Kaido has an old grudge against Whitebeard. He won't help Whitebeard. If the beast pirates do show up at the Summit War, they'll be after Whitebeard. As for Linlin, that old woman is enjoying a comfortable life in Tado land. Without a big enough incentive, she won't move. Zhangwa sighed. I understand what you're saying. But ever since this damn divine space appeared, so many plans have gone haywire. Kaido and Linlin now have this thought, and the fear is the Watif. Zangwo's brows were tightly knitted. He absolutely loathed this damn divine video. Of course, if he could get the reward at the end, he would immediately change his fate. On the giant screen in the sky, the camera slowly pulled back, the field of view continuously expanding. The Straw Hat Kid's submarine is about to escape, a Navy soldier shouted at the top of his lungs. But at that moment, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted. Ice Age. Shinji exerted his power abruptly, and terrifying frost screamed across the sea surface. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea area, including the submarine, was frozen into a hard ice shell. Mungchi di Kapu Shinji. So it was you. Seeing this scene, Kapu, who had been lounging on a naval ship's deck chair, bristled with fury, jumped up, and roared. Kazan. So in the end, I was the one who killed him. Sakasiji Bolasalana, take a good look. Everyone was fighting tooth and nail, and you were just slacking off. Bolasalana, what's the point of saying these stupid words? The result is that the pirates were all wiped out. That's it. But at this moment, a blinding golden light suddenly burst out in the video. Huan Yuan leaped into the air. Yada no Kagami. He crossed his hands and streams of light gathered in his palms. He suddenly spread his arms and countless laser beams rained down like a storm. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Overwhelming beams filled the entire frozen sea surface. Crack, crack, crack. The ice layer that had been frozen by Qingji just a second ago was instantly shattered by these thousands of beams. If they can still survive this, then I can only blame their tough luck and well accept it. Huang Yuan landed lightly standing beside Qi, and Qingji, his tone tinged with regret. On the battlefield, since a fierce battle had just ended, and they were in the cleanup phase, no one noticed Huang Yuan's action. But at this moment, everyone was watching from the audience perspective and saw it clearly. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Shiji, good heavens. Qingji just froze the sea, and Huang Yuan turned around and broke it all up, clearing the channel again. Mashier D. Dickies hick. With an insider by their side, Qi and Qingji must be mentally exhausted, right? Wangji, isn't it? Look at the three standing together. Qingji is covered in wounds, Qin's head is bleeding, and he's the only one clean and spotless, not even a few beads of sweat. Kapu watched Luffy successfully escape in the scene and let out a long sigh. He was indeed heartbroken about Ace's death. But if something happened to Luffy, he would really go crazy. Previously, Kapu had no special impression of Huang Yuan, but now he found him likable no matter how he looked. He directly sent a message to Huang Yuan, "Come have a drink at my place tonight." Huang Yuan received the message and was taken aback. Immediately after, a private message from Zhanghua also came. "Bola Salina, I have no objection to your understanding Kapu's feelings. But don't forget that you are a Navy soldier. If collegial feelings outweigh justice, how will the world perceive our Navy?" Huang Yuan curled his lip and couldn't be bothered to reply. Then the scene changed again. Under the pitch-black night sky, cyan-black rocks emitted steam and lava churned in the volcanic crater. Everywhere exuded an aura of deathly stillness. Yada no Kagami. Midair, Huang Yuan crossed his hands and golden light gathered in his hands. The frame froze and a question popped up. Random question generated. Question 3. Who did Huang Yuan's Yada no Kagami hit this time? Luo Kcd Jaibike, 8 Huan Nugate answer Zhanghua, 8 Huan Nugate answer Xiaoluo Lingling, 8 Huan Nugate answer Shiji, 8 Huan Nugate answer. As soon as the question appeared, answers flooded in like a screen scroll. Zhanghua jumped up in frustration. Damn. That guy beat me again. Xiaoluo Lingling complained loudly. Is there a delay on my end? I answered as soon as I saw the question, but I ended up third. Shiji took over. Speaking of delay, the underworld is the real delay. Luj interjected. How did that guy Luo Kisi get first? Luo Kisi laughed maniacally. Ha ha. This time I'm sure to get it. After I get the resurrection crystal, it'll come out and kill you all. 8 Huan Nugate looked defiant. You all think it's me? I don't believe it. I choose Zhanghua. Zhanghua answer. The video scene started moving again. Huang Yuan stood midair and lazily called out, Yada no Kagami. Instantly, countless laser beams blasted downward. The camera panned, and a burly man with a bare upper body appeared in the frame. Purple hair, black sunglasses, his muscles bulging like twisted tree roots, looking terrifying. But this man was clearly at his limit, covered in wounds, barely able. Huang Yuan's beams rained down like a storm, and he couldn't dodge them at all. The beams struck his body, producing dull thuds of puff, puff, puff. His whole body convulsed from the hits like a tattered rag in the wind. When the beams stopped, he staggered and barely managed to stay on his feet. He stumbled back a few steps, leaned his back against the ice wall, and gasped for breath. At this moment, everyone saw his face clearly. Zhangguo's eyes widened. Zifa. Kapu stood up abruptly. How could it be him? He murmured softly, Zifa. Wushu gritted his teeth. Teacher Zifa. Kazan's face suddenly changed. When he was reviewing me just now, Bulasalina kept saying that I killed Teacher Zifa. So he was covering for himself. Sakasiji cursed, this trash. He's never this eager when killing pirates. The video scene slowly faded to black. This round was completely over. Review complete. This episode's protagonist, Bulasalina, codename Huang Yuan. That sleazy look, but when he puts on airs, it's actually quite stylish. Summary in one sentence: top actor of the Paramount War. Counting answers. Huang Yuan what? Jinshizi hahaha, I'm dying. Luja's sleazy aura paired with a pretentious style. This description is spot on. Ben Beekman, officially certified actor, no problem. Zhanghua was still shocked. Wait, why did Bulasalina go so far as to kill Zifa? Kapu gritted his teeth. I will never accept this. Zifa sighed. Don't blame Huang Yuan. Look at the picture, there are Navy soldiers all around. It must be that I rebelled. He immediately retorted, nonsense. Zifa, I would believe any traitor you name, but you never. Hiwashishin nodded in agreement. Teacher Zifa, never. How could he do evil? Jinshizi interjected. Seriously, Zifa is the only Navy soldier I respect. He can't even bear to kill pirates, and you say he rebelled. I'm the first not to believe it. If you ask me, it's the Navy itself that rebelled. Luj burst out laughing. But haha, what a genius. Baihozi also laughed. Gurura, that's right, it must be that the Navy all rebelled together. Dama shouted. Hey, did anyone get this question right? He replied no. Judging from the comments, just now no one mentioned Zifa. Qingji said, who would think of teacher? Luo Kisi cursed furiously, damn. This Huan Yuan is toxic. I grabbed first place twice in a row, and the answers were all traps. Screw it, I'm not done with Huan Yuan. Luj laughed, someone's triggered. Golden Lion interjected. You know Rox is right. That Kizaru fellow is shady. Look at how the answers for Akainu and Akiji were all within normal range. Vista, I see now. It's not that Kizaru is abnormal, it's that he's simply not normal. Queen agreed, makes perfect sense. Kizaru turned off the stream, lounged on the sofa, and propped his legs up. A system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards from this round. Reward 1, Glint Glint Fruit, Awakening 30. Reward 2, a random top-tier martial art. Reward 3, double popularity conversion boost for 72 hours. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Martial arts. His current skills were decent, but if he could get something even stronger, he'd be truly invincible. He opened the reward panel, randomly drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 Styles Ultimate. Life, Return Modified. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. He was well acquainted with this. The pinnacle of the 6 styles allowed complete control over every muscle, bone, and organ. It could even change body shape and accelerate healing. But what did the modified mean? He continued reading the description. Life Return Modified instantly alter body structure in battle to avoid fatal damage. Can also absorb external energy for temporary enhancement. Duration and intensity depend on the energy level absorbed. Kizaru was stunned. This was insanely powerful. The original Life Return was already broken, but this modified version could absorb external. He tried to activate it. His cells seemed to come alive, automatically rearranging themselves. Muscle fibers tightened and bone density increased. The most absurd part was that he could feel faint energy particles drifting in the air around him, and his body was passively absorbing them. Kizaru sucked in a cold breath. If he were in a place like the Summit War, with explosions, shockwaves, magma, and ice everywhere, wouldn't he be able to absorb to his fill? Kizaru grinned. Now this is interesting. He glanced back at the reward panel. The Glint Glint Fruit's awakening had increased by 30, and he could feel a deeper connection with the fruit. Previously, he had to consciously activate the fruit's power. Now a single thought sufficed. Speed was greater and photonization was more complete. He could even sense the ability to make consecutive turns while moving at light speed. Before he could only charge in a straight line, now he could turn. Kizaru stood up, rolling his shoulders. All right, this round wasn't a loss. He looked out the window at the bright sunlight. Now, what should I do? The moment the award ceremony began, the whole arena exploded. Quiz summary complete. Those who scored 3 points, none. Those who scored 2 points, none. Those who scored 1 point, Borsellino. Now announcing the results. Borsellino total score 1 point, ranked first this round. Reward 1 gold level prize. Prize pool opening, Rox Dam. Only he wins. Shiki, unbelievable. Taking the whole reward alone. Who can stand that? Kaido, this is my first time answering questions, and this is what I see. Teach one man takes all. It's enough to make anyone jealous. Roger, we laughed at him for being too sly, but he laughed at us for getting nothing. Damn, I can't laugh anymore. Wangji, can you sleep at night taking the prize alone? Borsellino, oh, you say that, but I not only sleep, while I sleep extra soundly, Wangji, damn. Shiki, Rox, I'm going to teach him a lesson. The prize pool interface popped up instantly. Blue lightning-like patterns crackled and exploded, and the wheel spun wildly. Prizes popped out one after another. The first one. Animal type mythical Zoan human fruit model 6-winged seraphim. Upon eating, gain all the power of a 6-winged seraphim. Note this fruit was developed by the system and has removed the sea curse. The user will not be affected by seawater even after eating, and it does not conflict with other devil fruits. Even if you already have a devil fruit, you can still eat this one. Kaido mythical Zoan. The captain of the Beast's pirates dreamed of assembling an army of all Zoan mythical Zoans. That was what Kaido coveted most. The first reward being this made Kaido's eyes go red instantly. Sengoku's 6-winged seraphim form. Another legendary fruit. Tsuru, the key point is that the system's fruit can coexist with other fruits. That's the truly terrifying part. Sengoku's 6-winged seraphim form. Another legendary fruit. Tsuru, the key point is that the system's fruit can coexist with other fruits. That's the... Rox exploded. Damn. This bastard is too lucky. Others draw one, but he not only takes it, all the stuff he gets is on a higher tier. And this is just the first. Shiki chimed in. Honestly, I'm so jealous my teeth itch. Even if the next 7 are all junk, this one alone makes him a huge winner. Teach rubbed his chin. A Marine Admiral about to become the first dual devil fruit user. Interesting. Marco sighed. A legendary mythical Zoan on top of an already broken Logia. Kizaru's luck is just ridiculous. Just then Kizaru spoke. Hey, why are you all so worked up? Is this thing really that good? Rox immediately cursed. Are you blind? A legendary mythical Zoan, is that good, damn it. Shiki also lost his temper. Are you blind? Can't you see everyone's eyes about to pop out? Sengoku quickly warned, Orsolino, don't be foolish. This fruit is truly remarkable. If you eat it, your combat power will skyrocket. The chat exploded, you bastard. The second reward appeared. Observation Hockey Experience Pack Extra Large after use Armament Hockey. The chat exploded, you bastard. The second reward appeared. Observation Hockey Experience Pack Extra Large after use Armament Hockey value directly increases by 800 points. Kizaru said lazily, it seems my luck really isn't that great. Moonlight Moria chuckled. Hee, and he's still complaining. The other two admirals would be furious. Sakazuki said coldly, just an idiot. Rox exploded again. If anyone revives me, you'll go chop this bastard into pieces right now. Shiki was stunned. Damn. Old Captain, that's a clever move. All that setup was leading to this. Roger poured cold water. Rox, give up. No one will Rox refused to accept. Bullshit. I'm doing this for the public good. Reviving me is just a side benefit. The third reward was revealed. Weapon Strengthening Scroll after use greatly increases weapon power and durability with a chance to awaken a special attribute. Don Quixote narrowed his eyes. Does this thing appear every time? Moonlight Moria guessed. Maybe because no one picks it, it just sits there. Vista reminded, don't underestimate it. For a true master swordsman, this item is priceless. When the eighth treasure appeared, the chat exploded completely. Revival coin, hold it in your hand, and it will automatically brand into your palm, merging with your body. Once you suffer a fatal wound, you will instantly turn into energy and dissipate, then randomly revive within a 100 meter radius at full health and full status. Once you suffer a fatal wound, you will instantly turn into energy and dissipate, then randomly revive within a 100 meter radius at full health and full status. Luokisi D Jibike fuck. Shurji fuck. Kaidwa fuck. Zhangwa damn, I didn't want to show my envy. But Bayuo Solinuo's luck is just too fuck. Item 7, Swordsmanship Experience Pack Large. After consuming it, your swordsmanship ability will skyrocket by 4,000 points on your original base. Ziyuan, this thing is indeed valuable for those who play with swords. Of course, it would be even better if there was an extra large one. Jiaji, when it's my turn to sort out rewards, I'll definitely pick a Swordsmanship Experience Pack Extra Large for you. Ziyuan. Item 6, Zampadeo Spring Dust. By infusing Haki, you can release the power of this blade, manipulating the power of dust. Note this blade comes from another world, the Bleach world, and is a fairly powerful wind-type Zampadeo. After arriving in this world affected by the world's laws, its energy source has been changed to Haki. Kaya Lake here, Mihwoke Zampadeo. One has appeared before. I wonder what effects these things can actually bring out. By Sita, judging from the description alone, it can probably be understood as a great grade sword fused with devil fruit ability. Shurji, not bad. If I were to choose, I would really like to pick one of these so-called Zampadeo to test the waters. Item 5, Armament Hockey Spray. It can store armament hockey inside. When using it, spray it on yourself. Within 1 second, all the hockey in the can is released, covering your entire body in armament hockey for a full minute. Note, no matter what level of armament hockey, it can be stored and the effect will not suffer any loss. Mungshi D Kapu, this little gadget looks pretty good. If I could bring one for my useless grandson, it could protect him a bit. Mungshi D Lufeya. Grandpa, I don't need it. Mungshi D Kapu, don't flatter yourself. You, this grandson, are already useless. What I meant is in case you have a younger brother in the future, I'll leave it for him to use. Mungshi D Lufeya. Shurji, haha. Tengjai Duo Fuming Fufufu Straw Hat Boy is so pitiful. Zirbatsi Laylee, I feel for Luffy for a second. The first 4 items are rank Ninjutsu Substitution. Jutsu modified at the moment of being ambushed. Use a substitute to replace your original position. A ninjutsu used to dodge attacks. Note, this ninjutsu comes from another world, the Naruto world, so the release energy has been changed to Haki. As soon as the resurrection coin appeared, the entire miracle video space exploded into chaos. Xiaoyuo Lingling spoke first. Yellow Monkey Boy, would you consider becoming my Livian son-in-law? As long as you nod, all my daughters are yours to choose from. Aidwan Nugawite followed with a laugh. Gururara, if you don't mind, you could also. Shut up. Bayuo Solinuo interrupted him. Gururara, seems fate isn't enough. Everyone present, even those without permission to speak in the space, had eyes red with blood after seeing this reward. This is a fucking resurrection coin. Previously, a resurrection crystal had appeared, but that was an active item. If others weren't willing to use it on you, you would still die. The resurrection coin is different. It is completely passive. As long as it is imprinted on your palm, you don't have to worry about being ambushed. The moment you die, it automatically revives you at full condition at a random location within a 1,000 meter radius. Imagine this scene. Two evenly matched experts fight to the death, both down to their last strength. One barely manages to exhaust his final energy and cuts down his opponent. Then in the next second the opponent is revived at full health on the spot. This is utterly devastating. Luo Kisi D Jaibike roared, I want this thing. Yellow Monkey Boy, name your price. Shurji laughed, Jahaha. Didn't you say revival was just to cut down Yellow Monkey? Now you still have the nerve to ask for it. Shut up. Gear D Luogia said slowly. Luo Kisi, stop messing around. Even if you were willing to sell, what would you pay with? Aidhuan Nugoite spotted a loophole. That makes sense, but have you noticed? This thing can only be used by the living. Dead people simply can't get their hands on it. Kaiduo laughed heartily. Captain Lokisi, your revival plan has failed again. Bayuo Salinuo sighed, so frustrating. What do you have to be frustrated about? Luo Kisi nearly exploded on the spot. Kazan followed up, stop pretending, okay. Shurji added, with so many good things coming out at once you still have the nerve to say you're frustrated. It's precisely because there are too many rewards and they are too good that I don't know which one to choose. Bayuo Salinuo spread his hands. That's why I'm frustrated. The whole venue fell silent. Nanny, after all this you're frustrated about this. Aren't you being a bit too much of a show-off? Winner Bayuo Salinuo, you now have 3 minutes to choose one reward. Exceeding the time limit will result in disqualification. Countdown begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bayuo Salinuo scratched his hair, tough choice. I really want the mythical Zoan's 6-winged seraphim form, but I can't let go of the resurrection coin either. He clicked his tongue. If only I could also get a big package of observation hockey, that would be perfect. Shurji immediately bristled. Do you even have any Luo Kisi D Jaibike cursed, bastard insatiably greedy. Maxier D Dicky licked his lips, a legendary mythical Zoan. Just hearing it makes one envious. Zhangwa tapped the table. Bayuo Salinuo, pick something you can use directly. Don't be indecisive. He shook his head. The resurrection coin is good, but the human fruit mythical Zoan's 6-winged seraphim form, that is the real treasure. Bayuo Salinuo sighed. Alright, you're right. I also think it's more valuable. He finally chose the animal type human fruit mythical Zoan, 6-winged seraphim form. On a deserted island dozens of nautical miles from the Sabaody Archipelago, the Blackbeard pirates were holed up there. Dooku, lying on his horse's back, lifted his head weakly. Captain, that guy really took the legendary mythical Zoan. Dicky grinned widely, revealing the gap of his missing teeth. Hick, this is great. Now for that fight next week, I have one more person I want to crush. He twitched the corner of his mouth. If my luck is good enough after that trip to Marine headquarters, I might just achieve complete fulfillment. Kaiduo snorted in the chat channel. Logia plus legendary mythical Zoan. The Navy's luck is too eerie. Shurji responded. Does that mean the position of the world's strongest man is about to change hands? He added, Kaiduo, you the so-called strongest creature on land, sea, and air, can you still be tough in front of Yellow Monkey? Kaiduo sneered, what do you think? He has those 2 devil fruits, but he himself is just an ordinary person. His racial foundation is there, and it's very weak. Gear D Luogia suddenly interjected, I found something interesting. Shurji asked, what? Luogia said, in the previous ranking video Red Dog and Blue Pheasant fought fiercely over the position of Fleet Admiral. But now it seems with Yellow Monkey's combat power, he might have jumped directly to the strongest among the 3 admirals, right? He smiled. Is there any doubt about the next Fleet Admiral of the Navy? Xiaoluo Lingling became interested. This is interesting. Ben Beekman sighed. I never thought that Yellow Monkey, a lazy fish, could turn around. Luo La spoke coldly. Do you all underestimate the original Huang Yuan? His usual lackadaisical demeanor led you to believe he was the weakest among the 3 admirals. Don Quixote Doflamingo sent a message. Luo La, do you know something? Could it be that Huang Yuan is actually the strongest of the admirals? Luo La replied, the strongest is hard to say. But I'll tell you one thing. That old fox has been slacking off all along. If he got serious, Akainu and Akiji would have to step aside. Borsellino sent a voice message. Whoa, this kid who handles intelligence has quite a mouth on him. Doflamingo laughed again. Luo La, you're bold calling a Marine admiral an old fox. Fufufu. In the past, Luo La would never have dared to speak to an admiral like that. But now it was different. He already held 4 rewards in his grasp. With 2 more rewards practically secured, once he made his selections, his strength would instantly reach the T0 level of the pirate world. With power came confidence in his words. At that moment, a prompt appeared in the Miracle video space. Since the answer of Borsellino is the sole winner of this round, an additional reward selection opportunity is granted. Borsellino was stunned. Sengoku was shocked. What? Sakazuki directly cursed. Are you kidding me? Kazan remained silent. Shiki cursed out loud. Damn. Is this guy the chosen one by fate? Roxdy. Zebek also exploded. This is, damn it. In his review video, others couldn't even guess one correct answer, yet he not only gets the reward alone, but also gets an extra chance. Wang Ji followed with a curse. Is there no justice left in this world? GOLD. Roger quipped. I suspect this miracle video space was created by his own father just to hand him rewards. Luo La chimed in seconded. A freebie son. But honestly, even Luo La was surprised to see Huang Yuan get an extra reward. He had edited the video, but the rules were set by the system. This system sure knew how to play. Monkey D. Garp interjected. See. Good deeds bring good. Sengoku retorted, shut up, stay out of this. Then he said to Borsellino, Borsellino, since you have an extra chance, you don't have to pick the revival coin. In my opinion, the Observation Hockey Experience Pack Mega is also a good choice. Saru also advised. Indeed. You've already eaten 2 devil fruits. If your observation hockey improves further, your strength would be absolutely terrifying. Edward Newgate laughed heartily. It seems I was wrong. I actually thought about taking the son of the miracle video space as my adopted son. Gururara, Charlotte Linlin continued shouting in the chat channel. But my conditions won't change. Huang Yuan, you must become my son-in-law. You can pick any of my daughters. Not enough. Then marry several. GOLD. Roger laughed heartily. You two are both mad. Huang Yuan paid no attention to these messages. He pondered for a moment. This extra reward opportunity essentially came down to a choice between the revival coin and the Observation Hockey Experience Pack. I choose the Observation Hockey Experience Pack Mega. Huang Yuan made his decision. With Huang Yuan settled, Luo La began his selection. First, he looked at the replicated reward. Ding. Host successfully replicated the reward obtained by answerer Borsellino. Ding. Host obtained Zoan Mythical Zoan Human Fruit Model 6-Winged Seraph. Ding. Host obtained Observation Hockey Experience Pack Mega. Luo La raised an eyebrow, completely stunned. Both rewards were copied. This was completely unexpected. Haha, Roger was right. Huang Yuan, you're truly my lucky charm. Your good fortune brought me luck too. I thank you, son. Thinking it over, it made sense. Luo La originally had 1 reward selection opportunity, plus 1 replication opportunity. Since it was a replication, it would naturally copy everything intact. This is amazing. Luo La was overjoyed. Then he began selecting his reward. Scanning the remaining 6 options without much hesitation, Luo La directly picked the revival coin. For Luo La, the revival coin was far more practical than the revival crystal. The reason was simple. It was a perfect life-saving trump card. It was like the resurrection cross in some games. If you carried a big health potion, you might get one shot before you could even drink it. But with this item, even if you were killed instantly, it wouldn't matter. I choose the revival coin. Ding. Host has obtained the revival coin. Extract. As Luo La spoke, an antique gold coin appeared in his hand. The surface of the coin was covered with intricate patterns. At first glance it seemed simple, but staring closely it felt as if a vast world was hidden within. Luo La focused his mind. Imprint. The revival coin suddenly burst into golden light, merging directly into Luo La's palm. When the light faded, Luo La looked down at his hand where a faint coin pattern remained. Extract the Observation Hockey Experience Pack Mega. A powerful surge of hockey suddenly roiled within Luo La. His whole body trembled, and at that moment he felt as if he had become a different person. Even the faintest sound in the distance could not escape his ears. His observation hockey spread like a tide. Deep in the ocean, a sea king opened its mouth, waiting for prey. In the island's forest, insects crawled over fallen leaves, crunching. Far off on the horizon, the wind ruffled the feathers of seabirds, each one quivering. This sensation of every pore opening was something Luo La had never even imagined. Compared to my old observation hockey, this is like heaven and earth. He looked up at the seabirds flying overhead and softly uttered 2 words. Dive, catch fish. The moment he spoke, within a second or two, the seabird plunged into the sea. Splash. When it emerged again, it already held a wriggling fish in its beak. When observation hockey is honed to its peak, you can even foresee what will happen in the next second. From the level of a pseudo-strong, he had stepped into the threshold of a super-strong. This speed of progress was exhilarating. Extract Zoan Mythical Zoan Human Fruit Model 6-Winged Seraph. As he spoke, a golden fruit fell into it. The fruit's skin was densely covered with bizarre patterns. Since it came from the Miracle Video Space's rewards, it carried no curse power. Luo La took a bite. It tasted surprisingly sweet and fragrant. At the same time, Marine headquarters. Outside Huang Yuan's residence, a crowd of Marine officers thronged the yard. Borsellino, have you used your rewards? Sengoku asked as soon as he entered. He struggled to suppress the green gleam in his eyes, but his gaze still betrayed his thoughts. Humans are greedy. Who could resist temptation? Of course Sengoku wasn't foolish enough to try and take the treasure from Huang Yuan. You all are giving me quite the face today. Huang Yuan's sly grin reappeared. He held up a gleaming golden devil fruit, shaking it. I've just received the Observation Hockey Experience Pack, and now I'm about to taste this thing. It's real. The fruit's appearance alone shows it's no ordinary item. Rear Admiral Doberman continued staring at the fruit in Huang Yuan's hand. Not even today we might just witness the birth of a dual fruit ability user. Vice Admiral Wu Shu pinched his palm, desperately suppressing the greed that surged within him. Garp grinned. This fruit looks tasty. Let me have a taste for you. Old man Garp, that's not fair play. Kizaru smirked, his expression insufferably smug as he casually stuffed the devil fruit into his mouth. Gulp! Juice splattered everywhere. The flavor was so rich it filled the mouth with fragrance. Everyone present unconsciously swallowed their saliva. Holy crap! This guy, eating a devil fruit like it was a rare delicacy. Truly beyond ordinary mortals. Borsellino, you didn't even frown. That's incredible. Vice Admiral Tsuru couldn't help but give him a thumbs up at it. Kizaru paused, looked up, and asked, why should I frown? This fruit is incredibly sweet. I guarantee it's the best thing in the world. What? You say a devil fruit tastes the best in the world? Did the divine space take away your taste buds along with the ability? Akiji was utterly shocked. Tisku people have seen too little. Kizaru waved the last piece of fruit in his hand. Look closely, this is a devil fruit without a curse. Can you compare that to the stuff you ate that tastes like crap? With that he stuffed the last piece into his mouth, closed his eyes, and wore an expression of pure bliss. Sengoku. Tsuru. Akiji. Akainu. Damn. Being publicly mocked by this guy, yet no retort could be found. Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, demonstrate the power of this fruit. Oh, starting with a high-level display. No wonder it's a gift from the divine space. In an instant, a flood of information about this fruit's abilities surged into Kizaru's mind. Even combat experience and muscle memory were directly imparted. The divine video space was truly formidable. Kizaru's heart reveled in repeated, Borsellino, show us. What does a legendary six-winged seraph look like? Vice Admiral Tsuru pressed him further. All right, here it is. Kizaru curled his lips, transformed into a beam of light, and shot into the sky. Six-winged seraph form. The moment the words fell, a burst of golden light erupted from his body. It was different from the shine of the glint fruit before. Back then it was just light. But now this golden radiance carried a sacred aura. Behind him, 3 pairs of feathered wings suddenly unfurled. He raised his right hand, and a golden holy sword materialized in his palm. Hey, right now I feel like a god. Kizaru looked down and grinned at those below. That expression was utterly lecherous. In the afternoon, everyone was waiting expectantly. The video screen finally lit up. Today's recap, starting broadcast. The 4th protagonist, one of the Navy's 6 admirals, Sengoku, codenamed Buddha. In his position, he serves his duty. A refined ego. Sengoku's opening comment was just that short. But those 15 words stripped him bare. GOLD. Roger, finally Sengoku's turn. A refined egoist, hahaha. The divine video's commentary is spot on. It's the true portrait of Sengoku. Charlotte Mont, or isn't this a recap of the Navy's 6 admirals and the pirates' 6 emperors? Why is the fleet admiral being squeezed in? Charlotte Cracker, my foolish little brother. Use your brain. What was Sengoku before he became fleet admiral? Charlotte Paraspero, he was promoted from admiral after all. So it's not wrong to have Sengoku among the 6 admirals. Lick Edward Newgate Gura. Sengoku, what do you think of the divine video's evaluation? Sengoku, pure slander. I have walked upright and straight all my life, doing only what upholds justice. What do you mean by refined egoist? Utter nonsense. Edward Newgato. So you don't accept the divine video's evaluation? Then don't take the divine video's rewards later. Sengoku, how do you think such a low-level provocation works on me? Charlotte Lean, this old man's face is thick enough. Shiki Lin is right. As the big shots bickered, the video began. The moment the scene appeared, everyone burst out laughing. The video showed a young Sengoku. With jet black hair, his hairstyle was already identical to the current one. He sat at a desk, clutching a brush nearly as long as his arm. On the desk lay a calligraphy sheet inscribed with 2 bold, powerful characters, Jean Gua. A host walked over, pasted a bounty poster onto Sengoku's calligraphy, and shouted, "Congratulations to the winner of this calligraphy competition, Sengoku." Once that segment of Sengoku's childhood ended, the barrage exploded. GOLD. Roger typed cheerfully. Now you see why he became fleet admiral, and you became a pirate. The gap was there from childhood. Roxd. Zebek chimed in, look at that expression that says the whole world owes him money. A refined egoist from the start, no doubt. Sengoku was displeased, calling me an egoist. You pirates dare to speak. Wang Ji immediately retorted, we never hide our egoism. But you, the official verdict says you're a refined egoist, and you still deny it. Edward Newgate added salt. Sengoku's other skills are debatable, but his face thickness is top-notch. Charlotte Lean, however, had a skewed focus, speaking of which, Sengoku's hair. Has it been this thick since childhood? Kaido, ha. Shiki joined in. If Lin hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. The hair volume as a kid is indeed absurd. Sengoku snorted coldly, a bunch of boring people. The scene shifted to Sengoku's youth. At this stage his face looked remarkably mature, barely over 20, but his visage could pass for 30 or 40. Shiki started teasing again. Gosh, it says over 20, but judging by that face, he's probably straight into his 40s. GOLD. Roger quickly followed, case closed. So Sengoku was precocious from a young age. No wonder his hair was so lush as a child. Marshal D. Teach flattered. King of the Pirates, your observation is truly sharp. GOLD. Roger. You flatter me, traitor boy. Teach snickered. Zeheath, the King of Pirates, flatters me too. Marco coldly interjected. Teach, don't get too cocky. The debts you owe will be settled sooner or later. Teach's tone was light. I've been waiting all along. Shiki smoothed things over. Alright, it's personal revenge time again. The video continued showing Sengoku's early naval career. Itsuru, Garp, and Zephyr enlisted together and quickly became a tight-knit team. Comrades who could trust each other with their backs. Tsuru said nostalgically, those were the days. Youth is wonderful. Garp was straightforward. When we first joined the Navy, Sengoku was the dead weight among us four. He was a constant worry. Tsuru nodded in agreement. Yeah, I remember back then Sengoku wasn't a devil fruit user and his hockey foundation was the weakest. Zephyr had to cover for him in every battle, afraid he'd get hurt. Sengoku's voice was heavy. Yes. I will always remember Brother Zephyr's kindness back then. But Zephyr sighed, don't mention it. I'm feeling really bitter now. Tsuru asked, what's wrong? Sengoku speculated. Is it because he saw himself betraying the Navy in the review video of Borsellino just now, so he feels guilty? But Zephyr, my friend, since this hasn't happened yet, there's still a chance to remedy it. As long as you choose the right path, you can still be an excellent Marine. Zephyr let out a long sigh. Sigh. I can't understand how I could betray the Navy. The conversation among the Navy High Command made Lola unable to suppress her smile. Zephyr was still blaming himself. When Sengoku's review video comes out later, the scene. It's amusing to think about. Fell into the trap. Damn it, Sengoku. The ruthless guy who suddenly emerged in the Navy these years. The one who specializes in dirty tricks. Damn all traps he set. In the scene, a group of fierce pirates who roamed the sea were furious and cursing. Then came the overwhelming naval force, slaughtering those pirates to the last. Charlotte Lean, the one shouting the loudest. Is Victor right? Edward Newgate, you still remember that guy? If not for falling into Sengoku's trap and crashing into the Navy's encirclement, he would at least be a Yonka-level contender now. Shiki, did you hear his last words? All of it was the trap set by that old schemer Sengoku. He. His assessment of Sengoku is accurate enough. GOLD. Roger, old Sengoku fool, this is called All is Fair in War. The next part of the video mainly covers the battles Sengoku fought in his youth. The scene shifts. Sengoku's warship docks at a deserted island. I'm going to take a leak. Sengoku left a word to his adjutant and jumped off the ship. Then a question appears. Question 1. When Sengoku got off the ship to urinate, which celestial dragon did he happen to meet? Shanks, celestial dragon. In a place like this? Yasop, are you kidding me? If there's a celestial dragon in this godforsaken place, it's not a coincidence, it's clearly a secret meeting. Shiki, that's absurd. Those pampered celestial dragons, would they be willing to come to this godforsaken island? Sengoku, the answerer, has set it to visible only to themselves. Shanks answered. Looks like it really happened. Rox D. Zebek, damn, how could an outsider know such a question? It's basically given away to the video protagonist. Marco, what's there to be jealous of? Every video protagonist past is reviewed. The questions are originally a benefit for the one being reviewed. Charlotte Katakuri, that's very reasonable. After all, so many of his secrets have been exposed. The environment in the video clearly shows it's an uninhabited. Sengoku meeting a celestial dragon in this place left everyone puzzled. On the screen, GOLD. Roger typed quickly, Sengoku, what are you up to? Why hide the answer? You already gave it first. Even if we see it, we can't steal it. Shiki chimed in. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have noticed. Just now this old schemer didn't set it to visible only to himself when answering, but now he deliberately did. Jack interjected, maybe. He's not sure about the answer himself. Albert directly cursed, idiot. The question already said it was something Sengoku encountered. How could he not know? Jack flared up, who is that? Just now he cursed Queen, now he's coming at me looking for death, huh? Queen interrupted, Jack, even though I think you're stupid. But if you find out who this Albert is, tell me immediately. I want to use him for experiments. Albert continued to taunt, too useless trash. Kaido sent a laughing emoji. Charlotte mocked or asked, why isn't anyone still guessing? Even if Sengoku got it right, can't we just take a wild guess? What if we get it right? Charlotte Smoothie replied, use your brain. Some answers can be guessed, but how can you guess this one? Charlotte mocked or retorted, ill try. Damn, I don't know a single celestial dragon's name. Jack added insult to injury, even stupider than me. Countdown 2. Countdown 1. Countdown 0. The answering time for the first question has ended. The answer will be revealed in the subsequent video. The countdown ended, and the pause screen resumed movement. It's really comfortable to pee on solid ground. Sengoku tilted his head back and squinted. His expression was even more lecherous than Borsellino's. Shiki sent a TSK emoji. GOLD. Roger teased. I give this expression 101 points, take the extra point for pride. Saru shook her head. This damn video space, it shows all kinds of images. Sengoku cursed, damn it. Wah, wah. A crying sound came, pulling Sengoku's thoughts back. He rounded a rocky wall and saw a little boy crying. The child had blonde hair, was dirty, but his clothes didn't look like those of a poor family. Dressrosa. Outside the King's Plateau, Doflamingo was basking in the sun, watching the big screen. Beside him stood Treble and Pika. But the moment the screen cut to that little boy, Doflamingo tore off his sunglasses and stared intently at the child on the screen. Doflamingo's brows furrowed, and he forced out a name through clenched teeth. Rocinante. It's Corazon. Pika cried out in his sharp, piercing voice, his tone full of shock. Beside him, Treble also widened his eyes. These two were among the earliest 4 elders of the Don Quixote family, who had personally picked Doflamingo off the streets back then. It was because of Doflamingo's identity as a celestial dragon coupled with the Conqueror's haki that appears only once in millions that Treble and the others bet everything on this kid. They treated the young Doflamingo as their master, protecting him as he grew up. Doflamingo didn't disappoint them. He carved out his own territory and treated them like his own family. Later, when his power base was formed, someone came to the door claiming to be Don Quixote Rocinante, Doflamingo's younger brother. At first, everyone was overjoyed. With such a powerful brother, how could the younger brother be bad? But who knew? What happened later made Doflamingo both angry and resentful. The scenes shown in the video now gave Doflamingo a vague guess in his heart. The camera shifted. The image showed a young Rocinante. Standing before Sengoku, the young man looked exceptionally cheerful. Rocinante, your brother's crimes are all in this intelligence report. Take a look yourself. In the office, Sengoku, who was still an admiral at the time, handed over a stack of documents. Then Sengoku assigned Rocinante a task, to become an undercover agent beside Doflamingo. Remember, from now on, well, communicate unknown. Your code name is Little Rice Cake, and in Big Simbe. Go. With you there will soon be able to capture Doflamingo and his gang of heinous criminals. Don Quixote, Doflamingo's son. Go. Coup. Edward Newgate, this kid is a celestial dragon. Can a celestial dragon also end up outside? Marco, something's off. Since he's a celestial dragon, why didn't Sengoku add Saint when calling his name? GOLD. Roger, I think it's strange too. But since the divine video space says he's a celestial dragon, it can't be wrong. Roxd. Zebek Saint. Saint. Those things are a joke. Shiki, why are you dwelling on this? Maybe Sengoku didn't know the child's identity back then. Dear D. Luigi, the scene changed. This kid has already put on the Marine uniform. It's understandable that he didn't know when he was little, but now that he's grown up, Zhangguo can't possibly still be unaware that he's a celestial dragon. Keidu, having a celestial dragon serve as a Marine. Zhangguo, this guy sure knows how to play. The barrage exploded. Shiki. What the hell? Zhangguo, that old fox, actually sent a celestial dragon to be a spy. While everyone was still pondering Rocinante's identity as a celestial dragon, a barrage, laced with murderous intent, suddenly scrolled through. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Zhangguo. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, so it was you who did this. Doflamingo, in front of the screen, completely lost control. Back then, when Rocinante came to him and said he wanted to join the Don Quixote family, it was truly one of the happiest days of his life. He had family, but only Rocinante was his true flesh and blood, his own younger brother. He had thought the two brothers could join forces to elevate the Don Quixote family to an even higher position. But Doflamingo never imagined that Rocinante was actually a spy planted by Zhangguo, and that his final mission was to send Doflamingo to impel down. If Virgo hadn't intercepted the intelligence that Trafalgar Law had passed to the Marines, the Don Quixote family would have already been locked up in the depths of the Great I gave you my heart and soul, and you wanted to destroy me. In a fit of rage, Doflamingo killed his own brother. At that time, he still thought Rocinante did it because he had killed their father. He believed his brother hated him for that reason. All of it was to catch him. Crocodile, has Doflamingo gone mad? Directly breaking with Zhangguo. Gecko Moria, hey, did someone drug you? Blink if you can hear me. All of it was to catch him. Crocodile, has Doflamingo gone mad? Directly breaking with Zhangguo. Gecko Moria, hey, did someone drug you? Blink if you can hear me. Keidu, this clown is actually this tough. I'm impressed. Queen and more inclined to believe he's suddenly lost his mind. Edward Newgate, a warlord publicly cursing the Marine Fleet Admiral. Gururara, first time seeing this in all these years. Dear D. Luigi, am more curious about what kind of despicable thing Zhangguo did to make this kid so furious. Marco, that Doflamingo guy is usually slippery as hell. For him to lose his composure like this, it's probably because of that Rocinante, right? Vista, wait. Don Quixote, Rocinante. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. I think I figured something out. Charlotte Cracker, no way. Could these two be? Don Quixote Doflamingo, he was my own brother. The warlord system. I quit. In the conference room of Marine headquarters, Jean Gua slammed his hand on the table. The teacup jumped, spilling tea all over. The warlord system. I quit. In the conference room of Marine headquarters, Jean Gua slammed his hand on the table. The teacup jumped, spilling tea all over. What did you say? Can't understand human speech. Mihawk crossed his legs, his tone cold. I've already sent it, haven't I? Take a look yourself. Jean Gua's face twitched. The paper scroll from the machine was still on the table, the words clearly visible. Effective immediately. Dracul Mihawk withdraws from the Shichibukai. Do you know what you're doing? Jean Gua gritted his teeth. Quitting now means slapping Marine headquarters in the face in front of the whole world. Oh, Mihawk took a sip of red wine. So what? Jean Gua's temples throbbed. Suddenly the door was burst open. Fleet Admiral. Major trouble. Staff Officer Stocky rushed in, his face pale. What now? The soldiers are all talking. About the Don Quixote brother. Jean Gua's movements froze. Many are saying. Stocky swallowed. That if you can arrange for brothers to spy on each other today, you could do the same to them tomorrow. There are plenty of brothers in the Marines. Who knows who'll be sent out as a spy next? Nonsense. Jean Gua roared. That was a special case. Fleet Admiral. Stocky looked distressed. The soldiers don't see it that way. They say many brothers have one as a Marine and one as a pirate, and they've always kept their distance. But if you suddenly call someone in to arrange a spy mission. Jean Gua's fingers cracked. Who would dare disobey? No one dares. Stocky lowered his head. But morale is broken. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Jean Gua's face turned the color of the barrage in the video space was still scrolling wildly. Jean Gua's move is absolutely brilliant. Setting brothers against each other, what kind of mind does that take? He's called a tactician. I'd say he's rotten to the core. Lox is right. I'd never do that to my own family. This Jean Gua. Jean Gua grabbed his hair, fiercely, veins bulging on his forehead. Who in the world would be stupid enough to jump into a fire pit? Damn it. The exposure from the divine video space was practically killing him. Worse still, everyone now believed the images from the divine space, without question. Even if he denied it, no one would believe a word. This damn divine video. Just as Jean Gua was in a panic, the scene jumped out. The news of Rosinante's death reaching him. This damn divine video. Just as Jean Gua was in a panic, the scene jumped out. The news of Rosinante's death. The memories were pulled out in panels from their first meeting to watching the child grow up day by day. In Jean Gua's eyes, he had long regarded Rosinante as his own flesh and blood. Hearing suddenly that the child was killed, Jean Gua felt as if a part of him had been hollowed out. It was the genuine pain of losing a son. Edward Newgate, this old man really did have true feelings. Shiki, so what if he has feelings? He's still a lecherous old man. Saru, say less. The Fleet Admiral raised Rosinante as his own son. Loxd. Jibek Ha. A real son. Who would be cruel enough to send their own son to spy on another biological son? Kadu, impossible. Even if he was a disappointment, I'd never let my son do something like that. Edward Newgate Gururara, that's not wrong. Jean Gua, say what you will, Rosinante is my real son. He's dead, and in the one who hurts the most. Don Quixote Rosinante, Jean Gua, my adoptive father. I believe you. I have never regretted being a spy. Sarusi. This is between Jean Gua and Rosinante as father and son. Outsiders keep out. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Rosinante, you fool. If you hated me because of our father, I'd have no words. You have your convictions, I have my path. I don't blame you, Don Quixote Doflamingo, but look at yourself. You were fooled by that old Jean Gua. How many spies come back alive? When he asked you to go, he never expected you. Don Quixote Rosinante, stop it. Just like you said, our paths are different. You commit evil, and I will never go along with you. If my life can end your sinful existence, then my death is worth it. Tang Jiha de Duofu Langming, you foolish little brother, you have no idea what I'm so angry about. You want to kill me. I welcome it. But settling our grudges in such a manner, fufufu. How can this be allowed? I quit the Wang Xiachi Wu Hai. As Duofu Langming uttered these words, the entire chat channel fell silent for a few seconds. He was the largest middleman in the underworld, a status that indeed saved him many troubles. But to be honest, he could survive without that title. After all, who isn't an adult? What's the point of talking about Shi Wu Hai or whatever, making it sound so grand? In the end, it's just a mutually exploitative transaction. The Navy needs someone to do their dirty work, and those so-called legitimate identities are merely a means. But now that someone is practically riding on your neck and humiliating you, do you still talk about cooperation? How ridiculous. Even the most tactful person has their limit. Jean Gua Duofu Langming, think carefully. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Duofu Langming, get lost. Luo Lon, alright. Boss clown, for your boldness today, they'll give you a 10 discount on intelligence from now on. Shouldn't we applaud? Guer di Luo Jia applause. Xier Bazi Leili applause. Aidhuan Yogai Te applause. Xiao Luo Ling Ling applause. Suddenly a series of applause emojis flooded the screen. The entire display was overtaken by the effect of clapping hands. Marine Headquarters, the Fleet Admiral's office. Zhangguo's fist slammed heavily onto the desk. That, the Fleet Admiral of the Navy rebuked with a "get lost" by a member of the Chi Wu Hai in front of the entire world. Disgrace, absolute disgrace. Worse still, the battle with the Whitebeard pirates was imminent, and the Navy had lost a cape. No matter how he calculated, the loss made Zhangguo's heart ache to the point of bleeding. The only good news was that his adjutant Sataki reported from the barracks that the soldiers' attitude toward the Fleet Admiral had softened considerably. All because the Divine Video Space had broadcast the scene of Zhangguo weeping over Rosinante's death. That video had moved many Marines. Moreover, Rosinante's voluntary appearance and stance changed many people's views on the matter. Thanks to these two moves, Zhangguo barely managed to stabilize his image in the military. He sent a message: Duofu Langming, without the protection of the Chi Wu Hai, the Navy will not let you off. Duofu Langming replied, the Navy should first think about how to fight the upcoming battle in a few days. Sabaody spoke up, you will regret this. Zhangguo announced, since you seek death, I will grant it. Duofu Langming's status as one of the Chi Wu Hai is revoked. From now on, the Navy will prioritize his pursuit. Luo Kusi interjected, who's showing off your authority. Duofu Langming, kid, I like your spirit. Help me resurrect, and I'll protect you. Shiji mocked, the old captain is trying to scam a resurrection crystal again. Luo Kusi retorted, get lost. Shiji laughed, jahaha, I say. Hey. Before he finished, the scene in the Divine Video Space suddenly changed. On the screen appeared the view of Marine Headquarters. Walls collapsed, ruins everywhere. Marine soldiers' bodies scattered across the ground. Especially near the family town, they formed a small mountain. Atop the mountain, the Golden Lion stood proudly. He held the two famous swords Sakura and Kagurashi, their blades glinting coldly. The Golden Lion was covered in wounds, blood streaming down. He was at his last gasp. Opposite him, Zhangguo and Kapu flanked him from left and right. They too were injured, not lightly. But compared to Shiji, they were still in better shape. After all, Shiji single-handedly challenged the entire Marine Fort. Luo Kusi asked him, Shiji, you fought all the way to Marine Fort. Xiao Luo Lingling added, he didn't just fight there. That was 22 years ago. He didn't believe Roger would be captured by the Navy, so he personally went to Marine Headquarters to confirm. The Golden Lion's solo assault on Marine Headquarters came to an end amidst the chatter. He was eventually captured. The scene shifted to an office setting. But this time it wasn't the Fleet Admiral's office, but the Admiral's work area. Zhangguo was still an admiral back then. Hello? Hello? He picked up the Den Den Mushi and pressed the answer button. Admiral Spandine used the golden Den Den Mushi you gave him to activate the buster call. Shall we depart now? The voice from the Den Den Mushi came through clearly from the Divine Video Space. Huang Yuan, that Sabaody. Whitebeard, it seems the most capable fighter under Zhangguo, is still the magma brat. Out of the 5 vice admirals, he was the first to call and report. Zhangguo hung up the phone, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth, his eyes full of satisfaction. But when the people of the world saw this, they erupted. In the earlier highlight video of Sabaody, he ordered the shelling of refugee ships, completely eradicating O'Hara. Anyone with a shred of conscience had cursed his ancestors countless times in their hearts. Just to eliminate the tiniest possibility of a leak, hundreds of thousands of people had to be buried alive. How ruthless must one be to do such a thing? Everyone had originally thought that Sabaody was acting on his own greed and initiative to carry out the slaughter. But now that this footage was released, everything became clear. What exactly did Zhangguo mean by those words just now? A hint. A blatant hint. Anyone with a functioning brain could hear the hidden meaning in Zhang and Sabaody, precisely the one who understood instantly. The two of them played off each other as synchronized as twins. Thus, the tragedy of O'Hara was born. Shiji, damn. So it turns out the hundreds of thousands of lives lost in O'Hara should be blamed on Zhangguo. Wang Ji moving his lips and taking hundreds of thousands of lives. Power is a terrifying thing. Luo Ku Cdg Bei Ku, that guy thinking of exterminating O'Hara's entire population in his heart, yet speaking in circles. He sets a trap for Sabaody to take the blame. What a hypocrite. Janwi pirates kill one by one, but the Navy burns islands one after another. In terms of callousness, I admit pirates are a little inferior. Tang Jiha de Duofu Langming, my foolish little brother, open your dog eyes wide and see clearly. What kind of justice does your adoptive father represent? Is he worthy of it? Tang Jiha de Luo Sinan di Zhangguo-sama, is this really true? Go air di Luo, Jia kid, have you lost your mind? You saw it with your own eyes, and you're still mumbling. Zhangguo, I emphasize once again, those people of O'Hara attempted to revive the ancient weapons, which would be a catastrophic disaster for the entire world. For the peace of the world, those demons must be eliminated. Ni Kaluo bin, you're lying. The professor and the others never intended to revive any weapon. They only wanted to study that lost history and fill in the blank. Shiji, the person involved, is here to confront you. Zhangguo, can the words of a criminal be trusted? Shiji, huh? You, the fleet admiral who sows discord between brothers and condemns hundreds of thousands of lives with a mere word. Are your words worth anything? Tang Jiha de Duofu Langming, is Luo Lasama present? Luo La, I'm here, what's the matter? Tang Jiha de Duofu Langming, do you have any information on the O'Hara incident? Luo La, you know the rules. Pay enough and any intelligence can be dug up. Shiji, any intelligence. This kid is that amazing. Aduan Yogai Te, it's hard to say if he's amazing, but in the past few years the intelligence I've bought from Luo La has never gone wrong. Xia Luo Ling Ling, the information I've gotten from him has never failed either. Shiki, if even you two say, so then that kid's information must carry some weight. Don Quixote da Flamingo, I want to know about O'Hara, whether what Sengoku said is true or what this Nico Robin says is true. Lola, this information costs 20 million berries. Don Quixote da Flamingo, deal. He'll have my people in Sabaody Archipelago deliver the money to your doorstep. Can you give me the information now? Lola, no problem. After working with you so many times I have enough credit for 20 million berries. Shall I send it via private message? Don Quixote da Flamingo, no, say it in the public chat. Let everyone hear it. Lola, oh, you're an interesting guy. Sengoku, shut up. Lola, you'd better think twice before you speak. The scene shifts and Marine headquarters appears once Garp and Whitebeard were still exchanging insults. Then the great battle erupted in full force. Standing atop the execution platform, Sengoku kept a watchful eye on the situation while directing the entire army. At the height of the battle, a soldier ran up to Sengoku. Fleet Admiral, everything is ready. Sengoku turned and asked, is the Bayside also fully ready? All set, the soldier replied crisply. Good. Shut down the live Den Den Mushi, immediately move ahead of schedule, and execute ace. Sengoku's voice echoed through the entire command room via the microphone. The live broadcast operator on the other end hesitated for a few seconds. Fleet Admiral, are you really going to cut the broadcast? Yes. Sengoku's tone was as cold as ice. The scene about to unfold is too bloody for the world to witness. If the people think our Marines are too ruthless, how can they trust us in the future? He paused, then continued, the people of this world don't need to know the process, they only need to know the result. In a few hours, just tell them 4 words the Marines won. That's enough. As for what happened in between, no one needs to see it. His subordinate acknowledged and turned to carry out the order. Shikiha cut the broadcast. That old fox clearly has a guilty conscience. Edward Newgate, Sengoku actually wants to strike early. Jack, I don't get it. Early or late, isn't it the same? Queen, that's why you're not smart enough. What did Whitebeard and his crew come for? To save that guy named Ace. They're fighting so fiercely now because they think he's still alive. If you chop off his head right in front of them, what do you think will happen? Jack. Curse at Sengoku a few times. Charlotte Katakuri, once Ace dies, what's the point of this battle? Morale will collapse instantly, and the crew will fall apart. GOLD. Roger, that kid from Linland's family makes sense. Sengoku's early move is partly because he has other plans and partly to disrupt Whitebeard's rhythm. Once the rhythm is broken, the Whitebeard pirates will become more chaotic in battle and eventually lose control. Edward Newgate, exactly. That's Sengoku's style. Hell stoop to any means. Wang Ji, what a shameless old dog. Shiki, you can't say that. He still cares about his face. Didn't you hear? He deliberately ordered the broadcast to be cut first. After the battle, they can just make up a story and paint this as a victory of justice. Don Quixote da Flamingo Fufufu. This tactic is so familiar. The people of O'Hara should have the most say, right? Buggy waved his hand, looking indifferent. The Paramount War. Small potatoes. Small potatoes. The scene shifted to Sabaody Archipelago. The 3 huge live broadcast screens were packed with people. The square was a sea of heads. On the rooftops, by the windows. Everywhere that could hold a person was crammed full. The Marines began their operation. Zap! The left screen suddenly went black. Then the right screen also went dark. The crowd erupted. They're cutting the broadcast. We're at the critical moment. What are the Marines hiding? There's only one screen left. It's over, no more watching. The onlookers shouted at the top of their lungs. Sengoku waited for over 10 seconds, then grabbed the Den Den Mushi and asked, are all the broadcasts cut off? Fleet Admiral 1 is still not cut. Useless. Can't you handle even this? The battle situation won't wait. Stop dawdling. Report Fleet Admiral, the last signal source is not in our hands. What a... Sengoku's eyes widened, fury shooting to his head. Find out. Who took it? Upon hearing this, everyone's face changed. Even the broadcast signal had been hijacked. Question generated. Question 2. During the Paramount War, Sengoku ordered the broadcast to be cut. The last recording, Den Den Mushi, that couldn't be disconnected. Who actually had it? Answer information flooded in like a tide. Shiki chose Vista. Sakazuki bet on Marco, and Vista himself actually voted for himself. Jozu filled in his own name. Monkey D. Dragon wrote a line Monkey D. Luffy. The comments section of the entire result video exploded. In the previous scene, a Marine shouted at Sengoku, saying the last broadcast signal source was not in their hands. Following this clue, the answer definitely felt. The problem was that the pirate side also had a wide range. Clear-headed people wouldn't guess the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. Those commanders were all tough, nuts, fierce fighters who could take on Marine headquarters Hedon. If Whitebeard were smart, he wouldn't send a commander to do the camera work. Of course, Small Fry couldn't handle this job either. An ordinary pirate trying to steal a recording Den Den Mushi from the Marines. Dream on. So the answer was most likely among the captains of the Whitebeard Grand Fleet. In less than 10 seconds, a bunch of the Grand Fleet captains' names were taken. Even the names of the division commanders were snatched up. The commanders' names were easy to recognize. Some people at a loss for what to answer just filled in a commander's name. The Grand Fleet captains were too many, and too varied a few could remember all of them at once. After a while, the Grand Fleet captains finally caught on. Squard was the first to jump out and shout, "Brothers, use your own names to answer. Who cares if someone else already answered? Just fill it in. Maybe you'll get lucky." He immediately typed his own name. Blondie followed. Elwain also filled in. Karma Apoida. One after another, all the Grand Fleet captains bet their own names on this question. Jack also joined the fun. Jack. Queen immediately flared up. "Since when did you become a member of Whitebeard's crew?" Jack replied without hesitation, "Just guessing blindly. The options are almost gone anyway. What's wrong with using my own name for a shot?" Queen paused. That actually makes sense." Queen submitted first, Queen answering. Sasaki followed, Sasaki answering. Ultai also spoke, Ultai answering. Charlotte Linlin reminded in the chat channel, "Our people, if you didn't get the best answer, just use your own name to give it a guess." Shanks laughed and replied, "Haha, same on our side." Buggy typed along, Buggy answering. GOLD. Roger suddenly chimed in, "Little Buggy, you also participated in the Paramount War." Buggy instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He had just followed what others did and casually used his name to mess around. Anyway, not answering would be a waste of a chance. Blondie followed. Elwain also filled in. Karma Apoida. One after another, all the Grand Fleet captains bet their own names on this question. Jack also joined the fun. Jack. Queen immediately flared up, "Since when did you become a member of Whitebeard's crew?" Jack replied without hesitation, "Just guessing blindly. The options are almost gone anyway. What's wrong with using my own name for a shot?" Queen paused. That actually makes sense. People must have some dreams, right? What if a real pie actually falls from the sky? Everyone is holding a basin, waiting, though each person's chance is pitifully small. But as long as you bring out your basin, there is a tiny possibility. What if the pie just happens to smack you right on the forehead? The problem is the old captain clearly has a misunderstanding of his current strength. Yet he finds it awkward to explain. The captain has such high expectations for you, and you're supposed to say, "Sorry, I'm actually terrible." Baji, a man who values face so much, cannot afford to lose it. Especially making him admit in front of Luo Jie that he is inferior to Xiang Kasi is something he absolutely cannot do. Just as he was awkwardly unsure how to respond, Luo Jie spoke again. Look at my mouth, what a question. I've been dead for over 20 years, it's time for you young lads to take over. Since Xiang Kasi might appear at the Dingshang War, there's nothing strange about you Baji being there either. Little Baji, I have high hopes for you. Strive to surpass Xiang Kasi soon, and become the new 4 emperors. Since Xiang Kasi might appear at the Dingshang War, there's nothing strange about you Baji being there either. Little Baji, I have high hopes for you. Strive to surpass Xiang Kasi soon, and become the new. Little Baji's talent is certainly not as good as yours, but it's not far off. How I miss the days when I watched you two grow up together. Baji coughed twice. Captain, rest assured, I will follow your example. It's just the Dingshang War, a small scene, a small scene. Luo Jie was very pleased. Well said. You are indeed the ambitious lad you once were. Luo Jie had no idea how Baji was doing now. His impression of Baji and Xiang Kasi was still stuck on those two brats who used to fight every day. Xiang Kasi never cared about fame and fortune. He knew Luo Jie had misunderstood Baji's strength and Baji was too proud, so he cooperated and smoothed things over. As for Baji, he knew Luo Jie had misunderstood Baji's strength and Baji was too proud, so he cooperated and smoothed things over. As for Baji, 1 second left. Time's up. The second question is over. The answer will be revealed immediately. As the words fell, the Shinji video began to play again. Who the hell did it? Zhangguo roared into the Dianhua, Chung, his face flushed red. Every second on the battlefield was precious, delay meant death. The scene shifted. The only remaining screen slowly zoomed in. A face became clearer and clearer. The audience on Xiangbo D Islands went wild. Isn't that the man from the Pirate King's ship? The one who always kept a low profile, the legendary great pirate, Clown Baji. Amid the exclamations, Baji on the battlefield seemed to sense something. He turned his head abruptly, grinning at the camera. He gave a thumbs up to himself. That's right, it's me. As soon as the answer was announced, everyone was stunned. Xiang Kasi, huh? It's really Baji. Rayleigh, little Baji. Whitebeard, that red-nosed kid. Lu Fei, it's Baji. There's even a close-up shot so cool. Luo Jia, wow. Little Baji being able to calmly broadcast live in such a grand venue as the Dingshang War, it seems your claim that this battle is a small scene is not just bragging. Baji, all that. He not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Baji himself was stunned. Me? The Dingshang War? Are you kidding me? That's the Navy headquarters. Do I have a death wish? His mind raced for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He definitely had to escape from prison, but the first thing after getting out was to flee. Going to the Dingshang War to join the fun. Bullshit. Had he lost his mind? Damn. This is Boss Baji. We've really hitched our wagon to the right star this time. See that? At the Dingshang War, Boss Baji went straight up and started broadcasting live. We'll definitely break out with him in the future. Emperor Ba, from now on my life is yours. Haha, following a big brother like this who would dare look down on us. In the future vision, Baji was broadcasting live at the Dingshang War. The prisoners in the jail instantly went crazy, all worshipping Baji. Remember in the previously reviewed scenes, everyone clearly saw how bloody and brutal the Dingshang War was. But our Emperor Ba, he completely disregarded the Navy. The entire battlefield was like his own backyard. While others were fighting for their lives, he was broadcasting live. What does this mean? It means he truly has the confidence. Navy headquarters. Zhang Guo was about to explode with rage. How is this possible? Where did this kid come from? A member of Luo Jie's crew, how come we never saw his wanted poster before? This intelligence department is a bunch of useless idiots. Where did this kid come from? A member of Luo Jie's crew, how come we never saw his wanted poster before? This intelligence department is a bunch of useless idiots. Our intelligence work was previously insufficient, we never paid attention to this guy. Vice Admiral Staff Officer Si Taji quickly added, that clown named Baji, since he was on Luo Jie's ship the Pirate King, he must be something. If he is determined to hide our intelligence personnel, indeed, can't find him easily. Damn it. The key point is that he snatched that point. Does he claim he had no idea what was being shown in the Shinji video space? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. What infuriated Zhang Guo the most was this. He had waited painstakingly for the review and the points ended up being taken by a pirate. It was a sheer disgrace. Vice Admiral he indeed. Since he can appear at the Dingshang War, it shows he must have his own plans. Maybe he had already guessed that our Navy would shut down the live broadcast, so he deliberately went to the Dingshang War just to keep the broadcast from being cut off. Since we now know this guy will appear at the Dingshang War, we absolutely cannot let him escape. No criminal from Luo Jie's ship will get away. Zhang Guo said through gritted teeth. Vice Admiral he nodded. Now that he has been exposed by the Shinji video space, it's actually good for us. For someone like him, if we hadn't known beforehand, we would have ended up like in the video, completely disrupting our plans. Now that we know, at least we need to arrange an admiral candidate to deal with him. Zhang Guo thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, leave this to Jiaji. But in reality, if the Navy High Command knew Baji was locked up in Tujin prison, they would have immediately ordered him killed to avoid future trouble. What a pity. Every day on this damned sea, pirates are caught like ants, and there are countless lowlifes like Baji. The fleet admiral was busy with major issues, and the vice admirals were also overwhelmed with work. Who had the leisure to care about a small fry with a bounty of only 15 million berry? Calling him a small fry was already an overstatement. After all, in the New World, pirates with a bounty under 100 million don't even have a name. Sure, gee. Luo Jie, you really know how to be a captain. Rayleigh got a point, and now Baji has also gotten a point. Those Navy guys must be furious. Charlotte, Kuli Jia, did this kind of person really serve on the Pirate King's ship? I've never heard of him. Hai Ta. Exactly, I've never heard of him either. His presence is too low. Zhuazhuamu, people on the Pirate King's ship, yet many don't know him. He's obviously a fringe character. Ai da Huan Yo Gai Te, Gurura, who says Baji has no presence. Back when I fought with Luo Jie's crew, this kid was only in his teens and dared to charge at me shouting that he would kill me. With that kind of courage, ordinary pirates can't match it. Wushu, he was so fierce at just over 10 years old and still alive. This guy is definitely not simple. Kuei-in, he dared to say he wanted to kill Whitebeard to his face. My God, is he that crazy? Charlotte Cracker, indeed, there are always greater heights beyond the mountain and the sky. Roxdy, Zebek Buggy, I remember you. I've always had my eye on you, kid. Back when you were on Roger's ship, I already wanted to poach you. Gold. Roger ha. Silver's Rayleigh ha. Shanks ha. Roxdy, Zebek, what the hell are you all laughing at? Gold. Roger rocks, you idiot. The year you died, Shanks and Buggy were just born. Marshall D. Teach Ziaha. Burp. Don Quixote Doflamingo Fufufu Charlotte Lean Captain Rocks, how did you become so funny after decades of being dead? Shiki Jahaha. It seems our old captain has the ability to foresee the future. He knew Buggy would be on Roger's ship before he even died, and he favored him especially. Roxdy. Zebek dammit. Shiki Jahaha. It seems our old captain has the ability to foresee the future. He knew Buggy would be on Roger's ship before he even died, and he favored him especially. Roxdy. Zebek dammit. Sengoku turned and walked to the side, pulled out a den mushy, and lowered his voice. Sakaski, tell Squard again, make sure nothing goes wrong. Understood, I'll contact him now. Sakaski's response came from the other end. Squard cursing Sengoku, you're the real fool. I would never betray Pa. Shiki mocking damn. That old fox Sengoku is so cunning. He can still pull off such dirty tricks while fighting. GOLD. Roger, I thought it was Sakaski's idea to sow discord with Squard, but the mastermind behind it is still Sengoku. Edward Newgate, who else could come up with such a vicious method? Charlotte Lean speaking of which, that Akainu kid is quite obedient. He does whatever Sengoku tells, unlike Akiji, who dared to secretly let the O'Hara survivors escape. Shiki laughing Jaha. Sengoku and Sakaski are a perfect match. One schemes behind the scenes, the other does the dirty work up front. If it were Kizaru handling this, it would be a different story. GOLD. Roger, take O'Hara for example. Akiji let a little girl escape because a friend entrusted him. If Kizaru had taken over 9 out of 10 of O'Hara's people would have survived. Marco chimed in, so that means Kizaru is actually a good guy. Edward Newgate nodded, yes, a good man. GOLD. Roger, good man 1. Shiki joining in, good man 1. Borsellino replied, ugh, I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Sengoku roared. Borsellino, stop wasting words with these pirates. Shiki taunted, oh, the old fox shows his face. Damn it, Sengoku, when you count all the rotten deeds, the root is always with you. This video lays it out plainly. Don't you have anything to say? Sengoku gritted his teeth, this is war. Whatever it takes, winning is what matters. The scene shifted. The battle had reached its final phase. Marine headquarters lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. The ice in the Crescent Bay had completely melted, not a single ship in sight. The pirates had already stormed the execution platform, locked in close combat with the Marines. Sengoku stood on the platform, the 2 executioners beside him fallen in a pool of blood. Suddenly a figure leaped up. It was Straw Hat Luffy. Ace, I'm here to take you away. Luffy gripped the key and charged straight at Ace. Stop right there. You think you can save someone from under my nose? Dream on. Sengoku bellowed, his body swelling massively. In the blink of an eye, he grew over a dozen times larger, towering like a small mountain. His entire form radiated golden light, a dazzling Buddha aura. The battle had reached its peak. Tsuru, even Sengoku has joined the fray. This battle is harder than we thought. Shiki TSK tisk, the golden giant Buddha comes out. The old fox is serious this time. GOLD. Roger, I've known him for years, I understand him well. He wouldn't use this move unless it's absolutely necessary. Borsellino TSK tisk, the Straw Hat Kid is in for it. Garp Sengoku, do you have to go all out against him? Sengoku Garp. Wake up. We are Marines, they are pirates. They chose their own path. Even if they have to crawl, they must finish it themselves. The scene shifted. A laser shot up from below, hitting the key in Luffy's hand with pinpoint accuracy. Crack. The key snapped. Luffy stared blankly at the remaining half of the key handle. Huh? Charlotte Lean, isn't this exactly what Kizaru did during the review earlier? Shiki, exactly. Sly as ever. A single beam hitting the key without even grazing Luffy's skin. That takes skill. GOLD. Roger, ha. This guy is so blatantly holding back. Wangji, but honestly he's quite efficient at his job. Shiki, look at that fool Akainu. How hard does he work doing the dirty work? And what did the 5 elders say? Your reputation means nothing. Jahaha. Charlotte Lean, truly pathetic. Sengoku, you pirates, stop twisting the truth. Borsellino, that's right, these people love to throw accusations and slander good people. Sengoku, shut up. They're wrong. Look at what you did. The laser passed between Luffy's arm and rib, precisely breaking the key. Were you afraid of hurting him? Having watched Kizaru's review earlier, Sengoku had been suppressing anger. Now it was his turn, and witnessing Kizaru's shady move firsthand made his blood pressure spike. Borsellino, I was probably too eager to stop him from saving Ace, didn't think much about it. Sengoku, shut up. I don't want to hear it. Watch closely. This is how I act as a Marine. Borsellino, yes, Marshall's lesson is well taken. In the scene, the golden giant Buddha looked down at Luffy, who was like an ant at his feet. Only I will send you off myself. As the words fell, Buddha light gathered on his fist, slamming down. Gomu Gomu. Luffy looked up, stuck his right thumb into his mouth, and blew hard. Whoosh. A single breath, and his entire body steamed with white mist. His belly instantly swelled up, ridiculously huge. His arms and legs remained as thin as bamboo sticks, but his stomach bulged like a round ball. The shape was comical beyond words. But Luffy thrust his belly upward, charging straight at Sengoku's fist. Cracker, is this kid trying to Garp Luffy, you're crazy. That's Sengoku. Dragon who fights like that. This move will either kill him or cripple him. Roger the Fruit is the same, but with his current level taking on Sengoku Hiden is no different from suicide. Queenso the Kid actually died at Sengoku's hands. Shiki no in the previous video he ended up on a submarine. Whether he escaped or not is uncertain. Whitebeard, maybe someone came to save him. Shiki probably. Everyone was discussing, eyes fixed on the battlefield. Sengoku's fist landed squarely on Luffy's belly. Boom! The golden Buddha light struck, and then nothing. Luffy's belly easily absorbed the punch. He straightened his back and pushed upward. Splash! The execution platform could not withstand the impact and collapsed directly. Everyone on it fell down, thrown into chaos. Kapu. Long. Luojia. Shurji. Whitebeard. The barrage suddenly fell silent. The Buddha's light punch. That was Zhangguo's strongest move. But, is that all? Yellow Monkey stared at the screen, his expression utterly bizarre. With this level of skill you dare to accuse me of going easy? He typed a line of text with a clatter. Yellow Monkey Marshal, at most I was going easy, but you were practically draining the ocean. Kuli Jia, no way, why is Zhangguo's punch so weak? Big Mom, your deceased father was killed by that very punch from Zhangguo back then. Kuli Jia, huh? I saw in the family tree that my father was a quite formidable pirate, and he was taken out by Zhangguo's punch. Zhangguo threw a punch radiating Buddha light for miles. But the Straw Hat Kid caught it. Shurji laughed hysterically. So Kuli Jia is the son of Shirley Jia. Then why didn't he inherit that intelligence? Kuli Jia frowned. How could that Straw Hat Kid block Zhangguo's punch? Your father's brain probably leaked to you, Shurji grinned, but you didn't get it. Ling Ling slammed the table. Yellow-haired dog, you explain yourself. Shurji laughed even more. Which word of mine was wrong? This kid's intelligence is probably a genetic mutation. Kuli Jia lowered his head silent. Luojia laughed and slapped his thigh. Zhangguo, you had the nerve to scold Yellow Monkey for slacking off. Don't you know how thick his face is? Shurji raised an eyebrow. Could he be embarrassed? Wang Ji chimed in, criticizing others for slacking while secretly slacking yourself. Pretty clever. Old hypocrite, Shurji added a jab. Zhangguo was agitated. You pirates, stop speaking nonsense. Anyone with a normal brain can see I didn't go. Kapu interjected. Zhangguo, I was wrong about you. You really had good intentions. Kapu. Zhangguo's face darkened. Don't make things worse at a time like. Shurji shook his head. Keep pretending. Who's pretending? Zhangguo glared at the screen. Not pretending. Shurji snorted. Then explain why your punch just now couldn't even move the straw hat. Luojia laughed. He's definitely going to retreat again. Whitebeard also chuckled. Bury your head in the ground, and your ears will be at peace. Zhangguo took a deep breath. My body hasn't been well for the past 2 years and my strength has declined significantly. I didn't want to mention this, but you pirates insist on slandering me. To avoid misunderstanding among the people of the world, I have to tell the truth. Ling Ling was stunned. Is that so? Whitebeard didn't believe it. Did you just meet him? Trust his nonsense. Shurji continued laughing. Zhangguo's words were not meant to explain to the pirates. They were meant for the people of the world. Compared to these great pirates, those allied kingdoms were easier to fool. In any case, he couldn't let those countries think the Navy Marshal was a man without integrity. As he spoke, he winked at his adjutant Stocky. Soon, Adafila the Alex Kingdom asked me to convey that he absolutely trusts Marshal Zhangguo. Ludaf of the Camellia Kingdom was the first to jump out and shout. Marshal Zhangguo is the sole leader of our Camellia Kingdom, and we unconditionally support it. Prince Lu Jinsi of the Mountain Man Bobo Kingdom also refused to fall behind, declaring on the spot, my father and I have long recognized Marshal Zhangguo. His character is absolutely trustworthy. These small kingdoms were all backed by the Navy, propped up by force. In short, they were puppets of the Navy. Whenever someone needed to step forward to save face, they would rush ahead, like rehearsed, leading the tempo. With these heavyweights leading the charge, the remaining allied kingdoms also spoke up one after another, taking Zhangguo's side. The scene suddenly shifted. The camera showed a group of pirates confronting the Navy in a tense standoff. Surprisingly, these people were not members of the Whitebeard. Marco frowned. Teach. Why is he in the Summit War? Bragamank was also stunned. Judging by his appearance, he's here to confront the Navy. Could it be that this guy had a change of heart and wants to help Pops at headquarters? Marco sneered. If he still had a conscience, Sachi wouldn't have died. Marshal D. Teach grinned, letting out a harsh laugh. Ziaha. Hick. Marco, you really know me. The path I chose has no turning back. Help Pops. I can tell you responsibly, dream on. GOLD. Roger spoke with interest. So this is the guy who killed his own captain and left a scar on Little Red Hair's face. Teach bowed slightly. That's me. It's an honor to be remembered by the Pirate King. Ziaha. Hick. Roger nodded. Good lad, you stop at nothing for your goals. I see a bright future for you. Teach's eyes lit up. The Pirate King thinks so highly of me. Roger said calmly. I'm just speaking the truth. But your style is quite similar to Rock's. When you are strong, your crew will grow larger. But once you show the slightest weakness, the backlash will come faster than anyone else's. Roxy, Jibek interjected, Teach, I admire you. Teach waved his hand. Rox, your admiration is useless. I want help you revive. Shurji burst into laughter. Gaha. Old Captain, don't go around saying you appreciate everyone. Teach is like you, how could he possibly let you revive? That would only cause trouble for himself. Rox cursed angrily, damn it. Shurji, you bastard. Wang Ji slowly added, the old captain is losing his temper. Charlotte Ling Ling chimed in, old captain is losing his temper. One. The camera slowly zoomed in, and the appearance of that group of pirates became clearer. Baschat was also surprised. Why am I here too? Wasn't I still locked up in the deep-sea prison? Dozens of nautical miles. Baschat was also surprised. Why am I here too? Wasn't I still locked up in the deep-sea prison? Dozens of nautical miles from the Sabaody Archipelago on an inconspicuous deserted island. Lafitte's eyes gleamed, lowering his voice. Captain, it seems things are going as smoothly as we envisioned. Burgess grinned. Of course, look at these people around us. They're all from Impel Down, willing to follow us. Doc Q frowned, his tone tinged with worry. The images released by the miraculous video space. If we follow the original path, our plan can indeed succeed. But now that all these troubles are laid bare, can we still successfully hijack people from Impel Down? Van Oka licked his lips and sneered. This miraculous video space is really troublesome. It both helps us and ruins our plans. Teach, however, was not worried at all. He stared intently at the big screen in the sky, his fingers constantly rubbing his chin, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Hee, I just want to know if I can get what I want this time. As soon as the words fell, Teach on the screen suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Zia, my plan succeeded. Power surges out of my body like a tide, unstoppable. I can manipulate everything in this world as I please. Now let's sink the entire Marine Fort to the bottom of the sea. Sakaski, sink the Navy headquarters. What a big mouth. What a big mouth. Sakaski, sink the Navy headquarters. What a big mouth. He said the plan succeeded. What on earth did this kid do? Zhangguo, no matter what tricks he plays, since we know he will appear at the Summit War, we must never let him succeed. Gear D Luo Jie, this kid is just like Rox, same stubbornness. When he wants something done, he'll do it by any means, and somehow he always pulls it off. Boom. A palm struck out, golden light exploded. The Buddha's radiance turned into a shockwave, crashing down on Blackbeard's crew like a tidal wave. Mountains crumbled, and the earth cracked, shaking like a sieve. The few members of the Blackbeard pirates, before they could even react, were swallowed by the golden light. Blood sprayed as if it cost nothing, and their bodies twisted beyond recognition. The shockwave wrapped around them, flinging them debris and all out of the frame. The entire livestream room went silent. After a long while, Shurji, if I recall correctly, someone just said he's been in poor health these past 2 years. His strength has also declined. Gear D Luo Jie, yes, someone did say that. Spouting nonsense with their eyes wide open. Who could be so shameless? On the first floor of the deep-sea prison, Baji was staring at the screens, his little schemes clicking away. Xia Luo Lingling, that old fox Zhangguo, almost tricked a AI Dahuan Yo Gate Gururara. Let's see how he gets out of this one. Luo Ku CDG Bei Ku, who just said that Teach is like me. A pirate crew of over a dozen men was slapped away by Zhangguo with a single palm. If anyone else says he's like me, he'll slap them right across the face. Masya Di Chi, damn it, that Zhangguo is actually this formidable. A Ba Luo Pai Sa Luo crap made the wrong choice. Joining the Blackbeard pirates might be a disaster. Basi Kachiao Te, exactly, this pirate crew looks doomed from the start. Wouldn't it be foolish to join? Kate Lin Dai, May, looking back now, Blackbeard probably only saved us on the condition that we join his crew. Fuli duo Blackbeard Whitebeard. Who cares? Following King Baji is the only way. Ja Er Di Nua, from now on it's the era of King Ba. Aba Luo Pai Sa Luo, a legendary pirate who once served on the former Pirate King's ship on par with Shanks. That's definitely reliable. But it all depends on whether he actually comes to rescue us. Basi Kachiao Te, right you are? Between Blackbeard and King Baji, the choice is obviously King Baji. He's the better pick. Baji watched the imprisoned great pirates on the 6th floor all discussing the possibility of joining him, and he felt an indescribable thrill. He secretly pondered, should he really pull together a crew from the 5th and 6th levels of this deep-sea prison? In the past, Baji wouldn't dare have such a crazy, but now things were different. He had already boasted sky high in front of his old captain. If he didn't accomplish something substantial, he'd be exposed the moment they met. Where would he put his face? There were 2 reasons. First, Baji had a deep, heartfelt admiration for Luo Jie. It could be said that Luo Jie was the banner and benchmark of Baji's life as a pirate. Back when Luo Jie was executed at Logtown, those now famous pirates who shook the seas were just young, hot-blooded boys and girls witnessing the end of the pirate. Baji was there too. If anyone cried the hardest, it was definitely Baji. For no other reason. He had been picked up by Luo Jie as a baby and grew up on the ship. To put it bluntly, Luo Jie was like a father to him. Now his father had been resurrected and placed great expectations on him. Baji absolutely did not want to embarrass himself in front of Luo Jie. The second reason was the grudge and unwillingness between Baji and Xiang Kasi. Back when they were on Luo Jie's ship, Baji's strength and talent were actually not much different from Xiang Kasi's. But because of Xiang Kasi, Baji accidentally swallowed a devil fruit, and from then on his drive completely vanished. Baji had always held a grudge against Xiang Kasi over this. After Luo Jie's death, Xiang Kasi repeatedly invited Baji to join his crew, but Baji angrily refused every time. He had become dispirited, but deep down he still clung to that stubborn pride, unwilling to admit that he had fallen behind Xiang Kasi. These two forces mixing together actually reignited Baji's old ambition. Even if it's just to prove that Luo Jie's judgment wasn't wrong, he couldn't let Xiang Kasi overshadow him. Baji head's just a deep-sea prison, isn't it? Teach could break in, and Baji can do the same. Baji, on the day I break into the deep-sea prison, those who want to follow me type 1 in the chat now. Aba Luo Pai Sa Luo 1. Ba Si Ku Xiaote 1. Kate Lin Daimei 1. Sheng Hu and Yi Lang 1. The screen was instantly flooded with ones. Dear D Luo Jie, ha. Well done, little Baji. Breaking into a prison. Even I would have had to think twice back in my day. Zhangguo bullshit. Do you think the deep-sea prison is a vegetable market? A mere pirate from Luo Jie's ship wants to break in. Dream on. Dream on. Baji had get in. That's too easy. Baji's mouth twitched. Damn, back then from being captured to being thrown in it didn't even take a day. Zhangguo, all talk and no action. Come back and brag when you actually break in. Dear D Luo Jie, don't be so cocky, you old fool. When little Baji raises hell in the prison, you'll be eating your words. Baji captain am definitely going to slap his face. Baji wanted to slap Zhangguo in the face, but he wasn't stupid. If Zhangguo found out that he was currently inside the deep-sea prison, a single order could have him butchered. Besides, he already had. When this review ends, barring any surprises, he would be able to choose a reward. Then that would be a true leap over the Dragon's Gate. Baji's hand unconsciously, the rewards from the Shinji video space. Just thinking about it made him excited. On a deserted island, La Fei Te's smile froze. Things are not good. This damn Shinji video space not only revealed our entire plan, but also pushed all the people who should be helping us over to Baji's side. A bunch of weather vanes. If they don't want to join, fine. We won't bother saving them anyway. Ziaha hick. There are plenty of tough guys on the 6th floor. Some of them will be smart. Besides, I'm going to the deep-sea prison, mainly for that man. As for the prisoners on the 6th floor, they're just a bonus. At the Navy headquarters, Ma Lin fan duo. Zhangguo's face was as dark as a kettle bottom. Not only because he had lost face in public, but also because that suddenly emerged legendary pirate, Baji, had declared to the whole world that he would break into the. This was like stepping on the Navy's face and spitting on it. Luo Jie, Whitebeard, Xiang Kasi. Which of them wasn't a man at the peak of the sea? They had all shown Baji respect. If that guy actually stormed Impel down, he couldn't bear to think of the consequences. As long as Baji raised his voice, half the dangerous criminals in the prison would likely turn traitor. Just imagining that scene made Zhangguo's scalp tingle. No, I must never let him succeed. Zhangguo slammed his palm on the desk, making the entire table shake 3 times. He gritted his teeth and ordered Sitaji immediately convey my orders, reinforce Impel down with more personnel, and send 5 additional warships. Never give Baji a chance to break in. Understood, Marshal. The adjutant Sitaji immediately turned and went to carry out the order. In the Shinji video space, the footage of the summit war had ended. A new scene appears showing the figure of Zhangguo in the Panjel castle of Mary Joa. Before him sits an old man with tawny skin. He wears a black sleeveless shirt and a dark gray coat with white hair shaped like a mountain. There is a stitched scar under his left eye and a light yellow scarf draped around his neck. Granny, he frowned. It's Marshal Kong. Whitebeard Edward snorted. These two old bastards getting together can't mean anything good. Roger shook his head with a smile. That Kong, he's managed to get into Mary Joa. Looks like his celestial dragon masters think highly of him. Golden Lion Shurji chuckled. A stubborn old fool full of talk about justice, just like Zhangguo. Wang Ji added a jab. People like them all righteous on the surface, but they've done plenty of dirty deeds behind the scenes. In the scene, Kong took the resignation letter handed by Zhangguo, was silent for a moment, looked up at him, and said in a deep voice, "Have you made up your mind? Actually, you still have plenty of energy." Zhangguo walked over and sat down on the sofa, his expression becoming much more relaxed. He stroked his braided purple beard and smiled. "Yeah, I've been in this seat for too long. Just like that old man Whitebeard said, we are all remnants of the old era. For the current Navy, I can no longer keep up with the times." Steelbone Kong remained silent for a long time, listening to Zhangguo finish speaking. I expected this day would come, but now that it's here it still feels. Won't you reconsider?" Kong sighed. Zhangguo replied decisively. "No, I've carried this burden long enough. From now on, let me have some peaceful days." Zhangguo, you're giving up the post, huh? Jiaji looks like the matter at the top just ended not long ago. Hua Xiaoshan is the navy about to change its leadership. Bo Lu Sali Nuahum, it seems the battle for the admiral's seat between Sakasiji and Kazan is about to begin. Sakasiji, no one will think you're mute if you talk less. Kazan, the great battle is upon us, let's focus on the matter at hand first. Then a question is generated. Question 3. When Zhanghua resigned, who did he recommend to the Supreme Commander Kong to succeed as the admiral? Sakasiji Kazan. Zhanghua Kazan. Kazan Sakasiji. Ba Ji Sakasiji. Luo Kisi Di Jaibai Kazan. Xiaoyuo Lingling Sakasiji. Shurji Sakasiji. The answers instantly flooded the screen. In the previous video, everyone had seen the battle for the admiral's seat between Sakasiji and Kazan. So everyone knew that if Zhanghua recommended someone to Kong, it would definitely be one of these two. A binary choice. A pure luck question. From the start of the recap until now, this question was the easiest. No one hesitated on it for more than 3 seconds. Those quick to react filled in the answer as soon as they saw the question. Judging by the order of answering, the points for this question would most likely be earned by either Sakasiji or Kazan. Interestingly, these two were exactly the ones mentioned in the question. Actually, they themselves didn't know who the answer was. But humans are naturally inclined to doubt themselves, and both unhesitatingly pushed the other forward. After everyone answered, Sakasiji frowned. He saw Zhangguo's answer. Sakasiji, so the correct answer is Kazan. Shurji Ho, this is getting interesting. The person Zhanghua recommended to Kong is not Sakasiji. Aidhuan Yogai Tegurara Magma Boy has done plenty of dirty work for Zhanghua. So hardworking does Zhanghua have no idea. Zhanghua, I know your temper, I can't stop you. Steelbone Kong crossed his hands on the table, looking gently at his old subordinate. But before you let go, you have to show me the way. Who do you have in mind for the next act? Zhanghua replied in a low voice. Old Marshal, rest assured I've been thinking about this candidate for a long time. I've been observing him over the years, keeping an eye on every aspect. To be honest, there is no one more suitable than him. Shurji, hear that, he said. It's been decided long ago. At the frozen frame, the countdown numbers began to flicker. Countdown 2. Countdown 1. Countdown 0. The third round of questions is over. What the answer is, the following video will tell you. The video resume is playing. On the screen, Zhangguo's expression is determined. Steelbone Kong's fingers tapped lightly on the table twice, and he laughed. It seems you came prepared. Then I'll wait to hear the name you recommend. The bullet comments instantly exploded. Wang Ji, am dying of laughter, let me mark this too. He's been testing him all these years. Xiaoyuo Lingling, oh my, I can't take it, ha ha, this twist is too fierce. Aidhuan Yogai Te, I've seen people slapped in the face plenty, but this is the first time I've seen someone slap themselves. Gururara Baisita, just a moment ago, you said you guessed randomly, and now you're proven wrong. That slap is really loud. Lokisi di Jaibike, old fox Zhanghua, are your cheeks swollen? Mocking bullet comments flew up, the entire screen was about to burst. Zhangguo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared intently at the sky screen outside the window, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked, his nails dug into his palms, and beads of blood seeped out. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he suddenly raised his right hand. Slap. He slapped himself across the face. Admiral. Vice Admiral, he was anxious, her eyes full of distress and worry. Ah, this slap is for the future me. Zhanghua let out a long sigh, his eyes burning with anger. Future me. When Marshal Kong asked you to recommend someone, why couldn't you just say a name directly? You had to run your mouth. Marine headquarters below the execution platform. Inside the control room of the siege wall. Sakasiji came here today to inspect the siege wall, just to ensure everything was foolproof. But at this moment he looked at the video screen outside. His face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm. Clearly Zhanghua had deceived him again. To put it bluntly, I treat you with sincerity, but you keep playing me, giving all the benefits to outsiders. At this moment Zhanghua in the scene spoke again. I recommend Kazan to succeed as Marine Admiral. I recommend Kazan to succeed as Marine Admiral. I recommend Kazan to succeed. I recommend Kazan. Zhangguo's voice like a knife stabbed deeply into Sakasiji's chest. The answer was Qingji, which meant Sakasiji got this 1 point. But at this moment Sakasiji would rather that 1 point was taken by Kazan. His heart was complete. Hatred arose. In the scene, Steelbone Kong, upon hearing Zhangguo's recommendation, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, Kazan is indeed a good prospect, but if I recall, Sakasiji is your most capable subordinate, isn't he? Tell me, why did you choose him? Zhanghua frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, that man Sakasiji is too bloodthirsty, he can't be the top leader of the Marine. He's only fit to do things that can't see the light. I figure let Kazan take that seat to give the Marines a reputation of openness and integrity. As for Sakasiji, hell, just clean up after Kazan taking all the dirty work and blame. Sakasiji Zhanghua. Xiaozi Ha. Right on. This red dog is exactly the one to take the fall. Shurji Jihi. The person concerned is getting anxious. Wang Ji, who wouldn't be? If it were you, you'd be anxious too, haha. GOLD. Roger, look at that old fox Sengoku. How dare he accuse Sakazuki of being too bloodthirsty. If I recall correctly in that video just now, several of those shady deeds were either ordered or hinted at by Sengoku. Shiki, utterly shameless. Always the same tired tactics. Kaido, Sengoku, you're truly disgusting. Don Quixote da Flamingo, a man who would send his own younger brother to spy on his elder brother. What conscienceless act wouldn't he commit? Borsellino, Fleet Admiral, you're really something. Inside the Marine Fleet Admiral's office. Slap, slap, slap. Sengoku slapped himself hard and sharp. Future me, why is my mouth so loose? That's what you get for talking too much. That's what you get for talking too much. The scene slowly faded. This round of review was over. The review ends. This episode's protagonist is Sengoku alias Buddha. As his enemy you suffer, as his ally you suffer even more. In one sentence, he's truly a piece of trash. Quiz results are being tabulated. Don Quixote da Flamingo, fufufu. The commentary from this wretched space really hits the nail on the head. GOLD. Roger, no lies there. When you're Sengoku's enemy, Whitebeard was played like a fiddle, utterly miserable. When you're his ally, Akainu does his dirty work only for the old fox to promote Akiji in the end. Don Quixote da Flamingo, and he sent his own brother undercover. That's just inhuman. Shiki, tisk tisk. Sengoku, take a look at your own evaluation. For words, not a decent person. How fitting. Edward Newgate, I used to think Sengoku was okay, just doing his duty. But now, Saiyan life, better not to be too much like Sengoku. Roxd. Zebek, gotta say I look down on scum like Sengoku. Charlotte Lean second that. I despise his kind too. Kaido third that. Sengoku, get the hell away from me. Quiz results tabulated. Those with 3 points, none. Those with 2 points, none. Sengoku, Buggy, and Sakazuki each scored 1 point. Now came the prize draw. Since all three tied for first with 1 point, the system declared them co-champions. Each of the 3 contestants received 1 golden reward. The prize pool officially opened. On the giant screen of the Miracle video space, after the subtitles vanished, a spinning prize pool emerged. Countless blue energy ripples cascaded down like silk ribbons. Crackle, crackle. Soon a violet energy-wrapped object popped out of the pool. The first reward revealed. Conqueror's Haki Experience Pack, large after used directly increases armament Haki ability value by 400 points. Note, if the user originally lacks Conqueror's Haki, using this pack will awaken Conqueror's Haki and simultaneously boost the ability value by 400 points. Shanks, you've got to be kidding me. Conqueror's Haki as a reward. Shanks was the youngest Yonko, having held the position for only 6 years. How did he carve his path through the new world teeming with powerhouses? By relying on the world's strongest Conqueror's Haki. All those who possessed Conqueror's Haki knew that this power could not be acquired through training, it could only be awakened. Only if you had the qualities of a king could you awaken Conqueror's Haki. Without the qualities of a king, you could forget it. Completely inaccessible. Yet in the rewards of the Miracle video space, there appeared a Conqueror's Haki Experience Pack. Even more absurd. Even if you originally lacked Conqueror's Haki, using this pack would awaken it. How could Shanks not be stunned? Stunned as he was, he desperately wanted this reward. His current mastery of Conqueror's Haki was unquestionably the best in the world. If he could add 400 points on top of that, what would the effect be? Shanks itched to give it a try. GOLD. Roger, this reward is insane. Allowing an ordinary person to directly possess the qualities of a king. Only the Miracle video space could pull that off. Borsellino, Sakazuki, you're the future Fleet Admiral. This thing is tailor-made for you. Sakazuki, don't jump to conclusions. This reward isn't necessarily the best. Suru, this Conqueror's Haki pack is only large, not extra large. Logically, it shouldn't rank among the top rewards this time. Edward Newgate, there's bound to be something better, but this reward is already substantial. Shanks sent a private message. Buggy, where are you? Staring at the guy radiating Conqueror's Haki, Shanks' heart itched. This was a fat piece of prey. Buggy shot back. What do you want? The prisoners below erupted. That tone, daring to speak to a Yonko like that. King Buggy. Shanks sent another. Let's talk business. You help me secure this Conqueror's Haki pack, and when my turn comes for the prize, you can pick any reward you want. Deal. A moment passed. Buggy. Hey, answer me. Buggy finally replied. The wind is too loud here, I can't hear you. Shanks. At least come up with a more plausible bullet screens aren't bothered by wind. The second reward surfaced from the pool. Paramecia, copper fruit. The description read, eat this, and you can assimilate any copper you touch. Its appearance, hardness, and properties become your power. A small note below, as a reward from the Miracle video space, the curse has been removed. It won't conflict with devil fruits of this world. Even if you're already a power user, you can still eat it. Pika was the first to pipe up. Copper fruit. Same principle as my stone fruit. I control stone, it controls copper. Cracker chimed in. Any Paramecia user can use it. If this were thrown into an auction, there'd be a frenzy. but in the Miracle Space's prize pool, it looks a bit mediocre. Pika replied, seems like I'm being looked down on. The third reward appeared. Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. The description changes the user's constitution to that of a fire dragon, a fire-based magic specifically for slaying dragons. A note added: the ability originates from the fairy tale world of another dimension, a formidable magic capable of slaying dragons. In this world influenced by the world's laws, it was originally driven by magic power, but is now driven by hockey. Kaido was the first to flare up Dragon Slayer. Charlotte Linlin immediately piled on, haha, that's right. It's for slaying you the dragon. Kaido roared, absurd. Edward Newgate stepped in to smooth things over. None of us have heard of this ability, but don't underestimate it. Since it's a reward from the Miracle Space, and the note says it can slay dragons, it must be true. Shiki laughed wildly. Jio, haha, that Kaido brat just doesn't want to admit defeat. Roxy, Zebek directly lashed out. Hey, whoever among the Marines picks the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, take out Kaido. Let him keep acting arrogant. Rox still held a grudge against Kaido for refusing to help him resurrect, and he spoke through clenched teeth. Kaido kept a clear account of all this. Everyone who refused to help was etched into his notebook. If ever he got a chance to turn the tables and resurrect, he would make those people taste bitter consequences for not siding with him. Strawberry fire controlling abilities, quite fitting for that Sakazuki fellow. Borsellino, yo-ho, if Sakazuki really gets his hands on this thing, I might not be able to easily crush him anymore. Sakazuki, are you dreaming? Do you really think you can step on me right now? Borsellino still not admitting it. Borsellino, I'm an angel now. Sakazuki, the most perverted angel in history. Wang Jipft. Marco, haha. Next was the fourth reward. Weapon Enhancement Scroll. Using it will directly skyrocket the weapon's toughness and hardness, and there is also a chance to awaken a special attribute. Queen, damn, another one. Dracula Mihawk, perhaps it's waiting for me to make a move. Shanks, after my own rewards come out, if I don't find anything good, I'll take this for you. Dracula Mihawk, no need, just mind your own business. GOLD. Roger, oh ho, little red hair got rejected. Shanks, Captain, don't laugh, that's just his nature, dumb and stubborn. The fifth reward appeared. Kekii Genkai Shikatsumiyaku, the ability to freely manipulate all the bones in the body. Whether it's osteoblasts, osteoclasts, or calcium concentration, everything can be freely controlled, allowing bones to generate, decompose, or harden up. The bones generated by Shikatsumiyaku are the hardest things in the world. In offense, they are the strongest spear, and in defense, the sturdiest shield. Note this ability comes from the otherworldly Naruto world, and is an extremely rare 3. 8th grade Kekii Genkai. When used in this world, it is subject to the laws of this world, originally consuming chakra, it now consumes haki. Charlotte Linlin, they claim it's the hardest thing, I wonder if it can break my defense. Kaido, what Dragon Slayer magic, what Shikatsumiyaku. Charlotte Linlin, they claim it's the hardest thing, I wonder if it can break my defense. Kaido, what Dragon Slayer magic, what Shikatsumiyaku, I think it's all hype. I don't believe that Dragon Slayer magic can actually kill me, let alone that these crappy bones can pierce my defense. Shiki, Kaido, you learn nothing good, just follow Sengoku's stubborn mouth. Aren't you afraid of getting your face slapped later? Kaido, you're dead, just stay put. GOLD. Roger, little Buggy, see this ability. I suggest you choose it. A perfect match for your fruit. Buggy, Captain, I'll seriously consider your advice. Shanks, Buggy, think about my suggestion again. Prizes in the grand prize pool surfaced one by one. The sixth item appeared. Yiga Lucy's summon card. Using it can summon the sacred bird Yiga. This bird does not attack anyone, but its shield is unbreakable, and its speed and endurance are ridiculously strong. Summon duration exactly 1 hour. This bird does not attack anyone, but its shield is unbreakable, and its speed and endurance are ridiculously strong. Summon duration exactly 1 hour. Charlotte Cracker, unbreakable shield. Sounds not bad. Vista the bird is immortal, but the description clearly says it doesn't help you fight, and only for Jack, isn't that useless? Summon it can't cut anyone, what's the point? What can it do? Queen, your brain, isn't it obviously an escape tool? Jack, isn't that useless? Summon it can't cut anyone, what's the point? What can it do? Queen, your brain, isn't it obviously an escape tool? Jack, so it's pretty useful. Ben Beckman, it's okay. But compared to the previous big prizes, far inferior. Probably no one will choose it. The seventh item appeared again. Imperial Armament Military Dream Shriek, a flute-shaped Imperial armament. It can freely manipulate the emotions of those who hear the music. The most basic ability is to boost morale of one's own soldiers on the battlefield. At a higher level, it can control dozens of different emotions. However, after listening too much, the piece creates resistance. The ultimate trump card is called Summon Ghost, which buffs the user through playing. Note this Imperial armament comes from another world. The world of Akainu Kill requires no rare energy and can be driven by personal mental power. Velo Betty can freely manipulate emotions. This ability is not inferior to my Devil Fruit. Jesus Burgess, it's just controlling emotions, what's the use? Moreover, listening too much creates resistance. Against strong opponents the effect would be diminished. Then augur for us pirates, it's indeed not very useful. But for those with ambition, this thing is simply a divine artifact. Ben Beckman, that's right. Whoever gets this can easily recruit a large army. And those soldiers' execution will be several times stronger than the kingdom's guard. Suru, why can those criminals of the Revolutionary Army gain support from the... Isn't it because their Eastern Army Captain Betty is the user of the Inspire fruit? That kind of ability can also move people's hearts. The 8th reward appeared in the light screen. Great Might Heavenly Dragon Robe, a Buddhist artifact that requires blood to recognize its master. After recognition it can appear or hide at will. The wearer gains the power of the Great Might Heavenly Dragon. The deeper the Buddha nature, the more powerful it is. Note this item comes from another world, the world of Green Snake, subject to the rules of this world, originally driven by mana, now changed to consume haki. At the same time it enjoys the additional boost of Buddha nature power. Shikigi, just hearing the name, feels like soaring to heaven. Marco, this robe, to put it simply, is the cloth draped over the great Buddha, a piece of clothing. But to appear in the prize pool, it must be extraordinary. Dracul Myhawk, it can be considered a piece of clothing with the function of a devil fruit. Suru, Mr. Hawkeye's understanding is very accurate. Speaking of which, this equipment is boosted by Buddha nature, which matches our marshal's ability. Bello Betty directly cursed, "Hey old man, don't beat around the bush. Our army wins the people's hearts not by any schemes, but purely because your world and the Navy are rotten to the core." Lindbergh followed up, "That's right, our army never claimed to be saviors. Unfortunately, thanks to your contrast, we had to become this savior." Sengoku's face turned pale, and he directly ordered Sakazuki, "When you choose the reward later, take this one. It's crucial for the Navy. Because the review video exposed too many dark secrets, the Navy's morale is now shaky. If they can get this robe, Sengoku won't have to worry about the collapse of..." Sakazuki sneered, "Since it's so important to the Navy, why don't you, Marshal, choose it yourself?" The recent events in the video were still vivid, and Sakazuki was now completely disillusioned with Sengoku. "Still trying to use me as a pawn. Get lost." Shiki laughed wildly. "Gee. Sengoku, you old schemer, not treating Sakazuki as a person is one thing, but now you want to fool him like a fool. Holding one reward opportunity in hand, yet asking Sakazuki to choose such a sacrificial equipment. Sengoku, you are truly a dog." Edward Newgate added, "He wants to squeeze the last bit of value out of the magma boy." Sengoku flew into a rage humph. "You pirates know nothing. As the Navy Marshal, I naturally have to coordinate the overall situation and rationally allocate every choice opportunity. GOLD. Roger chuckled, "So much nonsense, in short, it's shameless." Charlotte Linlin joined in, "Yes, the old bastard is shameless." Sengoku slammed the table in anger. "Humph. I won't bother to argue with you pirates." The prize pool slowly came to a stop. 8 pillars of light rose from the turntable, suspending in midair, each reward gleaming with a brilliance that pierced the eyes. Winners Jean Guabaji and Sakasiji. You have 3 choices with a countdown of 3 minutes. Failure to choose in time will be considered forfeiture. A pause of 2 seconds. Countdown begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 0. The moment the time was up, all 3 struck almost simultaneously. Jean Gua chose the Great Power Heavenly Dragon Kasaya. Baji claimed the Deadbone Pulse Bloodline Limit. Sakasiji took the Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. All 3 items were different from each other. Luagia glanced over and said with a smile, "Little Baji made a good choice. This ability has great potential." Baji quickly nodded. "Captain, rest assured, I'm not lacking even without this, but with the Deadbone Pulse, I certainly won't let you down." Zyankasi also chimed in with a few words of praise. Jinshizi Shurji suddenly let out that arrogant laugh, his voice dripping with obvious mockery. Tisk, some people talk a good game, but when it's their turn to choose, they only look out for themselves." Baihuzi also laughed along. "Gulalalala, you were just persuading others to choose a team-oriented option, but when it came to your own hands, you picked faster than any." Big Mom cut in, "Isn't that just Jean Gua's style?" Advisor, he spoke up for Jean Gua, "Don't speak of the Marshal that way. That Imperial armament simply cannot compare to the Great Power Heavenly Dragon Kasaya. It's a completely different tier. Of course one picks the best. If the Kasaya weren't there, the Marshal would certainly have chosen the Imperial armament." Izong shook his head upon hearing this. "A fine if. That's just ignoring the facts, isn't it?" Namir chimed in, "If I had 100 billion belly, I would certainly give 100 billion to 100 million civilians." Baisida asked with a smile, 100 billion is too much, you just give a few tens of millions." Namir shook his head, "That won't do." Baisida asked, "Why?" Namir grinned, "Because I actually have a few tens of millions." Baisida burst out laughing. Zhangwa stared at the red Kasaya in his hands, turning it over and over for several glances. From the surface, it was just an ordinary monk's robe. But as he leaned in closer, the faint Buddha light seeping from the fabric immediately narrowed his eyes. You ended up picking this after all. He walked over from the side, her tone carrying an indescribable nuance. In the video space, just now, she had watched Zhang Guo choose this reward, and a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in her heart. To be honest, she felt that the other two rewards taken were more promising. The Fire Dragon Slayer magic could transform one's physique directly into a fire dragon. If Zhang Guo with his aging body could undergo such enhancement, even his lifespan could be extended by several years. As for the Deadbone Pulse, there was no need to elaborate. Those who know themselves best understand that physique enhancement was a certainty. Yet this great power Heavenly Dragon Kasaya granted no boost to the physical body whatsoever. Vice Admiral, he knew full well in her heart why Zhang Guo insisted on this great power Heavenly Dragon Kasaya. In simple terms, Zhang Guo had eaten a mythical Zoan devil fruit, the great Buddha form, and paired with this red Kasaya, it was a match made in heaven. Old man, what good stuff did you get? Hurry up and let us have a look. Kapu's voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. Zhang Guo and Vice Admiral, he were both startled. Turning around, they saw Kapu munching on a rice cracker grinning at them. Oh. Vice Admiral, he was taken aback at first, then rolled her eyes. You old rascal, is teleportation meant for scare? From now on, when you enter my office, no teleporting. Walk in properly through the front door. Zhang Guo's face also showed displeasure. After all, I am the Marshal of the Navy. Do you think I have no dignity when you pull this stunt on me? Don't fuss over such trivial matters. Is that your great power, Heavenly Dragon? Kapu chuckled. In the video recap earlier that afternoon, he had seen Zhang Guo go easy on Luffy like a vast ocean, and now he looked upon Zhang Guo with particular fondness. He reached out to touch the red Kasaya, but Zhang Guo dodged away. Don't touch my treasure. Zhang Guo was still in a huff. Here, take a cracker to calm down. Kapu broke off half the cracker he had been biting and held it to Zhang Guo's mouth. Damn it. Zhang Guo's face darkened instantly. Enough. Outside, I'll show you. He pushed Kapu's hand away. With a thought, the great power Heavenly Dragon Kasaya vanished instantly, only to reappear behind him draping like a cape. Soon the three old-timers reached. What do you plan to do? Vice Admiral, he tilted her head, looking at Zhang Guo with curiosity. Just a little demonstration. They'll catch a Sea King to show you. Zhang Guo thought for a moment and said casually. The miracle video space didn't lift your curse. How do you plan to dive into the sea to catch a Sea King? Generally, Sea Kings. The miracle video space didn't lift your curse. How do you plan to dive into the sea to catch a Sea King? Generally, Sea Kings do surface frequently. But this place is the Navy headquarters. Navy headquarters, Eni's lobby, and Impel Down. Though these three locations border the calm belt, due to special currents, the Sea Kings that swim in from the calm belt usually only operate in the deep waters near these three islands. With Zhang Guo's words, even if one looked hundreds of meters above the sea surface, Sea Kings were virtually invisible. If the old man truly wanted to bring back a Sea King, he would have to dive 100 meters deep. And that was optimistic. If unlucky, even diving 1,000 meters might not encounter one. Hey, you old fool, don't let a reward go to your head. Don't even think about jumping into the sea. I'll have to fish you out. Kapu shouted from the side. Zhang Guo ignored him and said casually, shut up and watch closely. With a shift of inner energy, the power of the devil fruit surged forth instantly. A golden radiant great Buddha suddenly appeared. The great Buddha stomped its foot, and with a boom it shot straight into the sky. Holy cow! Come out and see the great Buddha. This must be the Marshal's great Buddha form. No mistake. It's Marshal Zhang Guo, the same one from the miracle video recap earlier. What is the Marshal up to? Did the Whitebeard pirates attack? Can't be. Even if pirates did come, the Marshal shouldn't charge in himself. He should stay back and command. The golden great Buddha floated in midair for only a short, while before nearly half of the Navy headquarters soldiers were looking up, dazzled by the golden light. Great power Heavenly Dragon Kasaya appear. In the form of the golden great Buddha, Zhang Guo formed a mudra with both hands and roared. Immediately a Kasaya draped diagonally over the great Buddha's body. It was the great power Heavenly Dragon Kasaya. And now the Kasaya had enlarged 100-fold along with the great Buddha's form. What exactly does the Marshal want to do? Vice Admiral Momosaji had somehow appeared beside Vice Admiral He. Vice Admiral He thought for a moment and forced an explanation. He wants to test the power of the great power Heavenly Dragon Kasaya. But he said it was just a small trial. I still don't know what he intends. Buddha's light shines everywhere, leaving nothing concealed. In midair, Zhang Guo held one hand upright before his chest, his eyes slightly closed, his voice echoing like a bell. In an instant, a golden sun rose behind. Waves of Buddha light turned into celestial auspicious signs cascading down from the sky. The golden light illuminated the sea surface, then pierced through the water, diving into the seabed. By the heavens, the Marshal has never employed such a technique before. This golden Buddha light, as it bathes me, makes me feel that none of my innermost secrets can remain concealed. How horrifying! It's as if every single action is under the marshal's scrutiny. Look, that Buddha light is piercing straight down from the ocean's surface. Can it even see what's beneath the sea? Hiss. Then it's even more powerful than observation hockey. Don't panic, the stronger the marshal, the more confident we Marines are. Moments later, Jean Gua in his golden giant Buddha form suddenly glared fiercely. Two golden beams of light erupted from his eye sockets, homing in like guided missiles, locking onto a specific location on the ocean surface. To outsiders, that was the spectacle they witnessed. In Jean Gua's perception, his gaze was fixed on a location over 700 meters deep on the seabed. You insolent wretch, do you dare to be so brazen while I am here? You've completely disregarded me. Great might heavenly dragon. A moment later, the golden Buddha, which had been forming a Buddhist mudra, tore off the red cassock from its body in one swift motion. He raised his hand and flung it. The moment the red cassock left his grasp, it expanded wildly upon meeting the wind. In an instant, crimson light flooded the heavens, completely obscuring the sun. Oh, God! Am I seeing a god? The sky is covered. Can a devil fruit be used to such an extent? Marshal Jean Gua's strength. Even an admiral might not be able to match it. Kneel. Kneel at once. The cowardly Marines immediately lost strength in their legs, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Great Luo Dharma Mantra. Dharma Mantra. Prajna Buddhas. Buddhas. Prajna Mama Boom. Mama Boom. After shouting the entire incantation, Jean Gua's Buddha hand grabbed the great might heavenly dragon cassock in the air, and his entire body spun violently. The cassock followed his rotation, twisting tighter and tighter until it became a spiral. Go! A flash of golden light, and the great might heavenly dragon cassock plunged into the sea. The cassock continued its descent, but the part remaining on the surface showed no sign of shortening, as if it were inexhaustible. With a mighty roar, a colossal whirlpool abyss erupted on the ocean surface. Looking down from the sky, it resembled the gaping maw of a demon, utterly terrifying. At the center of the whirlpool, seawater flowed upward along the spiral, twisted by the cassock being sucked directly into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a wondrous spectacle appeared between heaven and earth. A water tornado connecting the sea and sky. If such a force were to strike directly at Malifondwa, a single blow could blast the entire island to rubble. Just how ridiculous is Marshal Jean Gua's reward? On the Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh raised his head, gazing toward the Marine headquarters. What's happening over there? This commotion doesn't seem like normal training. The golden light is very bright. It must be Jean Gua's ability. Luo Jie squinted, shielding his eyes with his hand, straining to look at the sky. What are you looking at? Luo La had just claimed his reward from the system and was planning to find a secluded place to test it. Passing through the front hall, he saw the two leaning against the doorframe, peering outside, and casually asked, "There's some commotion over at Marine headquarters. It's too far away or I can't see clearly." Luo Jie pointed in that direction. Luo La looked up. Indeed, he could see the golden light blurry and indistinct. At this distance, even observation hockey couldn't reach. However, earlier in the morning, when Huang Yuan was inventorying the batch of rewards, Luo La happened to obtain a devil fruit of the mythical Zoan type, the six-winged seraphim form. That fruit brought him something extraordinary. The six-winged seraphim was already a realm of divinity. Those eyes themselves were imbued with divine power, allowing him to see far beyond ordinary people. A faint halo flickered in Luo La's pupils. Moments later, the scene in the distant sky began to become clear. So it's Jean Gua showing off over there. Luo La muttered casually. Luo Jie was taken aback. You can see it. If I stare carefully, I can barely make out a silhouette. That golden figure in the sky should be a giant Buddha form, and beside it, there's a huge piece of red cloth. If I'm not mistaken, that must be Jean Gua's reward this time. The great might heavenly dragon cassock, right? Luo La deliberately spoke in a speculative tone. In reality, he could see everything clearly. He just didn't want to reveal all his cards when it wasn't necessary. The expression on Luo Jie's face instantly changed. His brows furrowed tightly, and his voice turned grim. To be able to see such a spectacle from the Sabaody Archipelago, Jean Gua's improvement this time is too terrifying. The stronger Jean Gua became, the more unfavorable it was for his plan to rescue his son. Originally, Luo Jie had been quite confident about the upcoming battle in a few days, but now seeing Jean Gua produce such a miracle-level commotion with his own eyes, a heavy stone suddenly weighed on his heart. It seems that relying on myself alone to rescue AIC is completely impossible. After recognizing this fact, Luo Jie began to ponder, should he call back his old comrades from before? Meanwhile, first level of the Shunhai de Jinyu. Baji had just obtained the bloodline limit, Bone Pulse. Behind him, a vast crowd of nearly 100. Chief Baji, where are we going now? Captain, isn't it too conspicuous to be running around so blatantly? What if we alert the guards? This is the Shunhai de Jinyu, we should be more cautious, right? These pirates imprisoned on the first level all had bounties not exceeding 10 million berries. In the entire hierarchical pyramid of the Shunhai de Jinyu, they were at the very bottom. With weak strength, their courage naturally wasn't much greater. If it weren't for Ba Ji, the legendary great pirate, protecting them, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to think of escaping. Whoosh! A strange rustling suddenly came from all around. Poison spiders are coming. Not good, they're surrounding us from all directions. The left path is still open, hurry, run left. Are you stupid? The left is the sword tree forest. These poison spiders are trying to force us to run there, so we'll be sliced to pieces. It's over there already upon us. These pirates didn't have a single weapon in their hands, so they could only clench their fists and prepare to fight to the death. Just as they were about to brace themselves, thump, 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 muffled explosions erupted around them. Those dark poison spiders were suddenly launched into the air. Looking closely, damn, these pirates were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out. They finally saw clearly that those poison spiders hadn't jumped up by themselves. They had all been pierced by bone spikes like bamboo stalks, hanging directly in midair. Crack, 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 crack. As the bone spikes retracted, they scraped against the hard stone floor, emitting a grating sound. In the blink of an eye, all those bones had vanished. On the ground, only a pile of dead poison spiders remained, along with the dense holes punctured by the bone spikes. Oh my god! Thighs! This is specially made stone of the Shunhai de Jinyu. It's more than 10 times harder than iron. A pirate crouched down, reached out, and touched the holes in the floor tiles that had been punctured by the bone spikes. The openings were as smooth as if polished, perfectly round. What's going on? Who saved us? Where did those bone sticks come from? The pirates looked left and right, both excited and nervous, afraid that those bone spikes would suddenly emerge again and turn them into sieves. Ba Ji's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Damn. I made such a beautiful move and you guys didn't even realize it was me. A bunch of blind men. I should have just not saved you. When it comes to showing off, being discovered by others is definitely more impressive than announcing it yourself. If these pirates could figure out that it was Buggy who did it, then Buggy would have pulled off a perfect show. Absolutely top-notch. But now this bunch of idiots just couldn't realize that it was Buggy who saved the day, forcing Buggy to step forward and shout. Although it lost some face, it was better than nothing. Stop looking around. With your captain here, these poisonous bugs can't even get close. Buggy deliberately reminded loudly. This time some of these pirates finally— it was Boss Buggy who saved us. I told you. With our bounties not even reaching 10 million berries, how could we have taken down such a huge swarm of poisonous spiders? Only a ruthless man like Emperor Buggy could have done it. Captain is so awesome. Truly a legendary pirate. I remember. The reward Emperor Buggy got in the miracle video space was something like bones. Right, I remember too. It's the power related to bones. It's really Emperor Buggy. Emperor Buggy is mighty. I'll follow Emperor Buggy for the rest of my life. Listening to the small fries flattering crazily, Buggy's mood instantly improved a lot. He pushed forward all the way, and the poisonous spiders and prison guards they encountered didn't even get close to Buggy's clothes. Buggy didn't even go all out. He casually gestured a few moves, and the small fries behind him were so excited they howled, showering him with endless flattery. Soon Buggy and his crew reached the second layer of the deep-sea prison, Beast Hell. The pirates imprisoned here generally had bounties ranging from 10 million to 50 million berries. But the trouble was that this layer was full of ferocious beasts led by the ancient species monster Sphinx, which was no pushover. When the pirates from this layer were also released, Buggy finally had some capable fighters under his command. Captain Buggy, I've heard so much about you. A bald pirate just came out of the cell, grinning from ear to ear, and rushed towards Buggy with open arms. Buggy frowned slightly. Although he inwardly disliked this guy's rashness at the moment, he was a sought-after star in the prison, so he had to keep up appearances. He opened his arms, hugged the bald pirate, patted his back, and said with the air of a big shot, "Since you've followed me, Buggy, I'll protect you even if the sky falls." The bald pirate grinned, his smile sinister. "Stop pretending to be a big shot." Before the words died out, he suddenly thrust forward what was hidden in his sleeve. He stabbed right in. "Damn it. How dare you attack Emperor Buggy? Kill him." The pirates who followed Buggy from the first layer were not strong, but they had all received Buggy's favors. Seeing someone repay kindness with enmity, they were furious, their eyes red, and they roared to charge forward. "Who dares to move? I'm worth 36 million berries, Beverly. If you know what's good for you, stand still, or my blade won't be blind." Around the bald pirate, more than a dozen fierce-looking pirates suddenly appeared. This group belonged to the same pirate crew, clearly trying to seize the— Bald Afei wore a sinister smile, his eyes full of mockery as he stared at Buggy, and said, "Buggy, others may not know you, but I know you inside out. Aren't you just a small-time crook in the East Sea? Why pretend to be a legendary big shot? This is the Emperor Buggy you all hype up. They'll put him down with one." With that, Bald Afei suddenly drew his blade and lifted it above his head. See? White blade goes and red blade comes out. But as soon as he said that, he suddenly felt the atmosphere was off. What's with the looks? Old Fei turned to ask one of his underlings. Boss, boss, boss. The underling was panicked, trembling as he pointed at the thing in Fei's hand. Fei looked down and his face turned pale. The thing in his hand wasn't stained red at all, but instead bent into a 90-degree angle. Then he looked at Buggy's chest. It was clean without even a scratch. This is impossible. Fei was dumbfounded. But he was also a tough guy. His panic lasted only a second, and his eyes instantly turned ferocious. A knot of strong armament hockey wrapped around his weapon, and he furiously stabbed at Buggy. But after stabbing, he understood what despair meant. No. Impossible. I know you're just a small-time crook with a 15 million berries bounty. Hey, you must have misjudged. Buggy flashed a wicked smile and gave Fei a bear hug. Willow Dance first form thrust. Thump, 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 thump. Fei's eyes almost popped out. Did I really misjudge? With a belly full of confusion, he breathed. Soon, the sun rose again and a new day began. Today's recap video starts broadcasting. The fifth protagonist, one of the Navy's 6 admirals. Zephyr alias Blackarm. He believed in the Navy's justice more than anyone, almost the synonym of mercy. But this path is not right. As the dim screen gradually brightened, today's recap began. Zephyr. Seeing himself on the list, Zephyr was momentarily stunned. But being selected, he felt it was luck. However, when he saw the opening words given to him by the video space, his heart sank heavily. Not the right choice. Based on previous recap videos, the words here were almost never wrong. Now it directly stated that Zephyr's noble principle. It must be noted that Zephyr was already 72 years old, having lived most of his life. At this moment, the belief he had upheld his whole life was completely denied. The blow was too great. Zephyr felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Marco Zephyr. Edward Newgate, is there a problem? Marco O, seems like no problem. Edward Newgate Gulalala, don't underestimate a retired admiral. 80-year-old Zephyr sat on a high stone platform shouting at the distant sky. Hey, I'm going to be your superhero. His voice was young, but carried a serious determination. The scene shifted, showing teenage Zephyr outfitting himself. A crude mask he made himself on his face, and a short wooden board tied to his arm, with a small rope as a weapon. A few thugs were harassing a little girl. Zephyr charged in without a word, taking on 7 or 8 of them alone. Gion teacher Zephyr has been so righteous since childhood. Burning Mountain awesome. At his age, I was still playing with mud. Gaji haha, me too. Tsuru Zephyr, you started saving little girls back then. Sengoku saving. I think he was just precocious, he had a crush on her. Garp hahaha. Comrades and students were joking around in the comments. But Zephyr couldn't laugh. The previous recap videos had already shown the ending clearly laid out. He betrayed the Navy. For the past 2 days, Zephyr couldn't eat or sleep, racking his brains, but unable to understand why he would end up like that. The scene quickly cut to his younger self. At the age of 14, he stepped through the gates of the Navy with the dream of becoming a superhero in his heart. Joining the military with him were Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru, among others. At 18, he went to the battlefield for the first time. While others lay low, he charged to the front, running faster than anyone through the hail of bullets. 10 years passed in a flash. Zephyr had mastered the 6 styles of the Navy to perfection, and within the Navy, he had become an idol admired by the younger. At the age of 34, his hockey reached great mastery, and the nickname, Blackarm, spread wide. Ridiculously smooth. By the time he was 38, he directly became the youngest admiral in history. Wangji, what the hell? I never really thought about it before, but now watching this recap video, I realize this man who upholds non-killing is incredibly handsome. Shiki, I always said among the Navy he's the only good one. Chaolake, Imi Hoka, non-killing. That's a rope around one's neck. Lola, that's right. War is a life or death matter. Being merciful to the enemy on the battlefield is asking for trouble, and it lets your comrades down. Munchi D. Kapu, you people don't understand Zephyr at all, shut up. The video continues. Zephyr reached the peak of his life. He got married and had a son. But only 3 years later, his wife and child were killed by pirates. In the miraculous video space, the scenes were played frame by frame, how the pirates struck, how they killed his wife and child. Those who saw this felt a chill down their spines. The child was only 3 years old. I'm sorry to you both. Even though years had passed, seeing this scene again, Zephyr couldn't bear it. He punched the wall again and again, crying like a wreck. Jean-Gua, damn pirates. They can even kill a 3-year-old child, these beasts. See, this is the true face of pirates, worse than beasts. Shiki, to be honest, killing a baby. I can't do such a thing. Damn, if I had been there, I would have skinned that bastard alive. Aithuan Nugawite. I know this man, he was extremely fierce. In a conflict over a decade ago, he was crushed to death by Xiaozi. Zhanghua, Whitebeard, don't try to ingratiate yourself here. Anyone can say nice words. Aithuan Nugawite, Gurara Zhanghua, anyone can say nice words. I'm just stating a fact, not trying to get close. I don't need the Navy's favors. Dear D. Luoji, Zhonghua, is it necessary? Are you afraid Zifa will go over to Whitebeard's side? Zhonghua, the war is about to start, don't play psychological games with us. Shiki, this is madness. The scene shifts. Zifa lost his family, and his heart grew completely cold. Zhonghua, the war is about to start, don't play psychological games with us. Shiki, this is madness. The scene shifts. Zifa lost his family. Scenes flashed by. Akainu, Akiji, Kizuru, Strawberry, Mamanga, Yamakaji, Doberman. All were the pillars of the Navy, now all soldiers personally trained. The camera panned over, and many officers had reddened eyes. Then Zifa was already 65 years old. In the scene, he took a ship of trainees out to sea. Suddenly the alarm sounded. Pirates. A pirate jumped onto the deck of the training ship. Just one. This man was built like an ox, ridiculously fat, with lips so thick they were terrifying, and his face was so ugly that one glance was too much. The only striking thing was the beard on his face. As white as Whitebeard's, but much thinner and longer than Nogoite's. Xiaoyuo Lingling, hey, why does this kid's beard look like Whitebeard's? Xiaoyuo Buliai, Mom, that's Whitebeard's biological son. Xiaoyuo Lingling, Whitebeard has a biological son. Dear D. Luoji, Whitebeard, when did you spawn a child? Aidhuan Nogoite, stop talking nonsense. Everyone knows my wife is my right hand, how could I have a biological son? Merka, Dad, you. Bulamank, damn, Dad is really something. He, what kind of talk is that, behaving badly? Boy, a hankyuk, a hand can be a wife. What does that mean? Lolap, Tangjihuo Defulangming Fufufu. Galoliusa, Snake Princess, don't ask, I'll explain later. Bajin, Whitebeard, you heartless thing. I carried your child for 10 months, and you deny it. You won't even acknowledge your own son. Aidhuan Nogoite. Bajin. Shiki, what? Whitebeard, you got together with Bajin. Xiaoyuo Lingling. You damn woman talking nonsense. I'm the first not to believe it. Luo Kisi D. Jaibike. Whitebeard, you're something. Bajin boarded my ship, and within 2 days I found out her strength was fake, and drove her away. And you managed to get her in that short time. Aidhuan Nogoite. Old Captain, don't joke. Look at the proportions, is it possible? Xiankasihi. The group was still teasing Whitebeard when the scene suddenly shifted. Blood splattered. Aidhua Weiber, wielding a large Naginata, charged into the Navy training ship like a meat grinder. He slashed at everyone. 1 slash per person. Like a madman. Zifa, fuck. It was long over, but seeing this scene again, Zifa's chest still felt tight. He hated how that bastard could bring himself to do it. Hated how he couldn't protect those students back then. To put it bluntly, if he hadn't collapsed after his family was killed and resigned as admiral, his strength wouldn't have gradually declined to this point. Kapu bastard. He'll kill him. Zhonghua, Zifa, rest assured the Navy will deal with this menace sooner or later. Yueguang Molia, this guy. Doesn't seem right. Sha Keliketer, you noticed too? Yueguang Molia. Look at his face, doesn't he look like an idiot? Tangjihuo Defulangming. Fufufu, what do you mean look like? Isn't he just an idiot? He doesn't even have any expression, showing he holds no grudge against these people. He's just following orders. The scene suddenly pulled back. More things appeared in the frame. On the mast of the training ship stood a plump old woman only half a meter tall. Bajin. Kill them. My good son. Slaughter them all. Build a reputation for me. The old woman stared at the scene below, her face showing no discomfort, but rather extreme excitement. Got it, Mom. Aidhua Weiber replied while hacking his tone as flat as saying, okay, I'll eat now. Now everyone understood. This idiot's son showed no emotional fluctuation when he replied. It was like when his mom called him come eat, and he just said, oh, coming. Aidhuan Nogoite. Bajin, what exactly are you trying to do? I don't care if you kill Navy men, but don't use my name, damn it. Merk, Dad, after this war, take some people and take care of that disgusting old woman. The bullet comments in the miraculous video were still scrolling wildly. Shiki snorted coldly. I've always thought that woman Bajin was off. She has no ability herself, always trying to climb the social ladder. And now she's created a powerful son, truly absurdity, opening the door to absurdity. Dear D. Luoji chimed in, but I have to admit that kid Aidhua Weiber is really something. His build is aura. He really has a bit of Whitebeard's flavor. Aidhuan Nogoite frowned. Roger, can you talk about something more meaningful? Dear D. Luoji ignored him and continued. I'm saying, could it be that woman stole your genes and made a clone? Kuain immediately perked up. That method is completely feasible. Jiaji, come out and share your experience. Winsamoke, Jiaji spoke calmly. To put it simply, the stronger the genes, the greater the difficulty of cloning. If we were to clone Whitebeard's genes, the failure rate would be terrifyingly high and he'd most likely die directly. Beijiapank suddenly interjected. Yo, Jiaji, you're still alive. Winsamoke, Jiaji retorted. You're serving the Navy now, and your tone has certain... Beijiapank smiled. You're not bad either. The scene suddenly froze. Random question generation. Question 1. In the previous segment, what was the name of the last student who died in front of ZFA? Luo Kcd Jabik was the first to rush and answer Zhonghua. Shiji was stunned. Old Captain, are you blind? Didn't you read the question clearly? Luo Kcd Jabik, you think we can answer this question? Just take a random guess. Zhonghua angrily slammed the table. Lokisi, if you're going to spout nonsense, why do you have to? Luo Kcd Jabik, you think we can answer this question? Just take a random guess. Zhonghua angrily slammed the table. Lokisi, if you're going to spout nonsense, why do you have to mention my name? Luo Kcd Jabik, what if I really curse you to death? Wouldn't I win? Zhonghua gritted his teeth. You son of a bitch. Ba Jin screamed. I know who it is, but I can't remember the name. ZFA, tell me what is his name. Adhua Nagaiti cursed. You're insane. Wang Ji followed up. Still the same, a true fool. You killed so many of his students and you still want him to tell you the answer. Are you hit on the head by a door? Marine Headquarters Marshal's office. Zhonghua suddenly turned and shouted to his adjutant, Sataji, immediately get the crew list of the training ship that ZFA let out to sea 5 years ago. The adjutant hesitated. Marshal, is there enough time to answer? Zhonghua roared, go. The adjutant stood at attention, yes. Grand line. On a warship of the pirate gorilla. ZFA slammed his fists hard against the railing over and over, his fists already bloody and blurred. Bastard. 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 His face was full of tears, his chest heaved violently, and the pain almost suffocated him. Those young faces, one after another, were carved into his mind like knives, never to be forgotten. The last scene on the training ship, ZFA would never forget. Those young faces fell one by one in front of him. He remembered every student's name. At that time, he could name every student in the store. Standing behind him were only Ain and Bin Z. The two wanted to say something comforting, but couldn't open their mouths. The three of them were the only survivors of that disaster. The chat area exploded. Xiaoluo Lingling directly said this question was impossible to guess. Ben Beekman was very calm, saying that the first question was a freebie by convention, not to think too much. Ma-Erk wondered why ZFA hadn't moved yet. Xiaozi muttered that he might have forgotten it himself. Kuei-in laughed loudly, saying that the first person who couldn't even get a freebie was about to be born. He was extremely anxious, telling ZFA to answer quickly. Ka-Pu's voice was even louder, scolding him not to indulge in self-blame. Answer the question first. Kuzan also said this was not the time for self-blame. The Navy was urging urgently, while Zhonghua was flipping through documents in the office like crazy. The countdown on the screen sounded. 10 seconds left for the first question. Please answer quickly. Zhonghua's hands never stopped, and he kept muttering. Almost there, almost there. On the warship. Teacher, let's answer the question first. Ain with red eyes gently patted Zaifa's back. Even for the sake of the deceased classmates, you must pull yourself together. On the warship. Teacher, let's answer the question first. Ain with red eyes gently patted Zaifa's back. Even for the sake of the deceased classmates, time is almost up. Ain was sweating profusely. The rewards shown in the video just now, any one of them, was extremely precious. As a student, she naturally hoped the teacher could also get one. Binzi frowned and made a decision. You answer for the teacher, the reward should be his. Ain bit her lip and nodded firmly. Countdown 5. A line of text appeared in the chat box. Ain said that the teacher was too sad after seeing the scene and couldn't recover, so she would answer for him. Zhonghua suddenly shouted, wait. I can find the answer soon, let me get Zaifa's points for him. Ain was stunned. Is that so? Dear D. Luajia, little girl, hurry up and say the answer. If this point is taken by Zhonghua, hehe. Sure, gee. That old fox Zhonghua obviously wants to take advantage, and he pretends to help ZFA answer shameless. Wang Ji, teacher, ZFA is right here, and this girl knows the correct answer. Why would someone else need to do it? 4 seconds left. Zhonghua, don't listen to them. Listen to me, it's right. 3 seconds left. Binzi Willis. Zhonghua Willis. Zhonghua. Binzi. I saw there wasn't much time, so I quickly answered. Dear D. Luajia, ha ha, well done, young man. Helped your teacher keep 1 point. Shurji Zhonghua is probably going to explode with anger. Adhua Nagaiti, just a few seconds, a reward slipped away, exploding lungs, is light, he'll be half dead with anger. Shurji Jiahaha. You're even more ruthless. Marine Headquarters Marshal's office. Just as Shurji guessed, Zhonghua's forehead veins were bulging and his lips were trembling violently. Binzi this. Fists clenched with a crack. Just a few seconds short. This point was about to be in hand. Although he said it was for ZFA, Zhonghua knew his old partner too well. Once the points fell into his pocket, ZFA would definitely be too embarrassed to ask for. Then he would pretend to be polite for a moment, and the points would be securely his. But now it's all ruined by that little brat Binzi. Zhonghua's vision went dark, his body swayed, and almost fell. Marshal, the adjutant Sataji, quickly stepped forward to support him. In the new world on the warship of the pirate gorilla, Binzi stared at AI, in his tone heavy. Remember, we can be wholeheartedly devoted to the teacher, but outsiders don't have that qualification. The teacher's things not a single bit can be touched by others. AI nodded. I understand you're right. I won't make this mistake again in the future. Time's up. End of the second question. The answer will be revealed in the next video. Scene shift. ZFA hugged a young Marine shouting heart-wrenchingly, Willis. Adhwa Weiber took advantage of this moment, slashed down, almost cutting off Zayfa's entire right arm. Then Adhwa Weiber turned to go after Ain and Bin Z, who had already fled into the cabin. ZFA had a quick idea, turned around, and lunged towards Bajin. Bajin was so scared her soul almost flew away and quickly shouted for Adhwa Weiber to come back and protect her. The two sides confronted each other for a while. Bajin chickened out, afraid to die, so she could only let Adhwa Weiber cover her retreat. The village was not large. ZFA, leading the pirate guerrilla, was chasing a group of pirates who were harming the village. Crushing tornado. He leaped up, his mechanical right arm aimed at the ground, and slammed down hard. Boom. The ground shook violently, and a dozen pirates were immediately shaken and staggered. Change color. Change color quickly. The leading pirate leader shouted hoarsely. His body began to merge with the surrounding environment. Trying to run. ZFA dashed forward in a single stride, his mechanical arm spreading wide as he snatched fiercely at the ground. The pirate leader let out a scream, his entire body becoming visible from its invisible state. ZFA lifted the man up. A devil fruit user can't hide in front of a sea stone crusher. The guerrilla soldiers beside him immediately stepped forward and locked the man with sea stone. At this moment, Binz, his face pale, walked over to ZFA. Master. ZFA turned his head to look at him. What's wrong? You look like you've been boiled. Binz bit his lip, hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke. Master, the headquarters just sent news. What? Good news or bad news? ZFA was in a good mood, watching the pirates being bound one by one, a smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Villagers emerged from their houses one after another, some carrying eggs, some holding cups of tea, all running over to thank ZFA for saving their lives. Binz clenched his fists, his voice trembling. Master. That person has been appointed as a Shichibukai by the Navy. Oh, a Shichibukai, ZFA. But the next second, his entire body stiffened. His face instantly darkened. Zayfa's pupils sharply contracted, and he stood frozen as if struck by lightning. You're talking about? Could it be? His voice trembled, and the color drained from his face in an instant, leaving only a look of almost desperate terror. Binz gritted his teeth and nodded, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. That's right, it's the one who killed all our classmates 6 years ago. ZFA let out a heart-wrenching roar to the sky. Then, PFF. A large mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, and he fell straight backward unconscious. Sure, gee, what the hell? The Navy actually made AI de Huawei Boer a Shichibukai. This move is too outrageous. Gu Erdeluo Jie killed an entire ship of new Navy recruits and severely wounded the instructor, yet you not only don't arrest them, but also treat them like, what kind of logic is that? Wangji, this kind of thing a normal person wouldn't do. Xia Luo Ling Ling, weren't those old farts just righteous and indignant about standing up for ZFA? Then they turned around and sold him out. Luo Ku CDG Bei Ku, where's that treacherous old Zhonghua? Get out here and take the blame. Zhonghua, are you out of your mind? Didn't you watch the review video? I resigned after the Summit War. It's not my damn business. Sure, gee, wasn't that some shady move you pulled before you left? Zhonghua, get lost. I have my principles, okay? That's Zayfa's enemy. No matter how selfish I am, I wouldn't do that. Kaiduo, so Zhonghua actually has principles. Gu Erdeluo Jie, Zhonghua actually has principles. The scene shifted. ZFA, who had been unconscious from vomiting blood, lay in bed for several days and finally woke up. His left hand gripped the corner of the blanket tightly, his knuckles white, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Sakasiji. Is this the good deed you, the Navy Admiral, have done? With a cry of wah, another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Sure, gee, why is it Sakasiji? Zhonghua, golden dog, what do you mean? Are you hoping it's me? Sure, gee, nonsense. You've done enough bad things. It looks like your handiwork anyway. Zhonghua, humph, I want to argue with you. The miracle video space has already given the answer. I've fought all my life, always believing in the justice of the Navy. But I trusted the Navy. And the Navy let me down. From now on, I'm quitting the Navy. I'll deal with the pirates of this world in my own way. ZFA propped himself up on the bed, his face as pale as paper. He swept his gaze over the students, filling the room, his voice hoarse. I won't force you. Those willing to follow me are still my students. Those who want to leave, go to the headquarters now and sever all ties with me. Master. Ain and Binz knelt down with a thud, their foreheads hitting the ground. We will always follow you, Master. The other students didn't hesitate for a moment, dropping to their knees in unison, their shouts shaking the heavens. Zayfa's eyes reddened, and he gritted his teeth and roared, Good. I didn't teach you in vain. He took a deep breath, his voice rolling like thunder in the room. From today, IZFA break all ties with the Navy. Neo Navy established today. Neo Navy. All the student leaders screamed at the top of their lungs, the sound waves nearly lifting the roof off. The video space exploded. Zepha's roar turned into audio that burst out, and the barrage messages scrolled wildly. Everyone could see that Zepha hadn't slept a wink for days. He had been blaming himself, feeling that he had betrayed the Navy and was a sinner. Now seeing this, he was just like his future self, furious enough to explode. Zhangguo's roar crashed out. Saka CG, you bastard. I order you, when you become admiral in the future, you must never let AI Dehoe Bur join the Shichibukai. He also interjected, Saka CG, there are some lines you shouldn't cross. Chi Quan sneered, which matter? Aohala. Or instigating by who's this? Zhangguo was even more furious, don't play dumb. I'm talking about you bringing AI Dehoe Bur into the Shichibukai in the future. Oh, Chi Quan's tone grew colder. You also know that's a future matter. If the future me really did that, then it was beneficial to the Navy. I order you now, don't you dare. You are the admiral, I obey. But if I become admiral in the future, my decisions are none of your business. Huang Yuan lazily drawled. Wu Luojia laughed and slapped his thigh. Impressive, this kid. With that spine, I think he's more like an admiral than Zhangguo. Shiji chimed in. 407. Hurry up and kick that old schemer Zhangguo out. Let Chi Quan take over. Wang Ji shouted even louder. That's right. Firmly support Chi Quan as admiral. Yuhan raised his hand. Support Admiral Chi Quan. He cursed. A bunch of dead men stopped stirring up. Zhangguo sneered. Is that all you pirates have got? Bai Hu's laughter shook the sky. Aurora, when it comes to stirring up trouble, who can compare to you, Zhangguo? Navy headquarters, Ma Lin Fan duo. The table in the conference room was slammed by Zhangguo. Have you contacted Zepha yet? Vice Admiral, he shook her head, her face dark. He cut off the den mushy. This old man, it seems he's really leaving. Decades of friendship, they were like family. All because of Saka CJI's decision, now it's come to this. Zhangguo was fuming, and so were Ka Pu and he. Everyone wanted to punch Saka CG. But the problem was that mess happened in the future. Now Saka CG hadn't done anything yet, so what reason could you use to deal with him? Ka Pu patted Zhangguo, and he on the shoulders, his voice very low. Let's say Fa calm down first. In a few days his stubborn temper will soften. That's the only way. He sighed. The scene in the sky changed again. The Neo Navy had already made a big move. It was a Navy base specifically for guarding Donglian. Zepha led his men directly charging in. With one move he blasted a huge hole in the base. At Zepha's command, the Neo Navy soldiers immediately carried out large piles of purple objects. Ai de Huanyo Gaite, what is this stuff? Gu Air de Luo, Jian never seen it. But judging by their nervous expressions, it might be something that can kill people. It might even blow up. Xia Luo Ling Ling, when did the Navy get all these weird things? Shiji, where's that old schemer Zhangguo? Come out and explain clearly, what is this? Sengoku military secrets, why should I explain to a bunch of pirates like you? Roxdy. Zebek, given Sengoku's nature, anything he dares not speak must be suspicious. Sengoku am too lazy to waste words on the dead. The scene shifted. The new Marines had placed the batch of purple substance on an island. GOLD. Roger, this island. It seems to be one of the three within the end point. Whitey Bay, that's right, it's one of the three termination points. My home is near this island. Ooh, I can't be mistaken. Marshal D. Teach interesting. So Zephyr intends to blow up this termination point. So it turns out what they snatched from the Marine base was indeed that. Wangji, if I recall correctly, even though the volcanoes at the termination points trigger chain reactions, detonating them is no easy feat. Otherwise the New World would have been destroyed long ago. Marco, I was about to say, even if these new Marines grabbed that from the base with that meager amount, it can't blow up this volcano. Unless this stuff is absurdly powerful. Jozu with such a small yield to destroy a termination point. Just how terrifying must this thing be? Shiki, that old fox Sengoku, is tight-lipped. Well, see, not long after the new Marines had installed the charges at over a dozen points. Teacher, everything is set. Binz reported to Zephyr. Zephyr nodded. Immediately withdraw everyone to the safe waters. They'll be there shortly. Bin's teacher is truly kind-hearted, taking the dangerous work upon him. Shiki, unlike some people who dump all the dirty work on Sakazuki while playing the good guy behind the scenes to build a reputation. Sengoku, you golden-haired dog, stop being so sarcastic. Shikio, you know I'm talking about you. In the scene, the new Marines quickly evacuated. Just as Zephyr was about to retreat to the safety zone, a golden light flashed across the sky. Whoosh. The golden beam refracted in the air several times and landed directly before Zephyr. As the light dissipated, a figure slowly materialized. The newcomer was none other than Marine Admiral Kazuru. Roxdy. Zebek, here it comes. The famous scene of killing his old master in public is about. Kaido, one of them, recruits Zephyr's enemy into the Shichibukai, forcing him to leave the Marines. The other personally finishes off his old master. The Marine Admirals sure know how to play. Shiki, if you ask me, these guys have been hanging around Sengoku too long. They've all learned his tricks. Sengoku bullshit. In the scene, Kizaru landed on his feet, his lips pursed high, and spoke in that distinctive drawl, Zephyr Sensei, stop now. You can still turn back. Borsellino, among all the fine students I've taught you, and I have never gotten along. The Navy sending you specifically to stop me is truly ironic. Io, where is all this coming from? The reason our relationship is bad is because you always called me out when I slacked off. Truth be told, I have no hard feelings toward you. In fact, I rather admire you. Kizaru took a drag from his cigarette, blew a smoke ring, and continued slowly. Sensei, I'll talk to Sakazuki about Edward Weevil. But what you're about to do now isn't just killing pirates. If you detonate all 3 endpoints, the islands of the New World will be submerged in magma, and far more civilians will die than pirates. Seeing this, Kizaru got excited. He clapped his hands together. Borsellino, see, I didn't want to go all out on my old master from the start. Damn it. In that earlier recap video, he had killed Zephyr. Although Kizaru didn't think he was wrong, carrying the label of Master Killer was uncomfortable for anyone. Now seeing that he had handled it reasonably well, Kizaru felt much better. Sakazuki, yeah, you didn't go easy on him either. Borsellino, huh? Now I recall, Sakazuki, at that time you were the fleet admiral. So you were the one who ordered me to kill our old master. Damn, you should take the blame for this. Sakazuki, bullshit. Don't make up stuff that wasn't shown in the video. As the two admirals argued, the duel on screen had already begun. Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Kizaru clasped his hands together, then pulled them apart, and a massive golden light sword materialized in his grasp. In an instant, the heavenly cloud sword clashed with the sea stone mechanical arm countless times. It seemed they were evenly matched. But any discerning eye could tell Kizaru wasn't even trying. He was more like stalling, waiting for Zephyr to exhaust his strength. Kazan said quietly, "That Borsellino is probably trying to wear the teacher down until he's out of steam, then apprehend him." Borsellino immediately chimed in, "Kazan, you understand me." Kazan's face darkened. "Shut up." Borsellino turned to Zephyr. "Sensei, you see him just following Sakazuki's orders." Sakazuki said coldly, "I never renege on orders I give. If you have no evidence, don't slander me here." Zephyr waved a hand. "It doesn't matter anymore." Sengoku asked urgently, "Zephyr, where are you?" "Let's meet." Tsuru chimed in, "Come back soon. The 3 of us Oldemers can't do without you." Garp gritted his teeth. "That bastard Edward Weevil, I'll smash his dog head to pieces. I won't let that scumbag become a Shichibukai again." Edward Weevil whined. "Mom, why are they calling me a dog?" "Wah wah wah." Bakine sneered. "Good son, they're all bad people. When we meet, kill them all." Edward Weevil grinned foolishly. "Okay, I'll be good and kill them all. Kill, kill, kill." Sengoku roared. "After this battle, I'm postponing my retirement. I'm going to flatten that old hag Bakine into a meat patty first." Shiki muttered, "Oh, the fleet admiral sure has a temper." Sengoku snapped, "Get lost." As the crowd bickered, the fight on screen reached its most intense. Kizaru was still clearly holding back. Zephyr's movements grew slower, his stamina nearly spent. Borsellino seized the moment and urged surrender. "Sensei, give up. I'm younger, I have the upper hand in stamina. You have no chance of safely detonating it." Zephyr laughed. "Yes, Borsellino, you truly are outstanding. No chance of a safe detonation. But I must eliminate all pirates." He paused, his eyes firm. "Borsellino, take care of yourself." With that, Zephyr detonated the dynamite in his hand without hesitation. Kizaru's expression instantly changed. With such a massive amount of dynamite, even as a glint fruit user, he couldn't guarantee his escape, and scathed. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and shot desperately into the distance. Boom. A violent shockwave rolled and blasted. Zephyr couldn't entirely escape the radius. The hurricane-like force sent him flying, crashing straight into the sea. Random question generated. Question 2. After Zephyr was swept into the sea by the shockwave, who saved him? At that moment, the second question appeared. In an instant. Sengoku Borsellino answer. Bam. Kizaru's name flooded the answer section. Roxd. Zebek Borsellino. Borsellino. Charlotte Lean Borsellino. Zephyr Borsellino. Edward Newgate Borsellino. Line after line of names appeared, all pointing to the same answer. This question was far too simple. On the scene, only Zifa and Kizaru were engaged in combat. When it happened, Kizaru dodged and Zifa was sent flying. Who else but Kizaru could know the direction in which Zifa fell into the sea? Only he could have rescued the man. Sengoku beautiful. Sengoku the first to snatch the answer slammed his desk hard, his entire body trembling. Roxd. Jabik, damn. Sengoku, you old bastard, you stole my points. Rock's face turned green with rage. The second person to answer correctly in a rushed answer mode where 1 in a billion succeeded had his mentality completely shattered. Borsellino, oh dear, I didn't even get to grab it myself. What a pity. Charlotte Lean, damn it, I was just a hair's breadth away. Borsellino, I didn't get the points, but at least I've redeemed myself. See. In that situation, I still managed to fish Zephyr out of the water. Who still dares to speak ill of me? Kazan, but in the end you still laid hands on Zephyr. Borsalino, I declare from now on you are no longer my confidant. Sakazuki immature. The giant sky screen began a countdown. Question 2, 10 seconds remaining for answering. Please submit your answers promptly. Shiki, what's the point of counting down? The answer is obvious. Roxy, Jabik Sengoku, I curse you with a sty on your eye. Sengoku, hihi, go ahead and curse. The more vicious your curses, the angrier you are. Huh. This marshal scores another point. You haven't even seen what a point look. Charlotte lean this Sengoku. When did he become so cheap? Edward Newgate, that's right. He's not cheap normally, but when he is, he's downright inhuman. Sengoku, hihi, this old man is in a good mood today. I won't bother with you all. Just stew in your envy. The countdown continued. 2, 1, 0. Second question is over. The answer will be revealed shortly. Sengoku, hihi, the footage began moving again. Zifa was flung back by the blast, his entire body crashing into the sea. The waves churned as he drifted with the current. He floated and floated and floated. Finally, he bumped into a ship. Sengoku. The smile on Sengoku's face instantly froze. A sense of dread crept into his heart. That ship was gaudy and colorful with a bizarre design. The bow was shaped like a sun with a lion's head. Monkey D. Garp, why does the ship look familiar? Oh, no wonder it looked so familiar. How did you end up there again? Garp's head ached. This damn grandson of his, how did he always oh, no wonder it looked so familiar. How did you end up there again? Garp's head ached. This damn grandson of his, how did he always show up everywhere? Monkey D. Luffy grandpa, I don't know either. Rox D. Jabik, ha. You're the kid called Straw Hat Luffy, right? Monkey D. Luffy, what's up? Rox D. Jabik, good job. Well done. Monkey D. Luffy, what? Shiki, he. Garp's grandson, unless I'm mistaken, Zifa, was rescued by you or your crew. Monkey D. Luffy, isn't it normal to save someone who fell into the sea? Charlotte lean kid, the point is your people saved him, not Kazuru. Rox D. Jabik, don't overthink it. You did great. Huh. On the sea, sunlight spilled across the rippling waves. On the deck of the Thousand Sunny, the crew suddenly noticed a figure drifting in the seawater. That's Gomu no. Luffy's right arm stretched out, instantly crossing dozens of meters of sea, his 5 fingers spread wide, accurately gripping the man's arm. With a splash, Zifa was pulled out of the sea and dragged directly onto the platform of the ship's escape hatch. The chat channel instantly erupted. Shiki was the first to jump in. Oh my, what a slap in the face. Someone was boasting just now, weren't they? Edward Newgate chimed in. Lora, I remember someone patting their chest and guaranteeing something earlier. Why so quiet now? Roger laughed without restraint. I love watching you all being unable to stand me, but unable to get rid of me. Go ahead, try being arrogant again. I'm just waiting to see you get slapped in the face. Rox added fuel. Roger, you really have a sharp tongue. Kaido also joined in. Where's Sengoku? Why isn't he saying anything? Did he faint from anger again? Wang Ji jeered. A piece of meat snatched from the mouth. Anyone would spit blood. Ho-oh. Sengoku finally couldn't hold back. Borsalino. Where the hell did you go? Borsalino looked confused. Huh? I'm on my own ship. What orders does the marshal have? Sengoku's voice trembled. I'm not asking about now. I'm talking about in the video. Where the hell were you in the video? Borsalino was even more baffled. This question, I really can't answer. Shiki roared with laughter. He's getting anxious, starting to bite anyone. Roger followed up. It's not his fault anyway. Whoever he catches is unlucky. Speaking of which, that Kazura guy was pretty worked up earlier too, Kaido added. Edward Newgate shook his head. That slap came awfully fast. Borsalino quickly changed the subject. Hey, don't keep staring at me. Let's talk about the marshal. Keep going, Sengoku roared. The crowd was still laughing and joking when the video scene switched again. This time the lens landed on a strange island. Boom. With a violent roar, red magma shot into the sky, and the second terminal island was completely detonated. Tsuru's voice was low already. 2 detonated. Gion's tone tightened. Zephyr, is he really going to destroy the entire new world? Shiki was exhilarated instead. He might actually pull it off. That would be really interesting. Charlotte Linlin flew into a panic. Golden Dog, stop cursing. My Tato land is in the new world. If all the magma explodes, my territory will be the first to go. Skeptical, standing at the edge of the spirit world, laughed maniacally. Gaha. I'm already dead and gone. Even if the new world is scorched by magma, it won't singe a single hair on me. Wang Ji stroked his chin and clicked his tongue. If Zifa, that madman, really blows up all 3 terminal islands, then we early dead ones might have gotten off easy. John shrugged, his tone laced with lingering fear. Just the thought of the magma reservoir breaching sends chills down my spine. The scene cut to the 3rd terminal island in the afternoon. Zifa stood on a cliff, his gaze drifting lazily across the distant coastline. The Neo-Marines were moving crates to designated spots like ants. The wind suddenly stopped. Zifa's eyebrow twitched. and he turned around. Akiji stood less than 5 paces behind him. His face still bore obvious burn scars, and his right leg had been replaced by an ice prosthetic which walked without any noticeable flaw. Gion said softly in the live stream. Akiji had already left the Marines by then. Old Lady Tsuru frowned. Kazan went to see Zephyr at this time. Was he trying to stop him? Sengoku slowly nodded. Deep down Old Lady Tsuru frowned. Kazan went to see Zephyr at this time. Was he trying to stop him? Sengoku slowly nodded. Deep down he was always a man who believed in justice. On the cliff Akiji raised his hand and tossed a bottle of sake to Zephyr. Zephyr caught at a smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth. Did you come to see me off? Akiji didn't respond. He was silent for a few seconds before speaking in a low voice. You've gone too far. Although you can take out a large number of pirates, this is not the right answer. Zephyr bit off the bottle cap and took a big gulp. The liquor dripped down the corner of his mouth. He shook his head and said nothing more. Akiji looked at his profile and let out a deep sigh. It has come to this after all. The two of them almost simultaneously tossed their bottles behind them. Amid the sound of shattering glass, Akiji's body began to freeze cold, spreading across his skin. Zephyr's right arm was instantly covered in black armament, hockey muscles tensed. The two faced off, neither moving. After a few seconds, Akiji's clenched fist suddenly relaxed. The ice quickly receded. He turned around and walked down the mountain without looking back. Tsuru's voice carried a hint of emotion. Kazan still the same. Garp grinned. If he really fought, he wouldn't be himself. Gion inexplicably reddened at the eyes. What a gentleman. Gaji jumped up in a panic beside them. That adjective is totally wrong. Kizaru slumped in his chair and let out a wail. You bastard, you actually ran away. If you had fought, I wouldn't have to step in myself. In the live stream, Akiji's avatar remained gray, not a single word said. The scene shifted, the island set up. The rock surface was carved with patterns. Random question generated. Question 3. How many endpoint islands did Zephyr ultimately destroy? Whoosh. The barrage exploded across the screen. Charlotte Lean 3. I answered that. Don Quixote Doflamingo 2. I answered 2. Sir Crocodile 3. Shanks 3. Ben Beckman 2. Sengoku 3. There were only 3 endpoint islands in total. This was 2 had already exploded in the scene. The answer was either 2 or 3. Zephyr was very confident in his plan and unhesitatingly chose 3. Most people also bet on his success. Once a good person turns dark, how terrifying they can become is clear to everyone. Charlotte Lean ha. This score is finally mine. It must be mine. Roxdy. Zebek, damn, this time I dropped out of the top 100. Cheeky old captain, don't complain. You've been first twice. I haven't even touched it once. Roxdy. Zebek, thinking is useless. Getting the points is what matters. Don Quixote Doflamingo fufufu. 50-50 odds, even I have a chance to get the points. Charlotte Lean 50-50 my ass. The points are definitely mine. Kaido, this score will either go to Lin or to the clown. Doflamingo, if you get it, sell the points to me. If you dare use it yourself, I'll twist your head off and use it as a night pot. Kaido had always cooperated with Doflamingo. He felt he had the clown firmly in his grasp. There was no way he would dare to say no. If that guy really did get this point, Kaido planned to generously offer 10 billion berries and force him to obediently spit out the points, helping him choose rewards. Queen Clown, do as the boss says, and you'll get your reward. Jack, don't worry, he won't dare refuse. If he says no, we'll kill him directly. Roxdy. Zebek robbery. Damn. Doflamingo, I've got your back. If you get this point, check if there's a resurrection crystal, revive me, and he'll see which bastard dares to touch you. Countdown 2. 1. 0. Question 3 answer period ended. The answer is in the video. The scene started moving again. Bins appeared again. He handed a controller to Zephyr. Lin, hurry up and press it. Don't dawdle. Lin stared at the screen, watching the points about to fall into her hands. Even the Emperor couldn't hold back, her face was full of excitement. Kaido, damn, no way. Kaido's face instantly darkened. Fuck. Could the meat already in his mouth still fly away? Just as it was about to fall into his pocket, it turned halfway and went straight into Linlin's mouth. Shiki, don't get too excited, you two. What if a 4th endpoint pops up? That would be a mess. Lin, Kaido in unison get. In the scene, Zephyr held the controller and looked up at the volcano crater. New world, come on. Lin, hurry up and press it. As soon as the words were spoken, Zephyr's finger was about to press down. Wait. Suddenly a voice rang out from the scene, extremely loud. It stunned all the viewers watching the live stream. Doflamingo, since Kaidasama wants it, of course, he'll cooperate. He sounded submissive, but in his heart, Doflamingo thought otherwise. Heh. If he could really get a powerful ability, and the rewards, who the hell would care about Kaido? Fuck. Queen and Jack, those two bastards. I've got that noted. You'd better not let me get this point. When I turn things around, I swear your fate will be absolutely miserable. Kaido, ha, good. You know your place. Don't worry, follow me, and you won't suffer. Lin, Kaido, you idiot, don't even think about it. Zephyr definitely succeeded. I can tell from his eyes. This point is mine. Parasparrow, congratulations mama, you got 1 point. No one expected it. At the critical moment someone actually shouted to stop. Linland's smile. No one expected it. At the critical moment someone actually shouted to stop. Linland's smile froze. Kaido's eyes bulged like brass bells. Doflamingo's expression also froze. In the scene, Zephyr's fingers stopped in midair. He turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. The viewers' hearts were in their throats. Lean, which blind bastard dares to ruin my good thing? Kaido, haha, there's hope. I haven't lost yet. Shiki tsk tisk, this melon is delicious. Whitebeard, interesting. The shout in the scene was still echoing. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. They wanted to know what was happening. The figure of Straw Hat Luffy suddenly crashed down from the sky, landing steadily in front of Zephyr. Garp completely exploded. He grabbed his hair tightly with both hands, his mouth wide enough to fit a whole devil fruit, acting like a madman. That kid on the screen, how could it be him? Monkey D. Garp, Luffy. What the hell do you think you're doing? Monkey D. Luffy, huh? Grandpa, this uncle is about to press the switch. If the volcano erupts, how many people will die? I'm stopping him. Isn't that right? Monkey D. Dragon Luffy, you did the right thing. Follow your own thoughts. Monkey D. Garp, shut up. Is this about principles? You just survived the Paramount War, and now you're going to die again. Do you know who you're facing? Zephyr. Garp didn't care about endpoints or starting points. All he cared about was whether Luffy lived or died. Charlotte Lean, Straw Hat Boy. Stop right there. Don't ruin my good thing. If you mess up the reward in the video, it'll kill you. Kaido, don't be afraid, just block him. If Zephyr can't press it, it'll protect you. If Linlin tries to harm you, we'll deal with her. Charlotte Lean, Kaido, are you crazy? You still owe me a favor. Kaido, a pirate's favor is still a favor. Only when there's no conflict of interest do we talk about favors. When there's profit, favors me. Charlotte Lean, you're asking for death. Kaido, well, see who's asking for death. Shanks, are you too insane? Bickering here will stop the Luffy in the video. Charlotte Lean. Kaido, it's all that stupid Linlin's fault for leading me astray. Charlotte Lean, get lost. Straw Hat, him telling you if you ruin my reward, because of this I will never let you off. Monkey D. Garp, I'm not dead yet. How dare you utter such threats? Shiki Jahaha. This is getting interesting. Linlin and Kaido suddenly lost their minds. GOLD. Roger, the players are blind. If you were in their position, you'd be the same. Shiki, well said. The last destruction point is all set. This will be over soon. Why are you here? Zifa crouched on the ground, tilting his head to study Luffy, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Probably thinking he had already won, he was surprisingly patient enough to chat with the kid. Luffy clenched his fists, his expression hard. I'm not here for the things you said. I came to get my hat back. Hat. Zifa let out a laugh, a sneer curling his lips. A lousy straw hat worth a whole trip. It's the proof that I will become the Pirate King. Hat. Zifa let out a laugh, a sneer curling his lips. A lousy straw hat worth a whole trip. It's the proof that I will become the Pirate King. I won't allow pirates to have any dreams. Since you all run rampant on this sea, they'll destroy this sea. The one who takes care of scum like you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the mechanical arm, made of sea prism stone, slammed heavily into the ground. With a dull thud, the ground trembled. Zifa used the recoil to spring up like a pouncing tiger charging at Luffy. Whoa! Luffy yelped, throwing two fists in response, exchanging blow for blow with Zifa. What a fool. Before Zephyr Sensei, he's as weak as a child. Such a small fry dares to challenge a former admiral. Seeking death. Straw Hat, the consequence of holding out is death. Hey, your vision is that short. You haven't seen him fight, don't stomp on him. Shiki, is this kid Garp's grandson, or your grandson? Why are you defending him so much? Nonsense. I can tell at a glance that this kid has great talent and skill. To use the words of the old captain, yeah, I'm betting on him. Shiki was shouting on the surface, but his heart was pounding. He was the one who had been beaten down by Luffy. If the audience in the livestream found out he had lost to Luffy, where would he put his old face? A massive iceberg rose abruptly from the ground with a thunderous roar. This colossal ice wall directly blocked Zifa's retreat, while freezing the rocks as well. Charlotte Lean, damn it. Akiji, what the hell have you done? Kaido, ha. Beautiful. Akiji, well done. The moment the rocks were frozen, the outcome was no longer in doubt. In the scene, Zifa was clearly exhausted and barely holding on. But not only were the rocks frozen, the iceberg Akiji created also completely separated the detonation device from Zifa. Zifa had no chance to detonate them anymore. Monkey D. Garp, where's my grandson? Kaido, no need to ask. He's definitely been crushed into a meat pie by Zifa. Charlotte Lean, best, if he's dead. That useless bungling fool. If he hadn't shown up out of nowhere, Zifa would have already blown up the rocks. Then there would be no chance for Akiji to freeze them. Charlotte Lean, damn Straw Hat, damn Akiji. He'll kill you both sooner or later. Kaido, ha. Joker, this point is mine. Listen to me later. When I tell you to choose a reward, you obediently pick it from. Hear me. Queen Joker Kaidasama is talking to you. Are you deaf? Jack, where is he? Get out here. Don Quixote Doflamingo Fufufu, rest assured, it'll do as Kaidasima says. Jackumph, I know you wouldn't dare try anything. Monkey D. Garp Luffy. Luffy, are you still alive? Monkey D. Luffy Grandpa, am alive and well. Monkey D. Garp, bullshit. Am asking about the future you. Monkey D. Luffy. Zifa Garp, I'm sorry. I didn't know he was your grandson. But now that I know if I ever run into him again, I'll let him off. Monkey D. Garp, alright, it's just a future thing. Zifa, if you meet him later, break his leg for me, so he can forget about being a damn pirate king. Zifa, do you have to be so harsh? Monkey D. Garp, what? Not enough. Then break both legs. Monkey D. Luffy Grandpa. Shiki Jahaha, I think you two old men are overthinking it. Who breaks whose legs is still undecided. GOLD. Roger Golden Lion, what's going on with you? Makes me wonder if you're hiding something that would shame Garp. Monkey D. Garp, Roger, shut up. GOLD. Roger Hee. In the scene. Goodbye Zephasensei. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless beams of light rained down like a storm, piercing Zifa's body full of holes. Zifa's figure was forever frozen in that sea. Sengoku's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. Kizaru was still murmuring lazily. Ah, that Kazan is such a sly one, pushing the teacher in front of me and slipping away himself. And Sakazuki, this order must have come from him. What a bastard. Sengoku finally couldn't hold back. Shut your mouth. Zifa was dead. The old friend had left so resolutely. What made Sengoku's heart even heavier was that Zifa had truly abandoned the Marines and founded that so-called Neo-Marines. Could it be that some things are destined to be unavoidable? End of segment. This episode's protagonist Zifa title, Black Arm. The justice named Mercy after betrayal turned into the most frenzied revenge. Could it be that some things are destined to be unavoidable? End of segment. This episode's protagonist Zifa title, Black Arm. The justice named. Answer results are being tallied. On the Marine guerrilla warship. Ain's tears kept falling. In the scene just now, she had seen her teacher's fate again. The old man who had always taught them had passed away like that. She bit her lip, clenching her fists tightly. Binz muttered, the flower of benevolence born in the wrong era. After a long while he finally understood, that's right. In this world what matters is the fist. Tsuru Zifa, let's find a time to sit down and talk properly. Sengoku, no matter when we old folks still believe in you. Monkey D. Garp, come back. Let's figure out how to break my grandson's leg. Monkey D. Luffy Grandpa, how about? I just break my own leg, and you stop. GOLD. Roger, I think Garp knows Luffy is actually Golden Lion's grandson, that's why he keeps thinking about breaking his leg. Monkey D. Garp, Roger, do you believe he'll go to Sabaody right now and beat you up? GOLD. Roger, haha, I believe you, I believe you. Don't hit me, don't hit me. The barrage was still scrolling when suddenly a strange one appeared. Nico Robin, that thing, just now. Does its power rival the ancient weapon Pluton? Crocodile, your question is utterly baffling. Still, if there are enough of them, they are indeed not inferior to those ancient weapons. Robin's accusation pierced through the screen, stabbing like a dagger into every viewer's heart. GOLD. Roger was right. I've read the Pluton blueprints. One blast can level an entire island. A magma giant can do the same. I want to ask the Marines and the world. Her voice trembled. You say O'Hara tried to revive the ancient weapons, so you carried out the Buster Call. But the Marines themselves hold weapons capable of destroying the world. The words exploded. East blew the bridge of hesitation. Robin collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. The smiling face of Professor Clover, the gentle voice of Uncle Sharlock, the meals Aunt Felia cooked for her every day. And her mother, whom she had only met once. All dead. All because of a crime that never existed. Without the divine video space, she would never have had the chance to cry out for their innocence in her lifetime. The video comments exploded. Shiki frantically spammed, were all stunned. The Marines themselves possess weapons that can destroy lands, and they annihilated O'Hara just because of a possibility. What kind of justice is this? Marco's fingers trembled as he typed, how can the Marines with such a record have the face to pin the blame on O'Hara? Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth and shouted, I've lived half my life and never seen such shamelessness. What the hell are the Marines? Kaido took a swig of sake and sneered, they are the world's dogs. They bite whoever their master commands. Justice. Can a dog's mouth ever produce an ivory tusk? Roxy, Gabon sighed, but then again, not everyone in the Marines is unreasonable. The video just showed that, didn't it? The one who truly upheld justice ended up becoming a demon. Don Quixote Doflamingo crossed his legs. Those who know. The hundreds of thousands of people in O'Hara died unjustly. Across the islands. Across the kingdoms. Countless eyes stared at the screen, red-rimmed. The world government doesn't care about human lives. Hundreds of thousands of people killed on a whim. 99% of O'Hara's people were just ordinary scholars. They did nothing and were simply blown to death. Fleet Admiral Sengoku said he would investigate. Now it's clear, they were just deceiving us. The square was boiling with voices. Hundreds of thousands of lives in O'Hara wiped out in an instant. Who can guarantee that tomorrow it won't be us? Let the storm rage even fiercer. Countless people raised their heads and roared at the sky. Though they lacked the power to speak in the divine video space, their voices still thundered. Everyone stood with Robin. Everyone cried out for the wronged souls of O'Hara. The quiz results are out. Those who scored 3 points, none. Those who scored 2 points, none. Those who scored 1 point, Bins, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Now announcing the winners. Bins and Doflamingo both scored 1 point, tying for first place. Both will receive a golden reward. The prize pool is opening. As the words fell, the prize pool in the divine video space began spinning rapidly. Blue light waves crackled and exploded, streams of light flowing in all directions. Soon the first prize surfaced. Zoan Ancient Zoan Dragon Fruit Model Ankylosaurus. Eat it to gain the full abilities of the Ankylosaurus. A reminder: this fruit has been freed from the curse. Even if you have already eaten a devil fruit, you can still consume this one. Marco, an ancient Zoan fruit. Kaido will definitely be interested. Jozu, it's not as good as a mythical Zoan, but ancient Zoans are still rare. Queen, starting with something this good. But from past experience, ancient Zoans probably don't rank high in the divine rewards. Ben Beckman, not necessarily. The fruit given by the divine has no curse, so the user can gain a second ability. If someone's current ability is strong in attack, but weak in defense, eating this ancient Zoan is definitely a good deal. Charlotte Katakuri, that's right. Besides, this fruit comes from the divine, so eating it will grant a high degree of development. That cannot be ignored. GOLD. Roger, that said, if a Logia user eats this fruit, their power increase would be terrifying. Gecko Moria Hihe, it's like cheating. The second prize appeared. Doflamingo stared at the line on the screen, his eyes narrowing. Armament Hockey Experience Pack Mega, when used directly, increases Armament Hockey by 800 points. In the chat, Shiki spoke first. The guaranteed reward is here. See. Charlotte Linlin asked him what he meant by guaranteed. Shiki explained that in every round of 8 items, there is always one related to hockey. Either Armament Observation or Conquerors. If nothing else appeals, this one is never a bad choice. Roger laughed. Your mind works fast, and you're making a lot of sense. The third reward was revealed. Weapon Enhancement Scroll makes a weapon harder and sharper with a chance to awaken special. Shiki spoke again. Hey, this thing is a permanent fixture. Wang Ji directly said. It appears every time and no one wants it. It's become a joke. When the fourth reward appeared, the comments exploded. Iron Dragon Slayer Magic. Transforms the body into an Iron Dragon Constitution, a magic specialized in killing dragons. Below it was an explanation. This comes from the fairy tale world, originally powered by magic, but in this world it has been adapted to consume hockey. Borsellino typed quickly, another constitution-changing ability. From the name, it's on the same level as the Flame Dragon Slayer Magic Sakazuki just got. Ben Beckman said, this is the best reward so far. Saru also said, it can kill dragons and transform into a dragon body. This is on par with a mythical Zoan. Kaido directly called out, Clown, if there's nothing better later, you take this. Queen immediately echoed, Doflamingo, you heard what Kaido said, right? Jack added, the governor is talking to you, don't play dead. Doflamingo chuckled and replied, got it. Wang Ji laughed, that guy is really pitiful. The fifth reward appeared. Devil Fruit Ability Copy Card. Select a target and permanently copy their Devil Fruit ability. Below was a special note, only copies the ability, not the curse. And the copied ability is in its initial form regardless of how much the original user has to. Roger got excited immediately. Excellent. He had always refused to eat a devil fruit for one reason: a pirate who can't even swim is no pirate. Gaining the ability without the side effect. Even Roger wouldn't miss out on such a good thing. Edward Newgate, this damn divine video space is truly bizarre, pulling out all sorts of outrageous things. If someone copies my ability with that, it's much more pleasant than biting into a devil fruit. After all, that thing comes with a curse, and eating it is as disgusting as swallowing excrement. With the ability copy card, you get the power directly, without having to be the man who ate crap. Queen Boss, what do you think of this reward? Kaido, I'm thinking about it. What's the rush? There might be something better later. Jack Clown, don't grab it too soon. Listen to Kaido's arrangements. Don Quixote Doflamingo Fufu got it. GOLD. Roger, the only problem with this thing is that it can only copy abilities, not the level of development. Edward Newgate, that's right. If it could copy the development level too, then using it on me would be like directly creating a younger and stronger version of me, wouldn't it? Ben Beckman, that's not entirely a flaw. I think there are pros and cons. If it copied the development level as well, then this person's potential for developing the fruit's ability would be capped. If it only copies the ability seed, then newcomers can walk their own path and might climb to even greater heights. GOLD. Roger, you're right, kid. Are you one of Red Hair's crew? Ben Beckman, yes, Pirate King. GOLD. Roger, good. Red Hair sure has a sharp eye for picking people. With a helper like you, he's probably getting lazier and lazier, huh? Shanks captain, the whole world is watching. Imiyanko, after all, give me some face, can we stop talking? GOLD. Roger ha. Alright, enough. Sixth reward. Swordsmanship Experience Pack Super Large. After use, it increases the user's swordsmanship ability value by 800 points on top of the original. Vista Swordsmanship also has experience packs, and a super large one at that. Gion, after using it, it can increase the user's swordsmanship ability value on top of the original. So that means different swordsmen will get different effects from using this swordsmanship experience pack. Stalaberry, that's right. Everyone's swordsmanship is different. What makes this experience pack so powerful is that it increases the ability value based on each person's own swordsmanship. It's a reward that every swordsman dreams of. Gaji, exactly. It's way better than a weapon enhancement scroll by many levels. The world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk added another comment in the barrage: you need to look further. Those swordsmanship experience packs can indeed push one's swordsmanship to a terrifying height in a short time, but think carefully. Through your own cultivation, you could theoretically reach those same realms. But weapon enhancement scrolls are different. If you happen to enhance a weapons trait, that's something you can't develop through mere training. A swordsman and his sword are one. If you only focus on improving your own combat power and neglect your weapon, it's like a child with one leg longer than the other. Walking will become increasingly difficult. Gion followed with a barrage. This theory is a bit deep, but it does sound like it makes sense. Vista also chimed in. As expected of the man who firmly sits on the throne of the world's greatest swordsman, his vision is truly different. Then the seventh reward popped up. Resurrection Crystal. Just inject the name and birth date of the person you want to resurrect into this crystal, then shout that person's name loudly, and they will return from death with all injuries and illnesses completely cleansed. As soon as this information appeared, the barrage in the world of the dead exploded. GOLD. Roger. Resurrection Crystal. Roxd. Zebek. Resurrection Crystal. Shikidam. Wangji, it actually is a resurrection crystal. All the dead who once stood at the pinnacle couldn't hold back at that moment, and the barrage was filled with exclamations. Rox was the first to jump out. Kaido. Have him choose the resurrection crystal. Let me go back. They'll take you to the top. Kaido twitched his mouth and replied, Captain Rox, let's talk about something more pleasant. Rox cursed angrily, fuck. Then he turned to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, kid, you're choosing the reward for Kaido, clearly being threatened by him. Since you won't get any benefit anyway, you might as well choose the resurrection crystal. Resurrect me, and I guarantee that Kaido, that waste, won't dare touch you, and it'll even help you teach him a lesson to vent your anger. Doflamingo replied slowly, oh, sounds good. Rox was stunned. You agreed. He didn't expect Doflamingo to agree so readily, and was momentarily dumbfounded. Doflamingo asked back, any problem? Rox immediately burst into laughter. No problem. Huh. Doflamingo, from now on you are my sworn brother. You are my life and death friend. Outside the occupied territory of the Don Quixote family, the sun was shining brightly. Doflamingo sprawled on the steps of the high ground, legs crossed, high hands behind his head, casually scanning the words floating above. I say, Doffy, this is a huge opportunity. We can't let Kaido benefit, and there's no need to give good stuff to that Rox. Treble, with his long sticky snot trailing his voice like sandpaper scraping iron, leaned in and whispered persuasively. Behind him stood Gladius, dressed in studded leather, his tone calm. The young master is probably just playing along with them. Fufufu. Doflamingo grinned, the malice in his eyes almost overflowing. That old man Kaido has been suppressing me for how many years? If I don't take this chance to turn the tables, I'd be a fool. Treble pressed, what about Rox? Doflamingo snorted. No matter how arrogant he was alive, now he's just a dead man. A madman like him who looks down on everyone. Who would actually want to bring him back? Just as he said that, the eighth reward appeared in the sky. A line of text slowly appeared. Life Simulator, one time, choose a point in time, activated, and you will enter a parallel world starting from that point and living your life again. When you reach your current age, you will automatically return to the present world, and everything you gained in the parallel world will be retained. Note, this item is from another world. Doraemon's world requires no additional energy, just set the time point, and it will activate. The barrage immediately exploded. Don Quixote. Doflamingo, this thing is pretty interesting, looks fun. Don Quixote. Rosinante, this suits you. If you choose it, many regrets won't happen. Don Quixote. Doflamingo, fufufu, my foolish little brother, take a good look. This thing only changes the parallel world. No matter what happens there, what's supposed to happen in this world has already happened, can't be avoided. Roxd. Zebek, don't listen to his nonsense, just choose the resurrection crystal. What does the parallel world's business have to do with us? Bring me back, and it'll help you conquer the entire world. Don Quixote. Doflamingo. Makes sense. Trafalgar Law Life Simulator. If only it could simulate this world. If he truly had a chance to start over, Law would choose without hesitation. Whitetown. Rosinante, those people and things that can never be retrieved. Don Quixote Rosinante Law, you silly kid, finally speaking up. Don't think too much. Even if life had a second chance, it might not be without regrets. Trafalgar Law Rosinante. Are you doing well over there? A short line of text carrying an uncontrollable sob. The prize will stopped and 8 beams of light rose simultaneously. Winners, Bins Don Quixote da Flamingo. You have 3 minutes to choose one prize. If you exceed the time, it will be voided. Countdown starts in 5 seconds. 5, 4. The barrage stirred. Roxdy. Zebekis, how exciting. Roger, I'm about to come back to life. Don't you have something to say? GOLD. Roger, say what? That you finally got your way. 3. Luoki CD. Jibe ha. 2. 1. Tengjai Dwafu Langming, Iron Dragon Slayer Magic. Chosen. The moment the countdown reached 0, Dwafu Langming directly locked in. But Binz's column remained empty. The barrage instantly exploded. Gear D. Luaji ha. Shurgio ho. Jiahaha. Luoki CD. Jibea. Luoki CD. Jibe Dwafu Langming. Wrong choice. Kaiduo ha. Captain Luokisi, what a coincidence, the clown finally listened to me. Luoki CD. Jibe, you idiot. You helped him choose something. The stronger he gets, the less chance you have to survive. Luokisi Dicky Beak, damn. How did I end up with such a thing? I'm fucking pissed. Sure, G, the old captain has gone mad again. Xiaoyuo Lingling madness becomes a habit when you're mad long enough. Kuei-in head Dwafu Langming, I thought you really dared to fall out with Captain Kaiduo. You know your place. Jiekuhum finally learned to be afraid. Tengjai Dwafu Langming Fufufu. Kuei-in Jieku, you two dogs, you've been barking at me for so many years, it's time to shut up. If you don't know when to die, you'll smash your dog mouths together. Deliciluosa. Dwafu Langming's lips curled into a cold arc. Without pausing, he directly extracted the reward. Buzz. The Iron Dragon Slayer magic instantly poured into his body. He clearly felt pieces of information flooding into his mind like a tide. Galadawus's voice changed pitch with excitement. Young master, did you get the item? Duofu, say something, at least you're really killing me with worry. Tully Baoer also urged, his tone full of anticipation. Dwafu Langming's lips curled into a sly smile, emitting a low laugh. Fufufu. The Iron Dragon Slayer magic truly lives up to its reputation. This thing can really kill a dragon. He raised his palm, and in an instant thin threads shot out from his fingertips. Shwa shwa shwa. Duofu, isn't this still your thread fruit ability? Tully Baoer looked puzzled. He wanted to see a new move. But before his words faded, the color of those thin threads suddenly changed. From transparent white, they instantly turned into pitch black iron. Threads turned into iron. Galadawus's eyes widened. But Tully Baoer still frowned. Even if the threads turn into iron, what use is it? You already have armament hockey, and the hardness of your threads is no less than iron. In his view, this Iron Dragon Slayer magic was at most a chicken rib for Fufufu. This is not ordinary iron. Dwafu Langming felt the texture from his fingertips. His entire state was incredibly good. He grabbed Galadawusi and Tully Baoer, one in each hand, stepped on the air path of the thread fruit, and leaped into the air, quickly approaching the Smile Factory. Watch carefully. He released the two, and from his fingertips a bundle of iron threads burst forth, whipping toward the factory's outer wall. Bang bang bang. The iron threads directly pierced into the wall. What a... This so easily broke through the wall of sea stone. The faces of Galadawusi and Tully Baoer completely changed. As ability users who didn't know how terrifying the hardness of sea stone was. Previous Dwafu Langming, even with threads coated in armament hockey, could absolutely not break through the sea stone wall. But just now he casually struck. That sea stone wall was as fragile as tofu in front of the iron threads. Don't be surprised, yet this is just the beginning. Dwafu Langming smiled, faintly flicked his finger lightly. The thin threads connected to his fingertips suddenly bang 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 bang. The sea stone wall that had been pierced by the iron threads directly exploded. Nanny. Galadawusi and Tully Baoer were stunned by the scene before them. No one expected that the sea stone wall would suddenly explode. When the two came to their senses and looked closely, their hearts leaped to their throats. The thin threads that Dwafu Langming had shot out just now had turned into huge iron pillars. When the two came to their senses and looked closely, their hearts leaped to their throats. The thin threads that Dwafu, like a chain reaction, in just a few seconds the iron pillars proliferated wildly, directly bursting the sea stone wall. This. Galadawusi took off his glasses, his hands trembling, swallowed, and asked, Young master, your ability. How far can the branches extend? Extent. Dwafu Langming grinned. Fufufu. He suddenly raised his right hand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Hundreds of thousands of thin threads shot out from his fingertips, soaring into the sky. Those thin threads reached midair and immediately began to go wild. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. New branches continued, and then... What's going on? What is that thing? Is it trying to cover the entire Delasiliosa? Too terrifying. This is not something a human can do. Moi. All the people of Delasiliosa looked up at the sky, their faces full of terror. Countless iron pillars crisscrossed and spread in the sky, connecting with each other, forming a huge net. That net grew larger and larger, like an inverted bowl, completely covering the entire island of Delasiliosa. Kuei in Dwofu Langming, are you trying to provoke me? Jiaku, damn it, no one stop me, I'm going to kill him right now. Dwofu Langming, in front of the world's live broadcast, directly called them dogs and said he would tear their dog. Kuei in and Jiaku were completely enraged. How to put it? It's like a stray dog you usually kick casually. One day you kick it as usual, and that dog actually jumps up and bites you back and even pees on your face. That's pretty much the idea. Dwofu Langming suddenly became so arrogant Kuei in and Jiaku couldn't stand it. A buyer, are both of your brains filled with crap? Previously, Dwofu Langming acted like a grandson in front of you because your strength could suppress him. But is this the same as before? I don't know what the hell you two are so arrogant about. A buyer, especially Jiaku. No one is stopping you. If you want to go die, go ahead. They'll collect your corpse myself. Kuei in, it's you again, this doji low-looking thing. Stop boosting others' morale and dampening the prestige of our beast pirates. Outside the skull castle of Gue Dao, Kai Duo's face was terrifyingly dark. He originally thought Dwofu Langming wouldn't dare touch that reward, but that guy not only took it, but also schemed against him. Kai Duo couldn't swallow this loss. Even for the sake of the four emperors' face, he had to make that guy know the consequences. Dwofu Langming, you think you're something now? When the video ends, he'll come to Delasiliosa and settle the score with you in person. Hehe, Kai Duo, if you don't come, you're my grandson. Looking for death? Kuei-in shouted. They'll go over tomorrow and kill him. Jiaku also yelled. You two useless pieces of trash, stop barking there. You think only you can smash other people's territory. When you leave Gue Dao, Dwofu Langming can still go to your place and take a stroll. When that happens, he'll smash your ugly faces until they're unrecognizable. Ha ha ha. Dichi patted his belly and laughed. Now that's a pirate. That's what a pirate should be. Kid, you've got some guts. Luoji's voice also chimed in. You've just got a little strength and you dare to go against Kai Duo. I like your spirit. To be praised by the Pirate King himself, I am truly honored. You're that happy just because Roger said a few words. I said I thought highly of you too, but you took it as wind in the ear. Old Captain, take a rest. Skipper cut in. When Roger says he thinks highly of someone, he means it. When you say it, you're just eyeing their points. Golden Lion, get lost. In the video, a countdown suddenly appeared. Only 30 seconds left to choose the reward. Winners who haven't selected yet. Overtime means losing the chance. Hey, is there still someone who hasn't chosen? Who was the other winner? Looks like the student beside Zephyr. Is this guy crazy? Cracker couldn't help cursing. With such a great opportunity, he didn't grab the best reward right away. What is he doing? Could he have had an accident and died? Very possible, Vista chimed in, otherwise it doesn't make sense. Who could resist such a reward? Bins, please respond if you hear me. Suru's voice was filled with anxiety. On Zephyr's warship, a new flag had been hoisted. The emblem of Neo Marines was the original Marine flag, inverted with a skull added. Zephyr left all the trivial matters to Ein to handle. Ein was so anxious, she pounded Zephyr's back. Teacher, only 20 seconds left. You have to make a decision now. Binz's hand, holding the selection button, was trembling. He had the authority to choose the reward, but as long as Zephyr didn't speak, he dared not act recklessly. If I choose wrong, and the teacher blames me, it won't be a joke. Teacher, snap out of it. Ein increased the force of her strikes, desperately, trying to pull Zephyr out of those painful memories. Suddenly a flash of tearing pain crossed Zephyr's eyes. Resurrection crystal. Can only revive one person. That single thought churned in his mind. If he really chose the resurrection crystal, he would have to face another choice. Revive his wife or his son. Whichever he chose, it would be the cruelest thing for the other. More importantly, if his wife came back to life and learned that she had taken away her son's chance to be reborn, she would never find peace in this life. Teacher, 5 seconds left. If you don't decide now, everything will be lost. Binz roared at Zephyr at the top of his lungs. A low voice squeezed out from Zephyr's throat, life simulator. What? Binz stood frozen, never expecting that the teacher would reject devil fruits and hockey experience packs, and instead pick this thing. Choose life simulator. Now. Zephyr suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted at Binz. Okay. Binz, though full of questions, never doubted the teacher's decisions. He only knew to obey. Binz confirmed, selected reward life simulator. On the Miracle Video's big screen, as soon as Binz's choice was announced, the whole venue erupted. Charlotte Linlin froze. This thing. Isn't this something that only works in parallel worlds? Skipper clicked his tongue, a precious reward opportunity traded for a piece of junk. Only that never give you up guy would do that. Sengoku sighed. Zephyr, you've wasted the chance. Suru murmured, he wants to make up for something, I suppose. Garp grinned. On the flagship of Neo Marines. A machine appeared before Zephyr. If Lola were there, she would probably think it was an arcade cabinet from a game hall. Ein circled the machine 3 times, bewildered. Can this thing really simulate a life lived over again? Benz also shook his head, too far-fetched. It looks like a piece of junk from some no-name manufacturer. Zephyr walked up to the machine and grasped the joystick. He pushed it, and the cursor on the screen moved accordingly. Please select the age at which to start the life simulation. Zephyr pondered for a moment and chose 8 years. After confirming, a new interface appeared on the screen. Are you sure you want to start the life simulation? Yes, no. Teacher. Ein and Benz shouted almost simultaneously. Zephyr grinned. While I'm gone, you two take good care of Neo Marines. With that, he pressed the confirm button. Whoosh. The machine suddenly emitted a burst of white light, engulfing Zephyr entirely. Swoosh. The white light contracted and Zephyr vanished. It felt like diving into a time tunnel surrounded by distorted lights and shadows racing past. Or maybe it was just the blink of an eye. When Zephyr opened his eyes again, he saw the high platform where he used to love lying and watching the scenery as a child. I really came back. Looking down, his arms and legs were short and thin, and on his arm was tied the Superman. Zephyr understood. The life simulator was real. Not far away, a few thugs were harassing a girl. Time for me to step in again. Though his body was only 8 years old, Zephyr's mind carried decades of combat experience. Just like in the novels about rebirth, he had the protagonist's halo. In no time, relying on his seasoned fighting skills, he knocked all the thugs flat. Little brother, you're amazing. I like you so much. The rescued little girl pounced on him, hugging his small waist, her voice full of childishness. Zephyr remembered this scene. Back then, he had also let his mind wander over this incident. But this time, Zephyr slapped the little girl directly on the face. Woman, you're interfering with my training. Thud. Pushed backward by his force, she stumbled and fell on her bottom. Wah. Bad guy. I hate you. Zephyr walked on without looking back, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth, muttering, no time to fool around with you in this life. I have to run like mad, farther than I ever did before. In a parallel timeline of the C-Circle calendar, Zephyr, carrying all the combat memories of his previous life, began training like crazy from the age of son. Take a rest. Even the greatest Superman needs to catch his breath. His mother came over with a basin of hot water and wiped his face with a towel. His father, wearing round glasses and looking like a scholar, said sternly, it's good that the kid has drive. Don't interfere. Spoiling a child is like killing him. But his words couldn't hide the concern in his eyes. Days passed, seasons changed. Zephyr trained from morning till night, from spring to winter, finally growing from a little one into a youth. The steadiness in him was beyond comparison with his peers. At 14, he joined the Marines. Enlisting with him were 18-year-old Garp, 19-year-old Sengoku, and 17-year-old Tsuru. According to Marine regulations, recruits had to train for at least 4 years before they could go into battle. But Zephyr was no longer the greenhorn he once was. During the first training session, the instructor had barely stood before him when Zephyr knocked him unconscious with a fist coated in armament hockey and dragged him away. The news spread and the entire camp erupted. A 14-year-old monster who could use armament hockey. All the new recruits regarded him as a god, especially Sengoku, who, despite being several years older, clung to Zephyr like a starstruck little brother. Zephyr didn't hesitate. He reached out and pushed Sengoku's big face away. Brother, you're also interfering with my training. Slap. Face pushed aside, he walked away, leaving a cold back. He's so cool. 17-year-old Tsuru's eyes sparkled and her heart pounded wildly. Garp shrugged, full of helplessness. What a monstrous kid. At 14, he's already trampled all of us older siblings underfoot. At 15 years old, Zephyr graduated from the Naval Academy in record time, taking only a year. He stepped onto the battlefield with a heart already set on slaughter. That conviction etched into his bones from the moment he witnessed the divine video. Space never wavered. Showing mercy to an enemy is harming yourself and your loved ones. At 15, Zephyr made his first move. 38 pirates fell by his hand. This feat was recorded in the annals of pirate history. From then on, his life boiled down to two things: training and fighting. He grew stronger through training and broke through his limits through combat. The entire sea trembled in fear of the purple storm he unleashed. 5 years. In just 5 years, Zephyr rose from a raw recruit to the youngest vice admiral in the Marines. Another 5 years passed, and he became an admiral. Still the youngest. Fleet Admiral Kong, whenever he saw Zephyr, would always repeat the same line. This kid is definitely the strongest fighter in Marine history. Whether in the Grand Line or the New World, pirates scattered like frightened rabbits at the mere rumor that Zephyr's ship was coming. The character Zay, alone. At 32, Zephyr met the woman of his destiny. He fell in love, married, and had a son. Yet he never relaxed his vigilance. He continued training and fighting as before. He moved his entire family to the Marine headquarters military town. Here they were safe. At 36, the God Valley incident occurred. The Rocks pirates intended to target the celestial dragons. Kong immediately dispatched Zifa with troops. However, all of Rock's crew fled, leaving. It became a unknown duel. The vice admirals kept their distance, and Rock's crew also stayed far away. This battle pitted the strongest pirate of the sea against the strongest marine. Rock's was utterly defeated. At 47, the Battle of Ed War occurred. The Roger pirates and the Golden Lion's flying pirates were locked in fierce combat. Zifa led the main fleet to intervene. The two great pirate crews decided to join forces. But once they clashed, neither side could gain the upper hand. A sudden storm scattered everyone. They all returned to their own territories. Yet after this battle, Zifa's fame exploded. Golden Lion said, "That man must never be provoked." Roger said, "His armament hockey is something entirely different from ours." Zifa's son had idolized his father since childhood. At 15, he joined the Marines. During the induction ceremony, the young man stood tall and straight. Zifa personally fastened the shoulder straps for his son. For the first time, those usually murderous eyes revealed the tenderness of a father. "Kid, no matter how heavy the burden on your shoulders, remember this above all. Protect your own family." He gave his son a firm pat on the shoulder, put on his sunglasses, and strode away. At 58, Kong stepped down as fleet admiral and was transferred to Mariewa as commander-in-chief of the entire military. The entire Marines called for Zifa to succeed him. Zifa flatly refused. "Being fleet admiral would waste too much of my training time." Thus Sengoku took the position. At 70, Zifa's son became an admiral. Father and son were both Marine admirals, a feat unprecedented in Marine history. On the eve of the summit war, Zifa summoned his son. "Dad, you need me." His son was now middle-aged, but Zifa still looked like a man in his 40s, showing no signs of aging. He raised his hand in a salute. Zifa patted his shoulder, his voice deepening. "Son, I've never been kind to you since you were little. Did you ever resent me?" The middle-aged man paused, then scratched his head. "When I was young, yes. But after I grew up, I never thought about it again." "Dad, is something wrong?" He sensed his father was off today. "No. Your old man is just happy. I haven't hugged you since you were 15, have I?" Zifa recalled his son's childhood. His face, usually hardened with killing intent, softened, gradually revealing a father's love. The middle-aged man was bewildered. "Don't give me that dumb look. Your old man truly thanks you." With that, Zifa pulled his son into an embrace, gently patting his back. The middle-aged man was bewildered. "Don't give me that dumb look. Your old man truly thanks you." With that, Zifa pulled his son into an embrace, gently patting his back. "Good, that's good." The corners of Zifa's eyes grew wet. His emotions could no longer be contained. When he opened his eyes again, the machine before him had gone dark, the screen black. "Instructor." AIN's eyes widened in shock. She cried out involuntarily, "How can this be? Could the reward from the divine video space be?" Binzi frantically slapped the simulator, his voice cracking. "Why is it black? The instructor hasn't even used it yet." Zifa stood motionless. After a long moment, he wiped the moisture from his eyes and slowly curled his lips into a smile. "What are you two making a fuss about?" As his vision cleared, he saw his most valued disciple and subordinate shouting and gesticulating and felt puzzled. "Instructor, this broken machine must be defective. The moment you pressed it, it sucked you in, and before we could even blink, it spat you right back out." Binzi waved his arms as if reenacting the scene. AI pointed at the screen. "Look, even the screen went dark. There's definitely something wrong." Realizing what they meant, Zifa paused for a moment. But then he understood. He had lived a solid 62 years in another world, yet to these people he had vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye. Less than a second. So that's how it is. That divine video space is truly remarkable. Having grasped the sequence of events, Zifa felt even more awed by the power of the divine video space. Alert! At that moment, the ship's loudspeaker blared with the sentry's shout. "What's happening?" Binzi grabbed a Den Den Mushi and yelled into it. "Captain Binzi, a pirate flag has appeared ahead." The sentry's voice came back. "Grow, grow." Binzi leaped, and a patch of grass erupted beneath his feet, shooting upward like mad, lifting him high. He shielded his eyes and gazed toward the distant sea. "Damn it! That's Edward Weevil's flag." The grass receded and Binzi landed back on deck hastily. "Damn it! That's Edward Weevil's flag." The grass receded and Binzi landed back on deck hastily, reporting the news to Zifa and AI. "What a..." At the news, AIN's face also went white, her body tensing. They had both experienced that bloody battle firsthand. They knew better than anyone how terrifying Edward Weevil was. And what was worse, the monster had no will of his own. He did whatever his mother said. A soulless machine. The suffocating dread was something AIN and Binzi would never forget. At the same time, a scene appeared on the divine video space's big screen. Bakken was laughing without restraint. "Haha, the heavens truly have eyes." Charlotte Linlin frowned. "What's that woman up to now?" Shiki sneered. "She's probably gone mad all of a sudden." Adhuan Nugate asked in a deep voice, "Bajin, what exactly are you up to?" On the C2 ships met unexpectedly. Zifa stood on the deck, his pupils suddenly constricting. On the opposite bow, Bajin's gaunt face was filled with smugness. Beside her, the giant-like figure was wiping his blade with his head lowered. Adwa Wyber. The barrage instantly exploded. Bajin, haha, guess who I ran into? Shurji Whitebeards. What, you want him to acknowledge kinship? Adwa Nugate, this old man is lying on the ground right now. Shurji, then whose ship is this? Zifa, it's mine. Zhangguo, what did you say? He heavens. Kapu damn. No one expected that Zifa and Bajin would encounter each other on this sea. Bajin was nothing, but the terrifying thing was the giant fool in her hands. More precisely, it was the controlled Adwa Wyber who was the deadliest. The divine miracle video had just turned everything upside down. How were Zifa's Wyber cut them off? How did his whole ship of students die? All died under Wyber's blade. This grudge, there's no resolution. Just that coincidental. Just at this moment, the two groups met again. He, Bajin, if you dare to act recklessly, the Navy will never let you go. Luo Kisi D Jaibai Tsk Tisk, the way you talk. Just now you were shouting kill, now saying this is still useful. Bajin, he didn't kill you last time, this time they'll let my good son send you off. Luo Kisi D Jaibai Tsk Tisk, the way you talk. Just now you were shouting kill, now saying this is still useful. Bajin, he didn't kill you last time. Xiaoluo Katakali running at this moment is not a good idea. Ben Beekman, that's right, when two warriors meet, the brave one wins. You could still fight, but once you run you lose for sure. Merrick, he won't run. He still has a whole squadron of soldiers on his ship. Bysita, yes. That man won't let the same thing happen again. You could still fight, but once you run you lose for sure. Merrick, he won't run. He still has a whole squadron of soldiers on his ship. Bysita, yes. That man won't let the same thing happen. There was no hesitation about replication. He wouldn't choose another life simulator. He directly copied Duofu Langming's Iron Dragon Slayer magic. Last time when Zhangguo was reviewed, the free replication opportunity was a choice between Fire Dragon Slayer and Deadbone Pulse, and he took Deadbone Pulse. This time he used Iron Dragon Slayer to make up for it, balancing things out. Ding! Congratulations, host replication reward Iron Dragon Slayer magic. Side effects of Dragon Slayer magic have been cleared for the host. Luola was slightly stunned and raised an eyebrow. Oh, so being a host has this kind of benefit. Pretty good. Next was the reward selection phase. The remaining 6 options were Ancient Zoan Dragon Fruit Model Iron Ankylosaurus, Armament Hockey Experience Pack Extra Large, Weapon Enhancement Scroll, Devil Fruit Ability Copy Card, Swordsmanship Experience Pack Extra Large, Resurrection Crystal. Choose one from 6. Both the Armament Hockey and Swordsmanship Experience Packs were very safe choices. But that Devil Fruit Ability Copy Card also made Luola's heart race a little. Although this card couldn't copy the proficiency others had already developed for Luola, that didn't matter at all. He already had a pile of abilities, and he wasn't lacking in ready combat power. Handsome fruit. Or cool fruit. If such a fruit really existed, copying it for fun would be interesting just thinking about it. Of the sweet handsome fruit. Or cool fruit. If such a fruit really existed, copying it for fun would be interesting just thinking about it. Of the sweet. After thinking for a long time, choose reward Devil Fruit Ability Copy Card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained reward Devil Fruit Ability Copy Card. After collecting today's rewards, Luola was about to test the Iron Dragon Slayer magic. But when he looked up, he saw that the barrage in the Divine Miracle video space. After collecting today's rewards, Luola was about to test the Iron Dragon Slayer magic. But when he looked up, he saw that the barrage in the Divine Miracle video space. Such a big show, not being able to see it with one's own eyes was really regrettable. Although the winner would surely boast a few words in the Divine Miracle video spaces, barrage the process would be completely invisible. Host as a video protagonist who has been featured, you have one live broadcast opportunity per day lasting 1 hour. Whether to start the broadcast can be decided by the person themselves or forced open by the host using highest authority. Hearing Luolas muttering, the system directly responded. Huh, there's such a function. Luola instantly perked. He directly ordered, System open Zifa's live broadcast. Ding! Zifa's live broadcast screen has been opened. Sync to Divine Miracle video space. He directly ordered, System open Zifa's live broadcast. Ding! Zifa's live broadcast screen has been opened. Sync to Divine Miracle. Dear D. Loagia, what the hell? How did Zifa's picture suddenly appear? Xiaoluo Lingling, but it's quite interesting. I was just bored to death and I can watch a live fight, this is so exciting. Kazan suddenly said, I noticed something, I have an extra live broadcast function in my permissions, can open 1 hour a day. Do you have it? Mole immediately replied, where? I've searched everywhere and haven't seen it. Kiyoshi followed, I don't have it either. Jaji came up, coincidentally I didn't find it either. Kiyoshi, we really have fate. Kiyoshi said irritably, get lost. Sakaski said, I have it. Zhanghua also spoke, same here, I can broadcast 1 hour a day. Ben Beekman thought, it seems only those who were named in the review video have this permission. Sakaski said, I have it. Zhanghua also spoke. Same here, I can broadcast 1 hour a day. Ben Beekman thought. It seems only those who were named. 2 live broadcasts were on simultaneously. The big screen split in half, one side each. Borsellino fumbled around the lens. Wow, can everyone see me? I'm here, hi. Sikorsky cursed, idiot. The lens is panoramic, what are you looking for? Shurji said with disgust, damn. This lecherous face really disgusting. He sighed. Turn it off quickly, it's annoying to watch. Borsellino pouted. Fine, you guys are no fun. Then I'll turn it off. The screen refreshed, and the picture changed back to Zifa's warship. Charlotte Smoothie observed, looking at the direction the flag is blowing, if Zifa wants to run he's going against the wind. This cuts off the escape route. Shurji had sharp eyes. Bajin also came out. This woman after all these years hasn't grown a single centimeter. This cuts off the escape route. Shurji had sharp eyes. Bajin also came out. This woman after all these years hasn't grown a single centimeter. Zhanghua said coldly, Bajin, if you know what's good for you, take your son and leave immediately. Otherwise the Navy will fight you to the death. Monkey D. Garp threatened, if anything happens to Zifa, I guarantee you'll die a miserable death. He added, be sensible, Bajin. Withdraw now, and everything can be discussed. Bajin laughed sarcastically, hee, there's a live broadcast. I love showing my face the most. Don't you know? I love seeking attention. She continued, I've had enough of being looked down upon and trampled underfoot when I was young. From that moment on I swore that I would make everyone remember me by any means necessary. Shurji shook his head. This woman is insane. On the warship's deck Bajin was grinning so wide that her teeth were, dear son, go and kill that old bastard. 5 years ago Zfa had nearly taken her life, and she had held a grudge ever since. Aida Huaweibu Air looked up, his voice muffled, yes mother. As soon as he spoke his soles crushed the deck and he shot into the sky like a cannonball. The 10-meter distance across the sea surface was like stepping over a threshold for him. Mother said kill you. He raised his huge blade, plummeting straight down his body, brimming with murderous intent, like a demon crawling out of hell. Teacher, Ain and Ben Z, without a second thought, rushed forward to pull Zfa back. Zfa's body erupted with a sudden burst of air. The two were sent flying, tumbling across the deck several times. Aida Huaweibu Air's massive blade had already descended. The speed was so fast that the eyes couldn't keep up. The air was torn apart like a piece of cloth, producing a piercing explosion, and the space around the blade's edge trembled. It's over. Only that word remained in the minds of all the Marines. The next moment, bang. It was the sound of a blunt object hitting coming from the live broadcast. No, it wasn't a squelch, but a thud. Those Marines who had just averted their heads too afraid to look were all stunned. Someone had intervened. Save Zfa. They instinctively looked up. Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Where was the rescue? Aida Huaweibu Air's descending blade had stopped dead 2 inches from Zfa's head. No, it hadn't stopped. It was caught by Zfa's left hand. Catch wasn't the right word either. It was a grip. On the live broadcast, Zfa hadn't even exerted much effort. His posture was like a supreme master dealing with an inexperienced junior. Effortless. Casual. Utterly arrogant. Bo Lu Sali Noa, what's going on? Si Tua Luo Bei Li, am I seeing things? Teacher Zfa caught Aida Huaweibu Air's blade with Guoji Zhu. That strike was no ordinary one. Even if not full force, it was at least 70 to 80%. Zhanghua, this. What is happening? Zfa, is there something wrong with that kid? Shurji, damn it. Didn't they say this kid had the skills of a young Baihuzi? Is that all? If Baihuzi was like this when he was young, I'd have shoved his head into the toilet and scrubbed it clean. Xia Luo Te Ka Ta Ku Li, I don't know how strong Baihuzi was in his youth, but I'm certain of Aida Huaweibu Air's strength. At least at the level of a candidate for admiral. I've fought him, his power is eerie. Xiang Kusi, there's no doubt about Aida Huaweibu Air's strength. I know him well, he indeed has the caliber of a young Baihuzi. Gu Erdi Luo Jia, hey little red hair, are you underestimating Baihuzi's youth? Look at the live broadcast, his strike is far too weak. Xiang Kusi, captain, is it possible that it's not that Aida Huaweibu Air is too weak, but that Zfa is too strong? Zhanghua, impossible. He ahem. Zhanghua Zfa, I misspoke. To be honest, your current strength definitely can't match Baihuzi in his prime right. Everyone was still stunned by Aida Huaweibu Air's strike, but Zfa casually caught it. Bajin on the mast erupted in fury, shouting curses, son, what are you standing there for? Strike down and kill that old bastard. Oh, I know, ma. Aida Huaweibu Air responded, dully struggling to pull back his blade. But no matter how hard he tried, the blade remained motionless in Zfa's hand. Bajin grew frantic. Weibu Air, you useless fool, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Huh. Ma, I'm trying, but I don't know why. I can't pull it back. Aida Huaweibu Air turned around, his face bewildered, looking at Bajin on the mast. As soon as he finished speaking, Zfa moved. He pulled his left hand inward. Hey, AI de Huawei Bu Air felt a terrifying force transmitted through the hilt, and his whole body stumbled forward. Picking on me. He'll kill you. He dropped the blade, flipped his hands, and in an instant pitch-black armament hockey covered his. The air exploded from his fists like a meteor, crashing down, hurtling straight towards Zaifa's chest. Teacher, watch out. AI and shouted desperately. Boom. Zaifa's fist had already met it, colliding violently with AI de Huawei Bu Air's fist. Bang. A dull, heavy sound. AI de Huawei Bu Air's arm jolted hard. Thud, 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 thud. The immense impact forced him to stagger backward uncontrollably. Ma Erika stared wide-eyed. This. Luo Jie frowned. Just a clash of strength can push back an armament hockey fist. Besides, that son of Ba Jin's physique has long surpassed human limits. Just as Shiji was about to curse, the scene changed again. Before AI de Huawei Bu Air could steady himself, besides, that son of Ba Jin's physique has long surpassed human limits. Just as Shiji was about to curse, the scene changed again. Before AI de Huawei Bu Air could steady himself, Zaifa was already on him. His large hand directly clamped onto AI de Huawei Bu Air's head. Don't try to bully me. AI de Huawei Bu Air quickly raised his hand to grab Zaifa's wrist, trying to pull it off his head. Before AI de Huawei Bu Air's fingertips could even touch Zaifa's wrist, the force erupting from the mechanical arm pressed his entire body down. Boom. The iron deck immediately dented into a pit. AI de Huawei Bu Air's head was precisely wedged into the depression like a nail driven in. You are a pitiful tool, but since you've done evil, you must pay the price. In your next life, choose a better family. Zaifa said coldly, raising his right arm. Just as he was about to bring it down, a slight smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Borrowed power, no matter how formidable, can never compare to what you've honed yourself. He clenched his fist. Crack, 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 crack. That incredibly sturdy mechanical arm shattered like building blocks, scattering all over the ground. Zaifa's right arm, hidden for so many years, was finally revealed. Wait, that's Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu. I see it. There seems to be a faint black flow on his arm. Benbei Command, is that hockey? Why does it look like that? Kapu this. My eyes aren't deceiving me, are they? Zaifa's armament hockey has reached this level. Zhangguo, what do you mean? Kapu, you're a master of armament hockey. Have you seen this form? Kapu, never seen it, but I've felt it. When I pursued the ultimate armament hockey, I had a few times where my hockey turned into this form, but it only flashed and disappeared. I could never stabilize it. Luo Jie, speaking of which, I recall now. I also experienced this during my training. I thought I was seeing things, but can this really be trained? Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu, not a pitch-black hard shell, but a faint flowing black mist. Could this be the highest form of armament hockey? De Air Meishia, has teacher Zaifa been deceiving us all these years? Has he been secretly training? He don't talk nonsense. After Zaifa stepped down from the admiral position, all his focus was on teaching newcomers. He had no time for training, let alone mastering armament hockey to its peak. Zhangguo, then what's going on? What happened to Zaifa? Everyone was stunned. An old man whose strength had long been in decline suddenly unleashed supreme. This was too absurd. But honestly, it wasn't that surprising. After all, Zaifa had carried the memories of this life into a parallel world's life simulation. Zaifa was like the protagonist of those rebirth and counterattack stories. Simple, indirect in his goal, just train relentlessly. It meant his foundation was truly top tier. When he entered the parallel timeline, his mind was filled with all the methods and basics. It meant his foundation was truly top tier. When he entered the parallel timeline, his mind was filled with all the methods and basics of hockey training. From the age of 8, he trained all the way to 70. Not a single day off. Women, brothers, all pushed aside, nothing could hinder his path to power. Even on his wedding night, he would get up in the middle of the night to practice a bit more. Moreover, according to the life simulator's rules, once the user returned to the original world, every change from the parallel timeline would come along intact. Yes, everything. Strength, memories, physical condition. Not a single thing missing. A person who started training relentlessly from age 8 without a single day off would have a physical state far beyond his peers, even at 70. In other words, in that parallel world, the 70-year-old Zaifa had a body condition roughly equivalent to a normal 50-year-old. His right arm had never suffered any serious injury. And all of this he brought back to this world. Simply put, the current Zaifa was Zaifa at his absolute peak. Not to mention someone like him. Talented, hardworking, and goal-oriented. Even an ordinary person on Earth returning to 20 years ago with nothing but the major events in their memory would be enough to make a fortune and rise up. In the live broadcast, Zaifa directly shattered that mechanical arm and slammed his intact right fist down hard. Bang! Edward Weevil's chest caved in on the spot. Bang! Another punch. Edward Weevil's head deformed. Bang! One more punch. Edward Weevil was completely still. When Zaifa released his grip and turned around, his gaze met the live camera. Hiss! Those with weaker strength felt a chill run through their bodies just from seeing that. What kind of look was that? It was eerily calm, yet more unsettling than any ferocity. Wushu, that look from Master Zifa. It really sends chills down your spine. How did it come to this? What did he experience? Kuzan could it be? A reward from the life simulator. Son! Bajin screamed, her legs trembling with fear. She frantically shouted at the crew, hurry. Turn the helm. Get us out of here now. But the sailors stood frozen, eyes wide-mouthed. Agape. Worthless. Are you deaf? I told you to turn. Bajin roared. The sailor shakily raised a hand, pointing above her head. Fear. What is it? Bajin jerked her head up. Her pupils dilated instantly. Zifa's figure was plummeting from midair, wielding that great sword, the same one Edward Weevil had used. The black aura on the blade flickered faintly like a thin layer of hockey coating the edge. Before Bajin could scream, the blade fell. Crack. Like splitting a watermelon, clean and decisive. Bajin's forehead was split open. The blade continued downward, slicing through her body. Boom. After cutting Bajin, the great sword struck the mast. Then the entire ship was cleaved. The sound of shattering planks echoed across the sea. A deafening crash. Duong. The pirate ship snapped in half, splinters flying everywhere. The ship began to tilt. Zifa casually tossed the great sword into the sea, then kicked off the air, leaping gracefully back onto his own marine warship's deck. Xia Luo Tata Fu, that move. Isn't that the Navy's moonwalk? Feels a bit different. Namyo Air, true, it's marine technique, but plenty of pirates know it too. Moonwalk is practical. But Zifa's move looked like moonwalk, yet not quite. Fu si fu, you bunch of amateurs, that is moonwalk. You think it's different because Zifa has nearly perfected it. He doesn't need to bounce around like you do. Xia Luo Tata Fu, huh? You can train it to that level. Namyo Air, damn. Look at how he uses moonwalk, then think about our own clumsy version. I'm embarrassed to say I know moonwalk anymore. Xia Luo Tata Fu, same here. Sure, gee, that disgusting Ba Jin finally kicked the bucket. Good riddance. Xia Luo Te Ling Ling Ba Jin. Where's Ba Jin? Kai Duo Ling Ling, are you having another episode? Ba Jin just died, didn't she? What are you yelling? Xia Luo Te Ling Ling, get lost. I know she's dead. But so what? Shurji and the others are still yapping here, aren't they? Shurji, hey. Wait. Ling Ling has a point. Ba Jin's strength might be mediocre, but she's still qualified to speak here, right? Hey Ba Jin. Tell us what's it like being cut in half. Longji, I bet she enjoyed it. Luo Ku CDG Bei Ku Ba Jin, what's up? Not used to being dead yet. Shurji, hey, where are you? Don't play dead. AI de Huan Yo Gai Te, maybe. She can't speak here. Shurji, that shouldn't be. Her strength might not match ours, but she's still good enough for a Shichibukai position. Doflamingo Moria. Those guys can talk, so why can't Ba Jin? Tang Ji He de Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu Fu Fu Fu. That feels like a bit of an insult, Yu Guang. Mo Li Yahi. I want to retort, but on second thought. Well, the senior is right. Just then a line of text appeared on the big screen. Only those who died before the first video review can log into the miraculous video space. Those who die after cannot receive the signal from the video space. Everyone was stunned. All that teasing of Ba Jin had been in vain. Zhang Guo's words nearly made Ji choke on his anger. Zifa, you've taken your revenge, so your anger should be appeased, right? Come back. Your old brothers are waiting for you. When the fight starts in a few days, well, stand shoulder to shoulder again. Ji exploded on the spot. Pa. I've seen shameless people, but never one as shameless as you. He Zhongjio frowned and interjected, Golden Lion, what business is it of a pirate like you to meddle in marine internal affairs? Ji laughed even more wildly. I just can't stand you, so what? Saying stand shoulder to shoulder. Basically, you see Zifa's power skyrocketed and want to drag him back to guard your little fort, right? Zhang Guo's face turned iron. You golden mud. Have you been eating too much dung? Your mouth is full of filth. Zifa and I have a bond that you heartless pirates could never understand. Shiki let out 3 sarcastic yo-yo-yo-s. You're throwing out words like heartless and ruthless. Fine, I admit I'm heartless and ruthless, but you Sengoku, do you dare admit you're hypocritical? Sengoku's beard quivered with rage. I have nothing to say to a scumbag like you. Zephyr finally spoke up. Sengoku, stop worrying about my trivial matters. I have established the Neo Marines, completely cutting ties with the original Marines and the world. From now on I will clean up those pirates one by one in my own way. Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed. Zephyr, you've already avenged your great hatred, why go to extremes? Zephyr shook his head. Sister Tsuru, don't overthink. The old Zephyr died long ago. I am a man reborn into a new life. In this life my fists will not stop. I will seek out all those pirates in the new world, not a single one left. Teach grinned. Ziaha hick. The emperors of the new world are probably going to lose sleep over this. Borsellino slowly chimed in. With Master Zephyr taking care of them, can my workload be reduced a bit? My venerable master truly cares for me. Just then the image of the divine video slowly faded. At Marine headquarters in Sengoku's office. The 3 old men sat there, their faces growing increasingly sour, as if they had just lost several 100 million berries. Sengoku was silent for a moment, then turned to Vice Admiral Tsu. Little Crane, try calling Zephyr, and see if you can persuade him to come back. With him here, we'll have a sure hold on the battle in a few days. Vice Admiral Tsu was silent for a while, then finally sighed. Fleet Admiral Zephyr is no longer the Zephyr he used to be. Sengoku was stunned. He thought it over carefully, raised his hand to his forehead, and his eyes suddenly reddened. Alas. I wonder if after his rebirth in that world, he will still recognize us old brothers. Garp patted his shoulder, his voice deep. Don't be upset. At least we once fought side by side with our lives. That's enough. Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes reddened as she took out a handkerchief and gently dabbed the corner of her eye. I think in another world Zephyr must be living very happily with his wife and child. All right, at this age you're still shedding tears, what a sight. You still have the face to talk about us. You're the same yourself. Ha ha ha. In the afternoon, everyone was waiting, and the new episode of the review finally began. Today's review video is here. The sixth person to appear, one of the 6 admirals of the Navy, Garp, nickname Iron Fist. Heroes are also mortals. The hurdle of family affection is hard to cross. He hated pirates all his life, but he carried too many helpless situations on his shoulders. Days of destiny that cannot be chosen. The image of the divine video lit up again. No one expected that this time the review was not of an admiral, but a vice admiral. GOLD. Roger, yo Garp, it's your turn. Shiki, I told you the next one is definitely that old man Garp. Jack, no way, the previous 5 were all admirals or former admirals. Garp is just a vice admiral. Did the divine video make a mistake? Charlotte Katakuri, the video never said it only reviews admirals, it said 6 admirals of the Navy. Yama, there are still people questioning Garp. He's the one who refused promotion to admiral several times. Mamanga, young pirates don't know how strong Garp is, can't be bothered to argue with them. Monkey D. Luffia. Grandpa, it's your turn. Monkey D. Garp, him for you, ready to take Grandpa's fists. The video began playing. Right away a large tiger appeared in the frame. A young boy was riding on the tiger's back. The boy had a wound on his face, holding a pipe in one hand, and carrying a treasure chest on his other shoulder, looking smug. Shiki, damn, this guy Garp started riding tigers around since he was a kid. Wangji, this is too exaggerated, damn it. Queen, and someone was doubting if he's qualified to be in the review. Jack. Doma, to be honest, at that age, I was still playing house. Garp's review video shocked everyone right from the start. When we were kids, playing with cats and dogs was fun, but Garp here went straight to playing with tigers. The gap is like heaven and earth. The scene flashed to Garp's younger days. Whether he was just starting as a Marine intern or fighting in battle for the first time, that kid always wore a carefree smile on. GOLD. Roger, this guy never forgets to grin, even when fighting. How outrageous. Ben Beckman simply put, it's because he's got the confidence. Marco, not gonna lie, Vice Admiral Garp indeed has the capital. Edward Newgate, girl, la la la. Don't praise him too much, or this old man will get cocky. Monkey D. Garp, he. Scene change. By this time Garp had become a Marine headquarters captain. Suddenly a communications soldier rushed in, frantically shouting, the baby is born. Your wife has given birth. Good boy, you're something. Only 21, and already a father. Sengoku gave Garp a punch right there. Shiki TSK tisk, that punch is the resentment of a single dog. Sengoku, get lost. In the scene, Garp cheerfully put his arm around Sengoku's shoulder, and the two left the barracks together. In the blink of an eye they stood before a baby. Garp held his own son, finding him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked. Come on, let me hold him too. Sengoku reached out to take him. SSSHH. A stream of urine shot out, spraying all over Sengoku's face. Kaido, ha ha. Shiki, jaha. GOLD. Roger, pfft, oh my god, I'm dying laughing. Charlotte, lean good. Sprayed well. Ha. Emporio Ivankov, wow. Is this the little comrade leader? So adorable. Koala, aha. So the boss was this fun as a kid, Lindbergh, ha. Isn't this a massive social death scene? Monkey D. Dragon. Baldigo Island Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Seeing this scene, Monkey D. Dragon's face turned completely black. Damn. This damn divine video, does it have to screw me over like this? Even without using his observation hockey, he could hear the whole island of Baldigo echoing with laughter. Morley, huh? That's not right, this kid doesn't look like our leader. Shiki, pfft, your army commander needs to be careful with those words. With that said, won't Garp's head be glowing green? Jaha. Emporio Ivankov, no, why doesn't this kid have a tattoo on his face? Definitely not our boss. The scene flashed and Garp looked a bit older in his prime. The shot showed a very ordinary small village with a large windmill turning slowly in the distance. You little brat. I've been away for just a few days and you dare to have such twisted thoughts. Garp roared furiously, grabbing the collar of the young boy in front of him and lifting him up. This boy looked about 15 or 16, none other than Garp's own son, Dragon. Bang. Garp's fist slammed hard into Monkey D. Dragon's head instantly raising a big bump. Shiki TSK, this old man hits his own son that hard. No wonder his son went against him and became a revolutionary. Queen, good heavens, so this is how Vice Admiral Garp trained his iron fist. Dad, this is my choice. No one can stop me. The boy rubbed the bump on his head nonchalant, as if he was used to being beaten. Brad, I'm going to beat you to death today. Garp swung his fist down with all his might, striking viciously. Bang, bang, bang. In no time a row of large bumps appeared on Monkey D. Dragon's forehead like a Buddhist statue. In the frame, Monkey D. Dragon was covered in bumps, but his stubbornness hadn't diminished one bit. Dad, do you know what life is like for the commoners in the Goa Kingdom? Those nobles force the poor to farm day and night, yet when the poor starve to death, they won't spare a single grain. Those people work themselves to death only to survive by scavenging through the garbage piles outside the kingdom. What kind of justice is that? Though young Monkey D. Dragon already had a fire burning in his heart, full of righteous ideals. Fool, where is there so much fairness in this world? Being able to protect your own family is the greatest skill. Garp roared. Dad, you're wrong. It's because too many people think like you, only looking after their own little patch, ignoring the suffering of others, that those bastards dare to act so lawlessly. The young Monkey D. Dragon stood his ground, his conviction harder than iron. Fine. Even if you're right, you're just a brat. This is not something for you to do, and you can't pull it off, understand? Just do as I say. Join the Marines. You can still help the poor being victimized by pirates. Garp grabbed his son's hand, speaking earnestly. But Monkey D. Dragon pulled it back. If you don't stand up, I don't stand up, and no one else stands up, then this world has no hope. He shook his head stubbornly, his gaze fixed on the distance. Dad, don't try to persuade me. I'm leaving today, heading out to sea to find brothers who share my vision. You're driving me mad. You wretched brat, I'm going to beat you to death today. Better than letting you die at sea. Garp exploded with fury. He lifted his leg, grabbed a slipper, and charged forward. A jet-black viscous substance instantly surged from his arm, coating the entire slipper. You brat! Garp bellowed, hurling the slipper like a cannonball straight at Monkey D. Dragon. Smack! The sole of the slipper was imprinted firmly on his face. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Monkey D. Dragon was knocked flat by the slipper. When he climbed back up, a huge shoe print was clearly visible on his face. In the Baltigo Island, feeling the strange glances from the officers behind him, Monkey D. Dragon pulled his hood down over his head with a dark face. Chief, Calera whispered, I need some air. With that, Dragon walked out. Not only did he fail to get a single point, but he also suffered a massive public embarrassment. Utterly miserable. The scene shifted again. Before them was a sea island. From the outside, it looked like an uninhabited island. As the camera slowly zoomed in, they could see many buildings and facilities neatly arranged. Clearly, it was a resort. At the edge of the island, Garp stood alone. He appeared to be around 40 years old. He stood alone by the sea, and a pirate ship was speeding toward the shore. On the beach, rocks with his spiky hedgehog-like hair leaped directly from the bow and landed steadily. Oh, a Marine waiting here. He glanced at Garp, dismissing him. At that time, Garp was a vice admiral, but not yet the man who would make the entire sea tremble. Garp folded his arms and grinned. My ship happened to pass by, and saw your flag heading for this island. Figured you were after the commoners, right? Commoners? Rocks paused, then threw his head back in laughter. Marine, you have no idea what's hidden on this small island. Garp frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Rocks smirked, pointing toward the distant valley. A few special celestial dragons live over there. I came here today to kill them. I want the world government to know I'm going against them. Celestial dragons. Garp was stunned. He had no idea there were celestial dragons living here, nor what kind they were. In fact, there were many CP agents secretly protecting God Valley. But when the strongest pirate crew in the sea bore down, those agents were useless. Garp shook his head, casting aside those thoughts. Regardless, I'm a Marine Vice Admiral, and it's my duty to capture you, a pirate. Rocks laughed heartily. Capture me. He looked around. Since you're a Vice Admiral, where are your soldiers? Garp grinned, looking relaxed. I told them to sail away. I didn't want them to die. I'm enough alone. Oh, are you sure you want to take on all of us famous figures of the sea? Rocks spread his arms. One by one, figures leaped from the pirate ship's deck. The camera panned. Shiki stood at the front. The setting sun dyed half the sky red. In the frame, Whitebeard, Charlotte, Lean Kaido, Wong, Ji, Silver Axe, Captain John. One after another, the former overlords of the sea appeared in the scene. Everyone watching the live broadcast held their breath. The camera slowly pulled back. Under the golden sunset, a lone figure stood before this group of fearsome pirates. Behind him, his cloak fluttered the bold characters, Justice, glaringly conspicuous. Kuzan, we only know that Old Man Ka Pu took down the Luo Kasi crew back in the day, but no one has ever seen how exactly he fought. This time we finally get to witness the fierce spirit of the old man in his youth. Si Tua Luo Bei Li, with such a huge disparity in strength, how did Vice Admiral Ka Pu manage to defeat Luo Kusi? How did he scatter the entire crew? Hua Xiaoshan, it is indeed baffling. But it was precisely because of this battle that Kapu became the sole holder of the hero title in the Marines. How perilous that battle must have been. Sergio, what are you Marines bragging about here? Acting as if we were all knocked down by Kapu alone. Wangji, it seems the Marines have hidden quite a lot. Luo Ku Cdg Bei Ku, isn't that just their style? Ji Yuan, you pirates are insinuating something. What exactly are you trying to say? Xia Luo Te Ling Ling, why ask so much? The video will show it soon. In the scene, Luo Kusi suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Interesting. Truly interesting. Facing so many fearsome foes like us, you can still remain. To praise your courage, I have decided to send you off myself. With that, Luo Kusi raised his hand and gestured for the others not to interfere. He charged alone toward Kapu. The two began to fight. As the battle raged on, the expression on Luo Kusi's face changed. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. This Marine Vice Admiral before him could actually match him. Si Tua Luo Bei Li So. Was it because of this duel that the Luo Kusi pirate crew disbanded? Guiji Zhu, it sounds like that's the case. Otherwise, how could Vice Admiral Kapu alone have defeated those ferocious demons? Shiji Jehaha. Interesting. Very interesting. They fought from dusk till dark. Boom. They exchanged a punch, each retreating several steps. Huff, huff. Both were panting heavily, their stamina clearly depleted. Marine, you really have some skills. I admit you're worthy. The smile on Luo Kusi's face had long vanished, replaced entirely by embarrassment and rage. The acknowledged strongest man on this sea being pushed to such a state by a relatively unknown vice admiral. Who wouldn't be furious as hell? In the Luo Kusi pirate crew, the captain always used his fists and ruthlessness to suppress those madmen under him. He had only intended to show off his power before this vice admiral, but instead ended up slapping his own face red. I'm not done yet. Come on, let's keep going. Kapu grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and his right fist was once again coated with armament hockey. Huh. You're not tired of playing, but I have business to attend to. Marine, it's time for you to die. With that, Luo Kusi waved his hand and roared, all of you, chop him into mincemeat. The fierce pirates had all witnessed the fight between Luo Kusi and Kapu just now. At first, they too thought it would be a one-sided battle, but when they saw that Luo Kusi was actually being held off, a thought crept into their minds. This old man Luo Kusi seems to be on the decline. The members of this pirate crew had never truly submitted to anyone. They were all gathered together for profit. Internal competition was even fiercer than outside, with everyone trying to destroy each other. Now that the boss who had always dominated them showed a chink in his armor, everyone started scheming in their hearts. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear my order? Luo Kusi turned around and saw that those guys hadn't moved, his heart tightening. But his accumulated authority still held, and those beasts wouldn't dare to turn against him on the spot. Seeing Luo Kusi, enraged, Shiji drew his twin swords. Xia Luo Te Ling Ling pulled out. Silver Axe hefted his axe. Whitebeard gripped his naginata tightly. Dao Bo man, this. Jia Ji, this doesn't look like a winning scenario at all. Wushu, how did Vice Admiral Kapu win in the end? Just as the Vice Admirals were utterly confused, question 2 popped up. Random question generated. Question 2. In the Battle of Shenjigu, when Kapu confronted the Luo Kusi pirate crew, who helped Kapu, so that the two of them joined forces and overthrew the Luo Kusi pirate crew. Question 2. In the Battle of Shenjigu, when Kapu was directly confronting the Luo Kusi pirate crew, who lent a hand, so that the two of them together defeated the Luo Kusi pirate crew. Goer di Luo Jia, answer. The answer panel instantly exploded. Luo Kusi Dg Bei Ku jumped out first. Goer di Luo Jia, this question is mine. Zhanghua immediately followed with a flood. Goer di Luo Jia, let me answer. Shiji also refused to be outdone. Goer di Luo Mengqi di Kapu Xia Luo Te Ling Ling, Kai Duo Wangji. A string of names popped up in a line, all targeting the same question. Goer di Luo Jia on the other side of the screen completely broke down. I am an idiot. Luo Kusi Dg Bei Ku laughed wildly. Heaven is on my side. Luo Jia, don't even think about this point. Zhanghua cursed angrily. Damn. Every time I'm just a little short. You guys are so fast at answering, is it the same speed in bed? Shiji immediately replied. Yo, is this the quality of a Marine Fleet Admiral? Zhanghua directly cursed, your mother's quality. Xia Luo Te Ling Ling laughed so hard her stomach hurt. I didn't get it, but Luo Jia, your reaction. Haha, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Xiang Kusi added a jab. Captain, you lost big this time. Goer di Luo Jia wailed. All I want now is to die. Luo Kusi Dg Bei Ku poured fuel on the fire. Then go ahead and die, ha. Among those who knew about the Shenjigu incident, anyone who didn't grab that point was filled with deep regret. The competition for this question was nothing like the previous ones. Only a handful of people knew about that event, meaning roughly 1 in dozens could get 1 point. What could be more satisfying than that? But the greater the hope, the harder the fall. Watching that point right before their eyes, yet unable to grab it no matter what, that frustration could drive one mad. While the insiders were arguing heatedly, everyone else was dumbfounded. Yu Guang Mo Leo widened his eyes. Did I just hear something incredible? Meyer Ku was stunned. Pirate King Luo Jia helped Marine Vice Admiral Ka Pu. Is that even possible? Kuei-in chimed in. Are we going to have pirates and Marines as one big family? Ji Yuan looked shocked. Luo Jia helped Ka Pu. Then together they wiped out the Luo Ku Sea pirate crew and protected the celestial dragons. The truth of Shinji Gu is this crazy. Situa Luo Bailey shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hua Xiaoshan sighed. I don't believe such an absurd thing either, but didn't you see the fleet admiral and Ka Pu both answering the question? It's obviously the truth. Mo Air she has slammed the table. What? We've all been deceived all these years. Old man Ka Pu single-handedly took on the Luo Ku Sea pirate crew, protected the celestial dragons, and just scraped by with a hero title. If that's really the case then. Shiji laughed hysterically. Jiaha, Marine hero. Come on. That title should be shared with Luo Jia. Ai de Huan Yogaite also joined in. Gulalala. That's right. Ka Pu is hero Ka Pu, then Luo Jia should be hero Luo Jia. Shiji got even more excited. Yes, yes, yes. Hero Luo Jia. That name has a ring to it. Everyone let's chant it. Kai Duo roared ha. Hero Luo Jia. Xia Luo Te Ling Ling clapped in approval. No mistake. The Luo Jia pirate crew is the real hero. Hero Luo Jia. Tang Ji He de Duo Fu Lang Ming Ge followed and shouted Hero Luo Jia. Marshal D. Teach shouted Hero Roger. Capone Beej chimed in Hero Roger. In an instant the Divine Video's bullet screen was flooded with Hero. Shiki was still gloating. Jaha. Roger, you might have lost a point, but you've earned yourself a hero's title. Not a bad deal, not a bad deal. GOLD. Roger cursed angrily. I lost face to the East Blue. Oh, what a fool I am. Scene transition. The Rock's pirates were about to kill Garp. Suddenly a figure flashed out. Rock's long time no see. Standing beside Garp was none other than Roger, who had just arrived. Then one after another figures emerged. The camera panned across their faces. Silver's Rayleigh. Blummering. Spencer. Colonel Muring. Peter. These people were all renowned pirates on the seas at the time. However, unlike the Rock's pirates, who each harbored their own agendas, these members of the Roger pirates had all boarded the ship for Roger. They shared one wish, to find the final island and see what lay there. Guillaume muttered softly, so this is... Borsellino said sarcastically, who would have thought that the one who protected the celestial dragons back then was the pirate king and his crew? Sengoku shouted anxiously, shut your mouth. Don't mislead. Roger wasn't there to protect the celestial dragons. GOLD. Roger did not mince words. I won't accept that. How could I protect such trash? To be honest with you, I heard that Rox was going to attack God Valley, so I thought of playing the mantis stalking the cicada unaware of the Oriole behind, and took them out in one go. I never expected that a Navy Vice Admiral would hold off Rox in a unknown duel. Roger grinned. In that moment I saw clearly. The Rox pirates were doomed. Sengoku immediately interjected. Hear that? Roger wasn't saving anyone. He was just seeking his own gain. Of all the people present, only Garp was fighting. Shiki cursed directly. Bullshit. Roger's just being himself, unlike you sly old fox, who's so pretentious. If you were in Roger's shoes you'd be blushing and trying to whitewash yourself right now. Charlotte Linlin sneered. I know Sengoku's temper all too well. He'll grab any chance to gild himself. Rock's voice turned dark. Roger, even in death, I can't figure it out. Your pirate crew's overall strength is clearly inferior to mine. Why did you dare to wage an all-out war against me just because of one extra Navy Vice Admiral? Roger chuckled. Since you want to know, I'll let you die with clarity. The key wasn't that Garp could fight, but that your battle with him showed me your weakness. He paused. More importantly, when you were fighting Garp, I saw a wavering on the faces of your subordinates. I decided then, they wouldn't give their lives for you in this fight. Shiki threw his head back and laughed. Jaha. As expected of Roger, you dared to gamble on such a situation. Edward Newgate chuckled deeply. Guh. Actually, it wasn't a gamble. The Rock's pirates were just a bunch of people gathered to do evil deeds. As long as the boss was invincible, the group could hold together. But once everyone realized that Rocks could also be overwhelmed, disbanding was only a matter of time. Kaido snorted coldly. Well said. If you weren't invincible, why would we call you boss? Rocks trembled with rage. You bunch of trash. Dream on. In the scene, the battle erupted instantly. The entire battlefield was divided into dozens of small skirmishes. At the very center was the core. Dream on. In the scene, the battle erupted instantly. The entire battlefield was divided into dozens of small skirmishes. At the very center was the core. Roger and Garp joined forces 2 against 1, unleashing a furious assault on Rocks. Meanwhile, the other members of the Rocks pirates engaged in unknown combat with the Roger pirates crew. Those on the periphery of the battlefield were fighting fiercely, looking intimidating, but they were all putting on a show. What was the most absurd part? Both the Roger pirates and the Rocks pirates scattered around the main battlefield pretending to be casual, yet they completely surrounded the core area, leaving no escape. In plain terms, they all harbored the same thought. Take this opportunity today to finish Rocks for good. Rocks D. Zebek fine. I've finally seen through it all. Lion Whitebeard Kaido. You ingrates. Compared to Roger's crew, you're even more eager to see me dead. Shakuyaku, old captain, since you've laid it all out, I won't hide it either. That's right, that's exactly what I thought. Edward Newgate Gururara were all smart people who's pretending to be dumb. I indeed had that thought back then. Kaido Hihi being able to drag Rocks down from his pedestal. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whoever misses it is a fool. Charlotte Lean to be honest back, then none of us respected each other. You Rocks were no different. Once you were no longer unbeatable in our eyes, your death was sealed. Wang Ji's sister Linlin's words are spot on. John 1. Rocks D. Zebek, ill curse your ancestors. Before the curses from Rocks in the bullet screen had even faded on the big screen, Roger's sword and Garp's fist landed simultaneously and Rocks' towering figure collapsed to the ground. After Rocks was taken down by the combined force, his crew members lost all will to fight, put up a few token gestures and dispersed. Although Rocks had long passed his prime, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. In this battle, Roger and Garp had also exhausted their strength, lying collapsed on the ground, too tired to even move a finger. Captain, what should we do with this marine? The great pirate Peter asked, hand on his sword hilt. Don't ask such a brainless question. I, Roger, am not the kind of man who would harm a brother who fought by my side. Roger lay on the ground, grinning from ear to ear. Shiki, if Sengoku had been in Roger's position, he would have ordered someone to cut off Garp's head without a second thought. Sengoku, you golden-haired dog. Shut your mouth. Wang Ji, what? Is Lion wrong? Can you, Sengoku, swear on your chest that you're not that kind of person? Charlotte Lean, whether he admits it or not, the divine video space has already given its official certification. A refined egoist. He can't dodge the blame, even if he tries. Sengoku umph. I can't be bothered to argue with you lot. Shiki, hihi, you've got nothing to say now, do you? In the scene, Garp, also lying on the ground, turned his head to look at Roger and grinned. Hihi, I'm a marine, not your comrade in arms. Don't flatter yourself. I meant temporary comrade. After this battle, we're still enemies. Roger panted, but a domineering smile curled at his lips. After resting for a while, they finally recovered and stood up from the ground. Navy Vice Admiral, state your name. Monkey D. Garp. Good, I'll remember that name. Next time we meet, IGOLD. Roger will personally knock you down. When we meet again, I'll personally send you to the bottom of the sea. Well, see. The sky was turning pale and Garp strode off toward the pier where his subordinates were arriving. Behind him on the sea, the Roger pirate's ship broke through the morning mist and sailed into the distance. Sabaody Archipelago. The bubble square was packed with people all looking up at the sky. So the Rocks pirates who terrorized everyone were taken down by the Roger pirates. Good heavens, the world and the Marines have been deceiving us for all these years. An old man with graying hair slammed his cane hard on the ground. Naval hero. I really don't get it. How can the Marines have the nerve to give that title to Garp? They have some nerve. Taking credit for victories won by others and slapping their own faces with gold. Is this the justice they keep preaching? Well, from that footage, Garp did charge in alone and fight tooth and nail, so maybe he deserves the title. But the Marines, not mentioning the Roger pirates' contribution at all. That's absurd. The Marines are a disgrace. At Marine Headquarters Marineford, Fleet Admiral, public opinion is turning against us everywhere. Take a look. This is footage captured by our intelligence officer on Sabaody Archipelago. Vice Admiral Stocky produced a den mushy. Light projected onto the wall, playing the furious shouts and accusations of the citizens on Sabaody Archipelago with crystal clarity. Damn it. Who created this divine video space? Are they trying to destroy the Marines? Sengoku now loathed the divine video space with every fiber of his being. But he never considered that if the Marines hadn't done those shady deeds, no amount of exposure could create such a storm. Fleet Admiral, it's not all bad. According to the preview from the video space, once the review of Vice Admiral Garp ends, it will be the pirates' turn. As long as this thing isn't biased, none of the pirates' dirty deeds will escape scrutiny. Vice Admiral Stocky analyzed calmly. I know all that, but the things the Marines kept from the public were for their own good. If not for this blasted video space, the civilians would never have known. Sengoku sighed heavily, slamming his fist on the table. Vice Admiral Tsuru pushed open the door. The most pressing issue isn't the God's Valley incident being exposed. It's that Rocks got that 1 point. If a resurrection crystal appears in the next reward, we'll be in real trouble. She frowned deeply. All right. That's a concern. Damn, it can't be, can it? The last reward already had a resurrection crystal. How could it appear again? Impossible. Sengupta rubbed his temples as a headache throbbed. Shiki oh no, the old captain has a point in hand. Could it really be that there's another resurrection crystal? Roxd, Jibekhumph, golden-haired, mutt, you'd better pray you're already dead. If I really come back to life, you'll be the first one I carve up. Gold. Roger Rox, don't speak too soon. If there's no resurrection crystal later, how will you save face? Kaidoha, he can still pick a powerful ability and rule as a king among the dead. Shiki, cut the crap. This place is absurdly huge. With so many people dead, I should be running into someone everywhere. But I've been wandering for ages and haven't seen a single ghost. Charlotte Lean, you should say, not a single ghost. Gold. Roger, you just died recently. I've been lying here for over 20 years, and the number of dead I've met can be counted on one hand. And they seem to be from other worlds, not ours. Edward Newgate, hearing you all talk, I really want to have a look. Shiki, come on. Whitebeard, just take that sword and slice your throat. Then it's done. Edward Newgate, I'd like to see, but dying. No thanks, he. Roxd, Jibek, all those who betrayed me back, then wash your necks. He'll settle accounts with every one of you this time. Charlotte Lean tch. Kaido, fool. Monkey D, Garp, if you dare come, I'll send you back to the afterlife. At that moment the scene shifted. The Garp on the screen looked almost the same as during the God's Valley incident, roughly the same age. Probably only a few years had. On a warship, a man in a suit and marine coat approached Garp. This was no ordinary man. A fierce warrior who had fought alongside Garp since joining them, a master swordsman renowned as a blade lord. Vice Admiral, the location of Chinjo the Cone has been confirmed. He's on the island ahead. Bogard held a fresh intelligence report reporting to Garp. Good. That brat's been too arrogant lately, even daring to rob the heavenly gold. We'll take him down right here. Garp shoved a rice cracker into his mouth. The warship soon docked at the island, and the commotion on the shore immediately drew attention. A man with a cone-shaped head and a face as fierce as a demon's stroke. The pirates behind him all bore the characters 8 treasures on their clothes. Well, if it isn't the marine hero. Hee. If I beat you to a pulp, does that make me a pirate hero? Chinjo crossed his arms, his smile more twisted than a demon's. Garp didn't waste a word. He swung his fist and charged straight in. Everyone stay back. He'll handle this old geezer. Chinjo's shoulders suddenly jerked, and his cape flew off as he collided head-on with Garp. Boom. The two had barely exchanged blows when a dull thud echoed and Chinjo was sent flying backward. Boss, are you all right? The 8 treasures Navy underlings panicked. Hero Garp. The Marines erupted in thunderous cheers, morale soaring. Damn it. Again. Chinjo rubbed his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood, and lunged forward once more. Thud. After a few exchanges, Garp sent him crashing to the ground with a single punch. Chinjo rolled several times, clutching his stomach, his face twisted in pain. Capone Beach, I remember this. Chinjo the Cone had a bounty of just over 500 million berries, right? What gave him the nerve to fight a monster like Garp? Scratchman Apu Abababa, a mere 500 million rookie, seeing Vice Admiral Garp and not running, but trying to pick a fight. Pure masochism. Urge true, these days pirates with 500 million bounties are a dime a dozen. Does he really think he's something special? Shiki Shahaha, you bunch of inexperienced brats. Do you think a 500 million bounty in that era is the same as now? Urge isn't the number the same. What difference could there be? Edward Newgate, back then the great pirate era hadn't started. The chaos at sea was far less than today, and bounties increased at a snail's pace. Compared to now, where they jump by tens of millions or hundreds of millions overnight, it's a completely different world. Lolo. Bounties have inflation too. A thunderous boom. Midair, the all and iron fist collided with a deafening crack. A wave of domineering shockwave burst forth from the point of impact. The air blast swept across the surroundings like a hurricane, viciously slapping against the faces and bodies of the Navy soldiers and the 8 treasure Navy pirates. Clothes, hair, and beards were all tossed wildly in the turbulence. As the upheaval subsided, 2 figures landed one after another. A grunt escaped from Kapu. King Gio's expression shifted, eyes wide as he stared at Kapu, blurting out, "Your hand is not broken. What is that look on your face? I should be the one." A sharp pain throbbed through Kapu's fist as he frowned at the crown of King Gio's head. The armament hockey had receded, allowing him to see clearly. Not a single crack marred King Gio's, all merely a bit of scraped skin at most. Back when he fought rocks, Kapu had held his own against Loki's with this very iron fist. Years later, his fist had grown even harder. Yet he could do nothing against King Gio's skull. This left him momentarily stunned. Vice Admiral, that head is indeed tough, but you don't have to clash head-on with it. Strike anywhere else on his body, and he won't withstand it, Bogart whispered, sidling up to Kapu. Bogart leaned close to Kapu, lowering his voice to advise. Vice Admiral, his head is indeed hard, but you don't need to engage it directly. Hit any other part of his body, and he can't take it. No, avoiding his head to strike would be admitting defeat. I will flatten that all today. Kapu's resolve was unyielding. To him, catching pirates was like playing a game. But within this playfulness, how to become stronger was what truly mattered. Again, Kapu opened his right hand, then clenched it abruptly. He flexed his palm, and with a second grip, the previous numbness faded completely. Hehehe. Not bad. For the first time, someone has frontally blocked my conical dragon drill Qingjiao's gate, without even breaking skin. Qingjiao was clearly intrigued. He lowered his stance, arms spread downward, knees slightly bent. Then with a powerful thrust from his legs, he launched himself into the air once more. Mid-flight, he forcibly twisted his body, imparting a spinning momentum. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This time Qingjiao himself became a high-speed rotating spear, charging straight at Kapu with even greater ferocity. Then he'll get serious too. Kapu swung his right arm back, whirling it twice. Physical strength was drained at an alarming rate as armament hockey enveloped the arm's surface, concentrating immense power into his fist. Whir. Kapu's arm spun faster and faster like a high-speed electric fan. Just as Qingjiao's head was about to strike, Kapu's fist slammed into the spiral wall. Boom. The two forces collided, the shockwave exploded, and a terrifying blast of air scattered. The ground before Kapu's feet was gouged into a mass. Qingjiao was knocked backward by the recoil. As for Kapu, staggering backward several steps. This time neither could claim victory. Dear D. Luoji, that Qingjiao's skull is that tough. He's clearly weaker than Kapu, but when he uses his head all, he can match Kapu's iron fist. Interesting. Yuehan, that thing is indeed formidable. I faced him once, he caught me off guard with a thrust, and nearly broke my back. Loki's D. Jibei, if head met me, I'd have twisted that damn head off. Shurji, old captain, you're bragging again. Just after playing the video of you fighting Kapu, you're spouting nonsense. Edward Newgate, his head all strength comes not only from hockey, but also from the Qingjiao family's inherited body techniques that can develop into an ultimate skill, and when combined with armament hockey, its power is indeed unpredictable. On the screen, the chatter continued. In the footage, Kapu and Qingjiao clashed several more times, still evenly matched. Kapu could have captured Qingjiao long ago, but his pride forbade it. On the screen, the chatter continued. In the footage, Kapu and Qingjiao clashed several more times, still evenly matched. Kapu could have captured Qingjiao long ago, but his pride forbade it. Finally, the 8 treasure navy and Kapu's warship parted ways. The scene shifted to Kapu standing before a massive mountain. Bogart appeared in the frame holding a den mushi. He covered the receiver and whispered to Kapu, Vice Admiral Fleet Admiral Kong is calling you back. What should I? Kapu snatched the den mushi and hung up directly. Never mind him. He'll return once I've dealt with Qingjiao's head. Saying this, Kapu shed his coat and began to warm up. He, that Kapu, always so willful, Kazan, that's his style, free and easy. Dear D. Luoji, Kapu, what are you planning? How can you handle Qingjiao's head? Shurji, I can't figure it out either. Surrounded by mountains and trees, does he intend to train his hockey by fighting beasts? Quinn, unlikely. Remember the earlier video, Vice Admiral Kapu could ride a tiger as a child. At his current strength, fighting beasts would be bullying them. Qingjiao, Kapu, you bastard. You went back to secretly train. You've ruined me. Shurjio, the real one shows up. Marco, seems there's more to it. Monkey D. Kapu ruined. What do you mean? I fought you fair and square. Besides, I flattened your head, but you only lost some strength. Everything else is fine. Qingjiao, fine. Huh, you damn scoundrel. I locked all the treasure I accumulated in a lifetime inside the Jade Ice Mountain, and only my head all technique could open it. But after you flattened my head, I can no longer open that ice cave. Oh, that's my entire fortune. Qingjiao, fine. Huh, you damn scoundrel. I locked all the treasure I accumulated in a lifetime inside the Jade Ice Mountain, and only my head all technique could open it. But after you flattened my head, I can no longer open that ice cave. Oh, that's my entire fortune. Qingjiao, I can't get it out anymore. Jesus, I get it. Qingjiao hates Kapu because all the treasure he plundered in his life turned to dust with that punch. Marcoa, that's truly miserable. He spent half his life fighting, accumulated so many treasures, and was about to retire, but Kapu's punch sent him back to square one before he set sail. Vista, his stuff is locked in that Jade Ice Mountain. So every time he goes, he can see his treasure through the ice, but can't touch it. Tisk, that must be a terrible feeling. Monkey D. Kapu, huh? Is that so? But your treasure was all stolen, right? You shouldn't use it. Ha ha ha. Qingjiao, damn it. You're gloating. I curse you to have no sons. Monkey D. Kapu, well, to be honest, I do have a son. He sent a message, Kapu. Then Long added, Kapu, can you say? He sent a message, Kapu. Then Long added, Kapu, can you say less? On the island of Baldigo, Long's face was as dark as a pot. Luoji was amused. Kapu, you're really disgusting. But I am curious, how did you train your hockey to flatten Qingjiao's head? Lingling chimed in, and curious too. Whitebeard chuckled. We'll see soon enough. The scene shifted. Bogart walked away, and Kapu began his training. He coated his fist in armament hockey and struck the mountain before him. Boom. Another punch. Boom. Then a series of dull thuds. Boom, 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 boom. Wang Ji's eyes nearly popped out, smashing a mountain with a fist. Is that something a human would do? Jozu was also stunned training armament hockey like this. Queen clicked his tongue. This is too absurd. Time passed day by day in the footage. Garp never stopped hammering the mountain with his fists one after another. After countless days, the once towering stone mountain had been completely obliterated by his blows. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Gururara. He smashed through a whole mountain. This guy is a damn monster. Roger nodded repeatedly. Good heavens, with that kind of perseverance, what can't you flatten? Gecko Moria suddenly shouted, hey, hey, look, he's switched to another mountain. Doflamingo laughed uncontrollably. What a freak. The footage continued. The second mountain was also pounded into rubble by Garp. Then the third, the fourth. Not until the 10th mountain vanished completely did Garp stop. Qing Jiao exploded. Garp. You crushed 10 whole mountains just to flatten my head. Are you even human? Seeing how Garp had trained like a madman just to smash his own head, Qing Jiao was fuming with rage. How could a human do such a thing? The scene shifted. Garp and Qing Jiao faced off again. Bang. One punch landed. Qing Jiao's head cone was instantly caved in. Hiss. Everyone who witnessed the armament hacky-coated head cone being deformed couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Damn. That kind of pain, just looking at it hurt. The footage began to flash. A rapid series of quick cuts appeared. All of them were scenes of Garp and Roger clashing again and again. In just a short while, the screen flickered dozens of times. Shiki's eyes widened. You two have fought that many times. The scene shifted to Garp's office. A young Kazan stood behind Garp, and they seemed to be chatting. A female Marine administrative officer entered, saluted Garp and Kazan. Vice Admiral Garp, Fleet Admiral Kong requests your presence. What is it? Another one of those nonsense promotions to Admiral. Garp looked irritated. The woman's expression froze for 2 seconds before she steeled herself. It is indeed about your promotion to Admiral. Go back and tell Kong that I'm busy chasing Roger all day. I don't have time to be an Admiral. Not going, not going. Garp waved his hands vigorously, urging the woman to leave quickly. The female officer had no choice but to retreat with a look of grievance. The way you refuse to be an Admiral is so cool. Kazan stood nearby, his eyes sparkling like a fervent fan. Edward Newgate, this guy is way too capricious. Borsellino, ugh, Kazan's acting so embarrassing. Kazan, that's still better than your slacker attitude when you were young. Gecko Moria, as expected of the Pirate King Roger. He made Garp too busy to even get promoted to Admiral. GOLD. Roger, ha. Young man, you're still too green. That guy didn't turn down the promotion because of chasing me. He just doesn't want to serve those useless celestial dragons. Got it. Gecko Moria, ha. What does not being promoted to Admiral have to do with serving the celestial dragons? Don Quixote Doflamingo, it's very relevant. If you become an Admiral, you have to be on standby at all times. If the celestial dragons give an order, the Admiral must personally respond. Gecko Moria, isn't it the same for Vice Admirals? When the celestial dragons give orders, don't they have to go too? Don Quixote Doflamingo, fufufu, in the eyes of the celestial dragons, only Admirals are worthy of running errands for them. Gecko Moria, Sengoku Doflamingo. Shut up. The iron door of Roger's prison closed, and the raucous laughter of Golden Lion Shiki came from the screen again. Jahaha. Sengoku, you old bastard, are you chickening out? You dare send someone to catch me? Sengoku sneered, a great battle is imminent. You're trying to lure me away. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? First time I've seen someone make cowardice sound so justified. Shiki replied sarcastically. Shut up. You dead golden-haired mutt, stop your nonsense. Hell, what can you do about my rambling? Dare to send someone to catch me? Shiki repeated Doflamingo's exact words. Roger slapped his thigh, laughing, ha ha. Golden Lion, you're a real riot. Doflamingo also laughed darkly, fufufu, making Sengoku send people to the world of the dead. That's a vicious move. The scene shifted to a prison. Roger sat inside the bars and Garp stood outside. Roger frowned. This image feels so awkward. Wang Ji cut in like a couple parting forever. Whitebeard took a swig of sake. Gururara. It really does have a bit of that flavor. Big Mom added, so the love-hate relationship between those two just now Roger snapped, are you all just bored? If you haven't eaten enough, go eat some more in the toilet. In the footage, Garp crossed his arms, stood straight, and stared at Roger behind. I never thought the legendary Pirate King would come to surrender himself. Can't you just spend your last days in peace? Roger sat on the concrete floor grinning. Heh, looks like you know about my terminal illness. I have my own plans. This ending isn't bad. But Garp, there's something I need to tell you. Garp didn't respond. Roger continued, my child is about to be born. Too bad I won't be around. Garp's brow furrowed. Why are you telling me this? Roger, any woman linked to you will be killed by the Marines. So I can only turn to you. The world will dig through every detail of my movements this past year, find her, and kill her. But you know the child in her womb is innocent, Garp. Roger stared at Garp, grinning. How many times have we fought? Dozens at least. I've always seen you as a brother, Garp. Garp's face darkened and his anger flared. Don't you dare make decisions for me. Roger didn't get angry, lowering his voice with a pleading tone. Don't be so heartless. Help me. Take care of the child. The scene shifted to an island at sea. A large number of Marines swarmed and mixed with agents in CP uniforms. Is the intel correct? Someone saw Roger on the island. He definitely looked like a father. Search. Check every baby born within 10 months of Roger's imprisonment. Also check all pregnant women. If any are suspicious, deal with them on the spot. Roger's era is over and his bloodline won't survive either. The agents and Marines shouted noisily, the scene in chaos. At least 100 newborns and over 200 pregnant women were dragged out. No interrogation, no words. They were taken to the sea, killed, and thrown into the water to feed the fish. When this scene was broadcast, the entire world erupted. On Sabaody Archipelago, Bubble Square, monsters. They don't even spare infants. Are they even human? Just to kill a child who knows nothing, they slaughtered other babies and pregnant women. Why don't the heavens strike them down? What did those children and women do to deserve death? Just because of a suspicion? Damn. Even if they really want to kill Luo Jie's son, they can't do this. Rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one escape. That phrase sounds familiar. Isn't that the O'Hara method? Yeah, O'Hara was ordered by Zhanghua, and this time it must be him too. That guy is a butcher. That Kapu is no good either. He clearly knew the whereabouts of Luo Jie's child, yet he stood by and watched the Navy and the world government kill so many newborn babies. And he's called a Navy hero. He calls pirates brothers, then turns around and kills pregnant women and children. Does he deserve to be called a hero? Don't be. Kapu's fault isn't that great. Luo Jie's child is indeed innocent. If they really want to kill, they should kill Luo Jie's woman. What sin does a newborn baby have? He's innocent. What about the hundreds of babies and women who died as collateral? Aren't they innocent? Who said they aren't innocent? They are just as innocent as Luo Jie's son. The real culprits are the world government and the Navy. They don't even spare children. It's insane. Right? The Navy and the world government are too cruel. The Navy's methods. They make your skin crawl. I used to trust the Navy and the world government. Now tell me, why should I trust such an organization? The footage from the Divine Miracle video space spread across the world, causing an uproar in every corner. Shampoo Islands, every island, every village. Anyone with a shred of humanity would be outraged. Navy headquarters, Marinvondo. Marshal. It's completely fallen apart. Adjutant Sita Ji clutched the intelligence reports, his fingers trembling. News from everywhere. Everyone is cursing the Navy and the world government. Public opinion is completely out of control. This damned Kapu. Look at what he's done. Zhanghua buried his face in his hands, his eyes bloodshot. The previous expose videos had only stirred up small-scale public outrage. But when it came to Kapu, he directly detonated the whole world. Who could withstand that? The key point is that the Divine Miracle video space broadcasts the footage simultaneously worldwide. That's the most deadly part. In the past, even if the Navy's shady deeds were exposed, they would only spread across 1 or 2 islands, and over time people would forget. This kind of worldwide exposure, it can't be washed away for decades. At this moment, the one who delivers the final blow arrives. Luo Bin, just like the O'Hara incident, they'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let the one they're looking for escape. Yi Subu, the Navy's actions. They massacre cities at the slightest disagreement. The scene shifts and a bright room appears before everyone. Wah wah. The baby's cries rang out, and the midwife beamed, shouting, Mr. Kapu, it's a boy. He's born. Seeing the child safely delivered, the world immediately erupted into chaos, with voices of condemnation and arguments rising one after another. This woman is too despicable. Because of her, so many innocent babies and women were killed by the Navy. If she had handed over the child earlier, those innocent people wouldn't have had to die. Are you out of your mind? If you were asked to give up your own child to save others, could you do it? Exactly, those dead people weren't killed by her hands. Why should she have to send her child to die? Now her child is born safely, but so many other children have died. Doesn't she bear any responsibility? Why don't you blame the Navy for making a wrong decision in the first place? Instead, you blame a woman for wanting to protect her own child. Arguments rose and fell across the world. In the scene, the woman holding her newborn son had just spoken his name when her body went limp. The doctor immediately rushed over to check. After a long moment, the doctor looked up at Kapu and shook his head. It's no use. To prevent the Navy from discovering her child, she forcibly extended her pregnancy for an entire year. Her body had long been unable to hold on. At the moment she gave birth, with no more worries in her heart, she passed away. Kapu let out a heavy sigh. Seeing this scene, the entire world, which had been arguing fiercely, suddenly fell silent. Just moments ago, countless people were cursing Boat Casilugio for being selfish, saying she only cared about her own and her child's survival, ignoring the lives of others. But now, no one could speak. Anyone with a functioning mind could see that Lugio never intended to survive from the start. She was holding on with her life, forcing AIC to stay in her womb for several extra months, relying entirely on sheer will. In other words, if she hadn't wanted to give this child a chance to live, she would never have lasted this long. This mother from the very beginning intended to exchange her own life for her child's. What crime was there in that? A mother wanting her child to be born safely. What crime was there in that? Of course, because of her and her child, many innocent people did. But after all, who actually took those lives? It was the Navy. It was the world government's agents. If the Navy hadn't insisted on exterminating an unborn child as a cursed bloodline, how would those hundreds of mothers and babies have died? If there's any reckoning to be done, it should first be directed at those who gave the orders. Lugio's life in the end was exchanged for maternal love. Her reputation was finally beginning to be seen by the world. Alas. To be honest, she was also a pitiable person. She didn't commit any crime. She didn't break the law, so why should she die? She's not an evil person. After all, Vice Admiral Kapu didn't go too far, did he? He just wanted to save a child. That's true, but why didn't he save those hundreds of lives too? Think about it. If the Navy told you to hand over your child, or they'd massacre the village, would you hand him over? I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I hand him over? Then what did this woman do wrong? What did her unborn child do wrong? Well, in the end, Kapu isn't that guilty. If he didn't hand them over, hundreds of lives were lost. If he did, the mother and child would have died for sure, and people would still curse him. The ones who truly deserve to die are those people in the Navy, who gave them the right to decide whether a child should live. Which beast gave such an order? Rather kill 1,000 than let one escape. Needless to say, it must be Zhangguo. Look at what he did in O'Hara. Right, only Zhangguo could do such a thing. Anyway, I don't trust the Navy anymore, let alone that hypocrite Zhangguo. Zhangguo must die. Navy Headquarters, Marinvondo. Marshal, the wind has shifted. People all over the world seem to have stopped cursing Vice Admiral. Adjutant Sitaji clutched the newly arrived intelligence summary, his face full of surprise. They're not cursing Kapu. That's great. It seems the common people still trust our Navy. Zhangguo's face wrinkled, like an old chrysanthemum, suddenly broke into a smile, utterly delighted. Vice Admiral, he also hurried over. Quick, organize the latest news again, and find out why the civilians suddenly came to their senses. Yes. Sitaji immediately grabbed a din mushi and issued orders. Not long after, several intelligence officers ran over carrying a pile of neatly organized documents, which looked very convenient. But Sitaji only glanced through a few pages, and his face immediately fell, looking terrible. What's going on? Vice Admiral, he frowned. Why are you standing there like a log? Seeing Sitaji just standing there silently, Zhangguo's anger flared up. He snatched the documents from Sitaji's hands. Vice Admiral, he also leaned in to look. What the hell? When Sengoku saw the core content summarized on that stack of documents, he was completely stunned. Shit, what the hell is this supposed to be? It was clearly that old fool Garp who did such a stupid thing, so why was this blame pinned on me again? In the footage of the Divine Miracle video, the doctor walked up to Garp and asked, Mr. Garp, when registering this child's identity, should we use the name Gold? Ace. No need. Garp refused without a second thought. He pondered for a moment, then stroked his chin and said in a low voice, let him take his mother's surname. From now on, this kid has nothing to do with Roger. Understood, Mr. Garp. Then the child's name will be registered as Portgas D. Ace. The doctor nodded, took out a birth certificate, and filled in Ace. Monkey D. Luffywood. So this kid is Ace. This to Ace. Joseph this. What can I say? Charlotte Lean, what's going on? The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates is actually Roger's son. Does that old man Whitebeard even know? Kaido, he's craftier than a fox. Do you think he doesn't know? But this news is really explosive. Don Quixote da Flamingo Fufufu, this Divine Miracle video space is really interesting, digging up all sorts of old secrets. Tell me, why is this? The surrounding commanders and captains were all stunned. Squad, have you lost your mind? To burn with fire. Pops. Tell me, why is this? The surrounding commanders and captains were all stunned. Squad, have you lost your mind? Don't act rashly, this is Pops. What kind of tone is that to use with Pops? Several people rushed over to pull them apart. Whitebeard raised his hand to stop everyone. He looked down at Squad. Son, no one can choose their origin. Pops, don't you know? All my former brothers were killed by Roger's crew. You've seen how much I hate him. Squad's eyes were red, his voice hoarse. He pointed fiercely at the deck beneath his feet. I truly considered this place my home. Why are you doing this to me? Only then did the surrounding commanders remember. Squad indeed had an irreconcilable hatred for Roger. All his brothers had died at the hands of Roger's pirate crew. Yet Roger's son had been his sworn brother for 2 or 3 years. No wonder he lost control. Whitebeard's voice was deep. Son, I'll ask you just one thing. In these 2 years you've spent with Ace, have you been happy? Happy? Squad was stunned. Yeah. The 2 years with Ace were indeed happy. They were so close they could share the same pants, closer than blood brothers. Son, your grudge with Roger happened before Ace was born. Is it fair to take it out on him? Besides, if people could choose their origins, do you think Ace would want to be Roger's? No matter whose blood Ace carries now, he is the same as you. My son, Whitebeard's son. Squard was complete. That news was too shocking. His mind was completely filled with anger. But now recalling the bits and pieces of 2 years with Ace. Yo, what did this have to do with Roger? Suddenly, Ace's voice came from the screen. Sabaody Archipelago bubble square. Ace's voice emanated from the divine miracle video, carrying an indescribable tone. Heavy, bitter, and a suffocating oppression that weighed on the heart. I'm sorry. A person like me shouldn't be alive. Because I came into this world, I caused the deaths of so many innocent people. I'm truly very sorry. His voice drifted in the air, piercing everyone's ears like a knife. The square fell silent for a few seconds. Then the crowd erupted. To be honest, he's the Pirate King's son, but just from the sincerity of his apology, you can tell he's not a bad person. Silly child, there's no such thing as a person who shouldn't be born in this world. Exactly the ones who should apologize are those butchers in the Navy. And those big shots behind the scenes. An unborn baby. How can he be responsible for anything? This is the biggest joke in the world. What right do they have to judge him? Similar voices could be heard on every island. People have brains. When faced with things, everyone has a scale in their heart. What right do they have to judge him? Similar voices could be heard on every island. People have brains. When faced with things, everyone has a scale in their heart. Ace's apology was like a bucket of cold water poured over people's heads, making more people see one thing clearly. Judging by blood is nothing but bullshit. The divine miracle video continued playing. GOLD. Roger Ace. My son, are you okay? Port Gas D. Ace, don't talk nonsense. My father is Whitebeard. Shiki Oho, someone is being rejected. GOLD. Roger, I know you hate me. As a father, I haven't spent a single day with you since you were born. That's the biggest mistake of my life. Ace, I'm alive now. Can you give me a chance? Let me make it up to you, and also make up for the regret of Rouge. Port Gas D. Ace, shut up. You're not worthy to mention my mother's name. Borsalino, woo, this show is really exciting. Kazan, can't you be less annoying? Port Gas D. Ace, Roger, you are the Pirate King. The Navy has been hunting you. I don't want to judge whether the Navy is right or wrong, but you should know better than me. Once the Navy knows you have descendants left in the world, they will stop at nothing to eradicate. Port Gas D. Ace, but what about you? You insisted on leaving a child. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have been killed by the Navy. If it weren't for you, I would have been nailed to the pillar of sinners from birth. If it weren't for you, those innocent babies and women on Batarilla Island wouldn't have been dragged into this massacre. Port Gas D. Ace, Roger, tell me, why did you have to have a child? The entire divine miracle video space fell silent. Ace's voice like a red-hot hammer struck everyone's heart. Little Ace gradually grew into... That day, Garp secretly took the boy away, bringing him to Windmill Village in the East Blue. The warship docked and came to a stop at the small pier of Windmill Town. Ace followed Garp onto land, his eyes surveying the unfamiliar place. The child's face showed undisguised curiosity. Old man, did you live here when you... As soon as he called old man, the comments exploded. Wangji pft. Roxdy. Zebek haha. Charlotte Leanlin, oh my, he actually calls him grandpa. Borsalino, Vice Admiral Garp is about the same age as Roger Wright. Making Roger's son call him grandpa, that's quite an interesting move. Shiki Jaha. Ace is Roger's seed and Ace calls Garp grandpa. So let me ask you, what is Garp's relationship with Roger? John, father and son. Shiki, that's right. He'll give you a point. GOLD. Roger Garp, you bastard. Edward Newgate Gururara, that old man is clearly doing it on purpose. Shiki, hey, I just remembered, didn't that kid just shout in front of the whole world who is father? Kaido, I remember he said Whitebeard is his father and shouted it 3 times. Charlotte Leanlin, I remember too. Alright, Ace's father is Whitebeard, Ace's grandfather is Kapu. Then ask, what's the relationship between Kapu and Whitebeard? Everyone's still father and son. Charlotte Leanlin, haha, you all know how to answer. Sure, gee, good heavens, after watching this whole segment, Kapu inexplicably has 2 Whitebeard pirates. Moby Dick. Whitebeard's face was livid and he gnashed his teeth. Sure, gee, this. He felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. Luo Jie could still curse Kapu for being disloyal, but his situation was even worse. Before taking AIC as a son, that kid was already Kapu's grandson. In simple terms, when he accepted AIC as his son, he effectively turned himself into Kapus Jr. He really couldn't blame Kapu for this. So he could only vent his anger on Shurji. Old man, now the whole world knows you and Luo Jie are brothers. Vista shrugged, his tone tinged with teasing. Silly boy, you don't think about yourself. In front of Kapu, you've suddenly become a generation younger. Whitebeard cursed with a laugh, punching by Sita on the haha, it's all that troublemaker AIC's fault. Marco also laughed. AIC is so good at causing trouble, maybe we should just not rescue him. Right, no rescue, no rescue. A group of people were joking around cheerfully. Shinji video space, scene switches. Kapu brought AIC to Ku Air Boshan. Boss Vice Admiral Ka-Pu is here. A mountain bandit with a turban and a gun in his hand saw Ka-Pu walking over in a Marine uniform, not only unafraid, but boldly shouting into the house. Grandpa! A little boy rushed out of the house and directly threw himself into Ka-Pu's arms. Then a burly stout woman walked out. It was the mountain bandit Dadan. You old rascal, you still remember to come back and see your own grand. Dadan stopped mid-sentence, her gaze suddenly falling on AIC. Where did this child come from? Dadan, let me introduce you. This is my other grandson, named AIC. I'll entrust him to you from now on. Ka-Pu lifted AIC by his little mouth and brought him in front of Dadan. Another grandson? Has that guy dragon had another one? Dadan's face showed a surprised expression. Ka-Pu pursed his lips. Yeah, that's right. Meng Chi Di. Long. Go Air Di. Luo Jia. Shurji, good heavens. This old man lies through his teeth without even blushing. This old man lies through his teeth without even blushing. In the scene, two little kids meet for the first time. Lu Fei curiously looked at AIC. AIC looked disgusted, obviously not wanting to play with this little brat. Hello, my name is Lu Fei. I'm going to become the pirate king in the future. Lu Fei raised his arms high and declared loudly. Bo Lu Sa Li Nua, the grandson of a Marine vice admiral, wants to be the pirate king since childhood. How terrifying. Kuein, what you said. Ka-Pu's son is the king of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson wants to be the pirate king. Nothing wrong with that. Bo Lu Sa Li Nua, what you said makes sense. East blue, the sea surface shimmered with fine golden light. Ka-Pu's warship was steadily anchored on the azure sea with no waves around. The Marines standing neatly on the deck all had solemn expressions, their eyes burning as they stared at the old man sitting on the gunwale. The old man was sitting cross-legged, holding a bag of sunbae in his hand with crumbs at the corner of his mouth. He was Ka-Pu, the legendary hero of Marine headquarters, the vice admiral renowned across the four seas. A few white clouds lazily drifted in the sky, and the sea breeze carried a salty smell. At this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void above the warship, and a voice devoid of emotion echoed throughout the entire space. Random question. Question 3 at this moment, who struck Manchi D? Ka-Pu's chest opened with a single axe blow, causing blood to gush. As the words fell, all the powerful figures outside the screen were stunned. An axe blow splitting Ka-Pu's chest. That was Ka-Pu, the man who fought Luo Kusi to a standstill at the Valley of the Gods back then. Luo Jia was so formidable, carrying the title of Pirate King, yet wasn't he beaten by Ka-Pu several times, fleeing in panic? And that West Blues Cone Pepper who recklessly came to challenge had his unmatched iron head skill completely crushed by Ka-Pu's fist. Now you tell me someone can chop Ka-Pu down with one axe. This is fucking not a joke, right? Hua Xiaoshan stared wide-eyed. Is this question a mistake from the Wu Shu frowned deeply. The person who can chop Vice Admiral Ka-Pu down probably hasn't even crawled out of his mother's womb yet. Kuzan rubbed his chin. Are there monsters of this level hidden in the sea? Luo Jia grinned. If there really is such a person, I would like to see him with my own eyes. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Since the Shinji space asks this question, it means this event really happened. It seems that this sea truly has all kinds of monsters. Ka-Pu stared at the screen, his brows furrowed. A strong person using an axe. Who? He scratched his head, looking bewildered. Luo Kusi was so anxious he jumped up and down. Damn it, that old bastard Ka-Pu definitely can't remember. His brain is like mush. Shurji grinned. Oh my, this is really great news. If Ka-Pu can't answer, this point will be wasted. Yu Kuxia lazily chimed in. You bunch of idle people, you only know how to chatter all day. I'm busy spending time with my wife, no time to bother with you. Luo Kusi's eyes widened. What the hell? Can you get married in the world of the dead? Shurji was also shocked. Don't brag, you bastard. Yu Kuxia didn't bother to say more and directly muted himself. Luo Kusi called out a few times with no response and cursed angrily. Zhang was stared at the screen and said in a deep voice, Ka-Pu, this is not a future event. Hurry up and answer, get 2 points. He added, if Ka-Pu gets 2 points, Luo Kusi's 1 point will be wasted. His chance to be resurrected will be gone. Luo Kusi heard this and cold sweat immediately broke out. He gritted his teeth and stared at the screen. Ka-Pu, you must not remember. Ka-Pu's adjutant Bo Jiate was anxious, leaned in, and whispered, Vice Admiral, it's that guy from the East Blue base. The one with the axe. Just a minor character who would bother to remember. If he didn't remember, Ka-Pu was even less likely to. Ka-Pu had always just a minor character who would bother to remember. If he didn't remember, Ka-Pu was even less likely to. Ka-Pu had always been a scatterbrain. Sure enough, Ka-Pu scratched his head and said naively, I really can't remember what that kid's name is. Charlotte Linland squinted. There is such a master in the Marines. Ven Bei Command lit a cigarette. Able to chop Ka-Pu down with one axe, at least at the level of an admiral. The Marines actually have such a trump card hidden. Izong turned to Whitebeard and lowered his voice. Old man, that old fox Zhang Guo must be cooking up a big move. Maybe he wants to catch us off guard when we let our— Whitebeard held his wine glass and spoke slowly. Zhang Guo himself probably doesn't know who this person is. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have already rushed to— Vice Admiral, the man is here. Two Marines held Meng-Ka's shoulders and saluted Kapu. Kapu casually waved his hand, signaling his men to step back. Vice Admiral, the man is here. Two Marines held Meng-Ka's shoulders and saluted Kapu. Kapu casually waved his hand, signaling his men to step back. He hastily adjusted his attire and looked up at the floating image in the sky. The barrage of comments was still scrolling. Boji-8, who was on the warship back then, call Vice Admiral Kapu immediately and tell him that person's name. Mungchi D. Kapu, right? Find that brat Belu Meibois. He definitely knows his father's— Contact him now. Boji-8 understood. He'll call right away. Mungka, huh? Isn't this question asking me? Mungka, answering the question. Mungka grinned. That piss nearly made him miss a heaven-sent opportunity. Belu Meibois. Mungka, answering the question. Arg. I was one step slower than my dad. Mungka, ha. That piss was worth it. Almost missed the jackpot. Heaven itself is on my side. Arg. I was one step slower than my dad. Mungka, ha. That piss was worth it. Almost missed the jackpot. Belu Meibois. I. Zhang Guo, what I am asking you what you were doing. You made the Navy miss out on a tremendous reward. Zhang Guo's face turned green with rage. If Belu Meibois had told Kapu the correct answer immediately, the chance for Luo Qixi to resurrect could have been nipped in the bud. But now the score was 1-1-1. If there were no more questions, Luo Qixi would still get one reward opportunity. Though the probability of a resurrection crystal appearing among the rewards was low, what if it did? What infuriated Zhang Guo even more was that the final reward fell into an outsider's hands. Mengka was no longer a Navy man, but Belu Meibois was still— If Belu Meibois had answered the question himself, Zhang Guo might have felt a little better. At least he could use his status as Fleet Admiral to pressure Belu Meibois into handing over the reward. But now the Navy got nothing, while Luo Qixi might actually revive. Belu Meibois, Fleet Admiral, I was in the bathroom just now. Zhang Guo, damn it. Hearing this, Zhang Guo felt his head buzz and his blood pressure skyrocket. Damn. This father and son pair were something else, one peeing, the other pooping. Kapu looked up at the burly man wielding an axe before him, his gaze utterly indifferent. I'm asking you. He reached for Menka's collar, but before he could finish, a huge snot bubble inflated from his nose. Who? The sound of snoring rang out directly. Menka froze for a moment. He had already closed his eyes waiting for death, but his pupils suddenly— An opportunity. Without hesitation, he swung his axe and struck right at Kapu's head. Splat. Blood splattered everywhere. Kapu didn't even have time to grunt. He fell straight backward and collapsed to the ground. Menka grabbed his son Belu Meibois beside him, pressed the axe blade against his neck, and roared at the surroundings. Give me a lifeboat, or I'll cut him down. The barrage exploded. Dear D. Luaji, what's going on? That's it. Kuzan, old man Kapu is too ridiculous, falling asleep at a time. Even the snot bubble came out. Merrick, I thought the Navy had some hidden trump card, but it turned out to be such a blunder. Izong scared me for a moment, just a false alarm. Aituan Nugate Gururara. Xiaoluo Lingling, this old geezer is too embarrassing. Shurji took down Luo Qixi Hedon, then almost got killed by a small fry. Absolutely ridiculous. The scene shifted to the Navy headquarters. In the vast plaza, the execution platform stood tall. Maxer D. Dicky Ziahaha, the Summit War is here again. Luo Qixi D. Jaibike, now this is— On the platform kneels Kapu's grandson. That troublemaker is also Kapu's grandson. Can he hold up this time? Mungchi D. Kapu, I am a Navy man. It's their choice to be pirates. I know what I have to do. Zhang Guo, don't doubt the resolve of a Navy hero. That's right. Even if it's his own grandson, Kapu will never trample on the Navy's justice. Shurji Tisk, don't be too— It'll be hilarious when you get slapped in the face. On the execution platform, AC knelt upright, his hands bound behind him with chains. An executioner stood on each side, their blades gleaming harshly. A little farther away, Zhang Guo stood expressionless. Kapu was right beside him, his face dark and unreadable. The frame froze. On the screen, Kapu's eyes were already red, tears welling up. I told you to take that path. He clenched his teeth, his voice low, but every word trembled with suppressed emotion. Join the Navy. I told you to join the Navy. Why didn't you listen? AC didn't avoid his gaze. Old man, this is my own business. His tone was calm. Don't worry about me. Let me just go like this. Kapu's fists clenched tight. His lips trembled for a long time before he finally roared out a single word, you bastard. The next moment, the sky suddenly exploded. It's Merrick, 1st Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. He wants to storm the execution. The Navy soldiers erupted in chaos shouts. It's Merrick, 1st Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. He wants to storm the execution. The Navy soldiers erupted in chaos shouts, rising and falling. Kapu narrowed his eyes. On the execution platform, only he and Zhang Guo stood. The blue Firebird opposite was charging recklessly toward them. AC bit his lip. Merrick, the man in the image, seeing two legendary veterans standing guard on the platform, still charged ahead. By seat aside as expected, the first to rush the execution platform was Merrick. Quain sneered. Got a hole in his head. Two big shots guarding it, and he rushes in to die? Zuazaomu chuckled. Maybe he thinks his head is harder than the all of the green pepper. Xiaozi snorted coldly. Don't underestimate people. The mythical Zoan Phoenix isn't something just anyone can stop. Merrick rubbed his chin. So I was the first to make a move. The next moment, a streak of blue flame like an arrow closed in on the execution platform. The flames rolled about to engulf AC. Kapu moved. One punch. Boom. Merrick was sent flying backward as if yanked by an invisible force. Boom. A huge crater exploded in the distant ground. Merrick sat up from the rubble, his face still showing a dazed expression. The blue flame on his head flickered frantically, repairing the damage from the blow. Shurji cackled. Jaha. This old man is a joke. Wang Ji shook his head. A 1-second sightseeing tour. Aonati trip to the execution platform. Kuwain snorted. See. Thinking your head is tough. One punch, and you're tamed. Jekka said in a low voice. If it weren't for the Phoenix's regeneration, that punch would have been enough to finish him. A stone staircase in front of the execution platform rose from the ground, directly bridging to the edge of the platform. The guy with hair half red and half white, clothes also split in two colors, shouted at the side. Straw Hat Boy, hurry up. Take this chance. Lu Fei heard the shout and dashed forward. He stepped onto the stone stairs and ran desperately upward. Zhangguo frowned. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? I've never seen such a technique before. He said calmly. Well, need to keep a close eye on this kind of functional fruit ability in the future. Yuan Kafu grinned. Oh no, that guy Shandian's secret has been exposed. Just then Kapu's figure suddenly appeared directly in front of the stone stairs. He stood there like an iron tower, blocking the only path to the execution platform. Lu Fei grew frantic and yelled at the top of his lungs. Grandpa, get out of my way. Kapu stood motionless. What nonsense are you talking? I am a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Before you were even born, I was already catching pirates. Want to pass through here? Kill me first. Straw Hat Lu Fei, this is the path you chose. Kapu assumed a fighting stance, his fists clenched tightly. That face was filled with righteousness and determination, without any wavering. Navy headquarters, Marineford. The soldiers on the stands were all stunned. This is our Navy hero. Even if his own grandson stands before him, he still upholds justice without wavering. Because of Vice Admiral Kapu, I have begun to believe in the Navy again. Admiral Yellow Monkey is not even in the same league compared to him. Many soldiers had reddened eyes, speechless with emotion at this scene. Sakasi Ji Bo Lu Sali Nua looked closely. Learn from this. Bo Lu Sali Nua. The scene continued playing. Lu Fei, from this moment on you are my enemy. When Lu Fei rushed forward, Kapu's right fist suddenly clenched and black armament hockey instantly wrapped around it. The fist slammed fiercely toward Lu Fei. Lu Fei did not hesitate, either throwing a punch to meet it. Boom. Kapu's body, as sturdy as an iron tower, was sent flying by a punch from Lu Fei that was not particularly heavy. He crashed onto the ground like a cannonball, sliding far away. The entire barrage of the miracle video space fell silent instantly. Then, Shurji, huh? What's going on? Ai de Huan Yo Gai, Te Gu La 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 La. So he really went easy, huh? Go Air Di Luo, Jia Kapu. In the end, you couldn't bring yourself to deliver that lethal blow. Xia Luo Te Ling Ling, TSK. These Navy people, each one is a better actor than the last. Bo Lu Sali Nua. Who the hell was talking about me just now? Look at yourselves, is this it? And you still have the nerve to come and blame me. Yellow Monkey saw that Kapu had gone easy and felt immensely relieved. He straightened his back and adjusted his clothes. Damn it, let's see who dares to say anything about me now. Zhangguo's brows were tightly furrowed, his face dark enough to drip water. That's right, that guy is an utter mad dog. Although the combat power of our Navy's top brass has increased considerably in a direct confrontation, Rox might not gain the upper hand. But I know him too well. If he really comes back to life, he would never fight you, Hedon. He would only resort to guerrilla warfare, causing trouble for the celestial dragons all over the world, stirring them into chaos. He paused, his voice growing heavier. By then, not only would the world be in a mess, but even our Navy would be led around by the nose. That guy Rox, what's truly terrifying is not how strong he is, but that he has absolutely no bottom line. He listened to Zhangguo's analysis, and his brows also twisted into a knot. She sighed. Alas, now we can only hope that among the rewards that come out later there won't be that so-called resurrection crystal. Whitebeard, after the Summit War, it's time to announce the reward list, right? Luo Kasihi. Those who refuse to stand on my side, you'd better be prepared. You yourselves, your wives and children, your relatives and friends, and even the cats and dogs in your homes, all of you get your necks ready and wait. Ha ha ha. Kaiduo Luo Kosi, it's been over 30 years. Do you still think we're the same hotheads from back then? If you have the guts, come and see if I can smash your head open with one blow. Whitebeard Kaiduo, you still haven't figured out what kind of person Luo Kusi is. He never scruples about methods. If he finds he can't beat you Heaton, he will go after those around you. In your case, I figure he'll start with the strong ones in your crew, cutting them down one by one. Wangji, that's right, this is indeed something Luo Kusi would do. Luo Kusi, ha. Whitebeard, you really understand me. For that remark, he'll take you first. Don't you like calling your crew your sons? Then he'll make you bury them one by one, and see how long you can keep laughing. Whitebeard, if you have the guts, just try. Golden Lion Luo Kusi, don't get too cocky. What if the resurrection crystal doesn't appear? Then you'll just have to pick a decent ability and go be the king of the dead. Jiha! At this moment, the scene on the light screen suddenly shifted. The camera cut to a red cliff that towered into the clouds. Beneath the cliff, there was an artificially constructed gondola platform. Golden Lion. The video about Kapu isn't over yet. Zhang Guo, there's more. There's still hope there might be a fourth question. Luo Jiha. Luo Kusi, don't bother worrying about whether there's a resurrection crystal in the rewards. It's still uncertain whether you can even get your hands on these rewards. The residents of Fishman Island, escorted by Kapu, arrived at the dock at the foot of the Holy Land Mary Geos. To go to Mary Geos, one could only take those bubble gondolas ascending along the cliffs of the Red Line. Fishmen going to Mary Geos. This was an unprecedented event. And Ipu done eyes red, how could Shirahoshi appear? Why should we fishmen set foot on that land? Naifei Lu Tali Kobu La, voice trembling, was she captured to be a slave? Or was she invited? But can those people in Mary Geos tolerate the fishmen? Shin Ping slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, how could Princess Shirahoshi go to such? Kuzan silently put down his sake flask. This is truly a first in history. In the scene, on the dock platform, reporters from all over the world, the sound of shutters became a clamor. Flashlights illuminated Princess Shirahoshi madly. So beautiful. Even more beautiful than the rumors. Boss, should we do a feature on her? Come on, the boss is stunned, he even forgot to press the shutter. The reporters didn't stop their work, nor did the flattering words from their mouths one after another. Kapu, holding a bag of popcorn, laughed as he stuffed it into his mouth. She is indeed a rare sight. The key point is that figure really something. Huh. Ji Yuan tapped the sword at her waist with her fingertip. This princess of Fishman Island is excessively beautiful. Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi stared at the dense forest in the scene and softly asked Shinping and Kapu, grandfather of Lord Lu Fei, is that what they call the land of living beings on land? The barrage exploded instantly. Kapu, who was grinning, was suddenly choked by the words, Lord Lu Fei's grandfather. His face stiffened. Shirji laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Who was it just now that said the mermaid princess knew Kapu's reputation? Turns out she doesn't even know your name, only recognizes your grandson. AI de Huan Yo Gai Te, you were showing off just now, but it turns out you were riding on your grandson's coattails. Oolalala. Xiang Kusi, interjected Princess Shirahoshi, and Lu Fei are about the same age. It's normal for them to know each other. Lu Fei scratched his head. I don't know her, but she is really big. Xiang Kusi, you don't know her now, but you will definitely meet her later. Shirji said sarcastically. Why are both the grandfather and grandson fixated on the word big? Which big are you talking about? Wang Ji choked back a laugh. This conversation is about to go on the highway. Lu Fei blinked. Golden-haired uncle, long time no see. What do you mean? Which big? Kapu panicked. Lu Fei, don't listen to him, that guy will corrupt you. Wait, what did you say? Long time no see. When did you ever see Golden Lion? Shirji immediately denied, never met. Kid, you've mistaken me for someone else. Lu Fei looked confused. I mistook him. Luffy, with his airheadness in full swing, actually believed Shiki's words. The system prompt sounded again. Random question generated. Question 4. When Monkey D. Garp rebuked the nobles of the Goa Kingdom, who did he call trash? Rox D. Zebek pressed the answer button. Sengoku was not to be outdone. Marshal D. Teach. Sakazuki intoned. Monkey D. Dragon. Shiki roared with laughter as he grabbed the answer. Monkey D. Luffy. Sengoku was not to be outdone. Marshal D. Teach. Sakazuki intoned. Monkey D. Dragon. Shiki roared with laughter. I have a thought, but it doesn't feel right. Tsuru urged him. Who cares if it's right or wrong? Just fill it in. If you get it right, Rox is finished. Sengoku was also anxious. Hurry up. Garp relented. Fine. Celestial Dragon's answer. Sengoku exploded. Damn. Shut up. Garp was calm, already shut. Sengoku could only say sigh. Queen, enjoying the drama, said, that's a bold answer. Roger laughed hysterically. Haha, Garp, you're something else. Shiki gave a thumbs up. Awesome. I hereby dub you the true hero of the Marines. Roxdy. Zebek threatened. The question asks who is trash, and you answer Celestial Dragons. If that's right, then when I'm resurrected, the first thing he'll do is eat shit upside down. The countdown ticked. 1, 0. Question 4 answer period ended. The answer will be revealed in the upcoming video. The screen resumed. A sharp-faced rat-like man stood before Garp, his nostrils almost pointing to the sky. Hey, Hero Garp, do you know who I am? Garp, still dazzled by Princess Shirahoshi's beauty, was suddenly confronted by this ugly face, and his temper flared. Who are you? Little brat, get lost. I am your homelands, the Goa Kingdoms, Sturley. As a citizen you are my subordinate. You better remember that. Sturley flashed his identity, expecting Garp to change his tune. But Garp was even more annoyed. Guards. Get this guy out of here. Just looking at that ugly face makes me sick. Sturley was utterly dumbfounded. Nanny. Sturley's face fell, and he muttered curses. Damn, no respect at all. I'm speechless. The next second his expression changed to a sycophantic one, and he leaned in close to Garp, lowering his voice. Then he'll be straightforward. Garp, give me the Celestial Dragon's contact info. I plan to become one of them in the future. What you want to become those useless? Garp roared, his voice dripping with contempt. Sturley was thrown back by the sheer force of his breath. Queen Oho, he actually cursed. The hero of the Marines calls the Celestial Dragons useless, ha. Marco, that man is truly admirable. Charlotte Kakuri, even the top brass of the Marines see it that way. The fact that Celestial Dragons are trash can never be whitewashed. Shiki Jahaha. It seems pirates and soldiers are on the same page about this one. Borsellino is expected of old man Garp, he's got guts. GOLD. Roger, ha. I told you the reason he never became an admiral wasn't to chase me. It's purely because he didn't want to serve those Celestial Dragons. When everyone heard a Marine idol speak such words, they were all stunned into silence. Especially ordinary people across the world. When this footage aired, they finally understood. Garp truly had justice in his heart. Earlier, Garp's reputation had nearly plummeted when he adopted the child of the pirate king Roger. But this time, by publicly calling the Celestial Dragons useless, his name was instantly rehabilitated. And it soared to the heavens. The commoners also suddenly understood why Roger had entrusted his child to Garp in the first place. Clearly, Garp had his own set of Marine headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku's face was dark and terrifying. That Garp. He actually dared to say that. How am I supposed to plead for him with the 5 elders? Vice Admiral Tsuru waved her hand. Don't panic, it hasn't come to that yet. That's a scene from the future. Other things can be excused as future events, but with Garp, if he could say that in the future, it means he already thinks that way now. Sengoku took a deep breath, fuming as he paced around the office. Marshal, it seems this recap is over. Just then his aide Stocky suddenly pointed at the sky outside the window and shouted in surprise. What are you so happy about? Sengoku was already agitated by Garp's words, and now his aide was laughing. Wasn't this adding fuel to the fire? Tsuru quickly stepped in with a smile. This is certainly worth celebrating. Don't look at that careless mouth of Garp's. He actually managed to secure the points for this. That gives him 2 points, making him the top scorer of this round. Sengoku, jolted by her reminder, instantly realized. Ha ha ha. Rox and that guy named Monka are both eliminated. The earlier grim-faced Sengoku was now laughing like a blooming peony in March. So Rox's plan for resurrection is completely doomed. Sengoku no longer had to worry about that matter. Not only Sengoku, but the pirates were also overjoyed. Shiki Jahaha. Old Garp got 2 points, so Rox's 1 point is basically wasted, right? Charlotte Lean, our former captain, sure is pathetic, haha. He buzzed in like crazy earlier and got nothing right. This time he finally guessed one, got the points, but ha ha ha. Edward Newgate, Gurara Rox, didn't you say you'd be the first to come for me? Now, the opportunity is right in front of you, and you can't grasp it. Marco, this drama is amazing. I'd love to see the look on Rox's face right now. Vista, ho ho, Marco, you're quite the sharp tongue, Rox D. Zebek, you scum, don't you gloat. Who told you second place gets nothing? Maybe first place gets to pick twice, and that Monka and I get 1 each. When I'm resurrected, none of you will escape. Just then the scene in the divine video space shifted to the settlement interface. Answer tally complete. Total score of 3 points, none. Total score of 2 points, Monkey D. Garp. Total score of 1 point, Rox D. Zebek, Monka. Now entering the reward phase. Respondent Monkey D. Garp with 2 points is the first place winner of this round. Respondents Rox D. Zebek and Monka each with 1 point tie for second. Respondent Monkey D. Garp receives 1 opportunity to choose a reward independently. Respondents Rox D. Zebek and Monka, thank you for your participation. Keep trying next time and strive to earn the right to choose a reward as well. GOLD. Roger Pft. Shiki Jaha. Thank you for your participation. Keep trying next time and strive to earn the right to choose a reward as well. Edward Newgate Gororax may not have gotten the chance to choose a reward, but he did receive the encouragement of the divine video space. That's a privilege not everyone gets. The reward pool was activated. The prompt sound of the miraculous video space had just faded when the massive turntable began to rotate with a rumbling roar. Blue-white streams of light cascaded down like a waterfall from the top, splashing out countless sparks with a crackling noise. Hum. After the intense light flashed past, a crystal with sharp facets rose from the prize pool. The crystal was entirely translucent with dense rule patterns engraved inside, clearly not an ordinary object. The moment everyone saw that thing, their expressions all changed. The first reward, Resurrection Crystal. As long as you carve the deceased's name and birth date and time into it, then shout loudly, you can pull the person back from the hall, and even all previous hidden injuries and old illnesses will be erased. The key was these 4 words, Resurrection Crystal. The bullet screen area exploded immediately with laughter and cheers filling the screen. Xia Luo Lingling Whitebeard was right. Others could at most get a reward selection right, but Luo Kusi went ahead and directly got a consolation prize from the miraculous video space the first time since the dawn of creation. Luo Kusi D. Ji Beikua. Damn it. Damn it. You bunch of scum, I'll slaughter all of you sooner or later. Sure, G, old captain, don't be so angry. Even though you didn't get the selection right, the other winners won't get the miraculous video's encouragement either. Bolu Sali Nua, that's right. I'm also tempted by that consolation prize. Who cares about those lousy rewards? 2 at once, so annoying. Xiaozi, exactly. I'm watching the video here, and now I have to pick a reward. So troublesome. I actually just want one encouragement from the miraculous video space. Zhanghua, I remember Luo Kusi boasted earlier that if Ka Pu got the last point, he would live stream himself eating shit while doing a handstand. Guer D. Luo Jia, what a pity. Luo Kusi can't resurrect anyway, so we won't have the pleasure of watching him perform the handstand shite eating. Sure, gee, he's dreaming. If he could eat shit, that would mean he really came back to life. Kaiduo, ha ha. Luo Kusi D. Ji Bei, could damn it. You bunch of. A crowd of people taunted and ridiculed him one after another, and Luo Kusi completely. Resurrection Crystal. Resurrection Crystal, ah? Luo Kusi stared fixedly at the brilliant crystal suspended above the prize pool, his whole being almost mad. Just one step. Just one step. He could have returned as a king and trampled all these people under his feet. If you had never seen hope, it would be one thing. But precisely you watch your most desired thing slip through your fingers. The feeling of not being able to grasp it can drive a person mad. The second reward followed and floated up. Shrank Ninjutsu Creation Rebirth 100 techniques. Once activated, no matter how severe the injuries on the body, they can automatically heal in a short time. Note 1. The number of times human cells can divide has a ceiling. Accelerating cell division to heal wounds actually burns lifespan. Note 2. This technique comes from another world called Naruto. In our world, it must follow the rules of this world. Originally driven by chakra, it is now powered by haki. Can it heal all the wounds on the body? After reading this reward, Whitebeard was tempted. As the world's acknowledged strongest man, what troubled him most now was his old age and a body full of hidden injuries. Although he was old, he could still hold on for a few more years. The problem was that those hidden injuries had accumulated for too long. This directly caused his strength to be greatly diminished. What used to be a casual use of Conqueror's haki infusion now felt as difficult as constipation. If he had the chance to choose something now, he would take this ninjutsu without a second thought. Marco said with a gloomy face, "Father, this ninjutsu is indeed not bad, but the price is a few years less of life. In short, it has both pros. Indeed, things that look beautiful are often the most dangerous, like a poisonous butterfly." Vista chimed in, agreeing with Marco. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Lora, at my age, do I care about living a few more years? If I can have all my old injuries healed on the day of the decisive battle, as long as I don't die on the spot, this old man will do anything. Father is always like this. The surrounding commanders and captains all had red eyes. The big turntable of the miraculous video space continued to spin. The third reward, Conqueror's Haki Experience Pack. Large. After use, it can increase the user's Conqueror's Haki value by 400 points directly from the current. The fourth reward, Weapon Enhancement Scroll. After use, it can greatly increase the hardness and power of a weapon, and also has a chance to awaken a special. Sure, gee, good heavens, the two stubborn guys are back. Wangji, I have to say this time's Haki reward is pure Conqueror's Haki value, much better than last time's dual color Haki reward. Xia Luo Lingling, the Haki rewards occasionally change, but the Weapon Enhancement Scroll is stable as hell, just copy-paste. The fifth reward, Thunder Breathing, one of the 5 basic breathing techniques derived from the sun breathing. Mastering this breathing method can greatly enhance physical fitness and also harness the power of lightning. Old man Kapu, I have always admired you. Look, during the summit war, how much did I care for your grandson? Sakazuki immediately exploded, finally admitted it, didn't you? Borsellino quickly waved his hand. Go, no time to argue with you now. Hero Kapu, I want to discuss something with you. Roger laughed and slapped his thigh. Huh? Yellow Monkey Kid, you're at least an admiral, have some shame. Shirji also laughed wildly. Just now you refused to admit that you went easy on Kapu's grandson, but now that you see the benefit, you're eager to claim credit. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Zhang Guo was so angry his face turned black. Borsellino, shut up right now. Saying such things at a time like this, aren't you ashamed? Borsellino shrank his neck. I was just too excited seeing something good. Anyway, what I said just now doesn't count. It was all sleep talk. Wang Ji was dumbfounded. This is possible. Zhanghua took a deep breath. Kapu, if you don't have a better choice, consider this demon fruit curse removal crystal. I really need it. Borsellino immediately refused. Marshal, do we still have any face? The 8th reward in the prize pool floated up at this moment. 8 gates. By unlocking the channels that bind chakra in the human body, one can temporarily gain astonishing power. Note how much the power increases after opening the 8 gates depends entirely on the user's own strength. It multiplies based on the user's original power. Different people using this technique will have vastly different effects. The prize pool before Kapu completely stopped with 8 rewards lined up. The mechanical voice sounded again. Winner Monkey D. Kapu, you have 3 minutes to choose one you want most. If time runs out, the qualification is void. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zhanghua, Kapu, calm down. Don't be impulsive. The 8 gates are perfect for you. Monkey D. Kapu, 8 gates will take it. No matter how loudly Zhanghua shouted, Kapu didn't hesitate at all and directly selected the reward. This thing was practically tailor-made for him. The moment the reward arrived, Kapu's body felt as if a door had been opened. He suddenly could see the condition inside his body. Dense meridians and blood vessels spread like a net within his body. Between the meshes, haki surged like flowing water. According to the original setting of the 8 gates, chakra should flow through these meridians. But in this world, the source of power has been replaced by haki. Garp grinned. That was enough. He rolled his shoulders, and the newfound power within him brought an indescribable exhilaration. Originally, the 8 gates technique relied on chakra flowing through the meridians, but in this world the rules had been rewritten, replacing it with the flow of haki. The reward from the video space was that he didn't need to train hard at all. He could directly open from the 1st gate to the 8th. Of course, there was a problem. He wasn't like that kid Luffy who had a protagonist halo. If he truly opened the 8th gate of death, he would really go meet Roger. Vice Admiral, you've got the 8 gates right. Bogart sidled over, his voice bursting with uncontainable excitement. Having followed Garp for so many years, Bogart not only saw the old Vice Admiral as his idol, but also regarded him as a father figure. Now that this father figure's strength had surged, how could he not be happy? That feels great. Garp grinned, sensing the condition of the gates within him. In a normal fight, opening the 6th gate is no big deal. He paused and added, the 7th gate, the Gate of Wonder, can also be opened, but it'll take a toll on the body. Still, as long as I don't keep it open, I won't die. With that, he tilted his chin at Bogart. Come on, try slashing a sword aura at me. Bogart was startled. A sword aura. He was baffled. Garp was a pure physical fighter who always closed the distance. Even if facing a great swordsman, he would charge Hedon, turning ranged combat into a close-quarters brawl. If a swordsman of that caliber was allowed to keep his distance, a single slash could be deadly. Not that Garp couldn't withstand it. But taking a sword aura, Hedon was merely asking for trouble with no benefit. Yet now this man was actually asking him to release a sword aura. Was he planning to dodge first and then close in? That would be pointless. Still, since Garp had given the order, Bogart didn't hesitate. He stomped hard on the deck, executing the Navy's 6-power shave. His feet tapped the deck a dozen times in an instant, and he shot into the air. Then, using moonwalk, he changed direction in midair, quickly distancing himself from the warship. Vice Admiral, I'm ready. I'm about to strike. Bogart shouted, and his sword whipped out of its sheath. With a flick of his wrist, the surrounding air tightened. Swish! One slash carved through the air, compressing it into a sharp, cutting wave that came straight at him. The deck erupted in chaos. That strike will damage the warship. Scatter. Don't get caught in it. The Vice Admiral can handle it, but if the sword aura splashes, we can't. The sailors' faces turned pale as they scrambled to the sides, seeking cover. A fierce sword light suddenly shot across the sky above the sea. Garp's body trembled, and the power of haki surged wildly. 8 gates. Oh, boom, boom. Without hesitation, he burst open 2 gates at once. Still not enough. Sensing his boat's state, Garp focused his haki again. 8 gates. 3rd gate, Gate of Life, open. Still not enough, let's go. 8 gates. 4th gate, Gate of Wound, open. With this gate opened, he stepped into the dangerous domain of the 8 gates. Garp's attack power and speed skyrocketed, and fine tearing marks began to appear on his body. This was the true combat state of the 8 gates. But years of relentless training had forged Garp's body like iron. Such damage was nothing to him. Another key point. People in the world of pirates had far stronger foundations than those in the world of Naruto. Thus, the side effects of the 4th gate were almost negligible for Garp. Still a bit off. Alright then. 8 gates. 5th gate, Gate of Closing, open. Boom. The moment the 5th gate opened, Garp's aura erupted like an explosion. Violent waves of power gushed out from his body, spreading outward like a tangible shockwave. The nearby sailors, initially staring at the incoming sword aura, suddenly felt this force slam into their faces and bodies. Slap, slap, Slap. The strikes were loud and sharp, stunning many soldiers. What was going on? A random slap. Some had their hats blown off into the sea. Everyone turned to look at Garp. I feel like the Vice Admiral is radiating a power aura. It's terrifying. It seems like hockey fluctuations. Did he release his hockey? Not quite. Isn't hockey release instantaneous? When is it ever wrapped around the body? Well, even though it's not aimed at us, the pressure is suffocating. Look, the Vice Admiral is moving. Amid the soldiers' exclamations, Garp's right hand finally moved. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and bones cracked like thunder. No flashy moves, just a simple, straightforward straight punch. One punch thrown. The air directly in front of Garp's fist exploded. Boom. A visible air wave radiated wildly from his fist. The Navy's 6 powers Shakuyaku could produce something similar, but it was a completely different level. Utterly incomparable. Shakuyaku was essentially a watered-down sword aura. Real sword aura was leagues above. In the world of pirates, sword aura was no mere slicing of it. It was a formidable fusion of Busashoko haki and sword strikes. A blend of haki and air waves. Yet now this old man Garp had punched out an effect that rivaled a sword aura. The moment his fist shot out, a fist-shaped air wave was forcefully projected. Shrouded in that fist-shaped air wave was an incredibly thick layer of Busashoko haki. If Shakuyaku's air wave clashed with Garp's fist wave, it would be a one-sided massacre. Even 100 Shakuyaku waves would be utterly annihilated against Garp's fist wave. Good heavens. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? What kind of scene is this? Mr. Garp is punching out sword aura. Hey, can't Shakuyaku do that? Nonsense. Feel that haki. It's thick as anything. This is clearly a fist-shaped sword aura. Damn. This is insane. I've never seen someone punch out a sword aura. Who has a? Swish. Swish. As the sailor's jaws dropped, Garp's fist wave collided with Bogart's sword aura midair. Boom. The terrifying power and haki erupted. Bogart's eyes nearly popped out, and he stood frozen in shock. A fist-shaped sword aura. No, it should be called a fist aura. What kind of joke was this? Could this really happen? As a great swordsman, Bogart knew exactly how difficult this was. A great swordsman had to train his Busashoko haki to a deep enough level to even touch the threshold of haki emission. Coincidentally, a sword is inherently sharp. The moment it strikes, it can unleash kinetic energy dozens of times greater than a punch. Relying on this, it can perfectly combine with the released haki to produce so-called sword aura. But fists or legs lacking the innate sharpness of a sword simply cannot achieve this. Thus, they can only come up with half-baked moves like Lanjiao. Of course, if one insists, they would have to forcibly increase the instantaneous kinetic energy by dozens of times. But such a feat without the backing of a special devil fruit is utterly impossible. But the obvious fact before him clearly told Bojiata. Someone had actually done it. He was about to retreat, but suddenly his face changed drastically. What a... Bojiata, relying on years of combat instincts and his formidable observation, haki forcefully crossed his blade in front of his chest. Bang! Amid the aftermath of the collision between that punch and the sword aura, the fist force actually pierced through the mist and slammed heavily into Bojiata. Ugh! He grunted and was sent flying directly. If not for his quick reaction, using a blade coated with armament haki to block. If not for the fact that this was merely the residual power of a punch. This blow would have definitely laid Bojiata flat. Elsewhere, Luo La began to choose his rewards. System, copy the 8 gates for me first, Luo La commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host, the 8 gates have been copied successfully. Ding. Due to the host's privilege, the side effects of the 8 gates are greatly reduced. Even if the 8th gate of death is open the next day, one will only be extremely weak without any loss of lifespan. This treatment is really great. Besides the 8 gates, the remaining 7 rewards are Resurrection Crystal Conquerors, Haki Experience Pack, Large Weapon Enhancement Scroll, Devil Fruit Curse Removal, Crystal Thunder, Breathing S Rank, Ninjutsu Creation Rebirth, 100 Healings, Imperial Armament 1/certain kill. CUNU. Luo La valued the Conqueror's Haki Experience Pack large, and the 1/certain kill CUNU the most. After pondering for a while, he finally chose CUNU. Today's 2 recaps end here. Tomorrow we will continue recapping 2 video protagonists. Stay tuned. The system prompt faded, and the large screen in the sky went dark. Of course, the screen was only temporarily unable to play videos. The barrage could still be posted. Dear D. Loagia, the Navy's 6 admirals have been recapped tomorrow. It should be the turn of the 6 emperors of the Sea Kai duo. I'm going crazy waiting. Haven't gotten a single reward yet, and all my subordinates are a bunch of trash, can't even answer a damn thing. Still have to wait for my own recap video. Xia Luo Ling Ling, it's time for me to appear. I don't want anything else, just give me a Devil Fruit Curse Removal Crystal. Of course, if there's something else even better. AI don't want Yogai Teguru, I can't wait either. Having personally tested the power of Qiao Zi's Golden Bell Shield, Baihuzi was quite looking forward to the rewards of the divine video space. The barrage. Zyankasi stared at the text on the screen, his brow slightly raised. Following the Navy's pattern, the current 4 emperors of the sea are definitely on the list. The remaining 2 spots are probably legends from the past. Luo Kisi D Jaibike jumped out first. Nonsense. I was the strongest emperor of the sea back then, if not me, who else? Luo Jie sneered. Strongest? You seem to have forgotten who is the true pirate king who set foot on the final island. Luo Kisi D Jaibike immediately retorted. You said it yourself, you are a king. Open your eyes and see clearly, the title says 6 emperors of the sea. You are a king, get lost. Even if you shout until you're hoarse, you won't make the list. Luo Jie calmly added another jab. Jin Shitsi Shiji laughed loudly. Jiaha. The Navy's recap just now only talked about the former admirals, but not the ones before that. Old captain, you'd better take a rest. Luo Jie's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then it's the current 4 emperors plus me and Shiji. Absolutely correct. Shiji slapped the table in approval. Zyankasi also nodded. If that's the case, it's indeed reasonable. Ben Beekman coughed lightly. Although this may sound unpleasant, I want to remind everyone. Before the current 4 emperors appeared, there was no such term as 4 emperors on the sea. Therefore, Lord Luo Jie and Lord Jinshitsi are probably not in the scope of the recap. Shiji flew into a rage. Bullshit. Luo Jie said sarcastically, little Zyankasi, this brother of yours seems not very bright. Zyankasi. He knew in his heart that Beekman's analysis had never been wrong. He just didn't want to discourage the old captain. The night faded, and the sun rose as usual. A new day began. Luo Kisi posted early. Damn. Why hasn't it started yet? Me being the first to appear isn't too much, right? Shiji laughed wildly. Jiaha. It must be me. Luo Jie yawned, so pumped up early in the morning. Damn. Forgot you 2 dead men don't need to sleep, so you can be willful. Luo Kisi cursed. Damn. You've only been alive a few days, and you're already so cocky. Shiji chuckled. Hurry up and let me appear. I want to be resurrected. After resurrection, the 2 of us will join forces and attack the Navy headquarters, throwing it into the sea to feed the fish. Zhang Guo gritted his teeth. Dream on. Oh my, this old schemer is up so early too. Shiji said sarcastically. Baihuzi yawned. Hasn't it started yet? The pirates had gotten up exceptionally early today. After the barrage crowd gathered after dawdling for another hour, the recap screen finally lit up. Today's recap video begins. The video screen lit up and a line of text popped up on the large screen. The 7th video, protagonist, one of the 6 emperors of the sea. Zyankasi, codename Red Hair. Everything is at ease, yet as if predetermined by fate. He, the inheritor of the old and new era, is the guide who shapes the future. As soon as the prompt appeared, the hearts of Luo Kisi, Luo Jie, and Shiji instantly leaped to their throats. Then, they all fell back to the ground together. Damn. Shiji, it seems they're ranking from the current 4 emperors, so Luo Jie and I will definitely be the finale. Luo Kisi D Jaibike, what are you thinking? Me? Definitely me. Gear D Luo Jie, it's little Red Hair. Not bad. The picture began to move. In the shot, Red Hair was only 9 years old with a mischievous look on his face. Zyankasi, from today, am entrusting this straw hat to you. Standing before Zyankasi was Luo Jie. He reached up, took off his own straw hat, and plopped it onto Zyankasi's head, the brim nearly covering half his face. Haha, came the gloating laughter of Ba Ji from the side. The scene shifted to a battle between the Luo Jie pirates and another pirate crew. When they were young, Red Hair and Ba Ji were almost like conjoined twins, sticking together in everything. In several fierce battles, they could trust each other to watch their backs. The shot cut again. This time the Luo Jie pirates encountered the Baihuzi pirates. The 2 sides faced each other, the atmosphere tense. It should have been a captain-to-captain situation, but Zyankasi and Ba Ji, 2 brats, directly jumped out and charged at Baihuzi. Hey, you're Baihuzi. They'll cut off your head. Zyankasi gripped his sword, a fierce expression on his face. Someone like you isn't even worth our captains. Zyankasi and I are enough. Ba Ji was not intimidated at all, not only fierce in expression, but also sharp-tongued. Gear D Luo Jie, ha. You 2 were that fierce back then. I didn't see it. Zyankasi. Aidhuan Nugate, you didn't see it, but I remember it clearly. At that time, although I was not yet one of the 4 emperors when my name was announced, most pirates would take a detour. Ba Ji had led his men to the 4th floor. But he didn't act hastily. The inventory had begun. On each level of the prison, special light curtains emerged. Ba Ji had led his men to the 4th floor. But he didn't act hastily. The inventory had begun. On each level of the prison, special light curtains emerged, allowing the prisoners to watch the video. No one wanted to miss this grand inventory event. All the pirates craned their necks, staring at the big screen. This is too awesome. Whitebeard was right. Emperor Ba Ji is truly a hero emerged from youth. At that age, he dared to challenge a sea overlord like Whitebeard. If it were me, I'd have weak knees. Who do you think you are worthy of comparing with Emperor Baji? He came from the Pirate King's ship. Don't look at Whitebeard acting tough in the scene. Seeing the two weapons in Emperor Baji's hands, he must be scared inside, just putting on a brave front. That's right, who in this world wouldn't be afraid facing Emperor Baji? These underlings following Baji were completely conquered by his abilities. In their eyes, Baji was not only powerful and famous, but his background was terrifying. A veteran of the Pirate King's ship. Such a formidable figure was worth their unwavering loyalty. One flattery after another came in rapid succession, making Baji feel extremely pleased. In the scene, the Roger pirates had gathered all 4 road poneglyphs and were racing at full speed toward Lafudil. But just a few days before arrival, Baji suddenly came down with a high fever. Zyankasi spoke up, "Captain, if we keep taking Baji along, he won't make it. Let us stay on this island, we'll take care of him." Gear de Loaja hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "We're about to reach Lafudil, the place every pirate dreams of setting foot on. If we miss this chance, there may never be a second one in our lives." Zyankasi shook his head, his tone firm. "It's fine, we can go to Lafudil another time. But Baji is my brother. If anything happens to him, he'll never be at peace in this life." Gear de Loaja, haha. Look at you two back then. This friendship is truly enviable. Adwan Nugate, this is what it means to be a real pirate. With loyalty and honor. Not like those scum who only pillage and plunder. Zyankasi, he as expected, whoever gets dug up will have their secrets exposed. Mungshi di Luffei, so Baji and Zyankasi have such a deep bond. Mungshi di Kapu, what does that have to do with you? Why do you have to stick your nose into everything? Seeing his grandson jump out to show off again, Kapu got a headache. In the deep sea prison, the brother personally acknowledged by Emperor Zyankasi. This is the status of Emperor Baji. So touching. 2 figures at the level of sea emperors sharing a bond of life and death since childhood. If Emperor Baji were really locked up here, Zyankasi would have come to bail him out long ago. Actually, Emperor Baji doesn't need anyone to save him. He came in just to experience life. Indeed, strong people are drawn to each other since childhood. As these pirates praised, they watched the scene of Zyankasi carefully taking care of Baji. The hatred in Baji's heart towards Zyankasi finally began to loosen. "Damn it. You bastard who screwed me over, why did you have to be so good to me back then?" He gritted his teeth, but his eyes reddened against his will. He roared in his heart, "Red hair, with this, how can I still hate you?" The scene shifted. In a noisy square, a tall execution platform stood in the center. The crowd was packed tightly, blocking every street and alley. For no other reason. Because on that high platform, under the guard of 2 Navy executioners, knelt a man who made the entire sea tremble. He was the Pirate King, Gear de Loagia. Adwan Nugate, this is the scene of Luji's execution. Gear de Loagia, oh. Watching a shot of myself from a bystander's perspective. This feels really strange. Shurji, the great Pirate King, if you hadn't turned yourself in, the Navy would never have caught you. Had to choose such a humiliating death. This isn't just losing face, it's utterly shameless. Gear de Loagia, hi you country bumpkin, who's never been to Lafudil, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Zhangwa Loagia, I always thought your surrender was suspicious. But the temptation of personally executing the Pirate King was too great. In the end, I fell for your trick. Adwan Nugate, even Zhangwa was fooled by you. You're something, Loagia. Gear de Loagia, fooled. I just wanted to light a fire in this era before I died. That's pure fantasy. Zhangwa, nonsense. Gear de Loagia, speaking of which, what I hoped for seems to be coming true bit by Zhangwa. Some things are destined. I just gave a push. In the scene, amid the crowded tide of people, the camera focused on Zyankasi, who was only 15 years old. He watched his captain about to be executed, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The straw hat that Gear de Loagia had personally given him was pressed firm. Gear de Loagia, little red hair, I knew you would come. Little Baji must be here too, right? Baji, captain. I'm here. Random question generated. Question 1. Among the following characters, how many were present at Luji's execution? Mungshi di Long, Zyankasi, Baji, Uegwang, Molia, Tangjike, Dwafu, Langming, Kyalakir, Mihwok, Shakuyaku. It was a multiple-choice question. The answer could be from 0 to 7. In the question that appeared on the screen, those 7 names. All of them were present on the day of Luji's execution. The problem was, each person could only be sure of their own presence and had no idea whether others had come. From the video just shown, Zyankasi was certainly. Baji claimed he went, but who could guarantee he was telling the truth? Even worse, there was no time to think. If you hesitated for a second, the correct answer would be snap. Jeka 2 answer. Zyankasi 7 answer. Zhangwa 2 answer. Zifa 1 answer. Bilamank 4 answer. Adwan Nugate 2 answer. Wang Ji 3 answer. No time to think. It was all guesswork. The moment the question popped up, the comment section was already flooded with answers. From 0 to 7, a total of 8 options. Only 8 people could score points. Gear de Loagia, little red hair, you chose 7. Gear de Loagia saw that Zyankasi had snatched 2nd place and was the first to throw out 7, and felt a bit proud. His own answer had long been pushed beyond the top 100, but if Zyankasi could score this point, he would still be happy. Zyankasi. That's pretty embarrassing. I was just guessing randomly. Ben Beekman, this question isn't about something that happens in the future. Logically, it should give a bonus to the main character of the inventory. But this first question doesn't favor Zyankasi at all. Yasubuya, the odds are the same for everyone. Lajilu, why does it have to be so harsh for us? This is bullying. Merrick, this question doesn't favor Zyankasi, instead it favors the other 6. They know whether they were there, and since Zyankasi was definitely there, those 6 only need to pick one answer out of 5. Xiaoyuo Lingling, this is a good start. Best if it continues like this, so we can all share Zyankasi's rewards. Kaidwa Lingling is right. Huh. Shanks. Shanks shrugged helplessly and looked up at the sky screen. Shanks, Divine Video Space, do me a favor, let me score 1 point. Kaido, ha. Divine Video Space has to do you a favor. Shanks, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Charlotte Lean, you red-haired brat, don't think everyone will give you face. The executioner stood on the high platform mechanically reciting the entire procedure. He waved his hand, signaling the headsman to raise his blade. Just as the blade was about to fall, Roger suddenly lifted his head, a wild and arrogant grin spreading across his lips. My treasure, do you want it? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find it. It's on Laughtail. I've hidden everything there. He didn't shout with much force, but every person present heard it with absolute clarity. The Pirate King's treasure. That was something left behind by the Pirate King who had visited the final island. Just thinking about it sent shivers down one's spine. Hardly any pirate could resist such temptation. The camera slowly panned across the crowd. Shanks was still reed-eyed, crying his heart out. The shopkeeper by the roadside dropped his false teeth straight to the ground. Buggy's nose was even redder than before, his face a mess of tears and snot. A young girl watching nearby had her mouth agape. Dracula Mihawk stood at the back wearing an expression that was hard to decipher. Sir Crocodile had a cigar in his mouth, smoke masking half his face. Doflamingo leaned against the wall, a trademark smirk on his lips. Gecko Moria grinned like a madman. And there was Monkey D, dragon-clad in a dark green cloak, staring expressionlessly at the execution platform. Gecko Moria grinned like a madman. And there was Monkey D, dragon-clad in a dark green cloak, staring expressionlessly at the Jack was the first to explode. Damn. This is definitely more than 2. Wang Ji also cursed along. Fuck. I counted fewer too. Flamenco slapped his thigh. Screw it, him out too. Auric 3 counted until his eyes blurred. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Damn. I chose 6. Just 1 short. You guys had no business all gathering there. Charlotte Linland's face turned pale. Damn it really is 7. That red-haired brat guessed right. Kaido grunted a single word, fuck. Shanks himself was stunned for a moment, scratching his head. Huh. This Divine Video Space is pretty generous to me. Ben Beckman took a slow drag of his cigarette and said languidly, though this question wasn't kind to our captain, the fact that it gave our captain some face is a good omen. Yasop joined in the fun, right? The boss should answer all the questions himself. Not only do we get rewards, but we also get an extra chance. The scene shifted and the Shanks in the video looked much more mature than before. Though he hadn't aged much, the youthful naivety in his eyes had faded, making him appear. A small boat docked at Syrup Village. Shanks jumped off and walked to a dilapidated wooden house, raising his hand to knock. Excuse me, does Yasop live here? The door opened, revealing a young woman with a delicate face. She looked Shanks up and down and said, my husband just went out hunting. Do you need him for something? I heard he's a great shot, so I came to visit. Since he's not here, he'll just wait. Shanks was good-natured, scratched his head with a smile, and found a rock to sit on by the door. The woman turned and went back inside, returning with a cup of tea for him. Not long after, a man with curly black hair came back, carrying 2 pheasants. Lucky Ruhaha, it's Yasop. Nuhu Gabu. Yasop looked so rustic back, then Ben Beckman, like he was malnourished. Yasop. The man in the scene was the current Yasop of the Red Hair Pirates. Yasop was straightforward, once he learned Shanks had come from the Grand Line, he perked up instantly. He told his wife to hurry up with the meal, pulled Shanks to sit down, and eagerly asked about the sea. As they talked, Yasop grew more and more excited, his eyes lighting up. When Shanks mentioned forming a pirate crew, he slapped his thigh and stood up. All right. I'm in. So, leave now. Shanks was delighted too. But Yasop's face showed hesitation. He thought for a moment and said seriously, I can't go now. I need to leave a seed first. If I die at sea someday, someone has to take care of my wife. 5 years. He held up a hand. Give me 5 years to settle things at home. Come find me in 5 years. Shanks was taken aback, his gaze dropping slightly. That takes 5 years. Huh. Yasop paused, then burst out laughing. What are you thinking, kid? I can't just leave when the child is born. I have to wait until he's grown up, able to run and play. Huh. Shanks rubbed his head and laughed. All right, it's settled. He'll come for you in 5 years. The video cut again back to Syrup Village. Shanks appeared in the frame. This time, he wasn't alone, with several brothers. Yasop, old Ben, look at you guys back then like street thugs. Ben Beckman, I think I looked okay, but that idiot Lucky Roo didn't seem too bright. Dagaha. Lucky Roo, screw you. In the scene, following Shanks and his crew's gaze, Yassop's house was already in sight. Compared to 5 years ago, the house had been renovated with an extra room built beside it. At the door, Yassop was playing with a slingshot with his 2-year-old son. Yassop! Shanks shouted at the top of his lungs. Yassop's shoulder twitched. He spun around sharply, abandoning his son's slingshot, and dashed out. Haha, Shanks, you finally came. I thought you were going to stand me up. He punched Shanks in the chest, laughing even more joyfully than his own son. Mom, who are these weird uncles? A childish voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. Yassop's wife stood at the door holding Usopp in her arms, her face streaked with tears. Oh, this is the sister-in-law. Ben Beckman greeted with a smile. The woman didn't respond, her expression grew even more sorrowful. Yassop immediately got angry. What are you doing? These are going to be my brothers in arms. Why are you putting on that grim face? Are you mourning me, wishing I'd die at sea? The woman still said nothing, tears streaming down her face. Shanks and the others were acutely embarrassed. The air seemed to freeze dead silent. Damn woman, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making my brothers uncomfortable. They'll teach you a lesson. Yassop's face was burning. He rolled up his sleeves. No. You can't hit her. Sister-in-law is just sad to see you go. Ben Beckman quickly stepped in to stop him. I won't bother with you today, since it's my departure day. I've saved all the money from these years in the secret compartment of the nightstand. Take it and raise my... Ben Beckman held him back, and Yassop couldn't keep raging. The woman cried even harder. But Yassop didn't look back, following Shanks and the others toward the beach. Dad, are you leaving? At that moment, Usopp's childish voice rang out again. Yasubu paused in his steps. He turned around, looked at his son, and grinned a bright smile. Because the pirate flag is calling me. He made a fist gesture at his son, then turned and walked away. 2-year-old Usopp, who stood on the high mound, his eyes fixed on the ship, gradually disappearing into the distance. The sea wind made the flag flutter loudly, and the little boy's eyes were full of light. Boya Hankyuk, none of these stinky men are reliable. Sandasonia's sister is right, all men should be chopped. Malige Lu, the more I look, the angrier I get. Wife and kids warm bed, he just abandoned them, utterly scummy. He says the pirate flag is calling, but it's just an excuse for himself. Ziyuan, if he had left 5 years ago, it could barely be understood. But he had to get her pregnant before running away, leaving a widow and orphan to raise the child alone. Is that something a human does? Jiaji Ziyuan is right, this kind of man is the scum of scum. Yasu Bus' act of abandoning his wife and child caused an uproar, making him a public enemy in the eyes of all women. Tina Shanks is no good either. He only cares about finding crewmates, ignoring the fate of his wife and child. Is this the nature of pirates? Zhanghua, in the end, pirates are like this, thinking only of themselves, even abandoning their own family. We Marines must eliminate these scumbags. Shurji, what nonsense are you spewing, you old sly fox? Using 1 or 2 people to represent all pirates. Does that mean all Marines are as cunning as you? Xiaoluo Lingling, trying to pin the blame on all pirates. I won't stand for it. This guy Yasu Bu has lowered the entire pirate circle standards. Aduan Nugate, I stand with Lingling. The red hair pirates have lowered the average score of the 4 emperors. Kaidowa suggests directly expelling them from the 4 emperors. Dear D. Luajia, haha. You 3 old farts are bullying little red hair. Did you ask if I agree? Zirbatsi Layli, am still here, old man. Bajiumph. I, the emperor, am also here. Zyankasi Io Baji, you actually speak up for me. Baji, get lost. Am doing this for the captain's sake. In the deep sea prison it exploded. Wah. All prisoners saw Baji shout a get lost at the 4 emperors Zyankasi, and they went crazy. Standing up to a 4 emperors. Shouting get lost directly. That's the prestige of Emperor Ba. The scene on the sea changed again. A large ship sailed through the waves with a skull and cross-swords flag at the bow and a red scar, slashing diagonally from the left eye. The red force of the red hair pirates. On the deck, the Den Den Mushi and Ben Bakeman's arms rang. After answering, he quickly walked to Zyankasi and lowered his voice. Boss confirmed that devil fruit does exist. Zyankasi was not as jokey as usual. His expression was unusually serious as he nodded. He squinted into the distance, was silent for a few seconds, then slapped his right hand on the railing. Let's move. The scene flashed, and a new question popped up. Question 2. What is the name of this devil fruit that the red hair pirates plan to steal in the current devil fruit encyclopedia? Seeing this question, everyone gasped. This question was too difficult. The encyclopedia records all fruits that have appeared from ancient times to the present, tens of thousands of them. Guessing randomly was like finding a needle in a haystack. But no matter how hard they had to grit their teeth and try, Zhanghua was the first to jump out. Paramecia Merrick thought for a long time, side zone. Forget it, I won't guess. Zyankasi, answer visible only to me. Luokisi Logia flame fruit. Kazan Paramecia slow fruit. Dwafu Langming Paramecia smooth fruit. For a moment, everyone was blindly guessing. But Zyankasis moved directly captured everyone's attention. Xiaoluo Lingling was the first to speak. This red-hair kid hiding the answer, what's his problem? Kaiduo followed with a curse, damn it. It's about the past again, the points will probably fall into red-hair's hands. Aidhuan Nugate, kid, you hide the answer so tightly, there must be something behind it. Bolusali Nua drawled him in the previous reviews, whoever hid things had something to hide. Zhanghua burst out angrily, shut up. Shurji laughed wildly, ha, Zhanghua, you heard him talking about you. Zhanghua, get lost. Bolusali Nua quickly clarified him, wronged, I was clearly talking about. Girdi Loajia also joined in. Little red hair hiding is useless, the answer will be revealed sooner or later. Could it be that even you will be dragged out for social? On the sea, a warship was sailing slowly. The sailors on deck were unaware that danger was approaching from underwater. Several dark shadows silently swam to the bottom of the warship. They were not very tall, but their movements were extremely skilled. They climbed the ship's side neatly and quietly, almost without making a sound. The night watch soldiers on the ship had no time to react before they were struck on the back of the neck and collapsed softly. Zyankasi made a gesture and his men immediately dispersed, moving as fast as a gust of wind. The target was clear, the cargo area in the hold. An iron box was pried open, and inside lay a purple fruit covered with spiral patterns. Zyankasi curled his lips and stuffed the fruit into his chest. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. No alarm, no blood, and no one even saw their faces clearly. When the soldiers on the warship woke up, nothing was left except the pain at the back of their heads and the empty cargo hold. In Mali Chaoya, the 5 elders' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. The warship that transported the gum-gum fruit 20 years ago was hijacked by Zyankasi. No wonder this fruit mysteriously disappeared. It was his. He must know the true value of this fruit, otherwise he wouldn't take such a risk. Zhanghua slammed the table and stood up. Attacking a world government warship is a naked provocation. Must be severely punished. In the scene, Zyankasi's men were climbing back onto their own ship from the water. They were all covered in paint and wearing cartoon masks, looking like a bunch of comical pirates. But no one could laugh, because what they did was not comical at all. Kaiduo exploded in the comments. When did we for emperors need to be so sneaky? This guy Zyankasi is not worthy to sit with us. Luokisi directly cursed, idiot. What do you know? That's called strategy. Even if Zyankasi's brain went crazy and agreed to you, I would have to stop him. The frame froze at this moment. The countdown reached 0, and the answering time for the second. Even if Zyankasi's brain went crazy and agreed to you, I would have to stop him. The frame froze at this moment. The countdown reached 0, and the answering time for the second question ended. That devil fruit had disappeared for a full 20 years. The 5 elders never dreamed that it was secretly obtained by red-hair Zyankasi back then. After all, there was still some face between Zyankasi and them. In their opinion, no matter how crazy this man was, he should understand the red line drawn by the world. Unfortunately, he had done this 20 years ago. Coincidence? Who would believe it? On that sea in the scene, a warship was engaged in a fierce battle. Although the world government's guards were numerous, almost all the officers of the Red Hair Pirates had come, and their combat power directly overwhelmed them. It didn't last long. The warship began to slowly sink into the sea. Zyankasi and his men carrying a devil fruit returned to their own ship. On the deck, a crowd gathered to watch the excitement. Zyankasi carefully placed the fruit into a wooden box. Captain, what exactly is this thing? Is it worth us risking so much? Dege took off his shirt and wrung out seawater. Yeah, we hijacked a world government ship. If we're discovered and attract an admiral, that would be a constant headache. Yasop said while warily scanning the surrounding sea. Shanks shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his tone. I originally thought it was a mythical Zoan, but I was wrong. He shook his head, looking quite frustrated, but his movements remained meticulous. He carefully clutched the wooden box tighter. Shanks, huh? Haha, didn't the screen already say I made a mistake? Sengoku's tone grew colder. Impossible. You'd rather tear the world apart to take it away. There's no way, it's just a simple mistake. In the small tavern of Windmill Village, Xia Qi polished a glass until it gleamed, then glanced up at the newspaper hanging on the wall. Roger was about to respond when he suddenly froze. He stared at the iconic windmill in the scene, and something flashed through his mind. He muttered to himself, his brows furrowed tightly. That kid later gave it to Garp's grandson. As soon as he said this, the chat exploded. Advisor, he coldly typed a line. Garp was so furious his forehead veins bulged. He grew more and more agitated. If it weren't for that red-haired fool constantly feeding Luffy those ridiculous pirate ideals, how could his grandson have abandoned a perfectly good career as a marine to chase after being the pirate king? Sengoku chimed in with a jab. Shiki couldn't take it anymore. Luffy suddenly popped up. Garp was so angry he nearly threw his phone. Like hell, that's pushing you into the fire. In the video, the Red Force had already docked at the pier. On the streets of Windmill Village, a few children were chasing a chicken, their laughter crisp as bells. Shanks jumped off the ship and stretched. Ah, finally here. Behind him Ben Beckham leisurely followed, cigarette dangling from his lips. You sure you want to stay here for a while? Yeah, this place is nice. Shanks smiled, his gaze sweeping over the distant windmill. And I have a feeling you'll meet an interesting brat here. Beckham raised an eyebrow and said nothing more. The sea breeze blew in from the shore carrying a salty, briny scent. Shanks pressed his straw hat down and stepped toward the village. The sun was just right, the windmill turning slowly overhead. The scene shifted. Monkey D. Garp was fuming. Everything he taught you is crooked. In the small tavern of Windmill Village, Shanks' crew loitered around drinking and boasting all day. A little brat named Luffy kept sneaking over to join the fun every few days. After getting familiar, the kid became thick as thieves with the red hair pirates. A little brat named Luffy kept sneaking over to join the fun every few days. After getting familiar, the kid became thick as thieves. The red hair pirates all burst out laughing. Shanks waved his hand, looking disgusted. Don't talk nonsense, kid. Being a pirate isn't a game. Just stay put in the village. Seeing that both sides were his own people, Roger stepped in to mediate. Days passed, and the red hair pirates still lingered in Windmill Village. Luffy kept coming by every few days to declare he'd be a pirate, and every time Shanks shot him down. One day Luffy grabbed a knife, charged up to Shanks, and brought up the same old topic. The result was the same. Shanks refused without a second thought. I'm not joking. I've had enough. Just you wait. Luffy bared his teeth and suddenly jabbed the knife into his own face below the eye. His face twisted in agony as he forced a cut. You idiot, are you crazy? Hey, stop right now. This completely stunned the red hair pirates. Oh, it hurts. With one slash, Luffy howled at the top of his lungs. The ship's doctor rushed over, checked the wound, and found it wasn't serious, then let out a sigh of relief. Cheers. To Luffy's guts and to our magnificent voyage. Cheers. Everyone pulled Luffy into a lively banquet. That didn't hurt at all. After a few mugs of malt liquor, Luffy's words were already slurring. Shanks lit into him. Bullshit. If you ever pull a stunt like that again, I'll teach you a lesson. Did you see that? I'm not afraid of getting hurt. Next time you set sail, take me along. I dream of being a pirate. Luffy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Shanks didn't hesitate, turning him down flat. No way, no way. You're not cut out to be a pirate. Captain, let the kid come with us. It's not like one more person. Yeah, what's the harm in taking him along? Several pirates chimed in. Luffy's eyes lit up. Really? Awesome. Shanks sat at the bar, liquor glass in hand, without even looking up. Oh. Since you all say so, then who's willing to get off the ship and give him your spot? Huh. Captain, we were just kidding. Forget it, forget it. The group linked arms and sprinted away. Xiang Kasi spoke slowly. Luffy, this hat is very important to me. Someday when you become a great pirate. Xiankasi, thank you for speaking up, Vice Admiral He. That old man Kapu should believe it. Now Monkey D. Kapu umph. A new prompt appeared on the screen. Random question generated. Question 3. Who broke Xiankasi's arm? The third question arrived. Everyone present knew that Xiankasi had lost his left arm, but no one knew exactly how it happened. Even a close friend like Kailakir Mahwoke had only heard that it was lost in Donghai. The Divine Miracle video space suddenly threw out this question, leaving everyone stumped. Barrage comments instantly flooded the screen with the name Marshall D. Dickey appearing the most. Dear D. Luo Jia. Little red hair, why aren't you in? Shurji, could it be that even he himself has forgotten? Tangjai Duafulangming Sir Hawkeye is so close to Xiankasi, surely he must know the inside story. Kailakir Mahwoke, I asked him, but he didn't say. Tangjai Duafulangming, even you don't know. Then only he himself knows. Everyone was wondering why Xiankasi hadn't answered, yet when a new message popped up. Xiankasi, Luffy, you answer this question. Kapu, how dare you bring that up? Luo Jia's barrage floated across the screen. Everyone knows exactly what it means to let Luffy answer this question right. Duafulangming then chimed in. If he gets this point, he might end up with a reward opportunity. A benefit that can't be bought with any amount of money. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes. You really care about that kid? If I weren't sure he's Kapu's grandson, I'd think he was your own son. Golden Lion chuckled. It's only natural to have reasonable doubts. So originally Roger Dragon and Whitebeard were 3 brothers, and now, with Xiankasi joining, they've become 4. Kapu's foster son team has grown again. Big Mom laughed and slapped the table. Ha ha. You fool, you're killing me. Wang Ji chimed in, counting them up. Kapu's foster son lineup is terrifying. A pirate king, 2 4 emperors, an army commander, my god. Who would dare to mess with? Luo Jia cursed directly. Golden Lion, you. Get lost. Whitebeard snorted coldly. You died early if you stood before me, now I'd cut you down with 1 slash. Yellow Monkey slowly typed a barrage. I think Shurji has a point. Zhonghua immediately retorted, stay out of pirate affairs. Xiankasi called out, Luffy. Luffy, are you there? Luffy immediately replied, Uncle Xiankasi, I'm here. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and answer the question, get 1 point first. Xiankasi urged. No. Luffy was firm. Uncle Xiankasi, this reward is yours. I can't take it. A prompt suddenly appeared on the big screen. The countdown for the third question is 10 seconds. Please answer quickly. The countdown numbers began to tick. Zyankasi urged anxiously, Luffy, don't dawdle. I have 2 points now. Take one. Even if you don't get the second later, the reward will still be mine. If you can get the second point, both of us will have a reward opportunity. Luffy still shook his head. No, I want answer. Countdown 7. Countdown 6. Zhangwa couldn't help but interject. Luffy, time is running out. Don't waste this opportunity. If you don't want to answer, just send the correct answer to your grandfather or to me. Golden Lion immediately mocked, damn. Grandpa Zhangwa. Kaido laughed and sent a barrage. Haha, being this thick-skinned is truly invincible. Whitebeard added a jab. Now that you see the advantage, you're quick to claim yourself as Luffy's grandfather. Wang Ji also chimed in, wearing the title of grandfather but acting like a grandson. Zhangwa cursed angrily, none of your business. Don't let me see you guys, or I'll blast you with one move of mighty heavenly dragon. I won't answer this question, nor will I tell anyone the answer. Luffy's voice was firm. This point belongs to Uncle Zyankasi. Luo Jie almost blurted something out, but swallowed his words. This kid truly is the one chosen by fate. Although not entirely certain, Luo Jie felt that this was 10 out of 10 true. 2 seconds left. Last second. Zyankasi wrote his answer on the answer board and set it to private. Time's up. The third question is over. The answer will be revealed in the upcoming video. Aboard the Light-of-Fusi. Ben Beekman frowned and asked, Boss, why did you give the points to that brat? Zyankasi didn't answer immediately. He walked to the ship's railing, grasped the rail, and stared at the distant sea. He sighed. This divine miracle space seems to know everything in the world. All secrets will be revealed in these recap videos. That kid Luffy, before he's even truly grown, will stir up the world. The incident of the rubber fruit being stolen had already been exposed. Zyankasi knew in his heart that the world would soon set its sights on Luffy. When that time came, if they wanted to eliminate that kid, things would get troublesome. But if Luffy could obtain a reward from the divine miracle space, his strength would skyrocket. At least then he could protect himself. With Zyankasi holding back from the shadows, it would be enough to buy the kid time to grow. But Luffy's stubbornness, he absolutely refused to accept this kindness. This gave Zyankasi a headache. Ben Beekman's brow furrowed even tighter. Is that devil fruit really that special? How should I put it? Zyankasi shook his head. Call it special. It indeed has infinite possibilities. Call it ordinary. It truly is just an ordinary fruit. That fruit is nothing but a possibility. A very slim possibility. Never mind. Let's drop it. The countdown ended and the frozen image began to move again. In the tavern, Zyankasi and his crew were having a party with Luffy. Everyone was drinking merrily. Bang! The door was kicked open. In the light of the setting sun, a figure appeared at the entrance. His shadow stretched long across the floor. He exuded a fierce aura. Is this the guy who cut off Zyankasi's arm? The entrance TSK really does look like a tough guy. Is this guy really a mountain bandit? In the scene, a man with a fierce face pushed open the wooden door of the bar. The leader of the mountain bandits from Mount Kirbo, Shiga, swaggered in. That first time seeing a pirate. You look really stupid. A smirk hung on his lips, his eyes unbearably arrogant. Behind the bar, Makinuo's face instantly turned pale. We don't sell 10 barrels of sake. Zaija's face was full of smugness, as if the whole bar— sorry, the sake just ran out today. Cold sweat trickled down Makinuo's cheek. She knew that these mountain bandits were not to be trifled with. Oh, that's strange. Then what are those pirates drinking? Shiga tilted his head, glanced at Zyankasi sitting at the bar, and sneered. It can't be water, can it? Makinuo quickly explained, I mean, all the sake in the shop is here. Zyankasi smiled. Oh, sorry about that. We just finished it all. This bottle hasn't been opened yet. If you don't mind, take it. He handed over an unopened bottle of wine, his demeanor casual beyond belief. The barrage comments instantly exploded. Queen, no way. That bandit is so arrogant, and Shanks didn't even make a move. Jack, not only did he not make a move, he even gave him wine. That's absurd. Charlotte Cracker, either Shanks sensed the opponent's strength, or this bandit really has some Vista. So the answer to that question earlier is this guy? Gecko Moria. Back then Shanks wasn't a Yonko yet, but he was definitely not weak. A bandit being treated with such courtesy means he is truly strong. Shiki, wow, the legendary weakest sea. The East Blue, a small village, actually hides so many formidable people. Marine hero Garp, Revolutionary Army leader Dragon Straw Hat Luffy, and now a bandit who can intimidate Shanks. Windmill Village is really a deep Monkey D. Garp exploded in the live broadcast. Shiki, what did you do with my grandson? What kind of strong person is he? Shiki laughed wildly. Jaha, you don't understand your grandson at all. He's amazing. Crocodile chimed in. Straw Hat Luffy is definitely not weak. Doflamingo added sarcastically, if I remember correctly, the Pirate King Roger also came from the East Blue, right? East Blue. Really the weakest. The scene shifted. Higuma reached out and took the wine bottle from Shank's hand. Bang! Before anyone could react, Higuma swung the bottle and smashed it on Shank's forehead. The tavern fell into dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. Shiki gasped SSS. Queen shouted boisterously, good grief. Acts as soon as he says it. That temper is fierce, I like it. King coldly replied, fool a guy who can act recklessly on a Yonko. Do you really think you can afford to mess with him? Queen was furious. Damn. You again. They'll catch you for sure. Marco shook his head. That's too harsh. Katakuri stared at the screen, analyzing. Just watching the video, you can't tell a person's true strength. But if you were there, you could feel the opponent's strength just from their aura. Shanks being beaten like this and not fighting back? The only explanation is that this bandit is truly strong. Jozu added, don't forget the question the Divine Space asked earlier. Who cut off Shanks' arm? Still not clear. This guy has that ability. It's only natural for Shanks to back down in front of him. Roger sighed. Poor little red hair, how on. In such a remote small village in the East Blue, he still encounters a hidden formidable person. Off fate. Shanks only replied with 2 words. The scene continued. After smashing Shanks with the wine bottle, Higuma not only didn't get angry, but wore a smile. He slowly took out a wanted poster and shoved it in front of Shanks. Take a good look. My head is worth 8 million berries. A top wanted criminal. I've already killed 56 reckless guys like you. Be smart and wise up from now on. His tone was extremely arrogant, his eyes wildly conceited, and his whole body exuded an aura of ferocity. Marco nearly spat out. How? How much? The Charlotte family members were shocked. Nanny. 8 million berries. Page 1 cursed directly. What a joke. A trash with 8 million bounty dares to show a wanted poster. Gecko Moria sneered. If this fool hadn't taken out the wanted poster, he might have been able to intimidate Shanks. Now he's exposed his true colors. It's over. Seeing Higuma's real worth, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? A guy Shanks could crush with a single finger. But in the scene, oh, the floor is all wet. Shanks looked down, crouched, and began picking up the glass shards. As he picked them up, he looked at Makino. I'm really sorry, Makino. Do you have a cloth? I can handle this. Makino was startled and a bit flustered. Higuma witnessed this, utterly speechless. Clang. He suddenly drew his sword. As soon as the blade gleamed, he swept all the bottles and cups on the counter. The drinks splashed all over Shanks' head and face. Aren't you fond of cleaning? Making a mess like this is worthy of your tidying up. Higuma smirked, sheathed his sword. Let's go, you worthless lot. He found these people boring, turned, and left with his bandits. Jack, no way. Just let them go like that. Why doesn't Shanks fight back? Page 1, a trash with 8 million bounty acts arrogantly in front of a great pirate, and gets away unscathed. Ridiculous to the extreme. Shiki, you guys, are you thinking too simply? Shanks can endure being bullied like this, and you still don't get it. Queen, you mean? This bandit is actually bluffing. Deliberately showing the 8 million bounty waiting for Shanks to make a move then. Joza, hey, that makes sense. Which fool would voluntarily mention such a shameful bounty of 8 million? Maynard, still there's a problem. Even if Shanks doesn't fight, if this bandit really has skill, he could still kill Shanks. That's red hair. Tsuru, Vice Admiral, Maynard, you're still young. The ways of pirates and bandits you don't understand. Sometimes they enjoy the process of toying with their prey. Killing them outright is no fun. Maynard, I see. Strawberry, someone like red hair is not a pushover that can be easily taken advantage of. Without a doubt, this bandit is definitely a hidden expert. In the scene, this is so embarrassing. Why didn't you hit him? Luffy finally exploded. He shouted at Shanks, heart-wrenching. Even if they outnumber you, you can't let yourself be bullied like this and still laugh. You're not a man. Not a pirate. After shouting, Luffy turned and walked away. I'm done with you. I never want to see such a coward again. But as he turned, Shanks grabbed his arm. Shanks was mid-sentence when his eyes suddenly widened. Luffy's arm was being stretched like a rubber band, pulled extremely long. Arm. Stretched. Shanks' face was full of shock. Yasop also widened his eyes, his heart sinking. Could it be? Luffy, startled by the commotion, looked back and saw his hand still in Shanks' grasp, but he had already walked to the tavern door. So far apart, yet his arm had been stretched to such a length. Huh? What's going on? Luffy's face turned pale with fright. Lucky Roo grabbed the box by the counter and lifted the lid. It's gone. That devil fruit is missing. He quickly pulled out a hand-drawn devil fruit encyclopedia, flipped to the page for the gum-gum fruit, and pointed at the picture, asking Luffy, Luffy, did you eat a fruit that looks like this? I ate it as a snack. Luffy felt guilty, sweat beading on his forehead, but that thing really tasted bad. GOLD. Roger, just saying it tastes bad is enough. Queen, eating a devil fruit as a snack, this guy is truly tough. Don Quixote da Flamingo Fufufu. So the devil fruit that Red Hair's crew risked their lives to steal was just accidentally eaten by a brat. Charlotte, lean Red Hair's kid, went through all that trouble for nothing. Kaido, honestly, that lousy fruit wouldn't sell for much even if it wasn't eaten. Roxy, Zebek, you fools, your focus is in the wrong place, isn't it? How is Red Hair's arm still intact? As soon as Luo Kisi uttered these words, everyone suddenly snapped back to reality. Sure, hey, that's right. What's going on? The question has been asked, so why hasn't the answer been revealed yet? Ai de Huan Yo Gai Tegu la 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 la. I thought that mountain bandit would make a move, but he seemed in good spirits, and let Xiang Kasi off the hook. My Erka, maybe it's him, and he'll come back later for a surprise attack. By Sita, not impossible. Xiao La Ku Air, Mi Hua Ku So. Where's the Shaka Luo Kuda Air? Strange, there's still no movement. Tang Ji He de Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu Fu 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 Fu. You're all too impatient, aren't you? The Shunji video space said it would reveal the answer in the next video, not that it would give it now. Just wait and watch slowly. The sea was calm with gentle ripples shimmering with light. A solitary little wooden boat drifted on the sea. Two people stood on the boat. One was the mountain bandit leader Shi Gu, and the other was little Lu Fei. Die. Without knowing what harsh words Shi Gu had just uttered the moment the scene cut in, Lu Fei wore a ferocious expression and swung his fist toward Shi Gu. Result. Bang. With a light kick from Shi Gu, Lu Fei flew backward like a rag doll and splashed into the sea. Guer di Luo Jia Dam. That kid ate a devil fruit. Falling into the sea means he's done for. Sure, Ji, don't panic. Wasn't he just chatting with Xiang Kasi in the Shinji video? Since he can still speak now, it means he definitely won't die in that scene. Guer di Luo Jia. Oh right. I almost forgot about that. Mayerko, why would that reclusive master take the straw hat kid out to sea to fight? It doesn't seem like a simple punishment. He could it be related to the rubber fruit my grandson ate? Zhanghua, I also think that Red Hair's crew went to such great lengths to snatch the devil fruit. It can't just end with a simple my mistake. Maybe that mountain bandit master discovered something and wanted to kill Lu Fei directly to eliminate future trouble. Mengqi di Kapu Zhanghua, what nonsense are you talking? Zhanghua him. Kapu, I didn't mean it that way. I was just reasoning from the bandit's perspective, not actually wanting your grandson to die. I'm reasoning from the bandit's perspective, not really wanting your grandson to die. In the scene, Lu Fei had just been kicked into the water, and with a splash, the sea surface suddenly exploded, and a ferocious-looking sea beast leaped out, appearing directly behind Shi Gu. Huh. Shi Gu instinctively turned his head, his face turning pale. The king of the near sea. Before the words even faded, the king of the near sea opened its massive jaws, and with a crunch bit him whole. Boyahan Ku Tch, I thought he was a tough guy, but even a small sea king can bite him to death. Shaka Luo Kuda Air, what's the deal? Didn't he suppress Xiang Kasi with just his aura earlier? Xia Luo Te Kuli Jia, could this guy be a fraud? Then why didn't Xiang Kasi even dare to fight back? Seeing Shi Gu instantly killed by a small sea beast, everyone began to doubt the master's strength. But just then Li Fei in the scene was still struggling in the water, thrashing about. The king of the near sea leaped out of the water, opened its huge mouth, and lunged directly at Lu Fei. Lu Fei! A frantic shout suddenly rang out. The next second, Xiang Kasi, stepping on moonwalk, plunged straight into the sea where Lu Fei was. Splash! Just as the king of the near sea's fangs were about to touch Lu Fei, Xiang Kasi grabbed him and sank. Splash! Xiang Kasi emerged from the sea on the other side, holding Lu Fei. Guer di Luo Jia, so it was little Red Hair who saved the Straw Hat Kid. I was worried for nothing. Worried for nothing. Sure, Ji, huh? Wait, that's Xiao La Ku Air Mi Hua Ku, his arm. It's gone. My Air Ko, what? Even Red Hair couldn't dodge that little fish's attack. Shaka Luo Kuda Air, it can bite off Xiang Kusi's arm. So that mountain bandit leader wasn't a fraud, it's this king of the near sea that's too powerful. Gu La Di Wu Si, even Red Hair Xiang Kusi couldn't avoid its bite. This sea beast's strength is absolutely terrifying. Gu La Di Wu Si, even Red Hair Xiang Kusi couldn't avoid its bite. This sea beast's strength is absolutely terrifying. It seems that in the eyes of this king of the near sea, both that mountain bandit master and Xiang Kasi are just easy prey. Earlier, everyone couldn't understand how a powerful figure like Shi Gu could be taken out by a small fish in one bite. Now it's all clear. The truly terrifying thing is this king of the near sea. Ai da Huan Yo Gai Te, even Red Hair in a direct confrontation had to sacrifice an arm to survive. That mountain bandit was ambushed, so it makes sense that he was killed instantly. Xia Luo Te Ling Ling, exactly. This thing may look unremarkable, but with just those two moves, one killed the bandit, the other severed Red Hair's arm. It fully proves its strength. Sure, G Red Hair had to both save the kid and deal with this fish. It looked like a hopeless situation. I really wonder how he survived. Many strong fighters wanted to know how Red Hair managed to escape alive from that sea beast's jaws. But the Shenji video didn't continue showing the scene, it cut away directly. Kaiduo, this fish is no ordinary one. They'll go to the East Blue next time and have a go at it. Xia Luo Te Ling Ling Ha. Go Air Di Luo Jia Ka Pu, do I need to spell it out? You saw it. Xia Luo Te Ling Ling Ha. Goer di luo jia kapu, do I need to spell it out? You saw it with your own eyes. Your grandson's life was saved by Little Red Hair. To save him, Little Red Hair even lost an arm. Tell me, after what you said about him earlier, don't you feel guilty? Ma Erka, the arm Red Hair lost was the one that wielded his sword. That's a devastating blow to his strength. At the port of Windmill Village, the Red Hair pirates were preparing to set sail. Little Lu Fei stood before Xiang, could see his height only reaching the latter's waist. You're leaving this time, and you'll never come back, right? Xiang Kasi turned to gaze at the sea, his voice tinged with a smile. Yeah, I've been here long enough, it's time to go. You must be reluctant, right? For pirates like them, the sea is where they belong. A little. Lu Fei wiped his nose, but I won't insist on going with you. He'll become a pirate on my own. He was quite proud of himself. But Xiang Kasi deliberately stuck out his tongue and teased him with a smile. Come on, you. You can't even set sail. Upon hearing this, little Lu Fei exploded. Who says? He bared his teeth and roared at the top of his lungs. I will definitely find companions even stronger than you. And then claim the greatest treasure in the world. With that, he put one hand on his hip and pointed the other at the Red Hair pirates, shouting with utmost seriousness, listen up. I'm going to be the Pirate King. In the past, such words would have been met with laughter. But this time no one could laugh anymore. The officers of the Red Hair pirates stopped what they were doing, all staring at Lu Fei with an indescribable look in their eyes. Xiang Kasi stopped teasing him and looked at him seriously for a few seconds. Then he raised his hand and placed it on Lu Fei's head. He grabbed the straw hat, slowly removed it, and set it on top of Lu Fei's head. This scene, it was exactly like when Luo Jia placed the straw hat on Xiang Kasi's head back then. This hat'll leave it with you for now. Xiang Kasi spoke slowly. Lu Fei, this hat is very important to me. Someday when you become a great pirate, you must return it to me. With that, he turned and walked toward the Lei de Fu Si Hao. Set sail. Lu Fei stood on the shore, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, unable to wipe them away. The straw hat hung low, its brim shading his gaze. He did not lift his head, watching the Lei de Fu Si Hao sail farther and farther away. Xiankas's words still echoed in his ears. The day you become a great pirate standing tall, we will meet again. Sure, gee damn, that hat is the real horn, isn't it? It passed from Luji's head to Xiankas's, and now it slammed onto Luffy's head. Zirbatsi Lele, it seems like a kind of inheritance. Mengchi di Kapu inheritance. Wait, Mengchi di Kapu red-haired. You really hit it deep. You say you don't want Lu Fei to be a pirate, but then you turn around and give him the Pirate King's straw hat. How dare you claim innocence? Gear di Luaja Kapu, what are you yelling about? Isn't that just a shabby straw hat? Just put it on your grandson's head, and he becomes the Pirate King. Little Red-Haired saved your eldest grandson's life, you old man, don't be ungrateful. Seeing that Kapu was still chasing after Xiankasi, to curse him, Lojia could no longer sit still. He had to back his own man. It wasn't real anger, at most just a squabble with an old friend. Seeing that Kapu was still chasing after Xiankasi, to curse him, Lojia could no longer sit still. He had to back his own man. Then why are you blabbering? He's such foul language. Scene shifts. The wind howled, rolling giant waves, and two ships on the sea stood out strikingly. One was a massive ship shaped like a whale, the flagship of the Four Emperors, Whitebeard the Mobidic How. The other was slightly smaller, but no one on this sea dared to underestimate it. The flagship of the Four Emperors, red-haired Xiankasi, the Lei de Fu Si Hao. The two ships slowly drew closer. Merc, this is. Half a month ago. Ben Beekman looks like ITLL soon cut to the future. I'm a bit excited. Xiaoyuo Lingling Whitebeard, you're secretly meeting with that red-haired brat. What scheme are you cooking up behind my back? Kadu trying to join forces against me? Aidhuan Nugoite, gu la la la. You'll know soon enough. I'm too lazy to waste words with you two fools. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Damn, that secret meeting. All the warships tailing the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates were destroyed. Zhang Gua gritted his teeth, his face full. This had happened not long ago. Several warships were all destroyed, and Zhang Guo's memory was crystal clear. In the scene, after the two pirate ships came together, a gangplank bridged the decks. Xiankasi walked across the gangplank alone, stepping onto Whitebeard's ship. Boom. One step. A wave of pressure exploded violently. On the Whitebeard pirates' ship, many crew members turned pale. Some rolled their eyes, foam bubbling at the corners of their mouths, and collapsed on the deck, convulsing. Those who can't take it get to the back. That red-haired brat's conqueror's hockey is not something you can withstand. Merrick lifted his eyelids and shouted at his brother. Chaozi looked at the stairs in front of the deck and sighed, too late. It's too late. As soon as the words fell. The moment the one-armed man's foot touched the deck, the people on the Mobidic How fell like crops under a scythe. One by one, thud thud, they collapsed. Boom. A dull heavy roar, several large cracks split the ship's side, and the wood creaked and splintered. Gear di Luagia, yo little red-haired conqueror's hockey is quite impressive. Ziyuan, the ship's hull is cracked. What an exaggerated man. Tangjihei Dwafu Langming Conqueror's haki can't be trained at all, depends on a person's courage and boldness. Red-haired Zyankasis' kingly qualities are indeed solid. Zhangwa damn it, how can a pirate have such strong conqueror's haki? Scene shifts. Zyankasi walked up to Whitebeard carrying a bottle of liquor from his hometown. The camera slowly pulled back. The two men at the pinnacle of the sea drank from bowls and chatted the atmosphere, seeming quite relaxed. As for what they were saying, the distance was too great, no one could hear. After a while the camera zoomed in. Their voices gradually became clear. Call Ace back immediately. Don't let Blackbeard Teach get close to him. I came this time only to say this one thing. As Zyankasi spoke, his face was taut, even carrying an indescribable solemnity. But Whitebeard listened, and then threw his head back in laughter. Goo la la la. You snot-nosed brat, stop talking nonsense. The crime he committed is the most unforgivable crime on a pirate ship. Killing a comrade, the greatest taboo. Once you board my ship, even if you're a fool, you're still my child. A traitor doesn't deserve to live in this world. Isn't it my responsibility to teach that lesson? Listen, you fool. If you want to boss me around, wait 100 years. Whitebeard downed the wine in his bowl, in one go raised his hand, and flung the empty jar away. Almost at the same moment, Zyankasi also finished his wine and casually tossed the bowl aside. Clang. The sound of a blade being drawn tore through the air. Zyankasi drew the famous sword Jellyfin with one hand, his gaze fixed on Whitebeard. If this continues, this crazy era will spiral out of control. Goo la la la, such a small matter is worth panicking over. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed heartily, reaching out to grab the famous sword Kanjiunki. No unnecessary movements. No opening remarks. The two supreme-grade swords collided heat-in. Boom. Purple shockwaves burst like sparks. As that ferocious power erupted, the surrounding space directly couldn't withstand it. With no outlet, the power surged straight into the sky. Rumble. The sky itself was torn open. Dear D. Luagia, well done, little red-haired. This strike has the shadow of my younger self. Tangjihei Dwafu Langming Tisk, these two are not human at all. Yueguang Molia, the sky is fucking so this is the power of the four emperors. Shurji, looking at it this way, that Zyankasi kid is indeed no joke. If that mountain bandit hadn't died, he'd probably be the mountain bandit king by now. Wangji, don't forget that lord of the coast. That thing that one-shot the mountain bandit king and Zyankasi. How terrifying must it be now? Hien confirmed. The weakest sea. On the surface it looks weak, but underneath the water it's full of monsters. Red-haired, that kid rules wider than the world. Scene shifts. New world on the sea. Several large pirate ships formed a fleet charging forward with great momentum. Each ship flew a distinctive flag. A skull with 3 crossed bones and curved horns on both sides of the skull's face. No one in the New World didn't recognize this flag. It was the flag of the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. But ahead of the fleet, the light, if you see how of the red-haired pirates directly blocked the way, cutting off their path. Kadu, red-haired, what are you trying to do by blocking my ship? Zyankasi, I didn't. Kadu, are you blind? On this video, isn't it your ship blocking my fleet? Zyankasi, you fool, asking me about something that hasn't happened yet. Abby or Captain, none of us have any memory of the scene in the video. It must be something that hasn't happened yet. Let's watch first. Kado, Hien, boss, do you know this person? Kado, nonsense. He's Jean. Hien, huh? So it's that fool Jean. Damn, you've been messing with me this whole time. Jekka, huh? So it's big brother Jean. About what I said just now, just treat it as hot air. Abby or two. In the scene, the two ships were getting closer.